Chapter 1. White Wind Flow. You have imprisoned us for 1,000,000 years, and once we are free, I will tear you to shreds. Atop the peaks of White Emperor Mountain, a voice filled with immense resentment echoed. Alongside this voice, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the summit, causing the very heavens and earth to dim. The terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire White Emperor Mountain. Upon hearing this voice, a young man clad in tattered garments and wearing straw sandals at the foot of the mountain curled his lip in disdain. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished from his spot. The voice, laden with profound hatred, transformed into a scream of sheer terror. Impossible! How can you be so powerful? This cannot be. We refuse to accept this. At the summit of White Emperor Mountain, the youth in ragged attire casually cleared his ears and glanced at the few individuals he had just dispatched, saying with a scoff, "At that time, I lost a bet to that old man, and was forced to guard this mysterious world for 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly concern myself with this trivial matter?" As soon as he finished speaking, a disturbance rippled through the air nearby, and 3 figures appeared before him. Upon seeing the trio, the youth grinned widely. The leader, a middle-aged man, clasped his fists and respectfully said, "Senior, we just sensed a wave of energy, and afterward, we could no longer feel the presence of those at the mountain's peak. Thus, we came to inquire if any changes have occurred. You are still the same. As long as I am here, how could there be any changes? I just had a little spar with them, and now, well, they are gone," the youth replied nonchalantly. "Gone?" The middle-aged man was perplexed. "Indeed, gone," the youth affirmed with a nod. After a moment of silence, the youth turned to one of the women among the 3 and said, "Xiao Ke, the wine from your Academy of Celestial Path is quite delightful. I shall procure some soon. I have matters to attend to today, so let us converse another time." Without waiting for her response, Bai Fengliu's figure vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. This senior's temperament is indeed peculiar. In the lower realm of the Xintian Great World, at the martial city of the Tai Empire, Bai Fengliu's figure materialized in a forest outside the city. Not far from him, a young man, drenched in blood, was engaged in a fierce battle with a beast. Observing the young man, Bai Fengliu could not suppress a smile. "Sword heart, sword body. After such a long wait, I have finally encountered a talented little fellow." Meanwhile, the young man, completely bloodied and swaying unsteadily, was named Kawaya, a wandering cultivator outside Martial City. Having grown up without family, he had struggled to survive over the years. With a cold gaze, Kawaya looked at the beast before him. "Damn it, if I weren't so poor that I couldn't afford a weapon, I would have slaughtered you today. I've struggled to live this long, and I won't let this beast take my life here." With that, he began to frantically channel the spiritual energy within him, clearly preparing for a desperate fight. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu's eyes lit up. Though his actions may be foolish, he possesses courage. Not bad, not bad. However, just as his words fell, Kawaya unleashed a furious roar. "Goodbye to you." Then, his figure vanished without a trace. The speed he displayed was utterly beyond what his cultivation level should allow. In the arena, only the bewildered beast remained, along with Bai Fengliu, who stood in the wind, utterly disoriented. What was that technique? Regaining his composure, Bai Fengliu chuckled. "Perhaps I am getting old. I find this lad quite to my liking. No, he is precisely what I seek." With a flash of his figure, he appeared directly in front of the fleeing Kawaya, then reached out a hand, instantly immobilizing him. Upon seeing Bai Fengliu before him, Kawaya's expression darkened. Perhaps this was fate having just escaped. He was now ensnared once more. Was his luck truly this abysmal? Watching the gloomy Kawaya, Bai Fengliu smiled gently. "Little one, do not be afraid. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take you as my disciple." Before he could finish, Kawaya dropped to his knees. "Master, please allow your disciple Kawaya to pay his respects." "Huh?" Before he could finish his words, he had knelt down. Looking at Kawaya before him, Bai Fengliu said, "Actually, you could consider it." Kawaya bowed his head once more. At this moment, Kawaya's thoughts were, "Should I think it over? If given the opportunity, I must seize it. Regardless of what may come after, I must preserve my life first. If I refuse, and he gets angry and kills me, who will I turn for justice?" Seeing Kawaya's actions, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since he encountered such an amusing little fellow. Quite enjoyable. Looking at Ku Wai kneeling before him, Bai Fengliu nodded. By the way, what did you say your name was? Disitle Kiskivi Kovaya. How peculiar, Bai Fengliu remarked. Kawaya, not just blind but deaf as well. In a vast hall beyond the Xintian Great World, numerous emperors sat encircled, each exuding an overwhelming aura. At the head of the assembly, an elder emanated an even more profound presence. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction of the Xintian Great World. His gaze was piercing, traversing countless dimensions until it landed upon Bai Fengliu, who was strolling along the streets of Martial City. Bai Fengliu seemed to sense this as well, and turned his gaze toward the elder. Endless darkness and 3 forbidden lands. How many years has it been? You finally could not restrain yourselves any longer. Clearly, the threat posed by the swordbearer is still too significant for you to endure. However, this time, I shall see who dares to kill the swordbearer in my presence. With that, he turned his gaze toward Kuwaya, his eyes betraying an unhidden satisfaction. Feeling Bai Fengliu's gaze, Kuwaya shivered involuntarily, taking several steps back as he swallowed hard, managing to stammer, "Master, what kind of gaze is that? You aren't a pervert, are you?" In Martial City, Bai Fengliu, guided by Kuwaya, arrived before a dilapidated grass hut. Observing the scene, Bai Fengliu turned to the bruised Kuwaya and remarked with disdain, "I say, disciple, this is where you reside? This is far too shabby. My cave dwelling over the past few days has been much better than this." Upon hearing this, Kuwaya turned to look at Bai Fengliu, clad in ragged cloth, and muttered softly, "You still look down on me. Look at what you're wearing. Even an orphan like me dresses better than you. You charlatan." With a resounding slap, Kuwaya was sent flying as Bai Fengliu rolled up his sleeves and approached him. "Rebellious disciple, I see your face still isn't swollen enough. You really are asking for it." Hearing Bai Fengliu's words, Kuwaya jolted, recalling that just moments ago, he had doubted Bai Fengliu's character and received a beating for it. How little time had passed. He could not control his own mouth. Realizing this, Kuwaya raised his arm and slapped his own face, then said, "Master, please take a break. I can handle this myself." After Kuwaya delivered 2 slaps to himself, Bai Fengliu stopped him. "All right, since you are my disciple, living in such squalor won't do. If word gets out, it would tarnish my handsome visage." With a wave of his hand, numerous bottles of elixirs fell before Kuwaya. The bruised Kuwaya looked at the elixirs before him, feeling the fiery sensation on his face vanish completely, and he exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, what is this? Breaking body elixir, soul refining elixir, soul breaking elixir, small recovery elixir, great recovery elixir. Bottled? Is this what it means to be extravagant? Master, are all these for me?" Kuwaya asked in disbelief. Bai Fengliu waved his hand dismissively, just a small gesture. Seeing Kuwaya's astonished expression, Bai Fengliu inquired, "So, how is it? Do you truly wish to become my disciple now?" Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's words, Kuwaya immediately knelt on the ground. "What kind of question is that? Master, you are too formal. How about you consider me your father? What do you think? After all, I am an orphan too." That night, before Kuwaya's grass hut, the master and disciple sat facing each other, sensing the sword heart within Kuwaya slowly awakening. Bai Fengliu pointed, and a beam of sword light directly entered Kuwaya's body. Subsequently, the awakened sword heart fell back into slumber. Despite the spectacle unfolding right before him, Kuwaya remained completely unaware. Bai Fengliu gazed at Kuwaya and slowly inquired, "Disciple, if one day you find yourself at the pinnacle of the world, what is it that you most desire to accomplish?" Upon hearing this, Kuwaya was momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, he lifted his head and earnestly replied, "To bring an end to the turmoil of the world, to alleviate the suffering of humanity." As an orphan in this merciless world, each day was a harrowing struggle for survival. Listening to Kuwaya's earnest words, Bai Fengliu smiled faintly, choosing not to expose the daunting nature of such aspirations. To achieve that, how incredibly challenging it would be. It is well known that the most fickle of all is the human heart. After a moment of silence, Bai Fengliu turned his gaze towards Kuwaya and gently remarked, "Disciple, you are currently at the late stage of body cultivation. To fulfill your wish, you still have a long journey ahead. Though the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, you are different, for you have me standing behind you." Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's somewhat arrogant tone, Kawuyo felt no skepticism. Instead, he rose to his feet, arms outstretched. "Master, you truly are." Before he could finish, he received a sharp slap, followed by Bai Fengliu's voice. "What are you doing, you big man? It seems you're the one who is peculiar. Go back to sleep." That night, after Kawuyo fell into slumber, Bai Fengliu stood atop the clouds, overlooking the Tai Empire, a faint smile gracing his lips. Possessing the heart of a sword, a true wielder of blades, I never expected to encounter such an intriguing young fellow. This talent must not go to waste. I need to assign him some tasks. With that, he swiftly grasped with his right hand, and from the boundless starry sky, a streak of pale blue light soared towards him. Wherever the light passed, all matter was erased, leaving behind only an abyss of darkness. Observing the light in his hand, Bai Fengliu clenched his palm. Gradually, the pale blue light coalesced into the form of a sword. The sword's edge shimmered with a soft blue radiance, its blade adorned with strange, swirling patterns. After examining the sword and then glancing at the peacefully sleeping Kawuyo, Bai Fengliu remarked lightly, "It's slightly lacking, but should suffice for this lad for a while." With that, he turned and returned to the front of the thatched cottage. In the vastness of the cosmic expanse, a pair of immense eyes suddenly opened. These eyes were unfathomably large, appearing to contain countless stars swirling within them. Then, a colossal figure emerged in the starry void, emanating an astonishing aura. Yet, this immense figure trembled slightly, as if it had just endured a life-and-death ordeal. After a long moment, the figure steadied itself and spoke in human words, expressing a tone of trepidation. "Great one, next time you wish to take something from me, do let me know. Your sudden actions nearly sent me away." That was rather unexpected. Just as Bai Fengliu returned to the front of the thatched cottage, his gaze suddenly turned cold, directing towards the depths of the starry sky. He then tore through the void and stepped inside. In the depths of the vast cosmic expanse, two figures were hastily traversing towards the direction of the Xiantian Great World. "I just found a sword wielder, and you sensed it immediately. It seems many who are unafraid of death have joined your ranks." A voice resonated from the depths of the cosmos, and then Bai Fengliu's figure materialized before the two individuals. As they beheld the figure of Bai Fengliu, both individuals fixed their gazes upon him. One of them speaking up, "Are you in search of the sword bearer? So, you're the one who has disrupted the plans of our esteemed master?" Before the words could fully settle, a long sword pierced through the cosmos, impaling the speaker in the starry expanse. This very blade was one that Bai Fengliu had forged only moments prior. Witnessing his companion fall without even parrying the strike, the other individual tore through the void and stepped into it. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of disdain crossed Bai Fengliu's eyes. Instantly, the entire firmament was enveloped by an overwhelming sword intent. Fissures erupting throughout the celestial sphere. With a mere flick of his finger, a surge of sword energy shot forth. In the next heartbeat, a terrified scream resonated through the stars. "No, it's impossible." Then, silence ensued. Having completed this, Bai Fengliu retracted his sword and, with a tone of derision, remarked, "Insect-like beings should refrain from courting death. It is a trivial endeavor to slay them." With that, he turned and returned to the humble abode. The following morning, after Kawuyo had tidied up, Bai Fengliu presented him with the sword he had forged the previous night, saying, "Disciple, here, this sword has been crafted for your cultivation." He tossed the weapon over. Kawuyo hastily caught it, feeling an icy chill emanating from the blade, which bore traces of blood. Observing the bloodstains, Kawuyo bowed in gratitude, then couldn't help but inquire, "Master, since you just forged it, why does it still bear blood?" Bai Fengliu paused, then chuckled awkwardly. "I was a bit hungry last night and used this sword to slay a chicken for roasting." Although Kawuyo remained somewhat perplexed, he said nothing further, utterly enamored with the sword. Its prestige was undeniably elevated. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Bai Fengliu and asked, "Master, what name shall this sword bear? And how did you know I was a sword cultivator?" In response, Bai Fengliu casually replied, "You may name it as you wish to. As for how I know you are a sword cultivator, do you not understand your own worth?" Bai Fengliu had no intention of divulging the existence of the sword heart to Kawuyo at this stage. It was not advantageous for him to learn of it too early. After a brief pause, Bai Fengliu added, "This sword has been crafted from the scales of the candle dragon." Upon hearing this, Kuyo became agitated. The candle dragon, the legendary one. After pondering for a moment, he declared, "Such an extraordinary sword deserves a magnificent name. Master, let us call it Jutian." Bai Fengliu nodded, revealing little interest in the sword's name. "Disciple, I shall now impart the way of the sword to you. But first, I have a question. What is a sword cultivator?" Bai Fengliu looked at Kuyo and asked Ke. Kuyo pondered for a moment before responding. "A sword cultivator acts with righteousness across the world, moving as their heart desires. We, as sword cultivators, shall stand tall against the heavens, unafraid of the cosmos, and only respect our inner selves. We must adhere to our hearts, lest we forget our original intentions, for only then can we become formidable sword cultivators." After finishing, Kuyo gazed at Bai Fengliu with eager anticipation, as if to say, "How is that, Master? Am I impressive?" Bai Fengliu's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Fool, is this truly your understanding of a sword cultivator?" Bai Fengliu questioned incredulously. Before Kuyo could respond, Bai Fengliu continued, "Do you know that there are 3 types of sword cultivators? The first type dedicates their life to the way of the sword, becoming a master in the eyes of outsiders. Yet unbeknownst to them, they have become the sword's slave. The second type enters the sword path through the method, cultivating the method rather than the sword itself. Yet all things in the world can serve as their sword. This could be considered a form of sword cultivation. However, to say one cultivates the method without engaging with the sword does not mean they neglect the sword entirely. Discussing this too much would be beyond your comprehension. Let us move on. The third type can be summarized in 4 words. The sword awakens the spring thunder. The sword awakens the spring thunder. Kuyo looked utterly bewildered. Once you become a true sword cultivator, you will understand the significance of these 4 words. Bai Fengliu did not elaborate further, merely leaving behind that cryptic statement. The path of a sword is fraught with challenges. "I hope you can become the second greatest sword in the world." Bai Fengliu spoke earnestly. "Why only the second greatest sword? Who is the first?" Kuyo questioned in confusion. "The first? That would be me," Bai Fengliu declared with a hint of pride. "Very well. A sword cultivator must first endure hardship. Starting today, you shall practice swordsmanship for 10 hours each day. I shall impart to you the technique of the 8 swords of ascending immortals," Bai Fengliu asserted. Upon speaking, he flicked his finger, and a beam of white light entered Kuyo's mind. Kuyo suddenly found new information flooding his consciousness. The 8 swords of ascending immortals. But then there was nothing more. "That's it, Master. Just a name? What about the techniques?" Kuyo nearly lost his composure. "What sort of martial art is this? Just a name and nothing else? What else should there be? A true sword cultivator never walks the path of others. All your techniques must be comprehended by yourself." Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. Kuyo's expression was filled with frustration, yet he refrained from voicing his grievances. Instead, he unsheathed Jutian and turned to begin practicing. Lacking techniques, he resolved to create his own, starting from the most fundamental thrust. Kuyo believed Bai Fengliu's words held merit. A true sword cultivator should not tread the paths of others. Observing this, Bai Fengliu nodded in satisfaction before preparing to take his leave. "Master, where are you going?" Kuyo asked as Bai Fengliu began to depart from me. "I'm off to find a lady to relieve some tension." Bai Fengliu laughed heartily before vanishing in an instant. Kuyo shook his head. Although his master seemed rather unorthodox, he genuinely cared for him. Not to mention, the sword he now held, Jutian, was no ordinary weapon. Regaining his focus, Kuyo dedicated himself to practicing the sword, starting with the fundamental thrust. The path of the world begins with diligence. Kuyo continued to swing his sword. Unbeknownst to him, while Bai Fengliu had given him the 8 swords of ascending immortals without content. At that moment, several miniature swords floated around his sword heart, precisely 8 in number. Long ago, a saying circulated throughout the world. The heavenly book has no words. The 8 swords of ascending immortals. Concealed within the book, the sword emerges to slay immortals. When the 8 swords are drawn, one can stand amidst the heavens and the earth. After Bai Fengliu departed, he arrived at the imperial city of the Tai Empire. Taiyang City. As he strolled leisurely through Taiyang City, he suddenly overheard a conversation. Who do you think will emerge as the champion of this year's Imperial Tournament? The Imperial Tournament? Just yesterday, he had contemplated finding something for his disciple to witness. It seemed this opportunity had presented itself. Just as Bai Fengliu was about to turn away, he heard a sharp voice declare, "Who else but the sword god, Shun Sanjian? Nonsense! The blade immortal, Wang Ba Dao, is the champion in my eyes." A rebuttal immediately followed. What about the enchanting fairy Yanran? Hearing these discussions, Bai Fengliu felt a wave of admiration. There was even someone called Wang Ba Dao. Impressive. The creativity in naming could rival that of the most diabolical. Upon returning to the humble abode, Bai Fengliu relayed this development to Ku Wuyo. Initially, Ku Wuyo's eyes sparkled with excitement, but gradually his enthusiasm dimmed. He looked at Bai Fengliu and said helplessly, "Master, participating in the Imperial Tournament requires a quota, which is typically unattainable for ordinary people. Even in the entire martial city, no one has the opportunity to participate, as the quotas are exceedingly precious." Upon hearing Ku Wuyo's words, Bai Fengliu smiled lightly. "Focus on your sword practice. Just don't embarrass me at the tournament. Leave the quota to me." With that, his figure vanished completely. Bai Fengliu had no idea where to obtain a quota, but since it was the Imperial Tournament, surely the royal palace would have some. Thus, he made his way to the Imperial Palace of the Tai Empire. In the Tai Empire's royal palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe, radiating authority, sat upon the dragon throne, perusing something. Suddenly, Bai Fengliu's figure appeared abruptly within the palace. Upon seeing Bai Fengliu, the Tai Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and, with a guarded tone, inquired, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the royal palace?" The sovereign of Tai did not act immediately. He found himself unable to fathom Bai Fengliu. What sent chills down his spine was the fact that this individual could appear here without a sound. It is worth noting that the Tai Imperial Palace was heavily guarded. Without his command, not even a fly could hope to enter. Observing the sovereign, Bai Fengliu offered a slight smile and spoke in a calm tone. "I have come to secure a spot for the Imperial Grand Competition. Of course, there is no need for such vigilance. I harbor no interest in making a move against you." Upon hearing this, the sovereign of Tai suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What audacity!" With a swift motion, he commanded, "Capture him." Instantly, several figures concealed in the shadows surged toward Bai Fengliu. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fengliu let out a sigh, pondering that perhaps next time he ought to enter through the front door. Moments later, a trembling voice resonated within the palace. "Esteemed one, it is merely a single spot. Is it truly necessary for you to act?" Before Bai Fengliu could respond, the voice continued, "Esteemed one, this is the token for this grand competition." With that, the sovereign of Tai, shaking with trepidation, handed a token to Bai Fengliu. After examining the token and the sovereign's terrified countenance, Bai Fengliu smirked and remarked, "You look rather pathetic." The sovereign nodded vigorously. "Your words are indeed wise." Without casting another glance at him, Bai Fengliu vanished in an instant. The sovereign exhaled, feeling a wave of relief. That young man was truly terrifying. He had effortlessly dispatched all hidden guards, each of whom had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. What was most alarming, however, was that with a mere gesture, the previously defeated guards had inexplicably returned to life, killing and resurrecting in an instant. Was this a game? Before he could ponder further, he looked up to see that young man once again, nearly choking in disbelief. "Esteemed one, do you have any further instructions?" Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence. I almost forgot. I am a firm believer in equitable exchange. Having taken your token, I shall offer you a benefit in return." With that, Bai Fengliu produced a pill, stating, "You have been stuck at the peak of foundational cultivation for some time. This shall be yours, a reward for the token." He tossed the pill to the sovereign and promptly disappeared. After Bai Fengliu's departure, the sovereign glanced at the pill in his hand, and in that moment, his composure shattered. For the pill he held was none other than the Golden Yuan pill, essential for foundational cultivators seeking to advance to the Golden Core stage. Upon returning to his courtyard, Bai Fengliu found Ku Wuyi still practicing his sword techniques. Shaking his head in exasperation, he remarked, Your perseverance is commendable, but your approach is misguided. Misguided? Kowui queried. I have heard that great masters return to simplicity after reaching a certain level, abandoning all ostentation and employing only the most basic techniques. Bai Fengliu responded bluntly, You call yourself a great master. What level of cultivation do you possess? You, a mere novice, aspire to emulate their simplicity. Indeed, you are correct, Kowui said, his face flushed with embarrassment. In the following days, under Bai Fengliu's guidance, Kowui managed to execute a few techniques. While they were somewhat clumsy, they did not detract from his efforts. What harm was there in being both unrefined and lacking skill? Days passed, and Bai Fengliu could no longer tolerate the sight of Kowui's struggles. He decided to provide a bit of direction. With Bai Fengliu's slight guidance, Kowui quickly mastered his very first sword technique, the slash of the void. In truth, the instruction was minimal. He merely presented a manual on the technique and demonstrated it 1,000 times. Watching Kowui continue to practice, Bai Fengliu shook his head and said, Stop for now. Upon hearing this, Kowui paused, confusion etched on his face. What is it, master? Why should I stop? At that moment, Bai Fengliu felt an overwhelming urge to strike out. He struggled to maintain his composure and replied, Disciple, cease your practice. Your comprehension is so lackluster that I fear I may lose my temper and dispatch you myself. On the verge of an outburst, Bai Fengliu sought refuge elsewhere. Thus, the master and disciple made their way to the entrance of the drunken immortal pavilion. Observing the establishment before him, Bai Fengliu couldn't help but smile. What a savvy business, thriving even in this desolate realm. With that, he led Kowui inside. Upon entering, the opulent hall nearly blinded Kowui, who was unaccustomed to such luxury. Goodness, is it truly this extravagant? It borders on inhumane. A charming young waitress approached them, bowing respectfully. Esteemed guests, do you wish to dine or trade? Despite the unremarkable appearance of the duo, the drunken immortal pavilion had a strict policy against underestimating any patron. In response, Bai Fengliu turned to the waitress with a smile, saying, A drink. Pleased, he then looked at Kowui, adding, Though the wine may be subpar, it offers a chance to savor the essence of mortal life. Just as he finished speaking, a boisterous laugh echoed through the pavilion. The wine at the drunken immortal pavilion is poor. To experience mortal life, such hubris. How dare one speak thus within these walls? A richly dressed man began to approach them. What has stirred your discontent? Brother, an elder clad in the pavilion's managing robes appeared. The man referred to as brother, he glanced at the elder with a faint smile. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to see who would dare to say the wine here is lacking. Bai Fengliu ignored the two entirely, directing his gaze back to the waitress. One jug of wine and a few dishes. Pleased, he then led Kowui to an empty table and took a seat. Brother, feeling disregarded, approached them once more, his expression turning icy as he coldly stated, I, Lao-san, am speaking, and you dare to ignore me? Bai Fengliu frowned at this. What was the matter with these lower realm inhabitants? Had their minds become deranged? Hearing Lao-san's words, Kowui stood and addressed the pavilion's manager. My master and I are merely enjoying a drink here. Is it not your duty to manage such disruptions? The manager smiled slightly, his tone laced with mockery. Brother, he has not made a move. Where is the disruption in that? At this, the young waitress appeared to struggle with an unspoken thought, but ultimately refrained from expressing it. Fearing the repercussions, seeing the manager siding with him only emboldened Lao-san further, he stepped forward, ready to speak. But in the next moment, Bai Fengliu raised his hand and struck him, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. Bai Fengliu then remarked coolly, Have you forgotten your wits in your years of cultivation? Witnessing this scene, the patrons within the drunken immortal pavilion were left in stunned silence. Who was Lao-san? He was the third master of the He family, one of the three prominent families in Wuching. Though not the strongest, his family commanded respect in the city. A.S. Lao-san was obliterated before their eyes. The pavilion's manager furrowed his brow and questioned, Why do you commit murder within my establishment? Although Bai Fengliu's strength was formidable, the manager remained unafraid. After all, he was Vank, the head manager of the drunken immortal pavilion's Wuching branch, a peak cultivator and the foremost figure in Wuching. Bai Fengliu's voice turned frosty. Are you blind? Though he had no desire to engage with the lower realm cultivators, it did not mean he lacked temper. "Ah, how bold of you! Do you think that by killing Yilao-san, you can rampage through Wuching?" The old man declared. "Today, I shall see why you dare to act so recklessly." Having spoken, he lunged directly towards Bai Fengliu. Observing the approaching figure of Vank, Kawaii promptly summoned the myriad heavens, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Fengliu. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu continued to sip leisurely from his cup, entirely oblivious to Vank's presence. Just as Vank's hand was about to make contact with Kawaii, a sudden surge of sword energy emanated from Bai Fengliu's being. In an instant, Vank's figure vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a fleeting mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, those present were struck with a sense of dread, their legs trembling uncontrollably. How could a superlative master at the pinnacle of his craft simply cease to exist, leaving no trace? Who exactly was this young man before them? Why had they never heard of him before? They glanced again at the bewildered Kawaii in front of them. Feeling an unfamiliarity to it was hardly surprising, as Kawaii had little presence in this martial city. Observing Bai Fengliu, who was still calmly enjoying his drink, Kawaii couldn't help but tug at his master's sleeve and suggested, "Master, perhaps it would be wise for us to leave and find another place to drink." To be honest, he felt a bit anxious. What kind of ruthless individual was his master, willing to eliminate someone over a mere disagreement? It seemed prudent for him to choose his words carefully in the future. Otherwise, he might inadvertently provoke his master and face dire consequences. In response, Bai Fengliu slowly rose, shaking his head at the terrified gazes of the onlookers. Cultivators. When one's cultivation reaches a certain height, they often believe they can behave as they please. Those who cultivate with wisdom are still far too few. With that, he departed from the drunken immortal building, not forgetting to take along several jars of wine. That night, at the He family estate in the Martial City, in the main hall, a middle-aged man addressed the family head. "Family head, are we really going to let the third Master-S incident go unaddressed? When has our He family ever suffered such humiliation?" The man seated at the head of the table replied in a calm tone, "If you seek vengeance, then go ahead, but do not blame me for not warning you. That individual annihilated Vank in an instant. If you lack the courage, then leave and cease your incessant whining as if you were formidable." The man abruptly stood, his gaze unwavering as he retorted, "Then I shall take my leave." The following day, Kawaii and Bai Fengliu arrived at a vacant lot on the streets of the Martial City, where the master and disciple set up a stall. Although Kawaii could not comprehend why his master suddenly wished to sell elixirs, he refrained from questioning it further. The world of the elite was beyond his understanding. Having chosen a suitable spot, Kawaii casually named the stall Fengliu Elixir Stall. "Walk by, don't miss out." The Fengliu Elixir Stall is now open for a limited time. As long as you can afford it, we sell elixirs of any grade. Grand opening discount, all items at 90% off, Kawaii bellowed enthusiastically. Damn it, who dares to set up a stall in a martial city? Don't they know that stalls are strictly prohibited here? Just as Kawaii finished a shout, a gruff voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves. Moments later, a group of guards appeared before the Fengliu Elixir Stall. The leading man, puffing out his chest, cursed loudly, "Let me see which little rascal dares to openly defy the rules of the martial city." Upon glancing down at the two before him, his expression nearly faltered in shock. The ruthless individual who had annihilated Vank was present. "Oh, great one. You're setting up a stall?" he exclaimed. "I knew it. The martial city is vast and resourceful. Such a prime spot should not be wasted on a stall. Please continue with your business. I must hurry home to enjoy the meal my wife has prepared." With that, he fled in haste, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers in utter disbelief. Many recognized Bai Fengliu and understood that he was a formidable figure. A S-word spread. The crowd quickly learned of Bai Fengliu's deeds and flocked to witness the spectacle. It was known that while Bai Fengliu was ruthless, he only acted against those who had provoked him. Generally, individuals of his caliber refrained from indiscriminate killing. Moreover, given his profound cultivation, it was likely that Kawaii's claims were genuine. Thus, the crowd was eager to see what elixirs Bai Fengliu could offer. "Senior, may I inquire the price of a soul-breaking pill?" After some time, a peak soul refining cultivator could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, Kuwaye replied nonchalantly. When they arrived, Bai Fengliu had provided him with a plethora of elixirs, allowing him to set the prices himself. Typically, a soul-breaking pill would cost just over 600 spirit stones. But he priced it high because all the elixirs given to him by Bai Fengliu were of the highest quality. Is it really that expensive? The cultivator was clearly taken aback by the price. What's this? Are you complaining about the cost? Our elixirs are all top tier. Feel free to buy or move along to the next customer, Kuwaye answered coolly. What top tier elixirs? The cultivator's voice rose dramatically. Kuwaye, uninterested in further discussion, produced a jade vial and poured out a white elixir. The moment the elixir was revealed, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Indeed, it is top tier. Is that really a top tier elixir for sale? And only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? The crowd erupted into a flurry of conversation. I'll take it. Young brother, here are 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. I wish to purchase a soul-breaking pill. The previously speaking cultivator hurriedly produced a storage ring and handed it to Kuwaye, clearly anxious that he might change his mind. I want a soul-refining pill. I want a soul-breaking pill. Don't push. Who do you think you are? Old Bai Deng. How dare you cut in line? In a brief moment, the stall was inundated with eager customers seeking to purchase elixirs. Everyone, please form a line. Each of you will have the chance to buy the elixirs you desire. Anyone wishing to cut in line can speak to my master. If you can withstand a slap from him, I will allow you to cut in, Kuwaye announced. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively lined up, as none wished to provoke Bai Fengliu. Besides, who would dare call that a mere slap? It was more akin to an ascent to the heavens. Here you go, one top-tier, soul-breaking pill. Kuwaye accepted a storage ring and handed over an elixir. I would like a great restoration pill. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black, dressed entirely in dark robes, spoke up. The individual was quite short, resembling a gnome, and their voice was exceedingly unpleasant. Yes, we have it. A top-tier great restoration pill costs 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Kuwaye replied with a cheerful demeanor. It seemed a significant sale was at hand. This opportunity must be seized. Upon hearing the price, the previously eager black-cloaked figure's expression dimmed as if doused with cold water. While they needed the great restoration pill, 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones were beyond their means. They contemplated theft but could not discern Bai Fengliu's strength. After a moment of silence, the black-cloaked figure turned to leave. Just then, Bai Fengliu, seated lazily on the ground, spoke up. Give her one. No charge. What? Not only was Kai taken aback, but the entire crowd, including the now turning black cloak figure, was astonished. No charge. Master, that is 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Are you truly giving that away for free? However, Kuwaye quickly regained his composure, retrieving a top-tier great restoration pill and presenting it to the still-dazed black-cloaked figure. Since his master had spoken, he had no reason to refuse. It made sense, but it was of little consequence. The black-cloaked figure gazed at the elixir before them, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. After stabilizing her feelings, she bowed to Bai Fengliu and said, "Thank you." Before turning to depart, that moment, Bai Fengliu slowly addressed her. "Little one, wait a moment." He then turned to Kai, "Disciple, that will be all for today. We shall continue selling tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the black-cloaked figure froze, pondering what this could mean. But in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. As she discovered that her body was completely unresponsive, she found herself slowly walking towards Bai Fengliu. After departing from the street vendor, the trio made their way toward Kuwaye's thatched hut. Along the way, the cloaked figure seemed burdened with unspoken thoughts, lost in contemplation. Upon reaching the thatched cottage, Bai Fengliu observed the somewhat anxious demeanor of the cloaked figure and smiled faintly before remarking, "I am quite curious. As a Tao spirit, how could you sustain such grievous injuries? In other words, who in this land could have inflicted such harm upon you?" Hearing this, Kuwaye cast a puzzled glance at the cloaked figure, who abruptly lifted her head to meet Bai Fengliu's gaze. Her aura surging with intensity as she fixated on him. "Who are you?" This overwhelming presence sent Kuwaye, who was counting spirit stones nearby, flying across the room. Yet Bai Fengliu remained unfazed, maintaining his smile as he addressed the cloaked figure. If you wish to live, do not attempt to test me. The cloaked figure persisted, her aura unwavering as she continued to stare intently at Bai Fengliu. Growing weary of the standoff, Bai Fengliu stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of her. Just as the cloaked figure prepared to strike, she felt an invisible force binding her, rendering her unable to move, not even a single finger. Do not be alarmed. I will ask, and you shall answer. I mean you no harm. Bai Fengliu reassured her that if you wish to survive, it is best that you do not deceive me. How were you injured? After a moment of silence, the cloaked figure replied, I was wounded by the Lord of Xianhuang. Strangely, her voice had transformed into a melodious tone, reminiscent of a young girl's sweet and clear timbre. Bai Fengliu was not taken aback by this revelation. Why did he wish to harm you? He inquired at T.O. break into the sacred realm. Yet unable to comprehend the means, he sought to take my essence to aid him in discovering the path to sanctification. The cloaked figure's voice quivered slightly. Then how did he manage to locate you if he has not ascended to the sacred realm? He lured me out. And how did he deceive you? He said, at this point, her voice trailed off, seemingly embarrassed. What did he say? Bai Fengliu pressed on. He said he would buy me candy. Bai Fengliu was momentarily speechless. He promised to buy you candy? What a ridiculous excuse to deceive a Tao spirit. With a swift motion, Bai Fengliu pulled back the cloak, revealing a young girl clad in a light green dress and wearing small white shoes. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old. Her bright, watery eyes paired with a cherubic face made her exceedingly adorable. However, she was diminutive, only 1/5 the size of an ordinary girl. Yet at that moment, a grotesque scar marred her abdomen, blood trickling from it. Upon witnessing this scene, Kawuyo felt an intense surge of anger rising within him. Who dares to harm such a precious little girl? Step forward, and I shall confront you. If you dare strike me, let us see if you can escape unscathed. Looking at the young Tao spirit, Bai Fengliu could not help but ask, as a Tao spirit, how could you possibly be overpowered by someone who has yet to achieve sanctification? He had encountered numerous Tao spirits in his long life, all of whom were formidable, some even capable of contending with emperors. The little girl lowered her head and, shyly rubbing her fingers, murmured, I took a nap and forgot how to fight. Bai Fengliu decided to cease his inquiries and called upon his somewhat foolish disciple. Kawuyo, this Tao spirit will accompany you from now on. Take good care of her, for she will be of great assistance to you in the future. Kawuyo nodded firmly. Who could resist such a charming little being? Yet the Tao spirit interjected, I do not blame him. He is simply too weak. Feeling slighted, Kawuyo's heart sank. Ultimately, after a bit of coaxing from Bai Fengliu, the little Tao spirit reluctantly agreed to follow Kawuyo. Come here, little one, Bai Fengliu beckoned. The girl scampered over on her tiny legs. Little one, do you know that the great returning pill will not heal your wounds? Bai Fengliu inquired. The little Tao spirit nodded. Then why do you still want it? It looks delicious. Master, can you heal the little Tao spirit? Kawuyo asked, his heart aching at the sight of her gruesome scar. That of course I can heal her. However, the treatment will require a substantial amount of spirit stones, which will be charged to your account, Bai Fengliu stated. Not a problem. Kawuyo patted his chest, exuding confidence as if he had an abundance of wealth. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Bai Fengliu raised a finger, speaking leisurely. 10 million. How much is that? Kawuyo's carefree demeanor vanished as he widened his eyes in disbelief. 10 million. Is there a problem? Bai Fengliu asked nonchalantly. Kawuyo gulped, struggling to articulate. Master, could you possibly offer a discount? Of course. What kind of discount? A broken bone discount. Pack it up, bury it. In the end, amidst Kawuyo's anguished cries, Bai Fengliu gently assisted him in signing the agreement. Sitting on the ground, Kawuyo wore a look of utter despair. I could see that moment. The young Tao spirit, now healed by Bai Fengliu, approached Kawuyo and wrapped her arms around his. Brother, thank you. You are truly a good person. Brother, upon hearing this, Kawuyo's spirits surged as he turned to the little Tao spirit. The words resonated within him, striking a chord deep in his heart. An orphan since childhood, he had navigated a world rife with deceit and brutality all alone, yearning for familial bonds that had always eluded him. Now I, Kawuyo, am no longer alone. I have a sister, As he spoke, tears streamed down his face as he lifted the little Tao spirit into his arms, declaring, "Little Tao spirit, from now on, I shall be your brother. If anyone dares to bully you, they will have to step over me. I will take care of you from now on." Enough. The little Tao spirit is expressing her gratitude. "Why are you acting so crazy?" Bai Fengliu interjected. "Also, the little one is growing. She will need spirit stones daily, around 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Kuo's excitement evaporated, and he turned to the little Tao spirit with difficulty, asking, little Tao spirit, "Is what Master said true?" The little Tao spirit blinked her large, adorable eyes and replied, "Not exactly." Upon hearing this, Kuo sighed in relief. However, before he could fully relax, the little Tao spirit continued, "Sometimes I eat a bit more, and it could be around 30 or 40,000. Before Kuo could continue lamenting, a mocking voice resonated through the air, followed by a young man with a delicate appearance appearing not far from them. He surveyed Bai Fengliu and then turned to Kuo, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He killed Vank in a heartbeat. He must have reached the foundation establishment stage, but it seems his intellect is lacking. Daring to flaunt so many high-quality pills in this martial city. TSK, such audacity. With that, his aura surged, revealing his pinnacle foundation establishment cultivation. For reasons unknown, Bai Fengliu, upon hearing the young man's words, did not feel anger, but instead wore a playful smile. He approached Kuo and said, "Disciple, go ahead, just don't kill him. Leave him alive." Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's words and glancing at the pinnacle foundation establishment youth, Kuo turned to Bai Fengliu, disbelief written all over his face. "Master, are you out of your mind?" He then reached out to touch Bai Fengliu's forehead, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be. Even if Master S cultivation is unfathomable, my level of cultivation should not be so lacking in common sense." The words of Kuo should have fallen silent. Yet Bai Fengliu delivered a resounding slap, declaring, "Rebellious disciple, I see that you cannot endure a day without punishment. Your entire being is in discomfort." Just as Bai Fengliu was relentlessly thrashing Kuo, the young man, who had yet to reach his peak, furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to Bai Fengliu, his voice frosty as he stated, "Do you, perhaps, underestimate me?" The demeanor of the androgynous youth shifted abruptly, for he was terror-stricken to find himself utterly unable to speak, nor could he move an inch. After a brief moment, Bai Fengliu adjusted his somewhat disheveled, tattered Taoist robe and gazed at Kuo, who stood by, bruised and battered, wearing an expression of grievance. He softly urged, "Go on, unleash your frustrations. Give him a thorough beating." He gestured towards the still astonished Xiaqing. Kuo glanced at Bai Fengliu, then at Xiaqing, and quietly replied, "Master, I shall not go." Upon hearing this, Bai Fengliu frowned, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Observing Bai Fengliu's expression, Kuo could not help but roar. "Bai Fengliu, do you possess no conscience? Must I perish before you find joy? I am, after all, your disciple. You cannot treat me this way." That he pointed at the androgynous man, continuing, "What is his cultivation level?" "Peak foundation establishment." "What is my cultivation level?" "Peak body refinement." With a single slap, he could end me. Do you understand? By the end of his plea, Kuo's tone became exceedingly pitiful. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengliu suddenly understood, his expression turning awkward as he apologized. "My apologies, disciple. I mistook your weakness for his. Such trivial matters should be brought to my attention. Do not bottle them up inside." He gestured at Kuo's battered visage, saying, "Look at what you've done to yourself." Turning his gaze towards the bound youth, Bai Fengliu slowly spoke, "Little one, you see, I'm not the one bullying you. My disciple is simply too weak. How about this? We shall have a little contest." With that, he released the binds restraining the androgynous youth. The androgynous youth regarded Bai Fengliu in silence. But moments later, he knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Big brother, I beg you, spare me. I only sought to pilfer your elixirs out of desperation. I have 188 concubines at home awaiting my care, and hundreds of infants in cradles waiting for sustenance. My situation is dire. If you do not believe me, inquire about me. My name is Xiaqing. Just ask for my name, and you'll see." Upon hearing this, both Kuo and Bai Fengliu were left speechless after a moment. Bai Fengliu remarked, I traversed the myriad realms, undefeated until I crossed paths with you. Now I truly understand what it means to face a ruthless individual that in this regard, I find myself lacking. With that, to the astonishment of Kowui, he seized Xie Qing by the shoulder and vanished from sight. Amidst the starry expanse, the bewildered Xie Qing found himself being whisked away by Bai Fengliu, traversing one galaxy after another. Moments later, Bai Fengliu halted before a desolate planet, turning to the youth and saying, Dragon Clan, 9 servants. Yet with your disposition, you cannot yet accompany little Ko.1 lowly cultivator is sufficient. I cannot withstand another. Without waiting for Xie Qing's response, Bai Fengliu unceremoniously cast him aside. As Xie Qing plummeted towards the planet, Bai Fengliu languidly instructed, for the time being, keep him close, nurture him well. As long as he remains alive, you may do as you wish. With that, Bai Fengliu turned to depart. Once Bai Fengliu had left, the desolate planet erupted with Xie Qing's heart-wrenching wails. Big brother, who are you? Let us converse civilly. Do not approach. In the starry void, 2 figures sat across from one another, one being Bai Fengliu, while the other was an enigmatic figure draped in a tattered robe, whose true visage remained obscured. Before them floated an object reminiscent of a chessboard, yet this board was composed of countless twinkling points of light. Some of these points gradually grew brighter, while others began to fade away. This starry chessboard is in disarray. A great era is upon us. The indistinct figure intoned at IT appears we are approaching the final showdown. IT this. Bai Fengliu nodded, acknowledging the sword-bearer's 9 servants have appeared prematurely, indicating that those behind the scenes can no longer remain idle. They fear little Ku's growth. Once he matures, I shall have no reservations. At that time, I shall strike until the heavens tremble. Just as Bai Fengliu finished speaking, the starry expanse around him and the robed figure erupted violently, spatial rifts tearing through the void. Subsequently, several terrifying presences manifested around them, sealing off the surrounding starry skies for thousands of miles. Observing this, Bai Fengliu turned his gaze towards the indistinct figure and shook his head, saying, You have many paths before you. Why choose a road leading to your demise? In response, the figure shook his head, asserting a dead end. No, I have merely chosen the correct path that if death awaits, it shall be yours here. With that, he attempted to rise and leave, but before he could act, a beam of sword light halted before his brow. Bai Fengliu cast a glance at the figure and chuckled. Do not move. Enjoy the performance. Rising to his feet, he addressed the gathered crowd. Kill. At the command of one among them, the terrifying figures simultaneously launched their assault, sending tremors through the entire starry expanse as a fearsome void storm rampaged forth. In the face of this collective onslaught, Bai Fengliu's countenance remained unperturbed. The cacophony of their attacks crashed down upon him, and in an instant, the space he occupied was rendered void, a colossal black hole forming and expanding relentlessly. Witnessing this spectacle, the assailants exchanged glances of disdain, one remarking, The Swordmaster of the Awakening Thunder? Easily dispatched. Only the man targeted by Bai Fengliu's sword energy wore an expression of dread, for the sense of danger emanating from the sword energy before him had not diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, a beam of sword light erupted from the void black hole, piercing through one of the attacker's brows. The man wore a look of astonishment as vitality swiftly drained from him. More rubbish. How disappointing, Bai Fengliu's voice echoed, his figure gradually emerging from the black hole, surrounded by swirling sword energies, the previous onslaught having failed to breach even his protective sword aura as they beheld Bai Fengliu's form. The assailant's expressions grew grave. One squinted slightly, extending his hand to draw forth an abundance of void energy, which coalesced into a spear in his grasp. Just as he formed the spear, he noticed Bai Fengliu wave his hand, sending a sword energy hurtling towards him. A flash of ferocity ignited in his eyes as he thrust the spear forward, colliding with Bai Fengliu's sword energy. With a crack, the spear shattered upon contact, and the man was instantly impaled by Bai Fengliu's sword energy, vanishing into the starry expanse. Retreat. Seeing this, the remaining figures tore through the fabric of space, attempting to escape. However, just as they crossed the threshold of the spatial rift, their expressions shifted to one of dismay as they found themselves once again in the starry void. The surrounding space had been sealed by swathes of sword energy, rendering their escape impossible. As they reappeared in the starry expanse, Bai Fengliu spoke slowly. "I apologize for allowing you to linger a while longer. Now, I shall escort you on your journey." Having spoken, Bai Fengliu stepped forward, and the protective sword aura that enveloped him erupted forth, carrying with it a palpable aura of destruction, cleaving toward those individuals. The sound of piercing echoed repeatedly, and no matter how fervently they resisted, it proved futile. The sword aura pierced directly through their foreheads, siphoning away the very essence of life within them. As he gazed upon the lifeless bodies floating in the starry sky, Bai Fengliu waved his hand, and the corpses disintegrated, transforming into wisps of crimson mist before vanishing from sight. After eradicating those individuals, Bai Fengliu returned to stand before the man in the burlap robe, smiling as he remarked, "The show is over. It is time to depart," without waiting for the man to respond. Bai Fengliu turned and walked away. In the very instant his figure faded from view, the space before the man began to warp, multiple layers of spatial distortion coalescing, causing him to be violently thrust backward several thousand jauns, subsequently tearing through the void beside him. Before the man could escape through the rift in the fabric of space, a surge of sword aura shot forth, piercing through the barriers of space and striking toward him. The man's expression changed drastically, his aura swelling uncontrollably as numerous barriers manifested before him. Yet, these barriers were as insubstantial as mere decorations, easily shattered by the sword aura. Afterward, the sword aura traversed through his body, tearing him apart into a cloud of blood mist. Once all was resolved, Bai Fengliu returned to the humble abode of Kuuyo, observing Kuuyo playfully engaged with the little Tao spirit. Bai Fengliu approached and delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming, "Unruly disciple! Look at your pitifully weak cultivation, yet you still dare to frolic here. Get back to your sword practice, if you fail to show any progress. I shall discipline you severely." He then turned to the little Tao spirit, saying, "Ah, little Tao spirit, I have come to keep you company." Witnessing this scene, Kuuyo felt deeply aggrieved. He was about to speak when Bai Fengliu interrupted him. "One word, one slap. Young hero, please speak," Kuuyo managed to utter, only to find his mouth abruptly shut as he walked aside to practice his swordsmanship, observing Kuuyo tirelessly wielding the sword Jutian. Bai Fengliu could not help but inquire, "What are you doing? Are you cramping up?" At this, Kuuyo paused his motions, a look of confusion crossing his face as he replied, "Didn't you instruct me to practice swordplay?" Elder, hearing this, Bai Fengliu stepped beside Kuuyo and patted his shoulder, stating, "Disciple, your ability to practice swordplay in the air is quite a talent indeed. A rarity. I must say that in my travels, I have never encountered someone with such a low level of intelligence as you. I shall not quibble with a fool, but as your master, I must correct you." With that, he tore through the space before Kuuyo, declaring, "I have already prepared your opponent. Off you go." Before Kuuyo could react, Bai Fengliu kicked him into the rift. As Kuuyo was unceremoniously thrust into the spatial rift, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, only to find himself in the midst of a forest. Rubbing his rear, which had nearly been split apart by Bai Fengliu's kick, he gradually stood up, casting a curious glance around. Recognizing the somewhat familiar surroundings, Kuuyo could not help but curse. "What the hell? This is the very forest outside Wuching, the place where I almost fell victim to a beast last time." Unlike before, when he had ventured to the periphery, he now found himself in the heart of the forest. Just as Kuuyo finished speaking, he felt every hair on his body stand on end, a profound sense of danger surging within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned Jutian, spinning around to deliver a swift strike. Jutian collided with a massive figure, and Kuuyo was sent flying by a claw strike, spitting blood mid-air. The mid-stage fusion realm beast, the Red Tiger, landed with a thud, and Kuuyo quickly regained his footing. Eyes warily fixated on the beast before him, at this moment, he could no longer afford to dwell on his injuries. Facing a mid-stage Red Tiger, one wrong move could spell his demise. He had to remain ever vigilant. The Red Tiger, observing the massive wound inflicted by Jutian on its claw, roared in fury and charged toward Kawuyo. Once more, Iwuyo's expression hardened, and he unleashed a slash of the void-slicing sword light. It was his first time employing sword techniques, and anticipation surged within him for the power of the void-slicing sword light. However, in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as the red tiger swatted the sword light aside with a single paw, effortlessly shattering it. Apart from a small scratch on its paw, the beast suffered no further harm. What the hell? This won't do. With that, Kawuyo brandished Jutian and charged forward. In mere moments, Kawuyo was drenched in blood, with a dent in his chest. Meanwhile, the red tiger bore only a few non-fatal sword wounds. With a resounding crack, Kawuyo was sent sprawling by another strike from the red tiger, crashing hard against a nearby tree. He had no time to recover, quickly leaping several zhang away. With a roar, yet another mid-stage red tiger appeared where he had just stood point two of them, faced with the sudden appearance of a second red tiger. Kawuyo's expression darkened. He could barely withstand one, and now there were two. Is this the end? Shaking his head, he tightened his grip on Jutian, resolutely staring down the two red tigers. And no matter what, he could not afford to give up. If he himself lost hope, then survival would indeed be impossible. However, instead of charging in, Kawuyo quickly devised a strategy in his mind. With a synchronized roar, the two red tigers lunged toward him, and a glint of ferocity flashed in Kawuyo's eyes as he unleashed a void-slicing sword light, then brandished Jutian to meet the oncoming beasts. As Kawuyo fought against the two red tigers, he soon felt his spiritual energy waning perilously low. He once again unleashed a void-slicing sword light, then swiftly distanced himself from the two red tigers while consuming a top-grade Great Recovery pill. As the pill took effect, his spiritual energy gradually began to replenish. Kill! Kawuyo bellowed, charging forward. Fleeing? He had considered it, but escaping under the assault of two red tigers was simply unrealistic. Today, it would be either he vanquishing the two red tigers or being slaughtered by them. Amidst the dual assault of the red tigers, a vision of a long sword flashed in his mind. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the sharp claws of the red tiger tore into his back, leaving him bloodied and battered. Feeling the agonizing pain radiating from his back, Kawuyo frowned, muttering, "Damn it, even if I perish here today, I will take one of you down with me." Yes, he spoke. The image of the long sword resurfaced in his mind. This time, he clearly envisioned its form, and something strange began to transpire. The two red tigers appeared to be frozen in place, their claws suspended before him. Motionless, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted around Kawuyo, and a long sword manifested before him, gradually shrinking until it embedded itself into his forehead. With the sword's penetration, a new piece of information flooded into Kawuyo's mind. The first stance of the immortal 8 swords. No day. Iwuyo's eyes shot open, revealing pupils of an eerie grayish-white hue, an indescribable strangeness emanating from him. He transformed, resembling a demon god emerging from the depths of hell. With a mere wave of his hand, a grayish-white, long sword hovered before him, and everything around him lost its color, leaving only shades of gray and white. No day. Kawuyo slowly uttered, and the long sword before him lunged toward the two red tigers. Just as the sword was about to make contact, it erupted in a brilliant explosion, and the surrounding world gradually regained its colors. However, with the return of color, the two red tigers bore the marks of gray and white sword lines upon their bodies. As the body of the red tiger gradually dissipated into nothingness, Bai Fengliu, observing this scene from before the thatched cottage, revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. Indeed, there was talent to speak of, worthy of the identity of a sword-bearer. With that, he extended his hand and directly pulled Kawuyo back. Still somewhat dazed, Kawuyo glanced around but could not spot the figure of Xiao Daoling. Thus he inquired, "Master, where is Xiao Daoling?" Bai Fengliu smiled slightly and gestured towards the thatched cottage, saying, "Inside, he is refining pills. The little one believes he will starve to death if he follows you. So he has chosen to learn alchemy with me, intending to fend for himself." Upon hearing this, Kawuyo patted his chest, exclaiming, "Master, call Xiao Daoling out. What is he refining? I'm quite impressive now. I will be able to support him in the future." In response to this remark, Bai Fengliu delivered a swift slap, retorting, "At the pinnacle of the corporeal realm, and you are already so arrogant. Go back and enter seclusion. You cannot even support yourself and still boast here. Fool! In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. And Kuwei successfully stepped into the early stage of condensation, but he felt an unprecedented lightness surrounding him. Following Bai Fengliu's humanized education, he suddenly realized that the early stage of condensation was not so formidable after all. Master, shouldn't we set off for the imperial capital to participate in the grand competition? Kuwei calculated the days, noting that there were merely 10 days left until the event. Bai Fengliu nodded in agreement. Then he lifted Xiao Dowling with one hand while placing his other hand on Kuwei's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Kuwei felt darkness envelop him, only to behold an enormous city gate materializing before him, with numerous cultivators standing at its entrance. Taihang City, goodness! Have we arrived at the imperial capital in the blink of an eye? Kuwei felt somewhat bewildered by this turn of events. Let us go. Why are you standing there a daze? Bai Fengliu patted Kuwei's shoulder and led Xiao Dowling towards Taihang City. Regaining his senses, Kuwei hurriedly followed suit. Upon reaching the city gate, Kuwei soon discovered that the multitude of cultivators was due to the requirement of paying spirit stones to enter Taihang City, 20 low-grade spirit stones per person. Had this been the past, Kuwei would have certainly cursed, lamenting the outrageousness of such a place where merely entering demanded 20 low-grade spirit stones. However, times had changed. To him now, 20 low-grade spirit stones were hardly significant. Once they had paid the required spirit stones, the trio entered Taihang City. As Kuwei gazed upon the bustling sights within, he felt like a curious child, eager to explore. Let us find a place to settle down and then enjoy a good stroll. Bai Fengliu stretched lazily, speaking in a leisurely manner. For him, such days were immensely pleasurable, and he couldn't be bothered to scrutinize anything with his divine sense, preferring to let things unfold naturally. The group soon found an extraordinarily opulent inn. Bai Fengliu's extravagant demeanor burst forth as he directly requested the two most luxurious rooms, costing 300 high-grade spirit stones for a single night, and he paid for an entire month up front. The proprietor, sensing Bai Fengliu's lavishness, declared, "Since you were so generous, I shall charge you a little less today." Not to be outdone, the innkeeper waved his hand, and the two rooms were priced at 5,999 high-grade spirit stones. Bai Fengliu, arriving at the door of their rooms, Bai Fengliu took one room, with Xiao Dowling, while Kuwei occupied the other. Kuwei was utterly flabbergasted by this arrangement. What is this operation? Is Master not going to stay with Xiao Dowling? Realizing this, he bellowed, "Bai Fengliu, you beast!" and charged at him wielding his sword, Zhu Tian. This series of bewildering actions left Bai Fengliu utterly confounded. What is this? Has the sword practice muddled your mind? Wait a moment. What did this brat just call me? Bai Fengliu, beast. Upon coming to his senses, Bai Fengliu delivered a slap, sending Kuwei crashing to the ground. Rebellious disciple. After Bai Fengliu's gentle explanation, Kuwei, with tears in his eyes, understood the situation. For a being of Bai Fengliu's caliber, creating an independent space within the room for Xiao Dowling to learn alchemy was an effortless task. The reason for bringing Xiao Dowling along was to provide guidance during his free time. "Master, you should have mentioned this earlier," Kuwei said, feeling wronged. Rebellious disciple. Bai Fengliu's temper flared upon hearing Kuwei's words, and he promptly delivered another slap. "Master, what have I done wrong this time? You dared to breathe." With a face full of grievances and a swollen visage, Kuwei returned to his room upon entering. He was immediately enveloped by a rich influx of spiritual energy. My goodness. There's even a small gathering array. Gazing at the opulent room, he felt that all the unpleasant experiences he had endured earlier had faded into oblivion. He had never stayed in such a luxurious room in his lifetime. After the initial surprise, Kuwei began to immerse himself in cultivation, seeking to comprehend the sword path. Although he had grasped the concept of wuzizi, he had yet to truly understand the sword path. Put it simply, he was still not even at the threshold of swordsmanship. 3 days swiftly passed, and a surge of sword energy erupted around Kuwei. He opened his eyes, feeling satisfied with his progress in swordsmanship, that he had indeed entered the realm of a swordmaster. Swordsmanship is categorized into Swordmaster, Grand Swordmaster, Sword Sovereign, Sword King, and Sword Saint. Kuai went to Bai Fengliu's room and found Xiao Dowling joyfully counting the fragrant pills in his hands, while Bai Fengliu looked on with satisfaction. What in the world is this? I was just about to inform Bai Fengliu of my breakthrough to Swordmaster, only to discover that Xiao Dowling has become a yellow-level alchemist. A yellow-level alchemist? There are none in the entire Tai Empire. You little brat are going to share my news of becoming a Swordmaster? Go back. Compared to Xiao Dowling, you are nothing, Bai Fengliu remarked nonchalantly. Master, could you possibly train with me just once? Kuai mustered his courage to approach Bai Fengliu. Since comprehending was easy, he had not truly engaged in combat with anyone, and thus he was unaware of his own limits. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengliu sat up abruptly. Is this a rare opportunity? How delightful! It's not often you show such ambition. I shall oblige. Without a second thought, Bai Fengliu agreed that Kuai felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing an ominous premonition, with a wave of his hand, Bai Fengliu transported Kuai to a mysterious realm. In this world, floating mountain peaks towered into the clouds, adorned with trees laden with spirit fruits, while verdant lakes stretched below, where several massive figures swam. The thunderous roar pierced the sky, followed by the arrival of an enormous figure soaring through the heavens. That was an immense bird radiating scorching flames, its feathers resplendent, with what appeared to be a regal crown atop its head. The colossal bird landed beside Bai Fengliu, then obediently laid down at his side. Bai Fengliu looked at the bird and chuckled. Little Phoenix, are you still comfortable here? I'll bring you some pure-blooded ferocious beasts to feast upon another day. The giant bird let out a resonant cry before transforming into a streak of crimson light and vanishing from sight. Whoa, Master, why is your bird so enormous? What species is it? Bai Fengliu. Something felt rather off. Suddenly, Kuai felt his heart pulsating with trepidation, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was because he noticed, surrounding him, enormous and formidable beasts gazing at him with greedy eyes, each emanating a terrifying aura, resembling supreme demon kings of the world. Kuai wanted to curse. What is this place? Master, can we pick a better location? How am I supposed to perform like this? I haven't even started, and I'm already intimidated. Little ones, go about your business. Bai Fengliu waved his hand, and an overwhelming aura erupted. The surrounding beasts instantly vanished. All right, disciple, you may begin now. As Bai Fengliu observed the vanishing of those ferocious beasts, he finally turned to Kuai with a satisfied expression. Master, where is this place? Why are there so many terrifying creatures? Kuai inquired, his voice trembling with fear. It was truly dreadful. Without his master, the aura emanating from those beasts would have been enough to send him away. This is my little world. Whenever I find myself with some idle time, I collect various beasts from different realms and keep them here. Occasionally, I also transplant some fine spirit fruit trees I come across. Bai Fengliu explained that a little world. You possess your own realm? My heavens! How astonishing! Kuai exclaimed in disbelief that Dio not appears so naive. Many individuals possess such little worlds. Mine is hardly remarkable, Bai Fengliu stated nonchalantly, leaving unspoken the fact that this particular world was merely the most rudimentary of his realms. After a moment, Kuai steadied his emotions and raised his head to Bai Fengliu. Master, we can begin, he declared. Bai Fengliu nodded in acknowledgement. Without further ado, Kuai summoned his sword, Zhudian, and with a fierce growl, he struck towards Bai Fengliu. With a clang, Kuai's bewildered gaze met Bai Fengliu's fingers, which effortlessly pinched the blade of Zhudian. Too slow. Try again, but release Zhudian, Bai Fengliu remarked coolly, returning to his original position. Kuai erupted with a powerful sword intent, resembling a sharp blade himself. Slash through the void, he shouted, his momentum surging as he transformed into a streak of light, aiming for Bai Fengliu. Still too slow. Bai Fengliu's voice echoed as Kuai's strike met only an afterimage that a force erupted from Kuai's chest, pushing him back to his original spot, but did not injure him. The fundamental principle of swordsmanship is speed, unmatched speed. No matter how exquisite your sword techniques, they cannot surpass the swiftness of your blade. Again, Bai Fengliu instructed calmly. Master, be cautious, Kuai warned, and as he spoke, his pupils gradually shifted to a grayish-white hue. Unlike before, a faint silhouette of a small sword appeared between his brows. Wuzhou, the scope of his domain had expanded more than twice its previous size. Impressive, Bai Fengliu commended, sensing the spread of the Wuzhou domain. Annihilate, Kawuyo uttered, and in an instant, the Wuzhou domain was enveloped in a dense array of sword energy. Before him materialized a solid grayish-white long sword, imbued with a sense of destruction, which swiftly approached Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu extended a finger, and, with a mere touch, the long sword shattered into fragments. The Wuzhou domain dissipated alongside it, causing a trickle of blood to escape from Kawuyo's lips. Not bad. Bai Fengliu remarked that a smile crept onto Kawuyo's face. His master had praised him. Yet, in the next moment, he faltered as the immense consumption of spiritual energy rendered him unstable, and he plummeted from the floating ground beneath him. Below lay a lake teeming with dreadful beasts. "Oh no! Master, save me!" Upon returning to the room, Kawuyo was drenched in cold sweat. If not for Bai Fengliu's timely grasp on his leg, he would have plunged straight into the jaws of a beast with teeth larger than a man's. Let us explore the capital to find some prime locations. I shall secure one for Xiao Daoling to establish a pill shop, Bai Fengliu suggested, a thought striking him as he glanced at Kawuyo. A pill shop? Kawuyo was taken aback, utterly confused. Xiao Daoling has been refining numerous pills lately, of both mortal and yellow grades, and he mentioned wanted to earn his own spirit stones to support himself. Unlike certain individuals, Bai Fengliu said disdainfully, hinting at Kawuyo's situation. Kawuyo felt the sting of that implication. Bai Fengliu reached out and effortlessly pulled Xiao Daoling from his independent space where he had been refining pills. The bewildered Xiao Daoling blinked in confusion. "Come, let's choose a shop, and we shall open a pill store," Bai Fengliu declared. Upon hearing this, Xiao Daoling's eyes sparkled with excitement, his large eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as he beamed with joy. The group spent considerable time selecting a shop in Taiyang City, finally settling on one in a central location. Initially, the shop owner dismissed their interest with disdain, but upon Bai Fengliu presenting 1,000,000 high-quality spirit stones, the owner's eyes lit up with greed. He promptly sold the shop to Bai Fengliu, assuring him that the renovations would be completed to his satisfaction within a day. Bai Fengliu, despite paying several times the market price, merely shrugged it off, content with his wealth. Kawuyo observed Bai Fengliu's actions with a pained expression. "Master, even with spirit stones, you shouldn't spend so extravagantly. Can we not be a bit more low-key?" He said earnestly. "No," was the only response he received. The following day, Xiao Fengliu Pill Pavilion opened its doors, a name chosen by Xiao Daoling. One must admit, the trio's naming skills were rather lacking. Xiao Fengliu Pill Pavilion. What a peculiar name. People remarked upon seeing it. The shop advertised all mortal-grade pills and yellow-grade pills of the 4th tier and below. As spectators gathered, they began to discuss the implications of such a venture in this precious real estate. "I feel compelled to check it out. A shop of this size in such a prime location must possess some significant capabilities," one person suggested. Thus, a portion of them ventured into Xiao Fengliu Pill Pavilion, only to be astonished by the sight within. The charming attendants Bai Fengliu had recruited were stunningly beautiful. In the main hall, patrons discovered an array of exceptional mortal-grade pills at incredibly reasonable prices. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were left speechless. Mortal-grade pills of the 8th and 9th tiers, and even the legendary yellow-grade Golden Yuan pill. This was the very pill required for foundation-building cultivators to reach the Golden Core stage. A rarity even in first-rate empires, and its price was exorbitant. More importantly, it was not sold to other empires, in second-rate empires like Tai. Yellow-grade alchemists were unheard of, and the Golden Yuan pill was but a legend. 200,000 high-quality spirit stones for a single exceptional Golden Yuan pill. Such a price was almost laughable. Even a low-grade Golden Yuan pill could fetch 300,000 high-quality spirit stones, often with no availability. What sort of establishment was this pill pavilion, defying all expectations? As word spread, cultivators hurried to contact their friends outside who had yet to enter, within less than half a day of opening. The Xiao Fengliu Pill Pavilion's revenue soared to an astounding 200,000 high-quality spirit stones. This was still with many prominent families and top-tier forces en route. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, forming a long queue, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Initially, some overconfident individuals attempted to flaunt their prowess within the shop, only to be unceremoniously expelled by Bai Fengliu. After this whirlwind of activity, Xiao Daoling was overjoyed, witnessing his pills in high demand and basking in a sense of accomplishment. Most importantly, he no longer needed to worry about spirit stones. However, when several powerful families from the capital and top-tier forces arrived at the Xiao Fengliu Pill Pavilion, they found the shop closed, forced to return tomorrow for their purchases. The factions departed in unison, awaiting the next day, understanding that a shop capable of selling yellow-grade pills surely had a formidable backing they dared not provoke. The royal family's warning only reinforced their suspicions, as they relayed a message. The backing must not be trifled with. Given the royal family's evident apprehension, they understood the gravity of the situation. That evening, the group settled into a nearby inn, the establishment now exclusively occupied by the three of them, as Bai Fengliu had purchased it. "Master, I must insist that even with spirit stones, you shouldn't spend so recklessly. Can we not be a bit more discreet?" Kuo urged with utmost seriousness. "No," was the only reply he received, succinct and unwavering. "Master, we had previously paid for a month's stay at that inn. Yet we have only been here for a few days." Kuo truly feels a twinge of regret. "You mean that establishment? I have acquired it as well, to house our reception staff for both the commercial building and the tavern." "I apologize. I am in the wrong. I do not comprehend the world of the powerful. I am poor. I reflect on my shortcomings. The tavern and the inn retain the original staff and have undergone no alterations." Meanwhile, the personnel at the Dan building are those kind-hearted yet unfortunate cultivators, or those struggling at the lower echelons, meticulously selected by Bai Fengliu throughout the entire Tai Empire. Bai Fengliu knows their backgrounds thoroughly. With no concerns whatsoever, these individuals cherish their employment immensely, for the remuneration is extraordinarily generous. Each grassroots worker receives 100 top-quality spirit stones monthly, while the management receives 1,000. Those with outstanding performance are even rewarded with exquisite elixirs. On the following day, as the doors of the Xiao Fengliu Dan building opened, it was instantly filled with cultivators eager to purchase elixirs, some even depleting their entire fortunes to hoard them. Within the Dan building, only Xiao Daoling and Bai Fengliu were present, as Kuo had been sent by Bai Fengliu to a secluded space for sword training to make tea. That moment, a group entered the Dan building. These were representatives from various major factions and families. Here to purchase Jin Yuan Dan. Ascending to the second floor, they gaze at the few exquisite Jin Yuan Dan, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand are two entirely different experiences. The reason they recognize the Jin Yuan Dan, despite not having seen it before, is that elixirs are an essential part of a cultivator's education across any empire. They contain records of all elixirs below the yellow grade, along with some forbidden elixirs, though only introductions and imagery are provided. "Are you here to buy Jin Yuan Dan?" a refreshing voice inquired. Everyone turned to see a charming little spirit flitting towards them. In the world of cultivators, spirits are not uncommon, yet a talking spirit is a rarity. This only serves to underscore the mysterious origins of this Dan building. "Indeed, we have come to purchase Jin Yuan Dan," they replied. "Jin Yuan Dan is priced at 200,000 top-quality spirit stones. How many would you like?" Xiao Daoling asked. The second floor was devoid of other reception staff, as the price of yellow-grade elixirs is simply unaffordable for ordinary cultivators. Thus, only Xiao Daoling was responsible for the transactions on the second floor. As for Bai Fengliu, he lay leisurely on the third floor, enjoying the tranquility. If no one caused a ruckus, then he had no business to attend to. "We are well aware of that. 200,000. Even for these major factions, it was a considerable sum. Yet they could manage. One for the Gu family. One for the Liu family. One for the Liu family. One for the Sword Mountain. One for the Hidden Blade sect." It was not that the major factions did not wish to purchase more. It was simply that Xiao Daoling stipulated that each faction could only buy one. Moreover, each faction's peak foundation establishment cultivator was but one individual, and they were often ancient and formidable beings. This rule was established by Bai Fengliu, who did not wish to disrupt the balance among the major factions of the Tai Empire. If there were too many golden core cultivators, it would not bode well for the Tai Empire. Meanwhile, the royal family was also sent 2 Jin Yuan Dan, as the Tai Empire still required the royal family's deterrence. Upon hearing that Xiao Fengliu Dan building was selling Jin Yuan Dan, the emperor of the Tai Empire turned pale with worry. However, he did not dare to act against the Xiao Fengliu Dan building. While others might be unaware of the identities behind this Dan building, he was well aware that was an absolute powerhouse he could not provoke. Soon, he received word from Bai Fengliu's envoy, along with 2 Jin Yuan Dan. In response, the emperor expressed, "I thank you kindly." Yet this statement sounded somewhat peculiar. The various factions were exceedingly satisfied. The Tai emperor was quite pleased, Xiao Dowling was ecstatic, and Bai Fengliu remained as carefree as ever. Only one person was left in a miserable state that he was enduring special treatment in the secluded space. "Bai Fengliu, just you wait until I get out. I will not rest until I confront you." Ku Wuyo shouted, lying on the ground with a face devoid of hope. Bai Fengliu, however, was somewhat perplexed, wondering what this fellow was shouting about. Wasn't it merely sword training? It sounded as though he were being slaughtered like a pig. "My heavens, I forgot that I had 2 old perverts locked up in that secluded space. Disciple, do not fear. Your master is coming." When Bai Fengliu brought Ku Wuyo out of the secluded space, Ku Wuyo was already utterly disheartened. Upon entering that space, he had seen 2 elderly figures sitting cross-legged, their bodies emaciated, with lifeless eyes, akin to 2 desiccated corpses. Initially, Ku Wuyo paid them no mind, but as he drew out his sword, the 2 suddenly stood up, their vacant eyes fixated on him. One of them rasped, "What is your relationship with Bai Fengliu?" Believing these 2 to be acquainted with Bai Fengliu, Ku Wuyo recounted his connection with him. As it turned out, not only did they know him, but they were also quite familiar with him, so much so that they wished to tear Bai Fengliu apart. Yet, they simply could not overpower him. Consequently, Ku Wuyo became the outlet for their frustrations. Good heavens, the beating he received was unbearable to witness. It was utterly tragic. Bai Fengliu expressed his sincere apologies for sending Ku Wuyo to that secluded space. And then there was nothing more to say. Before long, only a day remained until the Imperial Grand Competition, and the business at Xiao Fengliu Dan building continued to flourish in these few days. Xiao Dowling amassed an extraordinary fortune. The little fellow's joy was boundless. Meanwhile, Ku Wuyo was engaged in sword training within Bai Fengliu's little world. This time he was not alone, as Bai Fengliu served as his sparring partner. Over the course of several days, Ku Wuyo endured a rather severe beating. However, he found himself growing increasingly exhilarated. He discovered that during this time, his strength had surged several levels. His mastery of the Noonday domain had become more profound. Most importantly, he had even comprehended a unique sword technique of his own, which he named reflux. As for Bai Fengliu, he did not express any reaction to Ku Wuyo's creation of a sword technique. Perhaps in Bai Fengliu's eyes, it was strange for a swordsman with a heart of a sword not to develop a technique of their own. Observing Ku Wuyo's immense joy, Bai Fengliu fell into deep contemplation. A long-buried memory resurfaced in his mind. Long ago, so long that Bai Fengliu could scarcely remember, he was regarded as the foremost individual across the realms, having traversed countless worlds in pursuit of a singular defeat. During one such journey, Bai Fengliu took on a disciple named Feng Ting, who also possessed the heart of a sword and was the swordsman of that era. His talent was exceptionally high. From that point on, Bai Fengliu dedicated himself fully to nurturing this disciple. Feng Ting did not disappoint his master's efforts, quickly rising to prominence and earning the title of Sword Emperor Feng Ting. Subsequently, the Sword Emperor Feng Ting became the most radiant emperor in the multiverse. However, that good fortune was short-lived, as the 8 most powerful factions of that era united to hunt down the Sword Emperor due to his remarkable excellence. Thus, even a formidable figure like the Sword Emperor ultimately met his demise at the Southern Sky Summit. The force he had established was entirely uprooted by the 8 factions that that time. Bai Fengliu was not present in the multiverse. He and another powerful figure of the human race had entered the Forbidden Sea to seek a means to avert the impending calamity of the era. Upon returning and hearing this news, Bai Fengliu was struck as though by lightning. After nearly 10,000 years of companionship, Feng Ting was not merely a disciple to him. He felt akin to a child. On that day, The 8 factions were completely eradicated, and all affiliated forces that participated in the pursuit were eliminated without exception. The stench of blood permeated the entire multiverse, and the heavens were stained red with the blood of emperors. Resembling the end of days. On that day, Bai Fengliu stood atop the southern sky summit, gazing at Feng Ting, impaled in the void, and remained silent for a long time. It was also on that day that the Swordmaster Bai Fengliu shattered the Jingzhi sword, splitting it into 8 remnants, sealing them within the Luotian score. This ultimately led to the emergence of the 8 swords of immortality. Subsequently, the great cataclysm of the era arrived, and Bai Fengliu stood helplessly as he witnessed the world crumble around him. Countless beings perishing in the calamity, their anguished cries resonating through the heavens. This marked Bai Fengliu's first encounter with the great cataclysm, and it was the first time he beheld the brutal reality of this disaster. From the lofty celestial cultivators to the ordinary populace, none were spared. Given Bai Fengliu's cultivation level at that time, he could have undoubtedly survived the cataclysm, yet he found himself powerless to save others. It was during this time that he and another formidable figure of the human race uncovered the truth within the Forbidden Sea. Only the sword-bearer could thwart the great cataclysm. Yet Feng Ting had been ruthlessly slain by the 8 great powers. Perhaps everything had been predestined. In the ensuing eras, Bai Fengliu's cultivation grew ever more formidable, as he delved into the river of time in search of the reason why the great cataclysm visited every epoch. Yet he found himself empty-handed. What perplexed Bai Fengliu the most was that the Sword Emperor of Feng Ting, being a sword-bearer of the same era, had no sword attendants, and in subsequent epochs, the sword-bearers mysteriously vanished, leaving only 8 sword attendants behind. At last, during one of his quests for the sword-bearer, he unraveled the cause of it all. In each era, a mysterious puppet master eradicated the sword-bearers. Thereafter, Bai Fengliu embarked on a protracted journey to seek out this hidden hand. After countless years of searching, he finally identified this puppet master, only to discover the harrowing truth. The very individual he had been pursuing for several epochs was none other than his once dearest friend, a powerful being who had also entered the Forbidden Sea with him. A great battle erupted, and driven by boundless hatred, Bai Fengliu personally struck down his former, closest companion in the void. Yet, the tale did not conclude there. Bai Fengliu soon realized that in the times that followed, other unseen forces continued to orchestrate these events. Weariness began to seep into his soul. Time and again he eradicated foes, only to see them return anew. The puppet master seemed inexhaustible. Had it not been for his concern for the world's denizens, Bai Fengliu would have long since obliterated this realm with a single stroke of his sword. Most troubling was the fact that the subsequent sword-bearers were either of mediocre talent or possessed ulterior motives. Even someone as powerful as he felt waves of helplessness wash over him, for he had long lost count of how many sword-bearers he had slain. Eventually, he became utterly fatigued. He ceased to concern himself with the great cataclysm or the search for the sword-bearers. It was not until this era that he found himself in a wager with a mysterious old man. Initially intending to dismiss the old man, he unexpectedly encountered Kawuyo, the sword-bearer of this lifetime. At first, Bai Fengliu accepted Kawuyo with a dismissive attitude, knowing that if he imparted the 8 swords of immortality to him, Kawuyo would undoubtedly perish upon attempting to cultivate it. For every previous sword-bearer had utterly failed to withstand the trials of the first sword, Wuzizu. Each of the 8 swords encapsulated Bai Fengliu's will, and those with nefarious intentions could never hope to cultivate them. However, to Bai Fengliu's astonishment, Kawuyo not only gained the recognition of the 8 swords, but also successfully cultivated Wuzizu. The urgency with which the hidden forces sought to eliminate Kawuyo further confirmed to Bai Fengliu that, after several epochs, the true sword-bearer had re-emerged. This rekindled hope in his long-dormant heart. This time, he was eager to witness who could erase the sword-bearer from his grasp. Gazing up at the heavens, Bai Fengliu murmured, "The starry chessboard is in disarray. The seals of the Forbidden Sea are weakening, and the puppet master has resurfaced. This era is bound to be tumultuous." He then turned his icy gaze toward a distant world. Pondering, "Old man, what role do you play in this grand game?" Finally, he added, "I, Bai Fengliu, have never known defeat in my life, not even in a wager." He then resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Meanwhile, Kawuyo stood before Bai Fengliu, his countenance radiating joy. Observing the carefree facade of Bai Fengliu, Kouyo felt that encountering such a master was the greatest fortune of his life. Little did he know that when Bai Fengliu first encountered him, he had contemplated ending his life. One could only imagine the expression on Kouyo's face if he were aware of this. Upon returning to their dwelling, they found Xiao Dowling eagerly counting the spirit stones within a ring. Her expression one of unbridled avarice. Xiao Dowling, how many spirit stones do you think you can earn from your daily alchemy? Kouyo inquired, approaching her. Brother Wuyo, Xiao Dowling looked up. I calculated over the past few days, and it totals 27 million upper-grade spirit stones, she exclaimed proudly. Only 27 million. How much? Kouyo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. My goodness. Why bother practicing swordsmanship? Just focus on alchemy. With that thought, Kouyo glanced back at Bai Fengliu, whose expression was somewhat complex, and said, Bai Fengliu, you scoundrel. Can't you teach me alchemy? It seems you're determined not to let me become wealthy. Upon hearing this, Bai Fengliu, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt for wanting to kill Kouyo, suddenly let it go. Look at what you're saying. What nonsense. I should feel guilty for not ending your life. Unruly disciple. Bai Fengliu swiftly delivered a slap, followed by a 360-degree barrage of punches, and finally, with a sweeping motion of his arm, he slapped Kouyo on the other side of his face. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Dowling's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Master Fengliu, has Brother Wuyo always been so brave? Brave? I think he's just been beaten senseless by those two old geezers. The following morning, Kouyo made his way to the competition venue in the southern part of Taiying City. Upon arrival, he was truly astonished by the multitude of cultivators surrounding the enormous competition stage that a glance revealed at least 100,000 spectators gathered to witness the event. Greetings. I am here to participate in the competition, Kouyo announced to an elder at the entrance. Your token, the elder said, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Xiao Ke. Wuyo produced the token, muttering to himself, What s with the arrogance? Bai Fengliu isn't even as pompous as you. After successfully entering the competition grounds, Kouyo was assigned to the area designated for independent cultivators. He learned that this competition featured 8 participating factions: the Songdao sect, Sword Mountain, Martial Academy, the Goof family, the Liu family, the Royal family, and several independent cultivators. Silence, everyone. With a booming voice, an elder descended onto the competition stage. A peak foundation establishment cultivator. I am the host of this grand competition. Let me explain the rules. This imperial competition would last 3 days. The first day would be elimination rounds to select 100 participants. The second day would narrow it down to 10 finalists. And the third day would be the finals. The sole rule of this competition is that the use of external items is strictly forbidden. Any violators will be immediately disqualified. The champion will receive a 6th grade martial skill from the royal family as a reward. Upon hearing this, many participants became fervently excited, while Kouyo, however, remained unimpressed. A mere 6th grade martial skill was nothing. Not to mention his own cultivation of the 8 swords of immortality. Even Zhanshu far surpassed a mere 6th grade skill. Now, all participants, please draw your contestant numbers. Once everyone had drawn their numbers, the elder spoke again. Contestants, please proceed to the designated competition areas based on your numbers. Numbers 1 to 50 will be at the first competition stage, 51 to 100 at the second stage, and so forth. Yes, soon as the elder finished speaking, the immense competition stage was partitioned by a vast isolation array, dividing it into 10 competition areas. Kouyo drew number 16, placing him at the first competition stage. The elimination rounds would adopt a random combat format. The display array on each competition stage would randomly show a set of numbers. And when a contestant's number appeared alongside another set, that would signify their opponent. The audience nodded in understanding. Now, let the first round of the elimination matches begin. Contestants, please proceed to the competition areas corresponding to the numbers displayed and engage in combat. Killing is prohibited. Simply defeat your opponent. As the elder's words faded, 20 cultivators leapt onto the stage, initiating a fierce duel. What a farce! It was merely a competition, yet transformed into a chaotic free-for-all. Why not simply have all 500 cultivators join in? Was it truly necessary to complicate matters so? In a nearby pavilion, Bai Fengliu turned to the Tai Chi Emperor beside him and spoke with a hint of disdain. The Tai Chi Emperor, drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Yes, yes. The next competition will undoubtedly follow the Great One's method." Though he yearned to retort against Bai Fengliu, he found himself lacking the courage to do so in the presence of such a formidable figure. The first match swiftly concluded, with most participants being early-stage cultivators, save for one who was at the mid-stage. The battle was evenly matched without any signs of a lopsided contest. "Boring," Bai Fengliu yawned, feeling somewhat disinterested. Ke shared his sentiments, having little interest in the rewards of the grand competition. The displayed skills of the participants did not impress him either. How challenging it is to lead a life of privilege. So solitary. As the second match drew to a close, both Bai Fengliu and Ke attention was captured by an exceptionally beautiful cultivator. Bai Fengliu was intrigued by the fact that she was a natural spirit body, only slightly inferior to Ke's sword heart. Ke, however, was simply captivated by her beauty. Go, Fairy Yin. Ah, Fairy Yin is so beautiful. To behold her beauty today is worth a lifetime. The spectators erupted in fervent cheers. Yet, the young woman known as Fairy Yin maintained an expressionless visage. "Which faction does this girl belong to?" Bai Fengliu inquired. Reporting to the Great One, "Her name is Lu Yin, a disciple of the Lu family, the foremost family in the imperial capital," the emperor answered respectfully. "Lu's surname, spirit body, quite intriguing." A cryptic smile appeared on Bai Fengliu's face. The third match was Ke's turn, facing off against a mid-stage loose cultivator named Yang Cheng. Without exchanging pleasantries, the two began to fight. Yang Cheng, a spear cultivator, struck with deadly precision, clearly a practitioner forged in the crucible of battle. Under normal circumstances, Yang Cheng would have had a fair chance against other cultivators of the same realm. Yet, fate had him pitted against Ke, the anomaly. After exchanging dozens of blows, they momentarily separated, and Yang Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that this early-stage cultivator remained unperturbed even against his full frontal assault, without having to employ a single sword technique to counter his every strike. Yang Cheng plunged his spear into the stage before him and gripped it tightly. In that instant, Ke caught a whiff of bloodlust emanating from Yang Cheng, whose hair began to turn a deep crimson, his eyes glinting with a scarlet hue. "Killing intent," Bai Fengliu observed with keen interest from the pavilion, his voice calm. For the first time, Ke felt a hint of pressure, which exhilarated him. Since his last breakthrough to early-stage cultivation, he had yet to engage in a serious battle. As for the encounter with Bai Fengliu, that had merely been a one-sided annihilation, I initially thought this would be an easy victory. But I never expected you to force me to unleash my killing intent. I must admit, you have taken me by surprise. Yang Cheng's voice grew hoarse under the weight of his murderous aura. Facing such pompous bravado, Ke could hardly be bothered to respond. He sheathed the sword he had previously wielded against Yang Cheng and summoned the Zhutan. The ethereal blue blade of Zhutan instantly captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. "What do you think?" Bai Fengliu remarked nonchalantly. Before the emperor could respond, he continued, "Are you not seeking to exploit this grand competition to scout for some exquisite treasures? Do you intend to resort to robbery? You wouldn't dare include me in your schemes, would you? Stop. Please, Great One, do not continue. If you keep guessing, I might find myself in trouble." The emperor quickly interjected. Meanwhile, in other pavilions, many gazes were greedily fixated on the Zhutan. "Master, we have investigated. The boy wielding the divine sword is a loose cultivator. Should we take action?" "Fool! Even if you wish to play the villain, you must possess some wit. Oh, you truly think a loose cultivator could wield such a treasure?" Unbeknownst to Ke, these discussions were unfolding as he engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Cheng, now empowered by his killing intent. After another flurry of exchanges, Ke exclaimed, "I must return compliment. You have indeed surprised me." He paused momentarily. "But it is time to conclude this. Arrogant." Yang Cheng's words were abruptly cut short as Ke, who had previously been several paces away, suddenly appeared before him, his sword poised against Yang Cheng's brow. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers displayed expressions of grave concern. "Such speed! I concede," Yang Cheng uttered despondently. "You are not weak." Ke clapped him on the shoulder before soaring away from the stage with flair. "What a pretentious twit," Bai Fengliu scoffed from the pavilion. The returning flow sword technique is truly a mediocre skill, Bai Fengliu added. After departing the competition stage, Ke continued to observe a few more matches. Noting several individuals of interest, the loose cultivator Han Dongli, the martial academies Yu Duqiu, and the sword mountains Wanbadayo. While the core disciples of various prestigious families were indeed strong, they paled in comparison to these few. At the conclusion of the first day's matches, Ke returned to the Bai Fengliu Dan Tower. Upon entering, he found the young Dao Ling beaming with joy, clutching 2 pills in her hand. "What has you so delighted?" "Dao Ling?" Ke inquired with a warm smile. "Brother Wei, look at these 2 pills. One is a divine restoration pill, and the other is a condensation pill. I finally succeeded," she exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness. Previously, due to his impoverished state, Ke had little knowledge about chemical formulas, thus he was unaware which pill was which. "Dao Ling, which one is the condensation pill?" he asked. She raised her left hand, declaring, "This one is the condensation pill." "Then which one is the divine restoration pill?" Dao Ling hesitated, then swiftly darted toward Bai Fengliu, who was dozing off, exclaiming, "Master Fengliu, wake up! Brother Wei might really be daft." After the first day's elimination rounds, only 100 elite cultivators remained. The rules for the second day mirrored those of the first, with opponents determined by drawing lots. Soon, the first round commenced, and Ke drew the first group. His opponent being Gu Qian, a core disciple of the ancient Gu family in the imperial capital. Although Gu Qian was at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he bore a grave expression that he had witnessed Ke's performance the previous day and was uncertain of his own chances against the final sword strike. As the battle commenced, Gu Qian brandished a large blade that shimmered with a faint golden light and charged at Ke with all his might. After several exchanges, Gu Qian suddenly halted and bellowed, "Must you persist in being pretentious? Can you not grant me a straightforward fight and unleash your full power?" This statement left Ke bewildered. What was he on about? Was he not fighting with all his strength? After a moment's reflection, he realized that Gu Qian's complaint referred to the returning flow sword technique. Ke wished he could employ it, but he was currently unable. The technique required leaving a trace of sword energy on an opponent before utilizing it for a swift victory. However, at this early stage, he had yet to master it. It was quite the injustice. Unsure how to respond, Ke continued the battle with Gu Qian, wielding his yutan. As the fight progressed, Gu Qian suddenly retreated and shouted once more, "Do you have no shame? Must you use me as a prop for your pretentious display? You lack martial virtue." "I don't. You should be quiet. You are truly despicable. I shall not fight any longer. I concede. If you wish to show off, I shall not allow it." With that, Gu Qian leapt off the stage, abandoning the contest, leaving Kuyang bewildered and disheveled atop the platform. Below, a handsome figure with flowing blue hair, Han Dongli, shook his head at the scene. All show and no substance. Though Kuyang yearned for a match against Gu Qian, with the latter's concession, he had no choice but to watch the other competitors. By the third round of the competition, all eyes were drawn to the 8th arena, where Han Dongli faced Wang Badayo, a favored contender for the championship. Wang Badayo naturally attracted considerable attention. Meanwhile, Han Dongli's earlier performances had exceeded everyone's expectations, defeating his opponents with a single strike in every match that a seed contender against a dark horse. On the arena, Wang Badayo wielded a massive mountain-splitting knife, exuding an aura of fierce intent, while Han Dongli, with his blue hair and a subtle smile, stood poised. Without further ado, the duel commenced. Wang Badayo, as presence surged, his blade techniques sharp and formidable, while Han Dongli emanated a chilling aura. His moves equally ruthless. Ke Iwiang watched Han Dongli engage Wang Badayo, sensing something peculiar yet unable to articulate. In a nearby loft, Bai Fengliu, observing the match, inquired with interest of the Emperor Tai beside him, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" After a moment's contemplation, the Emperor replied, "Han Dongli." "Oh, is it merely because he is of royal blood?" Bai Fengliu remarked nonchalantly. Nothing escapes the elder's notice. The Emperor Tai appeared composed, though internally he was deeply astonished. Han Dongli had been secretly nurtured by the royal family, a fact known only to him and the former emperor. Yet Bai Fengliu had spoken the truth of Han Dongli's origins that he glanced back at the emperor. In good spirits today, tossing him a congenital pill as a gift. A congenital pill? Is this what it means to be a significant figure, to casually bestow such a treasure simply because of good humor? The emperor quickly accepted the jade vial, suppressing his tears of joy, and bowed deeply to Kuiyang in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." He then called out, "Bring forth the records. Inscribe this elder into our genealogy. Expedite the lineage." Timmy, Bai Fengliu. The reason for gifting the emperor a congenital pill was that Han Dongli would prove to be a worthy opponent for Kuiyang, and as his mentor. Rewards were certainly in order. Most importantly, he had discerned that both the current emperor and Han Dongli had cultivated a righteous spirit. Such practitioners, devoted to the greater good, are destined to be great rulers. However, this generation's monarch lacked the vigor of a dragon, signaling a decline. Bai Fengliu, while indifferent to the fates of lower realm cultivators, did not wish to witness an empire's downfall, especially under a righteous ruler. Thus, he extended a helping hand on the 8th arena. Han Dongli and Wang Badayo had already engaged in hundreds of exchanges. "This move is what I reserved for the divine 3 blades. I never anticipated you would force me to employ it." After they separated, Wang Badayo coldly declared. Suddenly, the spectators beheld as his mountain-splitting knife expanded immensely, and with a fierce swing, he shouted, "Mountain Splitter!" The now colossal blade surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards Han Dongli, causing the arena's protective formations to tremble, fissures forming in its wake. In response to Wang Badayo's lethal attack, Han Dongli smiled faintly, summoning forth a white spear that radiated a bone-chilling aura. With a swift motion, he thrust the spear, resembling a soaring dragon, infused with icy energy, directly at Wang Badayo's enormous blade. Boom! In that instant of collision, a tremendous force erupted, fortunately contained by the arena's robust protective array. Otherwise, the unleashed energy could have obliterated countless spectators below. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld Wang Badayo on one knee, his garments tattered, a trickle of blood at his lips, his breath faint. Meanwhile, Han Dongli retained his serene smile, his pristine white attire untouched, his aura still robust. The victor had emerged. In this moment, Kuiyang comprehended why he had felt an inexplicable oddity when observing Han Dongli's moves. It turned out this individual had been concealing his true strength all along. It was likely that he hadn't even exerted his full power against Wang Badayo's explosive blade technique. Quite formidable. Below, Shun Sanjian wore a grave expression. He had confidence in countering Wang Badayo's strike. Yet he would never match Han Dongli's ease. Meanwhile, Yuduchio appeared eager for battle, a true warrior's spirit evident. Lu Yanran remained composed, her demeanor unchanged. "I have lost." Wang Badayo struggled to raise his head. Before being escorted away by his sect members, Han Dongli turned a glance at Kuiyang before departing the arena. In the subsequent matches, Yuduchio, Lu Yanran, and Shun Sanjian easily overcame their opponents. Once all battles concluded, the 10 finalists emerged. Yuduchio, Lu Xiaofeng, Shun Sanjian, 2nd Prince Yanche, 6th Prince Yanji, Kuiyang, Lu Yanran, Lu Changfeng, Rogue Cultivator Mao Yu, and Zhongdao Sect's Lu Yuan. Upon returning to the Bai Fengliu Pill Tower, Kuiyang was ushered into a small world by Bai Fengliu. "Have you identified the flaws in your reflux sword technique?" Bai Fengliu inquired straightforwardly. Kuiyang paused before responding. "Against a foe too powerful. The reflux sword technique merely serves to deliver one's head." "Indeed," Bai Fengliu affirmed. "However, Master, I merely wish to show off. Have you forgotten what I told you about true sword cultivators? They do not require ostentatious techniques." "Master, I understand the principle, but could you refrain from lecturing me?" Kuiyang interjected. "I know you're formidable, but can we skip the pretense?" Before he could finish, Bai Fengliu retorted, "Rebellious disciple, I see you are incorrigible. Do you not feel right unless you are reprimanded?" With that, Bai Fengliu delivered a sharp slap. "Now, use your reflux sword technique against me." Thus, Kuiyang enthusiastically employed the technique against Bai Fengliu, only to be flung back each time, just as he approached. After numerous attempts, Bai Fengliu's palm found its mark with uncanny precision. Ke Wu Yang's visage. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Master, I repent, I shall not practice any longer, he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Practice? You must practice. A sword cultivator embodies perseverance. But master, I do not wish to continue. I cannot contend with you. Practice. Today you shall either tire me out, or I shall wear you down. Master, I understand your intentions, Ke Yang earnestly replied. Good to hear. Bai Fengliu wiped the sweat from his brow. As a mentor, I am of considerable age. I cannot always accompany you in practice. It is quite laborious. Ah, I see, master. You have worked hard, Ke Yang replied with difficulty. The following day, aided by the great recovery pill, Ke Yang restored his former appearance. The finals maintained the random draw format. However, the previously segmented arena had returned to its normal state, with the final match taking place on this expansive stage. In the first bout, Lu Qingfeng faced Lu Yinran. It was rather dramatic that both competitors hailed from the Lu family. In the initial match, Lu Qingfeng conceded, leading to Lu Yinran's victory. In the second bout, Yun Che squared off against Yun Ji. Yun Ji conceded, resulting in Yun Che's triumph. Some cultivators who had previously clamored about potential conspiracies fell silent. After all, members of the royal family were now facing each other. What conspiracy could there be? In the third match, Mao Yu battled Shun Sanjian. Although Mao Yu exhibited formidable combat prowess, he ultimately fell short against the divine three swords. In the fourth match, Han Dongli faced off against Lu Xiaofeng. As expected, Han Dongli triumphed effortlessly. In the fifth match, Ke clashed with Uduchio on the arena. Ke and Uduchio engaged in a fierce battle, with Uduchio wielding a spear like a war god, while Ke appeared somewhat disadvantaged in comparison. Initially, facing the onslaught of Uduchio's fierce spear techniques, Ke found himself struggling to defend. However, bolstered by sword intent, he gradually turned the tide. Break! Uduchio shouted, thrusting his spear towards Ke like a bolt of lightning. The spear tip conjured a palpable aura of lethal intent. Ke positioned his sword, Zhu Tian, across his chest, channeling his spiritual energy. Causing Zhu Tian to emit waves of blue radiance, he then unleashed a strike that collided with Uduchio's spear. Both combatants were forced back several paces before they clashed again. Falling snow. Uduchio suddenly exclaimed, Ke then perceived that the spear in Uduchio's hands began to dissolve, transforming into drifting snowflakes. These snowflakes appeared fragmented, evoking a sense of pity within Ke. Compelling him to refrain from shattering the already damaged beauty, he allowed the snowflakes to float towards him. Suddenly, the small sword between his brows flickered, awakening him to a grim realization. This was perilous. By the time Ke regained his composure, the previously fragmented snowflakes had morphed back into a spear, now perilously close in that instant. An overwhelming sword intent erupted from Ke, revealing his identity as a swordmaster. A swordmaster! Gasps echoed from the audience below. Even Han Dongli became wholly engrossed in the spectacle unfolding on the stage. Under the influence of this soaring sword intent, Uduchio's falling snow momentarily faltered. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ke deftly evaded Uduchio's thrust. I didn't expect you to be a sword master, Uduchio remarked, his surprise evident. You'll find there are many things you have yet to anticipate. Ke replied nonchalantly. Haha, how intriguing. Come again. With that, Uduchio charged forward once more. Empowered by sword intent, Ke's attacks became extraordinarily fierce. Uduchio, shedding all restraint, wielded his spear with full vigor. The sounds of clang and clang reverberated throughout the arena as the audience erupted in cheers. Reflux, Ke shouted, appearing before Uduchio and slashing downwards. Uduchio swiftly retreated while thrusting a spear to block Ke's strike, before Uduchio could fully react. A sword light imbued with overwhelming destructive energy surged towards him. It was one of Ke's ultimate techniques, the Void Slash. Confronted by this onslaught, Uduchio found himself enveloped in a suffocating aura of death and annihilation. There was no escaping it. He could only muster his strength to withstand it. Grasping the spear tightly, He channeled his spiritual energy wildly and bellowed, "Break for me!" With a thunderous crash, the immensely large arena was gouged by the collision of spear and sword, creating a massive crater. Euduccio stood within the pit, gasping for breath, his spear shattered. "That I concede," Euduccio declared. Emerging from the crater and departing the arena, he yearned to continue the fight, yet it felt futile. That last thrust had drained him of all his spiritual energy. Thus, in the fifth match, Kauai emerged victorious. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. This year's Imperial Grand Tournament had yielded unexpected surprises, with two dark horses emerging, both being rogue cultivators. Alas, just look at them, and then look at ourselves, both being rogue cultivators. How could there be such a vast disparity? Upon returning home, I shall dedicate myself to training diligently, striving to become a powerful cultivator like these two. The thought is commendable. However, neither of them is a true rogue cultivator. In the sixth match, the Divine Three Swords faced Han Dongli, having expended considerable energy in his previous battle against Mao Yu. The Divine Three Swords acknowledged their inferiority to Han Dongli and, after unleashing their strongest strike, leapt off the stage. Han Dongli won the sixth match. In the seventh match, Liu Yanran confronted the third prince. Xiao Ke advanced directly without contest. Observing this scene, the audience began to murmur, while the elder presiding over the tournament simply remarked, "Luck is also a form of strength. Care to dispute that?" "Hold your tongue!" To Kauai's surprise, Liu Yanran turned out to be a music cultivator, wielding a jade flute as her weapon. The third prince, Yin Che, was a Confucian cultivator, facing Liu Yanran's unpredictable onslaught. Yin Che sat cross-legged and intoned, 6 characters guard. As he uttered this incantation, a faint halo enveloped him, shielding him from the sound of Liu Yanran's flute. 6 characters, attack. Yin Che softly pronounced a single word. Instantly, phantasmal soldiers wielding spears and mounted on warhorses surged towards Liu Yanran. Unfazed, Liu Yanran resumed playing her jade flute, causing the phantoms to dissipate in the wake of her melody. 6 characters. Xian. Huang destroy. Yin Che pronounced 3 words in succession. Liu Yanran found herself enveloped by a mysterious force, disappearing from the audience's view. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to trickle down the forehead of the sixth prince. After a moment, the crowd was treated to the melodious sounds of the flute as Liu Yanran reappeared in sight. The ethereal fairy is indeed formidable. Go, ethereal fairy! A throng of Liu Yanran's devoted admirers cheered. Ethereal fairy, be wary of my final word, Yin Che cautioned Liu Yanran. With that, he slowly pronounced a single word, kill. Upon the utterance of this word, Yin Che transformed into an eerily formidable figure, resembling a deity of death. Rising, his otherworldly gaze fixed upon Liu Yanran, he vanished in an instant, reappearing before her, lunging for her throat. Yet, Liu Yanran withdrew her flute, radiating an ethereal glow akin to a true celestial being. Empowered by the word kill, Yin Che's prowess surged, while Liu Yanran's own spiritual essence fortified her. The two battled fiercely on the arena for numerous exchanges before pausing. Gradually, Yin Che returned to normal. His spiritual energy depleted, his complexion paled. He bowed slightly. Ethereal fairy, I apologize for any offense that I can fight no longer. This match is yours. Liu Yanran smiled gently. There is no need for such formality. Third prince. This contest is a draw. I too lack the strength to continue. This was her first time utilizing her unique constitution. She had always known of its rarity, but had never fully harnessed its potential. And the initial activation had proven immensely taxing. As for the final showdown, it would be Han Dongli against Kauai in a nearby tower. Bai Fengliu observed Liu Yanran, shaking his head with a sigh. Today, witnessing this girl, I realized that the lower realms are not devoid of talented prodigies. The reason these exceptional individuals fail to flourish is the absence of guidance. Their talents are squandered. Indeed, Liu Yanran's spiritual body is exceedingly rare. If she could harness even 1% of its power, Yin Che would struggle to draw a single breath. With that thought, Bai Fengliu vanished without a trace. Senior, just as the Emperor Tai intended to speak, he suddenly found himself alone, with no sign of Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu had directly arrived at the heart of the Xintian Great World, specifically to one of its three leading powers, the Academy of Celestial Tao. Within the Academy of Celestial Tao, Bai Fengliu sat across from the Empress Qingyuan. After a brief discussion, Bai Fengliu took his leave. Once he departed, the Empress decreed a proclamation within the Academy. From this day forth, the Academy shall establish branches across various continents in the lower realms, recruiting disciples and devoting all efforts to their cultivation. We shall faithfully adhere to the Empress's decree. Soon, the final match is about to commence. Kuwui faces off against HNDNGL, a battle between two dark horses on the arena. Kuwui and HNDNGL stand opposed, both refraining from making a move, quietly observing one another. Unexpectedly, my final opponent is you. I watch your battle with you, Chi. Quite impressive. However, if that is all you can muster, you remain utterly inadequate in my eyes. HNDNGL gazes at Kuwui, speaking with a hint of disdain. You are even more indecisive than Bai Fengliu. Kuwui shakes his head. After uttering these words, Kuwui swiftly unleashes a strike with his sword, the gleam of the blade racing towards HNDNGL in an instant. HNDNGL's lips curl into a cold smirk as he clenches his right fist and forcefully sweeps it forward, conjuring a massive ice shield that intercepts Kuwui's strike. Following the deflection of the sword, HNDNGL's left hand unexpectedly materializes a white spear, and he spins around sharply to thrust it behind him. With a resounding clash, the spear seems to collide with a formidable object. It becomes apparent that Kuwui has positioned himself behind HNDNGL, and the noise was the sound of his sword, H-Tian, meeting the white spear. Having failed in his sneak attack, Kuwui retreats several steps, creating distance between himself and HNDNGL. Without granting Kuwui a moment's respite, HNDNGL thrusts his spear forward. The spear, imbued with a chilling aura, surges towards Kuwui. Something is amiss. HNDNGL furrows his brow. This cannot be. Given the prowess Kuwui demonstrated in previous battles, that last strike could not have been so feeble. Could it be? Before he can ponder further, he hears Kuwui calmly utter two words, backflow. The moment Kuwui materializes before him, the colossal ice shield reappears in front of HNDNGL. With a resounding crack, Kuwui's H-Tian strikes the massive ice shield, shattering it into countless fragments. What a pity! Kuwui shakes his head, although his strike obliterated HNDNGL's formidable shield. HNDNGL remains unscathed. Recovering his stance, he gazes at Kuwui, acknowledging, not bad, quite commendable. Once I defeat you, I wish to meet the person behind you, initially perceiving HNDNGL as somewhat loquacious. Kuwui responds with a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. My brother, when it comes to arrogance, even 10 of me, Kuwui, would pale in comparison. Meanwhile, in the loft, Bai Fengliu turns to the Tai Emperor, questioning, what does that kid want from me? A fight? The Tai Emperor, already drenched in cold sweat, hastily responds, you misheard, great one. That kid merely let out a peculiar sound. Yes, just a strange sound. On the arena, the two engage in dozens of exchanges, with Kuwui unleashing his full power. Each strike aimed directly at HNDNGL's vital points. That HNDNGL, wielding a spear with unparalleled precision, presents a formidable challenge to Kuwui. The chilling aura emanating from HNDNGL's spear, augmented by its fierce strikes, begins to dull the flow of Kuwui's internal energy. This slight hindrance results in HNDNGL managing to injure Kuwui's shoulder with a thrust of his spear. The wound is soon covered with fine ice shards, gradually spreading throughout his body. Slash the void, Kuwui declares, immediately employing his technique without hesitation. Below, Yudichi watches intently, eager to see how HNDNGL will counter Kuwui's move. On the arena, facing Kuwui's full force, Slash the void, HNDNGL does not flinch, but instead grips his spear and charges towards the sword's gleam that a direct confrontation. Seal of snow. HNDNGL bellows, transforming into a streak of white light that collides forcefully with the sword's arc. The arena trembles as a thunderous explosion reverberates. scattering debris everywhere. The Ke, Wui, is propelled several meters away by the force. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, HND-NGL stands resolutely, clad in white, wielding his spear like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Damn it, I've been outmatched, Ke Wui growls. Foundation establishment. He has actually reached foundation establishment. Below, Chi and the others gaze in disbelief. They are aware of the age restrictions for this tournament, where participants cannot exceed 24 years of age. Such a young foundation establishment cultivator. In the nearly century-long history of the Tai Empire, the youngest foundation establishment cultivator was already 28 at the time of his attainment, that being the current foremost figure of the Tai Empire. Tai Emperor, not yet, HND-NGL has achieved this feat before turning 20-4, that Chi feels a pang of bitterness. He had always thought that even if HND-NGL was stronger, it was within limits, but now it seems the gap between him and HND-NGL is not trivial, but rather vast. Despite Chi having reached the peak of condensation, a mere step away from foundation establishment. That step proves immensely challenging for cultivators at the peak of condensation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few foundation establishment cultivators in the entire Tai Empire that I never anticipated you would attain foundation establishment. Ke Wui rises, speaking with a hint of indifference. You are indeed strong, but the outcome of this match is already predetermined. Is it? Is it not? If you say so, then so be it. Receive another of my strikes. Ke Wui unleashes his slash the void once more. Righteous Chi. HND-NGL calmly responds, and a blue-golden radiance envelopes him. Righteous Chi. Below, YNZH and YNCH exchange glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. While others may be unfamiliar with Righteous Chi, as members of the royal family, they are well acquainted with it. Revealing his cultivation, HND-NGL, empowered by Righteous Chi, effortlessly deflects Ke Wui's slash the void. Surrender. It is futile. I have stated that the result of this match is already decided. After successfully blocking Ke Wui's attack, HND-NGL arrogantly declares, in response. Ke Wui's Tian surges forth. As he fervently channels his internal energy, striking again and again at HND-NGL. The reason he refrains from employing WZHU is that Ke Wui aims to solidify his mastery of the sword as a swordsman. Facing Ke Wui's relentless onslaught, HND-NGL appears remarkably at ease, effortlessly parrying Ke Wui's strikes. After a brief separation, Ke Wui gasps for breath, lifting his gaze towards HND-NGL. You are formidable, but it is time to conclude. Upon speaking, the realm of WQ envelopes HND-NGL, and Ke Wui's eyes gradually shift to a grayish white. Unlike before, this time even his hair turns gray. And against the backdrop of this grayish-white aura, the blood trickling from the corner of Ke Wui's mouth appears particularly eerie. Enveloped by the realm of WHU, HND-NGL suddenly feels as though his heart has been struck violently. Trembling as he gazes at Ke Wui. To outsiders, Ke Wui may seem merely peculiar, but for HND-NGL, immersed within the realm of WHU, he appears as an ancient demonic deity. Forcing himself to regain composure, HND-NGL unleashes a surge of internal energy, retreating frantically in an attempt to escape the realm of W. Yet he suddenly realizes that his movements have become sluggish, rendering escape from this dreadful domain impossible. Annihilation, Ke Wui intones softly, and within the realm of WHU, countless tiny swords materialize, densely clustering together before charging towards HND-NGL in that moment. Despair fills HND-NGL's eyes. He knows he cannot evade or withstand this strike. The sword, forged from an amalgamation of myriad tiny blades, halts at the space between HND-NGL's brows. You have lost, Ke Wui utters, somewhat feebly. Subsequently, HND-NGL senses the terrifying realm that had enveloped him dissipate. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators watching the match below are collectively rendered speechless in shock. How could HND-NGL, already at foundation establishment, lose to Ke Wui, who is merely at the early stage of condensation? Moreover, Why did HNGL not evade that last strike? After a moment of astonishment, the crowd erupts into a chorus of discussions. What a waste of my feelings. I thought an extraordinary genius had emerged, only to find it was a mere staged match. Indeed, condensation defeating foundation establishment. Who are they trying to fool? In an instant, the crowd erupts with voices, each trying to outdo the other. Silence. In the biting winter, he suddenly turned to the spectators of the match and shouted, "I have my pride. I did not hold back. That sword strike, I could not withstand. Anyone who dares to dispute it may step up and challenge me." After uttering these words, he disregarded the crowd and directed his gaze towards Kuwaya, inquiring, what was the name of that sword strike? Kuwaya grinned and replied, "Wuzhou, Wuzhou, what a formidable technique. I concede defeat." After a brief pause, he added, "I am convinced both in heart and speech." He then turned and departed. Within the loft, the Tai Chi Emperor appeared somewhat perplexed. "Senior, I know what you are about to say regarding that sword strike." The lad from the cold winter could not withstand it. After a moment's reflection, Bai Fengliu continued, "You couldn't have withstood it either before your breakthrough into the golden core. Is it truly that powerful?" "What? Do you doubt it? Come, allow me to demonstrate. I don't trust you one bit. Your technique is not on par with that lad's. Is it? Huh. Even if you don't demonstrate, I still wouldn't be able to withstand it." At that moment, the Tai Chi Emperor felt that the individual before him spoke as if he were merely jesting. Akin to the cold winter, in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed since the grand competition. During this time, the topic of most fervent discussion within the imperial city was none other than the champion of this grand contest, Kuwaya. The most talked about subject was Kuwaya's surprising decision to forfeit the ultimate prize of the competition, individuals of royal lineage. Both Han Dongli and Yun Che found it inappropriate to accept the rewards bestowed by the royal family. Consequently, the spoils of the competition fell to the Liu family. Liu Yanren initially intended to refuse, but recognizing the immense value of the reward to the Liu family, she ultimately accepted it. Following the competition, amidst the inquiries from numerous cultivators, Kuwaya's identity was unveiled. He was revealed to be a disciple of the esteemed Xiao Fengliu Danlu. Those who had previously sought to seize the Zhutian from Kuwaya secretly rejoiced, grateful that they had refrained from taking action, lest they find themselves, or even the forces backing them, utterly annihilated. After the competition concluded, Kuwaya did not rest for a moment, tirelessly honing his swordsmanship within a secluded space. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu strolled through the imperial city, indulging in the pleasures of mortal life. As for Xiao Daoling, she remained as busy as ever. Since the opening of Xiao Fengliu Danlu, business had been extraordinarily prosperous. Several branches of Xiao Fengliu Danlu had been established throughout the imperial city, each operated by various families and factions, all with Bai Fengliu's consent. This was done to maintain the balance within the imperial capital, as Bai Fengliu did not wish for the emergence of Xiao Fengliu Danlu to disrupt the established order. When families expressed their desire to join, he acquiesced, with the pills being crafted by Xiao Daoling. The materials were provided by those families, while Xiao Fengliu Danlu retained 40 of the profits, distributing the remainder among the major factions. This distribution was met with immense satisfaction from the various factions, who had initially expected to receive only 20, yet found themselves awarded 60 instead. Truly, a benevolent gesture. Kuwaya had originally intended to voice his objections regarding this arrangement, but before he could speak, Bai Fengliu dismissed him. In no time, Taiying City had become a coveted destination for cultivators from all surrounding empires, for the elixirs found here were nothing short of miraculous. Not only was there an abundance of varieties, each of the highest quality, but the prices were also astonishingly reasonable. In recent days, Bai Fengliu had gradually begun to transfer control of Xiao Fengliu Danlu to the Tai Chi royal family. Upon hearing this news, the Tai Chi Emperor nearly choked with excitement as he rushed over. This was akin to a divine windfall. Bai Fengliu had also left behind a plethora of medicinal pills for the Tai Chi royal family, including even Shin-level pills. Most importantly, he had left behind a mysterious trump card. Furthermore, Bai Fengliu selected several disciples with promising alchemical talents from within the Tai Chi royal family, assigning Xiao Daoling to guide them in pill crafting. The rationale behind this assistance was his intention to take Kuwaya and Xiao Daoling to a higher realm for further training. ensuring that Xiao Fengliu Danlu would have a caretaker in his absence. And the Tai Chi royal family was a fitting choice. The provision of alchemical training was to prevent Xiao Fengliu Danlu from losing its supply of pills following Xiao Daoling's departure. The retention of a stock of medicinal pills served two purposes. First, as more cultivators from other empires began trading at Xiao Fengliu Danlu, the Tai Chi royal family needed sufficient strength to deter them. Second, this was the birthplace of Kuwaya, thereby establishing a foundation for the location. As for any other reasons, perhaps only Bai Fengliu knew. Master, when shall we venture to a more advanced realm for cultivation? Kuwaya inquired, brimming with anticipation. Bai Fengliu retorted with a hint of mockery. What? Are you eager to be beaten in a higher realm? With my strength, who could possibly defeat me? Come, let us continue refining your reflux sword technique. I apologize, Master. I was wrong. I shall reflect in the Imperial City. At the Liu family estate, the current head of the Liu family wore a radiant smile, for the elusive mastermind behind Xiao Fengliu Danlu, Bai Fengliu, had unexpectedly arrived. I have come today to meet Liu Yanran. Bai Fengliu stated directly upon arriving at the Liu residence. I am unaware of your intentions, senior. The head of the Liu family responded, puzzled. Do you see my disciple beside me? Bai Fengliu gestured toward Kuwaya. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family contemplated a possibility. Could it be that this esteemed figure was here to propose marriage? My goodness, if I could align with such a powerful figure, the Liu family would surely soar to new heights. Moreover, this esteemed disciple is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. With this thought, he swiftly commanded, quickly, summon Yanran. Before long, Liu Yanran arrived at the Liu family's reception hall. Upon seeing Bai Fengliu seated at the head of the table, she was taken aback. In recent days, she had heard much about Bai Fengliu. Approaching, she offered a slight bow. Yanran pays her respects to Senior Bai. And to Senior Brother Waya. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Liu Yanran, Kuwaya could not help but shed unbidden tears of admiration. Yanran, what do you think of this young Master Ko? As soon as these words escaped, Liu Yanran was taken aback. Bai Fengliu was astonished. Kuwaya was equally bewildered. At that moment, Kuwaya too considered a possibility. Surely Master had not come to propose marriage to the Liu family today. Do you see? This is what it means to propose through Master. Liu Yanran pondered this possibility as well, for she could conceive of no other reason. Even though she held no aversion to Kuwaya, she was reluctant to marry a stranger so readily. Just as she prepared to speak, Bai Fengliu interjected, Head of the Liu family, you have misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to propose marriage. Do you think this lad is worthy of your daughter? Is he worthy? Is this what you call proposing through Master? As Kuwaya attempted to speak, he was interrupted by Bai Fengliu. You there. Stand still. Look at that foolish expression on your face. What a disgrace. Bai Fengliu, I have tolerated you for far too long. Just as Kuwaya's words were about to escape, he felt that familiar sensation of embarrassment creeping back. Let me handle some family matters first. Disobedient disciple. Come here. Bai Fengliu swung his arm, aiming a playful slap at Kuwaya. Witnessing the antics of this comically mismatched pair of master and disciple, Liu Yanran couldn't help but smile. Moments later, Kuwaya stood obediently beside Bai Fengliu, resembling a true pig head. Clapping his hands, Bai Fengliu continued, The head of the Liu family has misunderstood my intentions. I have come to take this young lady with me. Rest assured, I am merely finding her a master. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family hesitated. However, Liu Yanran spoke up. Father, I will go with the senior. I trust in his character. What character? Kuwaya inadvertently revealed his inner thoughts. Bai Fengliu turned to Kuwaya. Good lad. Quite bold. I like it. When we return, you shall practice the reflux sword technique 1,000 times. And I shall prepare ample divine pills for you today. Master, is it still acceptable to apologize now? It is Ke sighed in relief, just as he was about to utter those 3 words when Bai Fengliu continued. You could still take your own life. After a barrage of Bai Fengliu's heartfelt persuasion, not mere flattery, he finally swayed the head of the Liu family. After leaving a legacy for the Liu family, Bai Fengliu took Liu Yanran away with him. Upon departing with Liu Yanran, Kuwui, amidst her astonished expression, brought her to the Shenzhou Academy of Immortal Tao, entrusting her to the esteemed Qinghuan Empress. Thus, Liu Yanran became the first disciple of the Qinghuan Empress. After Bai Fengliu's departure, the Qinghuan Empress gazed at Liu Yanran, who possessed an innate spirit body, growing increasingly fond of her Yinner from now on. You shall diligently cultivate by my side. Liu Yanran nodded. Though she was unaware of the identity of this beautiful sister before her, she could feel the kindness radiating from her. Moreover, the prowess exhibited by Bai Fengliu had utterly shattered her previous understanding. With a mere movement, he had traversed countless realms. What kind of cultivation was this? Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, the Qinghuan Empress smiled and said, Yinner, Bai Senior is the strongest person known in this world. Returning to the Bai Fengliu Dan Tower, the master and disciple promptly entered an independent space as a figure of great renown. Bai Fengliu's words were indeed binding. A promise of 1,000 repetitions of the returning flow sword technique meant precisely that. Alas, poor Ku Wui. This child, how unfortunate he is. Disciple, do you know that the Liu girl is to be your future wife? Originally lying on the ground in despair, Ku Wui abruptly sat up upon hearing this, staring intently at Bai Fengliu. How do you know? I can foresee. Oh, right. My predictions are infallible. If I say so, then it is so. Then why did you send her away? What? Is that not allowed? Bai Fengliu, you old rascal. I shall fight you, rebellious disciple. Come forth. With a flurry of sounds, a voice echoed through the independent space that I'm sorry, master. I was wrong. Please, no more training. For many consecutive days, Ku Wui remained engrossed in comprehending the sword path within the small world. The realm of Wuzhou continually expanded, enhancing his swordsmanship as he executed strike after strike. Master, I feel that the Wuzhou realm is merely the fundamental technique of the Wuzhou sword. There seems to be something even more powerful beyond it. Ku Wui remarked, glancing at Bai Fengliu, who was observing his sword practice. Focus on strengthening the Wuzhou realm. If you do not yet comprehend the first move, what are you thinking about the subsequent techniques? Are you daydreaming? In response to Bai Fengliu's remark, Ku Wui pouted, but my Wuzhou realm is already quite formidable. Bai Fengliu offered no reply, instead seizing Ku Wui and, with a swift motion, they found themselves in a desolate world. Master, where is this place? Ku Wui inquired curiously, surveying the bleak landscape before him. This was once a beautiful world, Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. Observe what the Wuzhou realm truly entails. As soon as Bai Fengliu's words fell, Ku Wui felt as though everything before him had vanished, leaving only an abyss of darkness. There was no light, and the darkness intensified, as if he were about to be engulfed. Suddenly, Bai Fengliu retracted the realm and turned to Ku Wui. This is the Wuzhou realm. Do you see it clearly? I saw nothing. You didn't see anything, just darkness. There's nothing else. Well then, it appears I've been teaching in vain. Let us not discuss this topic. I shall ask you, what is a sword? Bai Fengliu posed the question. This time, Ku Wui fell silent. When Bai Fengliu first posed this question, he had answered without hesitation, sharing his views on sword cultivation. However, as he gradually began to practice, he realized that his initial thoughts had been wildly misguided. Seeing Ku Wui's silence, Bai Fengliu continued, no need to rush your answer. First, witness a battle, then respond, with a wave of his hand. Two figures engaged in combat materialized before them, in a barren space. A handsome man radiating an overwhelming imperial aura addressed a black-robed cultivator. Why? Why have you become this way? For 200,000 years, I have guarded the borders, fighting for that world. Yet what is the outcome? They killed my wife, simply because she was a demon. Can such a vast world not accommodate a benevolent demon? The leader has already been slain by you. Why can you not spare the innocent? Xintian, no need to say more. You have those whom you wish to protect, but the one I sought to guard is no longer here. Upon saying this, the black-robed man clenched his fist and struck fiercely at the man named Xintian. Xintian sighed softly, yet his gaze turned icy. As he stated, he had those whom he needed to protect. The black-robed man's punch, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, thundered toward Xintian, causing the very space around them to fracture, dissolving into nothingness. Xintian grasped a blood-red longsword, lightly tracing his finger along its blade before unleashing a strike. A sword beam, suffused with boundless killing intent, collided violently with a punch. In that instant of their clash, everything in the surroundings was obliterated, leaving only an endless void of darkness. Soon, only two streaks of light could be seen flickering in that space, colliding with one another. With each impact, the surrounding space was shattered. Before long, the entire area lay in ruins. As they paused, Xiantian addressed the black-robed man. "Zhilu, we have known each other for 200,000 years. Yet today, I shall slay you. You have succumbed to madness. Then come." Once again, the two engaged in fierce battle, Xiantian wielding his crimson longsword, each strike infused with intense murderous intent aimed at the black-robed man, who wielded no weapon but his fists. Indeed, the black-robed man was a martial emperor. They fought for an extended duration until the entire space was utterly shattered, reduced to a complete void. Void Slash. The man known as Xiantian unleashed the Void Slash. Compared to Kowui's Void Slash, this man's was simply on an entirely different level. Upon executing the Void Slash, beads of sweat began to trickle down Xiantian's brow, and his complexion grew pale. As the sword light swept through, the surrounding void began to seethe, swirling vortices of killing intent converging around the sword beam, crashing down upon the black-robed in an instant. The black-robed man's body began to fracture, until finally, only a remnant of his spirit lingered in the void. "Where did you learn this move?" The black-robed man's spirit inquired, his tone calm. "1,000 years after you departed the Eastern world, I encountered a transcendent senior." Xiantian did not conceal the truth. "You have surpassed the Emperor's realm?" Xiantian nodded. At this moment, the two conversed as if they were old friends, their demeanor remarkably tranquil. "Zhilu, you know well the enmity between the human and demon races in the Eastern world. How could you forget? She is different, but she is still a demon. The ancestors fought valiantly against the demon race, leaving behind their legacy. Have you forgotten how many ancestors fell in battle? A million years of hatred cannot simply be disregarded. She remains a demon that cannot be changed." As the conversation continued, Xiantian's tone turned cold once more. "I harbor no regrets. I have wronged no one among the human race. If I could, I would take Linger away from here, even if it meant living an ordinary life." After uttering this, Julio's spirit gradually faded from view. Xiantian sighed deeply. Zhilu was right. Linger was indeed kind-hearted, yet the hatred harbored by the cultivators of the Eastern world towards demons was deeply ingrained. Upon discovering Linger's true nature, the cultivators united to hunt her down. At that time, he was unable to intervene as he guarded the borders, and Zhilu was also stationed there. Was this approach justified? The demon race had wrought havoc in the Eastern world, slaughtering countless innocent cultivators. Were there not those among them as virtuous as Linger? Were it not for the ancestors sacrificing themselves to protect this realm, they would have long since ceased to exist. Was Zhilu at fault? For 200,000 years, he stood guard, yet the woman he loved was slain. Anyone in his position would likely react similarly. Xiantian shook his head and turned to leave, observing these events unfold. Bai Fengliu sighed. "Both are at fault, yet neither is wrong. It is merely a difference in stance. However, your reach is extended somewhat too far. In these several epochs, I have no inclination to engage in a battle of wits with you. You have crawled out of your shell once again. Splendid indeed." As the scene faded away, Bai Fengliu turned to Kowuyo. "What did you see? What have you comprehended?" Kowuyo wore a perplexed expression. Having seen nothing but a vast emptiness, Bai Fengliu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Are you blind? Truly, you saw nothing at all." Kowuyo, somewhat bewildered, insisted that he had indeed only perceived a blank void. "Traitor, you dare to toy with me." With that, Bai Fengliu charged forward once more. What a thrashing it was! Yet as he continued to strike, he suddenly grasped something and came to a halt. "Oh dear, how careless of me." With Kowuyo's cultivation level, he truly cannot witness the battle between practitioners of the Imperial realm. In other words, I just pummeled this lad for nothing. "Master, I genuinely saw nothing," Kowuyo protested with an aggrieved expression. Bai Fengliu found himself at a loss for words that he spoke with a hint of disappointment. "What frustrates me is your inability to see anything to as my disciple. Your cultivation is far too low. You must strive harder. Know that I have high hopes for you, and this is merely my disappointment in you. Bai Fengliu, you old turtle, continue your fabrications. The moment he refrained from explanations, Kawuyo's ire nearly erupted. What did you say? My hearing isn't quite what it used to be. Do come closer. Master, I said I will double my efforts. I said, oh no, please do not come any closer. As a result, it was truly satisfying. This will teach you to speak carelessly. Once the reputation of the Bai Fengliu Dan building spread to other empires, countless foreign practitioners surged into Taiyang City. In an instant, the number of practitioners in Taiyang City soared. And the previously scarce foundation-building cultivators in the Tai Empire suddenly became plentiful, appearing in every corner of the city. Consequently, numerous patrolling soldiers emerged both inside and outside Taiyang City. Anyone who violated the regulations of Taiyang City would be expelled without hesitation. After a few fearless foundation-building cultivators caused a ruckus at the Bai Fengliu Dan building and were subsequently dealt with by Bai Fengliu, no one dared to cause trouble there again on this day. A multitude of practitioners gathered at the gates of Taiyang City. They had heard that the divine martial dynasty had sent envoys to inspect Taiyang City. In response, the Tai Emperor expressed disdain. Believing that the divine martial dynasty was merely using the pretense of an inspection to plot the annexation of the Bai Fengliu Dan building. These individuals are seeking their own demise, and he could not be bothered to intervene. In the past, Yin Tian would have personally gone to welcome the envoys of the divine martial dynasty. However, under the influence of Bai Fengliu, he now regarded the so-called envoys of the divine martial dynasty with contempt. He merely sent someone to represent him in the welcoming. Soon, a gigantic flying beast appeared in the sky outside Taiyang City, upon which stood a group of individuals. At the forefront was a young man clad in a splendid robe, followed by dozens of guards, all of whom were foundation-building cultivators. The most intimidating figure was the elderly man beside the youth, who was evidently a peak mid-stage golden core cultivator. Where is the Tai Emperor? Hurry and come forth to welcome me. A somewhat disdainful voice emanated from the back of the enormous flying beast. Upon hearing this, many practitioners of the Tai Empire frowned, finding the divine martial dynasty's behavior exceedingly arrogant. In response, a middle-aged man in armor spoke. Greetings, esteemed inspector. The Emperor is feeling unwell and has sent me to welcome you. The young man in the splendid robe cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man and coldly retorted, "What are you?" "The divine martial dynasty has come to inspect. As long as he is alive, he must come forth." Upon hearing this, not only did the middle-aged man's expression darken, but even the onlookers began to regard him with hostility. Only the foreign cultivators secretly reveled in the situation, eager for the Tai Empire to offend the divine martial dynasty. Returning to the esteemed inspector, "The Emperor is unwell. If you have come to seek trouble, please take your leave." The middle-aged man recalled the Emperor's instructions. If the other party spoke insolently, there was no need to show them courtesy. I could see these words. Everyone was taken aback. When did the Tai Empire become so bold as to confront the divine martial dynasty? It must be noted that the Tai Empire was merely a second-rate empire, while the divine martial dynasty was a first-rate one, with each first-rate empire overseeing dozens of second-rate ones. The Tai Empire was but a vassal beneath the divine martial dynasty, effectively opposing the elder brother. The young man in the splendid robe was initially taken aback, then suddenly erupted into laughter, only for his expression to darken ominously. "Who granted you such audacity? Someone, kill him." At his command, two foundation-building guards stepped forward towards the middle-aged man. The crowd, feeling the tension, turned to see the Tai Emperor approaching, accompanied by a young man clad in tattered robes. Among the practitioners present, some quickly recognized the tattered-robed youth as the powerful figure behind the Bai Fengliu Dan building. Yet no one warned the ninth prince of the divine martial dynasty. The local practitioners naturally disapproved of the prince's demeanor, while those from other empires eagerly anticipated the ninth prince receiving a thrashing from Bai Fengliu. "Yin Tian, you seem quite audacious in the Tai Empire. Even your lapdog dares to bark in front of this prince." The ninth prince spoke with an acerbic tone. Yin Tian appeared unfazed by the prince's words, smiling gently. "Ninth prince, the individuals below are unfamiliar with etiquette. They have grown accustomed to speaking their minds in the presence of different individuals. Please do not take offense. You." The ninth prince's face paled with rage, while the elderly man beside him frowned in displeasure. Yun Tian, do you even understand who you are conversing with? The ninth prince restrained his fury from exploding. I am aware that the ninth prince of the divine martial dynasty is Shun Wushuang. Yun Tian, do you realize that the life and death of your Tai empire rests in this prince's hands? Kneel before me, offer your apologies, and surrender the Bai Fengliu Dan building, and I shall let bygones be bygones. The elderly man beside him looked displeased. It seemed the ninth prince was not particularly astute. Openly revealing his intentions in response to the ninth prince, Yun Tian maintained an impassive tone, stating, I apologize for any offense caused by my words. Kneeling is not out of the question, but the Bai Fengliu Dan building is not under the control of my imperial family. And this requirement is beyond my capabilities. Yun Tian's demeanor remained unreadable. Very well. Yun Tian, it seems that my divine martial dynasty can no longer tolerate your Tai empire, if that is the case. Elder Gong, kill him, and then we shall support someone else. Shen Wushuang directed a glance at the elderly man. The elderly man frowned slightly. Ninth Prince, the act of executing an emperor of an empire requires the emperor's authorization. Go ahead and kill him. I will explain to my father upon my return. After observing the commotion for a moment, Bai Fengliu turned to Yun Tian, pondering whether this fellow's intellect had not fully developed or if he had inherited his father's foolishness. Yun Tian felt somewhat exasperated. Great one, you are indeed formidable, unafraid of the divine martial dynasty. However, I am not yet able to contend with them. Is it truly wise to speak so boldly? Indeed, the Tai Empire is not yet capable of standing against the divine martial dynasty. Yun Tian's disregard for the ninth prince stems from the fact that Shun Wushuang is merely a marginalized prince. Although he ranks ninth, his lack of wisdom places him at the bottom among the princes. The divine martial dynasty would not annihilate the Tai Empire over such a prince, especially since it was the ninth prince who first insulted the lord of a nation, as for the matter concerning the Bai Fengliu Dan building. It is not within his purview. Yun Zhu, the ninth prince, is still young. I hope you do not take his words to heart, Elder Gong said respectfully. Elder Gong, the ninth prince exclaimed. Elder Gong, forgive my rudeness. But you truly ought to take a good look at your own intellect. Yun Zhu, I have come specifically regarding the Bai Fengliu Dan building. However, my intention is not to seize it, but rather because the Bai Fengliu Dan building sale of golden yuan pills has violated the rules established by the Divine Lord. Elder Gong stated, Alas, this matter does not stem from the Tai Empire violating the rules set by the Divine Lord, but rather because my imperial family cannot afford to offend the powerful figure behind the Dan building. Oh, is there an entity within the Tai Empire that is beyond the reach of the imperial family? Elder Gong spoke as if he found this amusing. The Dan building is mine. Any matters can be discussed directly with me. At that moment, Bai Fengliu spoke softly. You insolent brat. Just now you dared to insult the deity, and I was inclined to slay you on the spot. Yet I am astonished that you still have the audacity to speak. You truly do not know the meaning of danger, Elder Gong exclaimed in anger. Afterward, he turned to Yun Tian and declared, regardless of this person's connection to your Tai Empire, I shall certainly execute him today. Upon hearing this, Yun Tian raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Impressive, truly impressive. Come, Elder Gong, swiftly eliminate him. Once he is dispatched, the Bai Fengliu Tower shall be yours. Yun Tian directed his gaze at Elder Gong. Bai Fengliu then turned to Yun Tian and remarked, Since when have you become so audacious? This statement caused Yun Tian to break into a cold sweat. However, Bai Fengliu did not pursue the matter further, although Elder Gong found Yun Tian's reaction somewhat peculiar. He dismissed it. After all, what did it matter if this youth was at the Golden Core stage? He had no doubt he could overpower him. Even if he couldn't, did the other party truly dare to kill him? Such arrogance! Alas, he was merely a fool. Who dares to harm my master? A furious roar echoed, and then Kowui's figure appeared before Bai Fengliu. Looking at Elder Gong, Kowui shouted, Is it you, old turtle? You shall die. With that, he brandished his weapon, Zhu Tian, and charged at Elder Gong. Excellent, truly excellent. Such youthful vigor. Elder Gong's face turned green with rage at being called an old turtle. He retaliated with a punch that shattered the sword light emitted by Kowui, sending him crashing back to Bai Fengliu. Wow, A golden core cultivator? I apologize. I should not have called you an old turtle. My master is formidable. You should deal with him, not me. I am filial, Kawui exclaimed in a panic. Fear not, for today, both you and your master shall perish, Elder Gong replied expressionlessly, regarding Kawui. Master, did you see? This old turtle intends to kill you. Kawui turned to Elder Gong and taunted, Old man. Aren't you powerful? Come, kill my master. Watching the spectacle unfold, Yin Tian mused that Kawui was indeed a curious specimen. I shall assist you. With that, Elder Gong's fingers curled slightly, and a tremendous force emanated from him. He then lunged towards Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu continued to observe the unfolding scene with an air of indifference. With a thunderous sound, an overwhelming power surged through the arena, causing the surrounding onlookers to mobilize their internal energy to resist. Yet, several weaker cultivators were still flung away by the force. Yin, does your Tai Empire truly wish to oppose my divine martial dynasty? Elder Gong inquired darkly, fixing his gaze on Yin Tian, standing before Bai Fengliu. His earlier attack had indeed been intercepted by Yin Tian, that he found it unsurprising that Yin Tian had advanced to the Golden Core stage, given his talent and the aid of a supreme Golden Yuan pill. Such progress was expected. However, he was puzzled by the identity of this youth who could persuade Yin Tian to forsake the entire Tai Empire and stand against the divine martial dynasty. He could not believe that Yin Tian had become arrogant after breaking through to the Golden Core. Know this, Elder Gong. To kill someone from my Tai Empire before me is to show utter disregard for my authority as emperor. Yin Tian replied coolly. Leave. Elder Gong turned to depart, sensing that today's events were too peculiar and veered far from his expectations. Once the crowd had dispersed, Bai Fengliu maintained his demeanor of casual observation, showing no inclination to intervene. Coward, Kawui scoffed. Half an hour later at the royal palace, Bai Fengliu said to Yin Tian. He then turned to Kawui. My good disciple, what did you just say? The wind was too strong. I cannot hear you. I shall refrain from repeating myself. Half an hour later, within the royal palace, only Bai Fengliu and Yin Tian remained. Bai Fengliu languidly seated himself on the steps of the grand hall, while Yin Tian, devoid of any regal demeanor, joined him on the steps. You harbor ambition, Bai Fengliu remarked calmly. After a moment of silence, Yin Tian responded, I once did. Do share. In his youth, brimming with vigor, the entire Tai Empire was aware that I entered the foundation establishment stage at the age of 28. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that I had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment by 16. With a sigh, Yin Tian continued, Are you aware why the cultivators beneath the divine martial dynasty require a golden yuan pill to break through to the golden core stage? Consolidation and confinement, Bai Fengliu stated indifferently. Nothing escapes your insight. In all the vassal empires of the divine martial dynasty, a grand formation has been established, severing all opportunities for cultivators to comprehend the golden core. As he spoke, Yin Tian's gaze darkened further. When I reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I forcibly tore a breach in this formation, an act that incited the wrath of those above. Consequently, I was grievously injured, and my cultivation has stagnated ever since. Do you know who established these formations? Bai Fengliu inquired. I beseech you to enlighten me. Consolidation, consolidation. Can you not deduce it? A cold smile played on Bai Fengliu's lips. Consolidation, Yin Tian murmured, suddenly struck by a dreadful realization. Indeed, it is the sovereign of this continent. Bai Fengliu affirmed, as for the reason. You should comprehend it. To eliminate the opportunities of the younger generation and monopolize the essence of spiritual energy. Such a cruel heart. Yin Tian's expression darkened ominously. Continue. Later, I ascended to the throne, and the arrogance of my youth was thoroughly tempered. With a sigh, Yin Tian continued, the people of the Tai Empire believe the royal family embodies the empire's fate. For commoners, the pursuit of royal power might be a lifelong aspiration. Yet, who understands the plight of the royals? I tread carefully each day, meticulously maintaining the delicate balance among various factions, as far as the divine martial dynasty is concerned. The significance of the Tai Empire lies solely in the annual tribute of resources. I once aspired to overturn the established order, but I soon realized that such a feat was impossible. The fear of the divine martial dynasty has been etched into the bones of every cultivator in the empire, and the Tai Empire is utterly insignificant before them. Royal power, royal power. But who knows that a single misstep could transform royal power into the power of destruction, leading to the downfall of the entire Tai Empire. By the end of his discourse, Yin Tian's eyes were devoid of color, filled only with desolation and gloom. It is indeed commendable to see the truth. Unlike that foolish disciple of mine who prances about, disregarding everyone. Yin Tian, you are quite remarkable, truly remarkable, Bai Fengliu praised. Your flattery is unwarranted. Yin Tian quickly bowed in response. You previously intended to kill the ninth prince and his entourage. Am I correct? Indeed. Then why did you not execute them? I did not dare. Yin Tian replied, not with the word cannot, but rather with dare not. Your concern for the world is admirable, a great talent, upon hearing Bai Fengliu's praise. Yin Tian shook his head in self-deprecation, choosing not to respond. Yin Tian, I offer you an opportunity. Do you desire it? Bai Fengliu looked at Yin Tian. Yin Tian hastily replied, I do. Are you not afraid that the price may be beyond your capacity to bear? Bai Fengliu asked with a hint of intrigue. And no matter the cost, Senior shall not harm the Tai Empire. How amusing! How amusing! With a grand gesture, Bai Fengliu transported them both into his small world. In contrast to before, they now found themselves within a grand hall, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Bai Fengliu pointed at a skeletal remains radiating a primeval energy atop a throne and said, He, like you, was a ruler of a nation. When calamity befell, he fought valiantly for his people and perished. Upon hearing this, Yin Tian bowed respectfully to the remains. His name was Heng Yu, the sovereign of the Southern Kingdom during the Tianyuan era. The cultivators of the Southern Kingdom referred to him as Heng Zun. Go forth, by passing his trial. You shall obtain his legacy. Your success or failure rests with you, with a solemn bow to the heavens. He strode towards the lifeless bones. Bai Fengliu observed this scene in quiet contemplation. Xiao Yu, you bear a striking resemblance to him. After a prolonged moment, a formidable aura emanated from Yin Tian, his cultivation surging relentlessly until it reached a pinnacle. Moments later, Yin Tian approached Bai Fengliu and bowed deeply before him. Having received the inheritance from Nanzun, Yin Tian now comprehended Bai Fengliu's intentions. An epical calamity loomed. Uncertain whether he could withstand the fabled tribulation, he resolved that, even in death, he would be the first to confront it. Subsequently, Yin Tian remained the sovereign of the Tai Empire, though it had severed ties with the Xinwu dynasty, emerging as an independent realm. Many ages later, a saying emerged. In the Tai Empire, 9 emperors arise. When the calamity descends, the 9 emperors of Tai stand firm between heaven and earth, safeguarding countless lives with their flesh and blood. Though they perish, they remain eternal. Senior, entrust this sealing array to that young lad. Yin Tian nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the Bai Fengliu Dan Tower, with a formidable aura surrounding Yin Tian prompted Ku Wui to inquire. Master Yin, what is happening? I have received some favors from Senior Bai. My master, Yin Tian affirmed at K. Wui turned to Bai Fengliu. Old man, you should keep your mouth shut. This time let us skip the formalities and go straight to the point. With that, Bai Fengliu charged forward. In the Xinwu dynasty, 2 figures faced each other across a table. I never expected you to grow so formidable, remarked the sovereign of the Xinwu Empire, gazing at Yin Tian. I am grateful for the life-saving grace of the Divine Lord from years past. Indeed, it was the Divine Lord who had secretly ensured Yin Tian's survival when he tore apart the sealing formation. The Divine Lord waved his hand. We are but ordinary mortals in this grand world. There are no divine lords or sovereigns. With a sigh, he continued, your cultivation has become unfathomable to me. If that is the case, let someone else deal with that matter. Can the dynasty be preserved? Yin Tian nodded. Very well. Let it be known that, effective immediately, the prohibition on medicinal pills is lifted, and all vassal empires under the Xinwu dynasty may sell golden essence pills. Just after Bai Fengliu had dealt a blow to Ku Wui, he gazed at the starry chessboard in his hands and muttered, Has it begun earlier? The grand era has already commenced. No, the seal of the burial sea has yet to be broken. Strange, strange. Why does the grand era? Before he could finish, Kowui exclaimed in horror. What? To the death. Bai Fengliu, you malicious master. I said nothing, and you already want to kill me. Come on, just kill me. Let me consider this life a waste and become your disciple. Bai Fengliu. A few days later, Bai Fengliu departed the Tai Empire with Xiao Daoling and Kowui. Within the imperial palace, feeling Bai Fengliu's absence, Yin Tian was engulfed in a moment of confusion. In a brief span, the fate of the entire Tai Empire had been irrevocably altered. After a moment of silence, he commanded, "Issue my decree, erect a statue in honor of Senior Bai, and pay homage." Bai Fengliu, Master, where shall we go next? Kowui inquired at this moment. Kowui had clearly reached the pinnacle of mid-stage convergence. A splendid place. Kowui replied, I trust you, but after leaving the Tai Empire, the group headed straight for a forbidden area on the Xianhuang continent, Duanhuan Valley. This was a place known throughout the Xianhuang continent that was said to be a graveyard for countless ancient treasures. Yet no cultivator who entered ever emerged alive. The saying circulated in the Xianhuang continent, Duanhuan Valley, where souls are severed. Entering the valley is easy, but exiting is perilous. It severs lives and extinguishes souls. Days later, before the forbidden site of Duanhuan Valley on the Xianhuang continent, Kowui questioned, Master, is this truly the splendid place you spoke of? Observing the desolate and dark valley before him, Bai Fengliu nodded and continued deeper into the valley. Kowui hurried to follow, while Xiao Daoling remained within Bai Fengliu's miniature realm. As they ventured into the frigid valley, Kowui felt as if he had entered the maw of a primordial beast, his very life hanging by a thread. Master, shall we leave? What is so good about this place? Don't you think? Kowui approached Bai Fengliu, looking rather timid. This place is an excellent venue for your trials. Bai Fengliu replied, resuming his path into the depths of Duanhuan Valley. With no choice but to cautiously follow, Kowui's eyes darted around nervously. Suddenly, his heart nearly ceased to beat, for he spotted a multitude of glowing green eyes in the pitch-black valley. All fixated on him, Master. Something is watching us. Kowui stammered, his voice trembling. Bai Fengliu shot him a glance. Weren't you always so brave? You dared to provoke me, and now you cower? With a shift in tone, Bai Fengliu calmly stated, Go forth and eliminate those ghost soldiers. They're the first wave of trials I have arranged for you. You want me to kill them? Kowui's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, destroy them. What are you staring at? Will you go or not? If not, I'll assist you. With that, Bai Fengliu hurled Kowui towards a group of ghost soldiers. Bai Fengliu, you scoundrel! I've never encountered masters treacherous as you. Kowui shouted as he soared through the air. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he grumbled, Could you not hold back a bit? I haven't even had the chance to deal with those ghost soldiers before you nearly got me killed. Oh, come on. Just as he finished speaking, Kowui noticed that he was surrounded by numerous armored soldiers wielding long spears, emanating a foul stench, all glaring at him with their glowing green eyes that, oh no. Bai Fengliu, can you hear me? I suggest we abandon this training and leave. Before he could finish, the ghost soldiers charged towards Kowui. Damn it. When I survive this, the first thing I'm going to do is hunt you down. Bai Fengliu, mark my words. No one will stop me. With that, he brandished his weapon and lunged at the ghost soldiers. This lad certainly talks too much, Bai Fengliu remarked, watching the scene unfold with a hint of schadenfreude. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned just in time to avoid a close encounter with the ghost soldier. Oh, come on. Bai Fengliu swiftly slapped the ghost soldier, causing it to vanish without a trace, leaving no aura behind. Damn it. Could you show some respect for your elders? I'm not that old. Nearly scared to death. Bai Fengliu scolded while dispatching the ghost soldier in front of him. I need to find a better vantage point to watch this. With that, he took to the sky, observing Kowui battling a horde of ghost soldiers. At this moment, Kowui felt as though he wanted to curse Bai Fengliu's ancestors. What kind of master throws his disciple into such peril? These ghost soldiers, seemingly from an ancient era, all possessed golden core cultivation. Though devoid of consciousness, they attacked instinctively. Yet, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Despite having slain dozens, it felt as though he had accomplished nothing. AS fatigue set in, and wounds began to mar his body. Kowui's eyes blazed red. ignoring his injuries as he continued to swing his weapon. "Come on, kill me," he roared. The surrounding ghost soldiers momentarily halted in confusion. Seeing this, Kawui's confidence surged, and he shouted, "Come on, kill me. If I take a step back today, I'll—" "Oh no, they really are coming." Before he could finish his taunt, the ghost soldiers surged towards him. One sword strike. 2 sword strikes. Kawui had long lost count of how many swords he had swung. Beneath his feet lay a small mountain of corpses belonging to the ghostly soldiers. Breathing heavily, he consumed a divine recovery pill, instantly feeling a significant portion of his inner spiritual energy restored. "Come on, let us continue," Kawui bellowed, charging forward. Thus, he relentlessly swung his sword and repeatedly ingested the divine pill, unknowingly engaging in a fierce battle against the ghost soldiers in the soul-severing valley for 3 days and nights. With a resounding bang, the last ghost soldier surrounding him was vanquished. Gazing at the mountain of ghostly corpses, Kawui sank to the ground. Gasping for breath, he looked up at Bai Fengliu, who was observing the scene with amusement, and disdainfully remarked, "Is that all?" Bai Fengliu smiled slightly. "Take a look behind you." "Behind me." Before Kawui could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck by a violent force, sending him crashing against the cliff wall of the valley. Puffed. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as he raised his head, only to behold a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, staring intently at him. "How dishonorable! You attacked me from behind!" Kawui exclaimed furiously. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The silver-armored man emitted no vitality. His eyes were a lifeless gray, devoid of any spark. Another ghost soldier? The leader of them? This must be a ghost general. The commander of that horde, Bai Fengliu elucidated. Enough is enough. After wiping out a horde, a formidable foe appears. Do they think I am easy to bully? Kawui roared, slash of the void. A flurry of crimson sword lights surged towards the ghost general. Indeed, his swordsmanship had begun to merge with a hint of murderous intent. Bai Fengliu nodded in approval at the sight. Boom! Several sword lights struck fiercely against the ghost general, sending him hurtling away. "Now you understand my prowess," Kawui declared with pride. Yet before he could relish his triumph, he witnessed the ghost general rising once more. "What the hell? Not even a scratch. You can take a beating." "Huh. I refuse to believe you can endure more than I can. I've withstood over 1,000 slaps from Bai Fengliu. Can you?" Endless twilight. As the domain of endless twilight unfolded, Kawui transformed into a more formidable presence. Slash! He slowly uttered the word slash. A long sword, forged from countless small blades, descended upon the ghost general. Huffed, huffed. The sounds echoed as, within the gray-white domain of endless twilight, the ghost general was instantly reduced to innumerable tiny fragments. With the domain retracted, Kawui grinned. "Now you recognize my strength, right? I will become the greatest sword cultivator in the realm. And when that time comes, I'll make Bai Fengliu weep like a child." Alas, you won't witness that moment. Just as Kawui was about to continue speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. He struggled to turn around, only to see Bai Fengliu smiling at him. "My dear disciple, do continue. I had no idea your ambitions were so grand." "Wait, master, let me explain." "Ah," Kawui yelped, "don't slap my face, master, rebellious disciple. It is precisely your face that I aim to strike." "All right, it was just a light tap. No need to cry like a little girl," Bai Fengliu remarked, observing Kawui, who now resembled a pig's head, tears streaming down his face. "You called it a light tap? You swung your arm back and hit me squarely. Look at my face. Doesn't your conscience ache? I feel wronged. Do you sense the changes within you?" Bai Fengliu inquired. Kawui took a moment to reflect, his brow gradually unfurling. "Murderous intent. I feel a surge of it flowing within me." "Is that all?" "That's all." Bai Fengliu facepalmed. Considering the number of ghost soldiers you've slain, I assent it normal to have a bit of murderous intent. I asked if your swordsmanship has changed in any way. Oh, cough. It feels the same. Yet now, every sword I wield is imbued with intense murderous intent, each strike aiming to claim the enemy's life. Kawui began to elaborate. "Enough. I'm not interested in your boasting. Just feeling a hint of murderous intent in your swordsmanship is sufficient." "No need to elaborate," Bai Fengliu interrupted. "Master, do we continue onward?" Kawui asked. "Of course, we must press on. I still need to unearth your potential. stop wasting time with your chatter. Are you coming or not? If not, let us head to the small world. I'll train with you. Let us go, of course. Master, don't you think this place is beautiful? Not terrifying at all, truly. After the master and disciple walked a distance, Bai Fengliu suddenly halted. Master, before Kawui could inquire, he felt a chilling sensation in his throat, followed by a rapid drain of life force from within. Struggling to turn, he found a shadow wielding a curved knife, grinning at him with a mouth full of sharp, crimson teeth, blood dripping from the blade. Is this it? Am I truly going to die now? It's worth it. In such a short time, I have experienced what I once could not have imagined. Enough. The only regret is, with great difficulty. Kawui raised his hand and gave the shadow a middle finger. That you're quite ugly. Turning to Bai Fengliu, he said, Master, thank you. Thank you for teaching me the sword, and if I'm no longer here, please take care of little Dao Ling for me. I. Can you stop with the blubbering? Are you dead? Look at your own body. Bai Fengliu cut him off. Wui glanced at his body and was astonished to find himself enveloped in a faint golden glow. The life force that had been draining away was now fully restored. Not dead. What happened? Just moments ago, that ugly creature slashed my throat, and I was losing life force. Now I'm perfectly fine. Could this be the legendary son of destiny? Enough of that. Remember, this spiritual body is temporarily lent to you. Now, your task is to eliminate this shadow ghost before you. Shadow ghosts excel in assassination while alive and become even more formidable in death. This is my assistance to you. The rest is up to you. With that, Bai Fengliu ascended to the peak of the soul-severing valley, ready to watch the ensuing spectacle. I am immortal. What do you have to contend with me? Once again, the sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed as Kawui felt his life force wane, only to be replenished moments later. This cycle of loss and restoration drove him nearly to madness. Yes, I cannot die, but it hurts, and this feeling of impending death, I really don't want to experience it. Master, please spare me. I can't win. I simply can't. Whereunto you, immortal? What is there to fear? It hurts, and truly, Master, I cannot win. This spiritual body comes at a price. 1 million top-tier spirit stones per hour. You figure out. How much? 1 million. Kawui turned to the shadow ghost and shouted, Come on, don't just stand there. Hurry up and let me finish you off. I'm in a rush. Bai Fengliu facepalm, my heavens. I've never seen anyone so foolish. Endless Twilight. Kawui activated the domain of Endless Twilight once more. Under its influence, the once nearly invisible shadow ghost appeared to move sluggishly in Kawui's eyes. I want to let you escape. Slash. The familiar long sword coalesced again, slashing toward the shadow ghost. However, this time, the shadow ghost managed to evade the strike. Don't dodge. It's expensive. Do you know that? 1 million for an hour. You owe me. My heavens. How can one be so foolish? Bai Fengliu was at a loss for words. Think you can dodge? Let us see how you fare against my second technique of Endless Twilight. No trace. As the words without traces fell, the entire realm of Endless Day transformed into a tangible entity. And at that moment, everything within the domain came to a standstill. The dark specter remained frozen in place, its body ensnared by an intricate web of sword energy, countless slender blades pinning it firmly within the realm. Come on, keep running. Run with all your might. Kawui spat furiously. This scoundrel has consumed so many of my spirit stones. Without traces? Why does it sound so peculiar? Bai Fengliu murmured in confusion. Within the Endless Day realm, Kawui decisively dispatched the dark specter with a single stroke of his sword. Bai Fengliu, aren't you supposed to be impressive? Why don't you come at me now? I'll tell you, I cannot be slain. In the midst of his reckless bravado, Kawui suddenly realized that the golden aura enveloping him had vanished. It's over. I've truly messed up. That golden light was lent to me. He exclaimed, Shout. Why are you silent? Let it out, Bai Fengliu said, observing Kawui. Master, please don't interfere. I can handle this myself. With that, Kawui swung his arm in a wide arc and slapped his own face. Goodness, that's ruthless. What insights have you gained? Bai Fengliu inquired. Fear. I fear death. The reason I could not defeat that dark specter before was my fear of dying. I was constantly on guard against its attacks. Even if I wouldn't truly perish, The sensation of dying terrifies me. Kawui replied after a long silence. Everyone fears death. That is normal. Your sword intent now contains a trace of death energy. But you are yet unable to cultivate it. Life and death can only be comprehended when you can freely traverse the river of time. Bai Fengliu elucidated. Master, I have discovered an issue. What issue? When I know I cannot die, I dare to confront anyone, even you. However, I am not invulnerable. If I encounter someone who could easily end my life, would I not simply perish? Well, that was hasty. Disciple, I have a method. What method? Kawui asked, intrigued. He then noticed Bai Fengliu approaching with a mischievous grin. Oh no, this feels like a painful lesson. Indeed, after a thorough beating from Bai Fengliu, Kawui swiftly abandoned his reckless attitude. Master, I must admit, this truly works, he mumbled, his words slurred. As the master and disciple continued onward, Kawui suddenly recalled something. Master, one is the intent to kill, and the other is the energy of death. Are you suggesting that my sword path should encompass these profound truths? Bai Fengliu nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. Finally, you are beginning to understand. Then, Master, I have now incorporated two paths, Kawui declared proudly. What you possess is merely a rudimentary form. You are still far from attaining a true path. Bai Fengliu shot him a disapproving glance. How far is far? The distance between our cultivation levels. A devastating blow. Kawui felt as if he had never experienced such a heavy setback in his life. Then, Master, how many paths must one encompass to be deemed adequate? All the great paths of the world. That doesn't seem too difficult. Kawui pondered. Alchemy, spear, sword, music, Confucianism, life, death, killing. That doesn't seem like much. Bai Fengliu appeared astonished. This is your notion of all the great paths of the world, is it not? Kawui queried. Well, it's somewhat close, but you are still short by several hundred thousand. Several hundred thousand. You mean I must encompass hundreds of thousands of paths? Bai Fengliu nodded. Kawui bellowed. You tell me it's not difficult? Are you speaking sensibly? Hundreds of thousands of paths. Master, please act like a human. Sigh. Why can't you learn from experience? Can't you control that mouth of yours? Not demonstrating further, it was too tragic, gazing at the pitch-black valley ahead. Kawui was unaware of how many inhuman trials awaited him. What lies ahead is the true valley of broken souls. This place holds some significance, Bai Fengliu remarked, observing Kawui. We've only just arrived. I thought we were nearing the exit. Along the path, Kawui had lost count of how many skeletal remains of cultivators he had encountered. Among them were the weakest, mere bodies, while the strongest had even surpassed the nascent soul stage. Yet in the end, they all returned to dust. Kawui mused. Who told you that? Bai Fengliu turned his head. Is it not true? Kawui questioned. Guess how long I have lived? Bai Fengliu suddenly seemed intrigued. Kawui thought for a moment. No matter how long you've lived, it cannot be longer than the existence of this world, right? Actually, I have existed longer than this realm, Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. You were just boasting, Kawui scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly, offering no further response. As long as he wished to live, there was nothing in this world that could kill him, not even time itself. As they walked, Kawui suddenly noticed a faint crimson glow ahead. The soul-breaking grass. After observing the grass, Bai Fengliu suddenly spoke. Disciple, your third trial lies in that flower before you, that if you can harvest it, you will have succeeded. Is it truly that simple? Kawui asked, somewhat incredulous. That it is indeed that simple. Just a flower? I refuse to believe a mere flower could pose a challenge. With that thought, Kawui approached the flower. As he drew near, he noticed a glimmer of light behind it. Bai Fengliu is nothing but a trickster. The exit is clearly right behind. Kawui muttered. Are you here to pick me? Suddenly, Kawui realized that the formerly enchanting flower had transformed into a stunning woman. Clad in a red dress, her skin was as smooth as jade, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders, and her exquisitely crafted features were captivating, her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon Kawui. The Kawui found himself momentarily dazed. Yet, that daze lasted only an instant. May I inquire, dear lady, what brings you to speak thus? He stammered, completely forgetting the strangeness of the situation. Why Master has instructed you to pick that flower. And I am that flower. Kawui turned to Bai Fengliu. Master, did you truly mean for me to harvest this lady? Bai Fengliu nodded. Upon hearing this, Kawui felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. Such a beautiful and enchanting lady. How could one speak of her in such a manner? Dear sir, could you spare me? If you uproot me, I shall fade away. Can you truly bear to do this? Why not allow me to accompany you? I could tend to your needs and relieve your fatigue. Her sweet voice echoed in Kawui's ears, igniting a blaze of desire within him, almost compelling his soul to escape. He found himself instinctively drawn toward the lady in red, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Disciple, I am teaching you to harvest this flower. Silence! Kawui suddenly roared. You old rascal, I have found you displeasing for quite some time. Do not obstruct my affairs. With that, he continued toward the lady in her as Kawui reached her side. The woman in red wrapped her arms around him from behind, her delicate hands caressing his chest. At the same time, her dulcet voice whispered in his ear, Do you find me beautiful, dear sir? Very beautiful. Kawui replied, his words slurred. Dear sir, I am quite famished. It has been ages since I encountered a cultivator. Your soul is a great tonic. Would you care to merge with me? The lady in red continued, I wish to offer you my soul, but I do not wish to perish. The previously expressionless Kawui's voice suddenly turned frigid as he grasped the woman's neck with a fierce grip. The woman in the red dress looked at Kawui in terror, exclaiming, Impossible! When did you break my illusion? Her voice had become exceedingly sharp. I didn't see it coming. Kawui shook his head. Then how could you possibly awaken? When I was berating my master, and he remained unmoved, Kawui replied coolly. You do not understand him, he added, not allowing the woman in red a moment to respond before he brutally crushed her neck. In that instant, she slowly transformed into an eerie flower. Iwui found himself once more in that pitch-black valley. Indeed, you shattered the illusion of the soul-dispersing grass so swiftly, it proves you have resisted temptation. You truly are my worthy disciple, Bai Fengliu remarked with satisfaction as he observed the scene. Iwui's face flushed with embarrassment that I could hardly withstand it. Who could? The young lady's figure, her voice, he protested. However, I know you well. Under normal circumstances, you would have slapped me long ago. Master, look at this flower. At that moment, the soul-dispersing grass began to wither. Naturally, you have dispelled the spirit of the flower, and its decay is to be expected. After stating this, the master and disciple ventured deeper into the valley. Iwui exhaled in relief, realizing that Bai Fengliu was unaware of his earlier outburst against him. Disciple, enlighten me on how you resisted the allure of the soul-dispersing grass. Bai Fengliu inquired with curiosity. Ahem, it's nothing to yes, your disciple. I must possess some degree of composure. Kawui replied. Let me see for myself. With that, Bai Fengliu's eyes transformed into a shade of gray, and he perceived the events that had just transpired with clarity. Master, are you all right? You scolded me again, Bai Fengliu remarked, his expression inscrutable. Master, you're not angry, are you? Kawui asked anxiously. Suddenly, Bai Fengliu smiled. How could I be? The mere fact that you identified the issue is commendable. Why would I be angry? Kawui sighed deeply in relief. Smack! Before he could fully relax, Kawui felt a familiar sensation across his face. Another slap. The force of it was unprecedented, sending him flying through the he soared. He abruptly heard, Disciple, there's a mosquito on your face. To hell with it. That damn mosquito. Bai Fengliu, if you want to hit me. Just say so. What an amusing pair of master and disciple. It has been ages since I witnessed a living cultivator. Kawui heard two chilling voices echoing, and then he felt a massive hand grasp his foot. This is bad. It felt as though his heart had stopped. Hanging upside down, Kawui was enveloped by a frigid aura. His heart raced, thumping furiously. Do not panic. I shall not kill you. It is rare to encounter a living cultivator. Why would I so easily dispose of you? The icy voice returned. Then, Kawui felt himself flung aside, landing heavily at Bai Fengliu's feet. Looking up, he beheld a creature, entirely black, with countless fissures adorning its body. Standing not far from him, Iwui had truly never encountered such a being before. A human seemed to stretch. Its head alone was a staggering 10 meters in height. label it a beast seemed equally ludicrous. For it could speak human language, and aside from its height and grotesque appearance, it bore a striking resemblance to humanity. Human, you are quite formidable. Congratulations. Your fate shall be grim, for you have successfully captured my attention. The bizarre creature stated, its gaze fixed on Bai Fengliu. Just a collection of vengeful spirits, Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. Human, I did not expect you to recognize my origins. I find myself increasingly intrigued. Speak, how would you prefer to meet your demise? The creature inquired with interest. Xiao Ke squinted at it. Brother, have you always been this brave? The creature was momentarily puzzled by Xiao Ke's words. Intrigue. It's nothing, I just wanted to commend you. You truly are impressive. Xiao Ke said, giving a thumbs up. Haha, how amusing. Such an entertaining human. I've decided not to kill you. Once I deal with the human beside you, you shall become my servant. The creature laughed, though its laughter was exceedingly unpleasant. Disciple, I shall not entrust this creature to you. I fear you may squander time. Its existence is irksome to me, Bai Fengliu declared. With a wave of his hand, are you fanning me? Or, before the creature could finish its sentence. It simply vanished. Indeed, it was gone. Not a trace remained. Too ugly. Bai Fengliu remarked coolly. Xiao Ke approached the spot where the creature had stood, addressing the air, Brother, that you could not withstand my master's slap. You shall forever be a man in my heart. You truly had courage. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire soul-dispersing valley. Countless ghostly soldiers and monsters dissolved into nothingness at that moment. Yet, deeper within, several beams of light flickered, countering this dreadful pressure. An elder appeared, accompanied by a young man, into Xiao Ke's view. The elder gazed into the depths of the soul-dispersing valley. Interesting. Then he turned to Bai Fengliu, and an overwhelming imperial pressure surged towards Xiao Ke. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped him. The terrifying imperial pressure vanished without a trace upon contact with the golden light. A hint of malice flashed in Bai Fengliu's eyes. Just as he prepared to act, he heard, Bai Fengliu, your name is well known, but I am quite disappointed by our recent encounter. You are unworthy of my intervention. The elder scoffed before vanishing with the young man. Stunned, Bai Fengliu was left bewildered by the elder's series of divine maneuvers. At the boundary of the Xintian Great World, the elder desperately tore apart the surrounding space, fleeing with all his might towards the outer realms of the Xintian Great World. Beside him, the young man asked, confused, Master, why are we escaping? Damn it, no time for nonsense. If I hadn't been clever, I would have been done for just now. Truly terrifying. How could such a formidable individual exist in this world? The elder replied, still shaken. Master, can you not defeat him? The elder abruptly halted. Do you not see my current state? If I could defeat him, why would I run? Are you foolish? The young man, looking wronged, replied, Master, did you not say that foolish people have their own blessings? The elder suddenly roared. Foolish people may have their blessings, but I never said that damned idiots do. Master, what was that old man's deal just now? Xiao Ke asked, somewhat dazed. You asked me. Who should I ask? Bai Fengliu replied, equally helpless. This maneuver had left him utterly flummoxed. Master, what cultivation level did that old man possess? I felt he was incredibly powerful, almost like a celestial being. Celestial being? Merely an ant at the boundary of the Xintian Great World. A resonant voice echoed through the void. What gives you the audacity to seek out Senior Bai? Not good, the elder thought to himself, only to see a middle-aged man appear abruptly not far from him. Previously, you tore apart the boundary of the Xintian Great World to enter here. I intended to observe your motives, but unexpectedly, I never anticipated that you, a pseudo-emperor, would be so foolish. The middle-aged man regarded the elder with a condescending expression. Master, he called you foolish. The elder nearly exploded, wishing he could swat the young man dead. Master, then why don't you strike him? The young man urged. And no more. I can't hold back any longer. Get lost. The elder reached out, tossing the young man into a spatial rift. Just then, several figures emerged from the void, pursuing the direction in which the young man had vanished. Are they truly intent on exterminating us? The elder's expression darkened as he observed this scene. What do you think? Remnants of an alien race, Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed dramatically. Without allowing him to continue his words, the man across had already thrust his spear forward. In an instant, the entire void was enveloped by an explosive aura of murderous intent. The elder immediately summoned a massive round shield, his entire essence surging fiercely into it. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man disdainfully remarked, "A futile struggle." Meanwhile, the young man had appeared in a desolate land. Filled with decay and silenced, he raised his gaze towards the void, exclaiming, "Master, I am not foolish. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. I will personally slay Bai Fengliu." Suddenly, his expression changed. Shadows appeared in the ruined sky, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. The young man let out a sigh of relief, his gaze gradually turning cold. "Once I attain mastery, you all will." Before he could finish, the skies suddenly darkened, and he saw an immense claw descending from above in the skies above this planet. A colossal Zhu Long gripped the orb with one of its claws. A puzzled expression upon its face. "Strange, I distinctly sensed the aura of a human cultivator just now. Where did it go? Never mind, I shall return to sleep." With that, the gigantic claw crushed the utterly ruined planet. The poor youth, who had just set grand ambitions, found his aspirations dissolve into nothingness along with the planet. Bai Fengliu looked up at this scene and declared, "All things must come to pass." Kuwui observed Bai Fengliu muttering to himself with curiosity, his face a mask of confusion. In no way. He can't be scared silly by that old man. Can he? "Hey, old tortoise, are you daft?" Bai Fengliu abruptly turned to glare at Kuwui. Upon seeing that familiar gaze, Kuwui's heart sank. "That it's over. I'm doomed. He isn't the one who's lost his mind. It's me. Let us depart for a better place." Bai Fengliu fixed his gaze on the depths of the Broken Soul Valley. "I can't go. You broke my leg." Kuwui sat on the ground, his face contorted with rage. "Can you walk? Shall I carry you on my back?" Bai Fengliu turned his head and replied nonchalantly, I can walk." Initially intending to feign bravado, Kuwui shrank back upon meeting Bai Fengliu's gaze. "This guy, there's no saving him." As they walked, Kuwui heard Bai Fengliu say, "Too slow." Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted, and before long, a towering mountain peak appeared before them, suspended in mid-air. The summit was adorned with a riot of colorful flowers, with countless spirit rabbits weaving through the blooms. "Halt! Ahead lies the sacred ground of the matriarch. Outsiders must not enter." A deep voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man clad in armor appeared before the two. "You may withdraw. Allow Bai Senior to enter." "Yes, matriarch," at the sound of a somewhat weary female voice. The middle-aged man named it stepped aside, permitting Bai Fengliu and Kuwui to enter. Upon gazing at the beauty of the mountain's interior, Kuwui found it utterly enchanting. "How wonderful! I truly wish to reside in such a beautiful and tranquil place." Kuwui sighed. "Dream on," Bai Fengliu retorted. "You should go to the small world and keep the little Tao spirit company. I must meet an old acquaintance." "Why not take me along, master?" "Because she's exceedingly beautiful. And I fear you would weep." "How embarrassing." Thus, Kuwui was sent into the small world by Bai Fengliu. Upon entering, he was immediately astonished. What in the world is happening here? He saw the little Tao spirit leisurely perched atop the head of an enormous beast, with numerous other beasts crawling at its feet. "Brother Wui, you've come too?" the little Tao spirit exclaimed as she flew over and settled onto Kuwui's shoulder. "What is going on here? Little Tao spirit?" Kuwui's face was a canvas of confusion. "These big fellows? I'm not sure. They call me something like ancestor." "Ah, yes, beast ancestor." The little Tao spirit scratched her head and thought. "Beast ancestor? No way. Aren't you a Tao spirit?" Kuwui was even more bewildered. "Not really. It's this." The little Tao spirit flipped her hand, producing a palm-sized black scale from her miniature storage ring. As she revealed the scale, Kuwui felt a colossal shadow of an ancient beast reflecting upon it. The shadow exuded an aura of antiquity and power, as if it could devour the very heavens and earth. The surrounding beasts all prostrated in fear, trembling. Noticing Kuwui's pallor, the little Tao spirit quickly stowed the scale away. "Brother Wui, are you all right?" "I'm fine, little Tao spirit. Where did you acquire this scale?" "Oh, this? An old grandfather gave it to me long ago, claiming he wished to forge a bond of goodwill a liar. What kind of goodwill involves gifting something like this? It is not even edible. The little Tao spirit huffed in indignation. Xiao Ke thought, this girl must have encountered a formidable being in the past. Bai Fengliu made his way to the mountaintop. At the summit, he found a bamboo house, from which the sound of a melodious yet sorrowful tune wafted. Pushing open the door, he beheld a silver-haired woman playing a wooden zither. Upon noticing Bai Fengliu's entrance, the silver-haired woman rose and said, "Senior, it has been a long time." Her voice carried a tinge of melancholy. "Indeed, it has been 200,000 years." Bai Fengliu smiled faintly. "I never expected you to age as well." Gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful woman before him, Bai Fengliu felt a pang of nostalgia. "Yes, I too have aged," the silver-haired woman replied softly, seated across from each other at the stone table within the bamboo house. Bai Fengliu remarked, "This place is splendid, so serene. Indeed, fallen blossoms, flowing waters, alas, he is no longer here. Had his own mission, I know. It is a pity he left no offspring." Bai Fengliu inquired, "Why choose to reside in this place?" "To see objects is to think of people." The woman's voice evoked an involuntary sense of sorrow. "Hong Yen, do you despise me?" Bai Fengliu asked. "I do not despise you." The silver-haired woman replied, "That I could have saved him." Bai Fengliu added. The silver-haired woman remained silent, and the two sat in quietude. After a moment, Bai Fengliu spoke again. "One day, I shall return to the immortal Tao Academy. After all, it is where you and he founded it." "I shall not return," the silver-haired woman said with a faint smile. Bai Fengliu was about to respond when suddenly his brow furrowed. "How could it be? Your lifespan, my heart is dead, and the imperial throne is destroyed." The silver-haired woman answered with a nonchalant smile. "A great era is about to rise. I have found the sword-bearer," Bai Fengliu stated leisurely. "Senior, truly?" The woman's expression displayed some excitement. Bai Fengliu nodded. "You previously mentioned that a fragment of his soul remains with you. Once the sword-bearer is found, he can be saved." "Wonderful. I have searched for 200,000 years, until the imperial throne collapsed 10,000 years ago, and I had little time left, so I secluded myself here. Who would have thought?" As she spoke, tears streamed down the silver-haired woman's cheeks. But suddenly, she seemed to recall something inside. "It is a pity I may not see that day. 100,000 years will pass, and I shall not see you. When you return, you will remain unchanged, but I shall be gone. Foolish girl, as long as I am here, you and that young man will certainly meet," Bai Fengliu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the silver-haired woman's eyes. "Indeed, in this world, can there be anything I cannot accomplish? Child, return to the immortal Tao Academy. It needs you, and the Xintian Great World needs you as well. I must depart. I will leave within a century, or at most a few decades. The stage of the sword-bearer is too vast, so vast that I cannot even glimpse its end." Upon hearing this, the white-haired woman wore an expression of disbelief. After reminiscing about some past events, Bai Fengliu rose to take his leave. Once he had departed, the woman summoned Ada from this day forth. "You need not follow me any longer, that I have wronged you over these years." Ada knelt on one knee, saying, "Mistress, without the Holy Lord, there would be no Ada had I not been able to share life and death with the Holy Lord back then. Enough, Ada, I shall be fine to you know who that esteemed elder was just now?" "I do not know. He was the guide of my husband." "Is the Swordmaster?" The white-haired woman nodded. "Ada, in the past, my heart was devoid of hope, but now I see a glimmer of it. I wish for the world to remain as my husband envisions it upon his return. Do you understand?" "Yes, mistress. Even if Ada were to die, I would not allow any foreigner to tread upon our Xintian Great World." "Ah, but do you not wish to see your husband again? Therefore you must not perish. Do you understand?" "Yes." They turned to leave. Henceforth, at the entrance of the Xintian Great World, stood a man clad in armor wielding a long spear, ensuring that any who dared to enter the Xintian Great World perished at his hands. No one knew his origins, nor did anyone know that this seemingly dull, middle-aged man bore a title that struck terror into hearts 2 million years ago: the Great Emperor of Xinguan. Upon arriving in the small world and witnessing the scene before him, Bai Fengliu was not at all surprised. He had long known that a scale of the dragon ancestor resided within the little Tao spirit. Otherwise, he would not have so easily cast the little Tao spirit into the small world. Master Fengliu, you have come too. The little Tao spirit, joyfully playing with a group of demon beasts, waved her small hand upon seeing him. Bai Fengliu nodded. Why do I not see that lad? Bai Fengliu inquired. You mean Brother Waya? He is currently practicing swordplay with Xiongqi. The little Tao spirit replied. Oh, Xionghu. Xiongqi. Bai Fengliu's eyes widened. You mean he's sparring with Xiongqi? Indeed, the little Tao spirit blinked innocently. Impressive. When did that fellow become so bold? Just as Bai Fengliu finished speaking, he saw a shadow hurtling toward him like a cannonball. He raised his hand, poised to strike. When suddenly he heard the shadow shout, Master, do not strike. It is I. Bai Fengliu's hand twitched slightly, and the shadow halted a short distance before him. I hear the little Tao spirit claims you want to spar with Xiongqi? Bai Fengliu asked, still somewhat incredulous. The individual who had stopped was none other than Kawaya. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kawaya scratched his head. Not quite. Brother Xiongqi said you saved him back in the day. So when he saw me swinging my sword at the air, he invited me to strike at him. Soon, Bai Fengliu approached Xiongqi's side. So what do you think? My disciple is quite remarkable, is he not? His talent is indeed extraordinary, though he tends to be a bit flashy. Bai Fengliu was puzzled. That lad told me to stand still while he struck at S.O. I said, go ahead and strike. He got injured and then shamelessly asked me for a drop of my essence blood. A drop of essence blood is hardly a burden for you, is it? Bai Fengliu still appeared somewhat perplexed, though you know how much a drop means to this lad. How much? Just look over there. Following Xiongqi's gaze, Bai Fengliu nearly fainted at the sight. Good heavens! Over 100 large basins, and I, unable to restrain myself, sent him flying. Xiongqi continued. After a moment of silence, Bai Fengliu remarked, you should have struck harder. Next time, aim to strike him to death. Brother, just now I sensed the aura of the dragon ancestor. Did you manage to bring that old turtle here? Where is he? I want to have a go at him. He is not here. That fellow is living it up. Bai Fengliu sighed in exasperation. Xiongqi was all well and good, but he was a tad too hot-headed, having been nearly defeated by the dragon ancestor. He was brought into the small world to recuperate, and now that he had just awakened, he was eager to continue fighting. Brother, I must ask, why do you teach that lad such flashy sword techniques? If you dislike him so much, why not just eliminate him outright? Xiongqi questioned, puzzled. Isn't that return sword technique essentially asking to be beheaded? Bai Fengliu's expression darkened. That is not my teaching. It is his own comprehension. Summoning Kawaya, Bai Fengliu expressed his distaste. I must ask you not to employ that return sword technique anymore. Do you not feel embarrassed? I find it quite humiliating. Kawaya was somewhat indignant. Master, do you look down on me? Do you not know I can now merge the return sword technique with the void slash? Do you have any idea how impressive that is? Come, let me demonstrate. Do not underestimate me. With that, Kawaya turned to Xiongqi. Brother Xiongqi, may I trouble you to be my opponent, still standing and being struck? Xiongqi inquired. Hearing this, Kawaya awkwardly nodded. Xiongqi seemed indifferent. Such minimal attacks were nothing to him. Kawaya stepped before Xiongqi, leaving a trace of sword energy upon his massive form, then retreated several hundred yards. Void slash. A beam of sword light surged toward Xiongqi. Return, he shouted, instantly appearing before Xiongqi, ready to strike. However, before his sword could land upon Xiongqi, he was sent flying by the very void slash he had unleashed. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Xiongqi was taken aback, and so was Bai Fengliu. After a brief moment, Bai Fengliu raised his thumb in admiration. Remarkable! What a splendid self-destructive technique. Disciple, in the realm of self-infliction, I concede to you. I shall call you the strongest. Xiongqi nodded in agreement. I once thought there was no one more foolish than myself in this world. But today I have witnessed otherwise. Brother, to say nothing of other matters, your disciple is indeed quite foolish, sitting on the ground. Kawaya did not even have time to wipe the blood from his lips before he cleaved open a fissure in the ground and crawled inside. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! After calling for some time, and seeing Kawaya still did not emerge, Bai Fengliu directly reached out to pull him out. Master, please ignore me. I wish to be alone. Kawaya lamented, I have failed to impress, and have only made a fool of myself. No, I believe your technique is excellent. Quite commendable. Just think, how would your adversaries perceive this scene? They would surely regard you as a truly ruthless individual. One who is so merciless even to himself. Who would dare provoke you? Bai Fengliu wore a look of schadenfreude. Master, I beg you, please stop. This is utterly humiliating. In truth, dear nephew, I find your practice with the immortal 8 swords quite impressive. Xiao Ke consoled that I believe the difference from the true Wuzhou is minimal. Upon hearing this, Kawaya perked up. See? I do have talent. Xiao Ke pondered, the gap to the true Wuzhou is merely the distance of Brother Bai. Do not hold me back. Today I will die before you. Return. In the astonished gazes of Bai Fengliu and Xiao Ke, Kawaya once more executed this divine technique. Brother, if this continues, we must intervene. He is determined to end it all. Xiao Ke could no longer bear to watch that. I wish I could. How do I console him? You know how my tongue is. Bai Fengliu threw up his hands that I am at a loss, just as I finished offering comfort. He no longer wishes to live. I shall find the little Tao spirit. Bai Fengliu reached out, and the little Tao spirit appeared in his grasp, looking bewildered. Little Tao spirit, quickly comfort that lad. He has been struck down. The little Tao spirit scampered over to the prostrate Kawaya. Brother Waya, what troubles you? She inquired curiously. I feel I've been dealt a devastating blow. I no longer wish to live. Little Tao spirit, do you think there's a great gap between me and Master? Xiao Daoling was about to speak up directly that, don't. Xiao Ke and Bai Fengliu exclaimed in unison. These two were genuinely terrified that Xiao Daoling might say something outrageous, which would spell disaster. All that could be heard was Xiao Daoling saying, how could that be? Both the human and the demon exhaled in relief, while Kawuyo immediately stood up and embraced Xiao Daoling, exclaiming, it's good to have you. Xiao Daoling looked at him earnestly and said, how could it not be grand? I feel like there's a significant gap. It's over. Xiao Ke and Bai Fengliu chorused. Indeed, upon hearing Xiao Daoling's words, Kawuyo was petrified. Suddenly, he roared, slash the void, return. If I die, I won't live anymore. Brother, hurry and stop him, or else my nephew will truly be finished. Xiao Ke urged anxiously. Watch me, Bai Fengliu replied, and without hesitation, he slapped Kawuyo across the face. Kawuyo was rendered unconscious by the force of the blow. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fengliu let out a long sigh of relief. Brother, you're even fiercer than your disciple. Xiao Ke praised, raising his thumb. No, his large claw, in admiration. After the comforting words from one human and one demon, Kawuyo finally ceased his attempts at that divine strike. Half a month later, within the small world, Xiao Ke, what did you fight with Longzhu about back then? Bai Fengliu was indeed curious. Logically, these two should be on the same side. What about it? That old fellow, Emperor Tian, was just looking for trouble. Xiao Ke replied, his face filled with indignation, that aren't you and Emperor Tian both under the seat? You should be colleagues. He can't just attack you because he dislikes you, right? Bai Fengliu still found it hard to believe. Brother Bai, what do you think of my bloodline? Xiao Ke inquired. It's quite good, among the demon clan. It's top tier. Do you think I'm not qualified to pursue a dragon clan woman with this bloodline? I was chased and hacked through dozens of star domains just for pursuing a dragon clan woman. Xiao Ke lamented helplessly. Just because of that, Bai Fengliu found it hard to believe. Although the dragon clan does not belong to the demon clan, your bloodline is significantly stronger than an average dragon's. Logically, it shouldn't be like that. Is the woman you fancy of some special status? Bai Fengliu asked. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke's face flushed. How would I know if it was special? If I had known, I wouldn't have acted. So, her status was indeed somewhat special. Xiao Ke nodded. Well, back then I saw an exceptionally beautiful female dragon. Brother, you know I've been single for so long, I couldn't help myself and flirted a bit. And then I found out that this female dragon was called Qi Yun. Isn't that absurd? As Xiao Ke reached the end of his tail, the muscles on his face twitched. Who? Dragon Mother Qi Yun? Bai Fengliu's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Ke sheepishly nodded. You deserved it. It's a miracle Emperor Tian didn't directly kill you. At that moment, Kawuyo approached the pair. This kid is too monstrous. In just half a month, he has already established his foundation. Did you consume some sort of cultivation treasure? Xiao Ke was taken aback. He had seen countless geniuses. Some prodigies were born with yuaning cultivation or even higher, but that was due to the influence of bloodline power. This kid had neither bloodline nor any treasures to enhance his cultivation. Yet he had improved so much in such a short time. What a joke. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu smiled and said, "Can't you see this kid's destiny?" Xiongqi's eyes narrowed. "No wonder, brother Xiongqi. What are you and Master talking about?" Kawuyo asked, puzzled. "Nothing much, just that this talent is quite impressive." Xiongqi grinned widely. "Brother Xiongqi, could you please practice swordplay with me once more?" Kawuyo asked. "Nephew, why is it always me? Can't your master do it?" "He can't. That man is shameless. He always claims to be guiding me, but he ends up turning me into a pig's head." Thus, the two of them had a unique relationship. He called me brother, and I called you nephew. We each had our own roles without interfering with one another. "All right then, let's see your progress," Xiongqi said. Without hesitation, Kawuyo unleashed his Wuzhou domain with full force. Wuhan, as Kawuyo's domain expanded. The second form of Wuzhou, Wuhan, was instantly formed. The dense sword energy enveloped Xiongqi. "Nephew, who taught you Wuhan?" Xiongqi asked, bewildered. "What kind of Wuhan is this?" "Damn, this dense sword energy is ridiculous. This is called Wuhan, isn't it?" Kawuyo was equally confused. This was his own insight. Could he be wrong? This move might work against ordinary cultivators, but those with slightly stronger power can easily break through your sword energy. Xiongqi remarked, "I had the fortune to witness Brother Bai's Wuhan. That was truly powerful. An entire star domain was silently erased. I didn't even see how it happened. It's so strong." Kawuyo was astonished. "Otherwise, nephew, it's not that your Wuhan is vastly inferior to Brother Bai's, but rather that your direction is wrong. The essence of Wuhan swordsmanship lies in killing without a trace." Upon hearing this, Kawuyo fell silent, pondering where he had gone wrong. Killing swordsmanship doesn't rely on spectacle. Bai Fengliu interjected calmly. This statement instantly enlightened Kawuyo that he abruptly raised his head. "Wuhan." This time, the sound of crackling echoed from Xiongqi as countless invisible sword energies struck him. "Wow, this comprehension, I'm envious," Xiongqi exclaimed. His face filled with admiration. "That I understand now. I had always been too focused on the flamboyance of sword techniques. So that's how it is," Kawuyo said excitedly. "Return." Kawuyo once again executed the return sword technique. This time, the return sword technique was, well, it was the same as before with no changes. How could this be? Kawuyo was puzzled. "Nephew, give it up. Your sword technique is truly subpar. It has nothing to do with being flashy. It's simply ineffective. Indeed, you have touched upon the threshold of Wuhan." Bai Fengliu nodded in satisfaction that, in truth, Kawuyo's talent was undoubtedly top tier, especially in the realm of swordsmanship. However, this kid had been too showy. It was good that he could realize this now. "Master, although now Wuhan is invisible to others, some powerful beings can still perceive it." Kawuyo voiced his confusion. In that case, is it still essential to conceal the sword energy?" "Nephew, let me answer that," Xiongqi interjected. "You have overlooked 2 points. The first is your own strength. A cultivator with divine sense is at least above Yuan-ing, while you are merely at the foundation level. Moreover, your understanding of the Wuhan sword technique has only just touched the threshold. Let's put it this way. If you were to face a foundation-level cultivator, do you think they could withstand your Wuhan?" Kawuyo shook his head. He didn't believe anyone could withstand his Wuhan at the foundation level. Wow. So confident. Xiongqi couldn't help but voice his surprise. "What?" "Nothing, let's continue. The first point, without a doubt, is due to your own cultivation. The second point is that your understanding of the Wuhan sword technique is still insufficient. And this second point, nephew, don't you know the capabilities of the Wuzhou domain?" Xiongqi asked. Upon hearing this, Kawuyo's eyes lit up. "That's right. In the Wuzhou domain, no divine sense can be exerted and all sensory perceptions of the cultivator are diminished. Even the flow of spiritual power becomes sluggish." "Wuhan, Wuhan! Ha-ha! So that's how it is. Kawuyo laughed uproariously. "Brother, aside from anything else, this kid's talent is indeed top-notch." Xiongqi looked at Bai Fengliu, who also wore a proud expression. This kid had brought him great honor for the first time. However, before he could speak, Kawuyo shouted, "That Bai Fengliu fellow isn't useless either. With such sword techniques, impressive." Xiongqi, he turned to Bai Fengliu. "Brother, has this kid always been so cheeky?" Bai Fengliu, suppressing his fury, nodded slightly. After speaking, he strode towards Kawuyo. who was laughing maniacally. Suddenly, Kawio felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. This time, he wouldn't turn his head. He would simply brace himself for the impending blows. "Hold on, brother. I have something to say to my dear nephew." At that moment, Xiongqi unexpectedly spoke up. Dake, Iwuyo turned to look at Xiongqi, his eyes brimming with gratitude, conveying the sentiment, "Brother, you are truly righteous." However, what he heard next was, "Dear nephew, do you have any last words? I will fulfill them for you." Well then, hope is lost. Just wait for the beating. Days later, Bai Fengliu led Ku Wuyo to the front of an enormous city gate. "Disciple, the old man disrupted our plans in Duanhuan Valley. Thus, I must alter the third trial." He gestured towards the city before them. This city is called Dongshaoqing, one of the 180 cities within the Danan dynasty. Your third trial is to establish your own power within the Danan dynasty, relying solely on your own abilities. I have some matters to attend to. Take this." Upon finishing, Bai Fengliu flicked his finger, and a pale golden sphere appeared in Ku Wuyo's hand. "This contains a trace of my essence. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, crush it." Ku Wuyo hurriedly tucked the sphere away. It was a life-saving item. Additionally, Xiao Dao Ling will accompany you. I have left a small world within Xiao Dao Ling, and you may seek Xiongqi's assistance. However, if you activate either of these two items, your trial will be deemed a failure. And the consequences of failure, well, you know what they are. At this point, Bai Fengliu wore a devilish smile, leaving Ku Wuyo with goosebumps. "Master, didn't you say I should accomplish this independently? Why must Xiao Dao Ling be by my side?" Ku Wuyo asked, perplexed. "Because I'm afraid you'll end up impoverished." Bai Fengliu truly departed. Gazing at the city before him, Ku Wuyo and Xiao Dao Ling made their way inside, after paying some spirit stones. They entered Dongshaoqing. Upon entering, Ku Wuyo quickly realized that, despite being an ordinary city within the Danan dynasty, the cultivators here were significantly stronger than those in Taiying City. Foundation establishment cultivators were abundant. Ku Wuyo and Xiao Dao Ling found a place to settle. Inside the room, Ku Wuyo exclaimed angrily, 300 top-grade spirit stones for a mere ordinary room. Why not just rob someone? Xiao Dao Ling, however, remained unfazed. To her, 300 spirit stones were trivial. It seemed that he needed to earn some spirit stones first. Opening a Dan building was certainly out of the question, even though Xiao Dao Ling had no issues with alchemy. Without her master, the Dan building could not sustain itself. After pondering for a while, Ku Wuyo couldn't devise a good plan. "Forget it. Let us go explore the distribution of powers in Dongshaoqing. Xiao Dao Ling, you stay put in a room and don't wander around. Understood?" Xiao Dao Ling obediently nodded. In truth, Ku Wuyo was quite unaware of his own limitations. With Xiao Dao Ling's combat prowess, she could take on 10 of him. As he walked down the bustling streets of Dongshaoqing, Ku Wuyo suddenly felt lost. He was unfamiliar with this place and had no idea whom to ask for information. Soon, he thought of the merchant building. Surely, he could uncover some information there. Without hesitation, Ku Wuyo found a luxurious establishment called Zhe Xianlu. Observing the grandeur of Zhe Xianlu, a sense of curiosity arose within him. What kind of force was this? That it had a branch even in Dongshaoqing? Wandering through the trading hall on the first floor, Ku Wuyo was bored out of his mind. The medicinal pills here were rather subpar, a far cry from those crafted by Xiao Dao Ling. "Friend, judging by your demeanor, could it be that you look down upon the pills from Zhe Xianlu?" Just as Ku Wuyo was uncertain how to inquire about the power distribution in Dongshaoqing, a chubby little fellow approached him. "Indeed, they are somewhat lacking," Ku Wuyo replied. "Brother, lower your voice." The chubby boy's expression changed. He hadn't anticipated that Ku Wuyo would openly criticize the pills, quickly glancing around. He sighed in relief that no one was paying attention to them. "Brother, you're not a local cultivator of Dongshaoqing, are you?" the chubby boy asked. "How did you know?" Ku Wuyo was somewhat surprised. "This isn't the place to chat. Let us talk outside," the chubby boy said slyly. Thus, the somewhat naive Ku Wuyo followed him outside. Whether it was genuine naivety or confidence in his own strength was uncertain. The two arrived at an inn. After ordering a few dishes, the chubby boy looked at Ku Wuyo and said, "The dishes at Zhe Xianlu are said to be incredibly delicious, but alas, I can't afford them. However, the food here is decent." Ku Wuyo agreed with this statement. For foundation establishment cultivator, going a year without food wouldn't have any adverse effects. Kawuyo wouldn't waste spirit stones on nutritionally void meals at Zue Xianlu when he could save them for cultivation. Brother, you asked how I knew you weren't a local cultivator. It's simple. Local cultivators have access to the best pills from Zue Xianlu. The chubby boy explained. Ke Iwuyo's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. By the way, brother, would you like to purchase a detailed introduction to Dong Xiaoqing? It's not expensive, just the cost of this meal. The chubby boy looked at Kawuyo with a sly grin. Deal, Kawuyo agreed without a moment's hesitation. A straightforward brother. The chubby boy laughed heartily. Waiter, bring us all your dishes, and make sure to skip the cheap ones, the chubby boy shouted. In no time, a table brimming with dishes was set before them. Kawuyo felt indifferent. He had already inquired, and the meal cost him 400 top-grade spirit stones. To him, 400 spirit stones were hardly a significant amount, observing the chubby boy devouring the food. Kawuyo couldn't help but remark, did you starve to death in your past life? You've reached the peak of condensation, yet you're not this famished. You wouldn't understand. For me, eating is the very meaning of my existence. The chubby boy mumbled through his mouthful. Soon, the table was cleared, and Kawuyo finally understood why this fellow was so rotund. After finishing the meal, the chubby boy looked at Kawuyo with satisfaction and said, in Dong Xiaoqing, there are 4 main powers. The strongest is, of course, Zue Xianlu, but they never interfere in the disputes of other forces. They merely conduct business. Next is the City Lord's manner. The City Lord, Yi Jingyuan, is said to have reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. The remaining 2 powers are the Yun family and the Mu family, situated in the east and west of the city, respectively. The heads of the Yun and Mu families, Yun Shang and Mu Ting, are both at the late Golden Core stage, and each family has no fewer than 10 Golden Core elders. Among the younger generation, the young City Lord Yi Tong, Mu Xiaofan of the Mu family, and Yun Feng of the Yun family are considered the 3 most prodigious talents in Dong Xiaoqing, all having reached the peak of foundation establishment by the age of 20. Kawuyo nodded. Now tell me about the trading distribution in Dong Xiaoqing. Well, approximately 50% of the trade is controlled by Zue Xianlu, especially for medicinal pills. They monopolize about 90%, while the remaining is divided among the other 3 powers. The chubby boy explained. Are there no independent shops operating? Kawuyo asked, puzzled. Brother, you clearly don't know. In this place, how could anyone compete with these major powers for a livelihood? If anyone tried, they would have been eliminated long ago. Look at those shops outside. Apart from those supported by the City Lord's manor, they either belong to the Yun family or the Mu family. Upon hearing this, Kawuyo couldn't help but frown. It seemed that establishing himself in Dong Xiaoqing wouldn't be a simple task. Which power do you belong to? Kawuyo suddenly inquired. The chubby boy was taken aback. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Guanxiu, a loose cultivator. Guanxiu. What a splendid name. It rivals my own. Kawuyo replied. I am Kawuyo, also a loose cultivator. Kawuyo introduced himself. Wait, are you serious? A loose cultivator with such wealth? The chubby boy was somewhat astonished. Am I wealthy? This time, it was Kawuyo's turn to be bewildered. Isn't spending 400 spirit stones on a single meal considered wealthy? The chubby fellow exclaimed, by heaven and earth, it is all due to your gluttony. What does it have to do with me? You have already reached the pinnacle of your cultivation. Can't you spare 400 spirit stones? Kawuyo replied, I possess the 400 spirit stones, but every one of them was earned with great toil. I cannot bear to part with them for just a meal. The chubby man pondered for a moment and said, So, it seems that my spirit stones are merely gifts from the wind. Are you implying that spirit stones are hard to come by in this place? Sighing, he continued, all the shops are monopolized by a few major powers. We, the roaming cultivators, can only earn spirit stones by undertaking perilous tasks, such as transporting supplies for those major powers to other cities. It's a treacherous endeavor. Bandits lurk between the cities, and a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. My current cultivation level only allows me to take on simple jobs, yielding merely a few hundred high-grade spirit stones at a time. The chubby man wore an expression of helplessness. Would you be interested in joining me? Kawuyo suddenly proposed. Brother, I know you are wealthy, but how many spirit stones could I possibly earn alongside you? It would be more profitable for me to continue assisting some outside cultivators with introductions to Dong Xiaoqing to earn spirit stones. The chubby man replied, "What if I offer you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones a month?" Kawuyo said nonchalantly. "Only 10,000? Is that a joke? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones? Brother, are you serious?" The chubby man exclaimed. His tone shifting dramatically. Kawuyo nodded. "It's settled." Thus, on the very first day of his arrival in Dong Xiaoqing, Kawuyo successfully acquired a little brother. He recruited Guan Xiao primarily because Guan Xiao was a wandering cultivator and familiar with Dong Xiaoqing, ensuring the better execution of his plans. Even if Guan Xiao harbored ulterior motives, Kawuyo was unperturbed. Not to mention, even if the city lord Yi Jingyuan had designs on him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. What? You inquire how Kawuyo possesses such prowess. I can only say that you do not comprehend him. Defeated? That is not an option. He has the audacity to boast in the depths of the boundless starry sky. Within an enormous hall, Bai Fengliu lounged lazily in a chair, listening to a woman speak. With less than 10 millennia remaining until the epical catastrophe, various disturbances were erupting everywhere. The 36 great worlds in the south were besieged by foreign invaders, and 4 emperors had sustained grave injuries. The Eastern Demon Realm had also sent envoys to the Zhendao Temple seeking assistance, while the Demon Emperor of the North Sea led 9 demon emperors from the eastern tribes to staunchly defend the Wuji secret realm. However, it seemed they would not endure for 1,000 years. In the west, numerous major clans, including the Sea Clan and Bone Clan, had formed alliances to counter the foreign invasion. Meanwhile, our Zhentian Temple had dispatched over 10 emperors to various locations for support. A great upheaval was imminent. This epoch would hardly be tranquil. The woman articulated, "Great priest, our human Zhentian Temple has existed for several epochs, cultivating nearly 100 emperors. Why not summon them back?" A middle-aged scholar inquired, "Do you comprehend the power of these foreign races? Without the guardianship of those above the clouds, even if we gathered all the emperors of our Zhentian Temple, it would likely be insufficient to thwart the foreign invasion. Furthermore, the targets of these foreign races are not our Zhentian Temple or various races, but rather the source spiritual veins of every great world. With each great world they conquer, they siphon away its source spiritual vein." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar's expression shifted, and he fell silent. "Great priest, the source spiritual veins cannot be refined. What purpose do they serve when taken?" Another man queried, "I do not know." The great priest shook his head. "Sacrifice." At this moment, Bai Fengliu suddenly interjected. "What do you mean by that, esteemed elder?" The previous questioner asked. "They are resurrecting a formidable entity. Although I do not know what it is undoubtedly immensely powerful. As for the source spiritual veins, while they cannot be refined, they can provide the spiritual energy needed for whatever they seek to revive." Bai Fengliu replied calmly. "What?" Upon hearing this, the countenance of everyone present changed dramatically, and one doubted Bai Fengliu's words. As members of the Zhentian Temple, they were acutely aware of his terrifying capabilities. "Elder Bai, can you stop it?" The great priest asked. "That I can, but I cannot intervene personally," Bai Fengliu responded. "Why not?" The great priest inquired again. "Xiao Qing, your Zhuge clan has long been involved in divination. Do you not know?" Bai Fengliu countered with a question. The great priest's eyes transformed into boundless stars as he gazed into the depths of the universe. Suddenly, tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. "Great priest," the others rushed forward. The great priest waved his hand. "No harm done." He then muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How can this be? Summon the Dragon Court and Tingyun. I will handle matters over there. The Zhentian Temple requires someone to guard it," Bai Fengliu declared. The great priest nodded in agreement. In the boundless depths of the universe, a colossal city loomed in the void. Bai Fengliu entered this city, which was home to countless powerful cultivators, the weakest of whom possessed Xianxian cultivation. "Tingyun, I have not seen you in ages." A feminine voice resonated within the city. This voice was melodious, yet carried a weighty pressure. Instantly, the cultivators within the city turned their gazes toward the main city. For the owner of the voice was none other than the city lord, Tingyun Emperor. "Tingyun, it has indeed been a long time. Bai Fengliu smiled at the poised and valiant Tingyan Emperor before him. Indeed, esteemed elder, it has been quite a while. I have come to request your return to the Jintian Temple. They are in need of your presence, Bai Fengliu stated directly. Tingyan nodded. Has the Dragon Court returned as well? Yes, the foreign races have made significant moves, Bai Fengliu replied. Upon hearing this, an icy glint flashed in Tingyan's eyes. Esteemed elder, is there anything to be concerned about? Tingyan inquired. None at all. This time, the human and foreign races must settle their score. You and the Dragon Court are free to slay. Leave the rest to us old-timers. Bai Fengliu's tone grew colder. Understood. With that, Tingyan vanished without a trace. Suddenly, an overwhelming sword intent erupted in the city of Dianan. Countless sword cultivators felt this sword intent and promptly sat cross-legged to contemplate it. This sword intent will remain for 7 days. Let us see what fortune befalls you, Bai Fengliu's voice echoed in the air. The crowd looked up toward the sky but saw no trace of Bai Fengliu, the passage connecting the worlds of the foreign races and humans. 6 figures faced each other, surrounded by endless spatial storms. Yet these 6 figures remained entirely unaffected. Bai Fengliu appeared amidst these 6 figures. Upon seeing him, 3 of the figures bowed and said, "We pay homage to the Swordmaster." Bai Fengliu nodded. The remaining 3 figures, however, exuded intense murderous intent. Bai Fengliu, when our clan's great sovereign awakens, it will be your time to perish, one of them said coldly. Bai Fengliu remained unfazed by this declaration. Such words from someone transcending the imperial realm were utterly foolish. Bai Fengliu turned to the 3 human cultivators and said, Tingyan and Long Ting will arrive shortly. Eliminate these foreign races when they do. And do not concern yourselves with that yet-to-awaken entity. It will be dealt with. As you command, Swordmaster. The 3 responded with bowed heads. What about the mastermind behind the Swordmaster? One figure inquired. It is not that entity. After waiting for so long, to arrive at such a trivial matter is a waste of time. Bai Fengliu scoffed disdainfully. The 3 figures nodded in agreement that, in truth, the foreign races posed little challenge to Bai Fengliu. He could annihilate them at will. The reason for his delay was to seek clues regarding the mastermind behind the foreign races. However, he now felt a sense of disappointment, as there seemed to be no connection between the foreign races and that shadowy figure. There are a few among the foreign races who are somewhat formidable. Be cautious. With that, Bai Fengliu vanished without a trace. Days later, a cataclysmic battle erupted in this void, in the emptiness. Bai Fengliu surveyed the boundless starry domain before him and glanced at the celestial chessboard in his hand. His gaze chillingly cold. Since you are not of the foreign races, it follows that you belong to the 9 great clans. Those from the Burial Sea Forbidden Land do not count, nor do you exist within the Wuji secret realm. The Bone Clan and others emerged after you. Very well. Indeed, I never expected that the human race would produce such individuals as you. How intriguing. A faint smile graced the corners of Bai Fengliu's lips. Yet it was as frigid as ice. With the advent of this great era, I shall see if you are still capable of concealing yourselves. The voice echoed in Bai Fengliu's ear, the Swordmaster of Jingzha. My master has sent me to convey a message. I hope you and your sword-wielding disciple do not disappoint him. Bai Fengliu raised his hand, a glimmer of sword light piercing through the void, pinning a shadow concealed within the darkness. Impossible! How could you possibly have discovered me? The shadow exclaimed, terror etched upon its face. Tell me honestly, have you offended your master recently? Bai Fengliu inquired. Are you not aware that your master summoned you to meet your demise? Bai Fengliu continued to question. Just as the shadow was about to speak, it suddenly erupted into flames. Fool! Your master wouldn't dare boast in my presence. You dare issue threats here, pure ignorance. With that, Bai Fengliu turned to leave. Tidong Shoqing. One must admit that Guan Xiu indeed possesses remarkable skills. In just 2 days, he assisted Ku Wuyo in selling over 12 bottles of elixirs. Here you go. This is your reward. Stick with me, and there will be plenty to eat, Ku Wuyo declared with a proud expression. All right, I shall follow you from now on. Big brother, Guan Xiu's chubby face beamed with joy. In this brief span of time, Ku Wuyo had bestowed nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones upon Guan Xiu. The reason for such generosity was that the elixirs sold were all of 7th-tier quality or above. yielding nearly 400,000 high-grade spirit stones for Ku Wuyo. Since the elixirs were painstakingly crafted by Xiao Daoling, he allocated the majority of the spirit stones to Xiao Daoling, who, as a little glutton, could absorb nearly 50,000 high-grade spirit stones daily. Previously, Xiao Daoling had claimed 3,000, which was utterly absurd. Big brother, these elixirs practically guarantee buyers. Their quality is simply too high. They are all exceptional, yet priced the same as mid-tier elixirs, Guan Xiu remarked. It's a pity I cannot establish my own elixir shop. Otherwise, I would monopolize the entire Dongshoqing, Guan Xiu lamented. Feeling somewhat helpless, Xiao Daoling, do you need me to procure some medicinal materials for elixir refinement? Ku Wuyo inquired, suddenly realizing that Xiao Daoling had never purchased any materials. No need, there are plenty in the small world. All left for me by Master Fengliu, Xiao Daoling replied with a grin. How many did that fellow leave you? Well, Master Fengliu left me a medicinal garden filled with all sorts of materials. As for its size, it's about as large as the Tai Empire. Xiao Daoling pondered. Ke, Wuyo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. A medicinal garden the size of the Tai Empire? Bai Fengliu, come out. We need to have a serious talk. By nightfall, Ku Wuyo obtained 10 top-tier Jin Yuandan and a plethora of high-quality elixirs from Xiao Daoling. He called upon Guan Xiu. Preparing for a significant endeavor, boss, where are we headed at this late hour? Guan Xiu queried, somewhat bewildered by Ku Wuyo's intentions. Take a look at this. Ku Wuyo handed a condensation foundation pill to Guan Xiu. Holy cow, a top-tier condensation foundation pill? Guan Xiu exclaimed, astonished by the elixir in his hand. That it's a gift for you, Ku Wuyo stated. Guan Xiu's eyes immediately sparkled with desire, yet he returned the elixir to Ku Wuyo. Boss, this is far too precious. Even though you are my leader, I cannot accept it, Guan Xiu insisted. Not bad. Little chubby, it seems I've recruited a loyal follower. Ku Wuyo mused. Take it. I usually treat such things as candy. Ku Wuyo said nonchalantly. Huh. A top-tier condensation foundation pill worth 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you treat it like candy? Guan Xiu became visibly agitated. Exactly. What is the problem? Ku Wuyo questioned. And no worries. Boss, I'll stick with you. Let us go. Where are we headed? You lead the way. We're going to the Yun family. Ku Wuyo replied he had resolved to collaborate with the Yun family, providing elixirs while utilizing their elixir shop for sales. The choice of the Yun family was strategic, as Guan Xiu had previously informed him that the Yun family was in a rather precarious situation. Originally focused on elixirs, their business had declined due to the influence of the Zue Xianlu. Wait, boss, are you out of your mind? Going to Yun family in the middle of the night will surely get us caught and killed. Guan Xiu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just follow my lead and watch how I bring the Yun family into my fold. Ku Wuyo commanded. Upon arriving at the Yun family's entrance, the guards quickly obstructed their path. This is the residence of the Yun family. Outsiders are not permitted, one guard stated coldly. Summon Yun Shang to meet me. Ku Wuyo replied nonchalantly. If he was to play a role, he would do so to the fullest extent of that moment. He and Guan Xiu were entirely cloaked in black robes, rendering their true appearances indiscernible. Looking for death. Upon hearing Ku Wuyo directly call out the name of the family head, several guards prepared to take action. What is all this commotion? A voice interjected, and an elderly man appeared at the entrance of the Yun residence. Reporting to the steward, these two do not seem to be from around here, yet they dare to call out the family head's name. I was about to subdue them. A guard reported, Oh, what brings you two to my Yun residence at this late hour? The steward inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. I am here to discuss a collaboration with the Yun family. Ku Wuyo deliberately lowered his voice, attempting to sound somewhat weary while concealing both his and Guan Xiu's cultivation levels. This method of concealment was taught to him by Qiongqi. Even those above the nascent soul stage would be unable to discern it, let alone golden core cultivators. What kind of collaboration? The steward asked. Are you authorized to make decisions? If not, summon Yun Shang. I must speak with him. Ku Wuyo replied impatiently, intent on disguising himself as a sage. His lack of understanding regarding what a person of stature should resemble was evident. He had encountered many formidable individuals, yet those he deemed high-minded often appeared somewhat unorthodox. What audacity! The steward was displeased. Whether I am audacious or not, You will understand once you meet Yin Shang. I advise you, should you miss this opportunity, your Yin family shall have no chance of rising again. Kuo's tone remained icy. Very well, I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeve. You too, follow me. The steward led Kuo and Guanxiu to a reception hall before proceeding to summon Yin Shang. Boss, perhaps we should leave, Guanxiu suggested, fear evident in his voice. What if we end up not seeing the morning sun? Coward, just be quiet and watch my performance, Kuo replied. Family head, I have something to report. The steward bowed before Yin Shang's door. What is it, Li? Speak, a middle-aged man's voice called from within. The steward entered, finding Yin Shang lost in thought as he perused account books. Li, I have told you countless times not to refer to yourself as an old servant. You are a respected elder of the Yun family, a companion who struggled alongside my father. You practically raised me, Yin Shang exclaimed, setting down the book. Yes, family head, I shall remember, the steward replied. Yin Shang shook his head. Li, what brings you here at this late hour? He inquired. Family head, two individuals shrouded in black robes arrived, claiming they could revive the Yun family's elixir business. The steward succinctly reported, omitting any mention of Kuo's imposing demeanor. Oh, you could not discern their cultivation levels? Yin Shang responded, intrigued. Yin Shang regarded the situation with some astonishment. It is essential to recognize that the individual with the most profound cultivation in the Yun family is none other than this esteemed steward before him. Indeed, otherwise, I would not have brought those two individuals here, the steward declared. Let us proceed, for I am eager to meet those two. With that, Yin Shang rose and accompanied the steward to the reception hall. Curious to witness the audacity of these individuals, upon their arrival, they beheld Kuo languidly seated in a chair, sipping the spiritual tea served by a maid. Yin Shang, wishing to convey his respect, said courteously, I apologize for any neglect. I hope my esteemed friend can overlook any offense. Indeed, it is a neglect, Kuo replied with evident displeasure. I in such a grand establishment as the Yun family. Is this the quality of spiritual tea offered to guests? He continued, if one is to put on an act, one ought to commit fully. Moreover, this tea is simply delightful. Yin Shang was momentarily taken aback, then managed an awkward smile, saying, your words hold truth. It is I, Yun, who has not extended proper hospitality. He remained courteous as ever. Ke Wei waved his hand dismissively, yet inwardly he felt a slight improvement in his impression of Yin Shang. Yin family head, I shall not waste words. I have come to request the use of your alchemy tower to sell my elixirs. As for the profits, I shall take 80%, while your family may retain 20%. Upon hearing this, Old Li's expression turned somewhat frosty, whereas Yin Shang maintained a visage of cheerfulness, remaining silent. Do you find this arrangement insufficient, Yin family head? The materials for alchemy do not require a price inquiry. And please, take a look at these elixirs. With that, Kuo tossed a jade vial containing 10 supreme golden yuan pills to Yin Shang. Upon opening the vial, Yin Shang's countenance shifted dramatically, exclaiming, golden yuan pills. Of the highest quality, what? The steward, upon hearing this, also changed his expression, quickly glancing at the jade vial in Yin Shang's grasp. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Kuo's lips, for this was precisely the outcome he sought. What does the Yin family head think? Kuo inquired. After a brief silence, Yin Shang asked, may I inquire as to who crafted this elixir? Your inquiry seems somewhat excessive. Simply state whether you agree or disagree. Kuo replied coolly that it is I who has been presumptuous. Yin Shang quickly responded, that moment, a formidable aura erupted from the steward. Old Li, seeing this, Yin Shang furrowed his brow. How intriguing. Does the Yin family head intend to seize my elixirs? Kuo remarked disdainfully. With that, the domain of Wuzhou expanded forth, and simultaneously, the Wuhin sword technique ensnared the steward. Observing this, Yin Shang's expression shifted abruptly, urgently exclaiming, I implore you, esteemed friend, show mercy. Upon hearing this, Kuo retracted his domain, saying, very well, I shall not press the matter. It appears that the Yin family head is disinclined to collaborate with me. Guanxiu, let us depart. He began to rise, intending to leave with Guanxiu. Esteemed senior, please hold. My Yun family is willing to cooperate with you. The steward, witnessing the unfolding events, hastily bowed before Kuya. Old Li. Yun Shang interjected swiftly. Head of the family, I have acted rashly. Our elixir business is on the verge of collapse. And I have inadvertently offended the esteemed senior. The steward lamented, his face a mask of regret. Enough. Considering this is your first offense, I shall grant you leniency, Kuya replied indifferently. Despite his calm demeanor, he was internally in a state of alarm. The earlier display had nearly drained most of his spiritual energy. Should he be compelled to act again, he would surely reveal a flaw. Continuing this charade could lead to dire consequences. Thank you, esteemed senior. The steward bowed deeply. Yun family head, may we now discuss matters further? Kuya turned his gaze to Yun Shang. Esteemed senior, please take a seat. Yun Shang promptly invited. Bring forth the finest spiritual tea. I wish to know how many varieties of elixirs you intend to sell at my Yun family's alchemy tower, and how the pricing will be determined. Yun Shang inquired. These 10 golden yuan pills shall serve as the initial batch of flagship elixirs, priced at 3 million superior spiritual stones each. Kuya stated 0.3 million. Is that not somewhat insufficient? Yun Shang boldly expressed. The golden yuan pill ranks among the highest tier elixirs in East Shoqing, with only the Zue Xian Tower offering them. And they are exceedingly rare. Even inferior golden yuan pills command a price of 4 million superior spiritual stones. It is indeed peculiar that this esteemed senior would offer supreme golden yuan pills at such a price. This is merely for promotional purposes. Only these 10 will be sold at 3 million. Thereafter, the golden yuan pills will be priced at 5 million, and they will still be of the highest quality. Kuya maintained his indifferent tone. What? This time, Yun Shang genuinely became unsettled. He had believed there were only these 10. But now, there was more. Kuya regarded him. Yun Shang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized he had indeed lost his composure. Behold these elixirs. With a wave of his hand, Kuya produced dozens of jade vials from his storage ring. Yun Shang received the vials in astonishment. Supreme Dawandan, Supreme Wasangdan, Supreme Wunningdan, Supreme Ninjadan. Yun Shang was left speechless as he absorbed the names of these elixirs. Then raised his gaze to Kuya. Esteemed senior, what is your true background? Every elixir you present is of the highest quality. Have you never seen such wonders? Guanxiu suddenly interjected. Yun Shang felt a touch of embarrassment. Unbeknownst to him, Guanxiu had been even more astonished upon witnessing these elixirs. Esteemed senior, will all these elixirs be sold through my Yun family's alchemy tower? Yun Shang inquired. Otherwise, what options exist? Are there other alchemy towers available? Kuya responded nonchalantly. Indeed. Yun Shang chastised himself for asking such a foolish question. I shall provide 500 supreme ordinary elixirs and 10 golden yuan pills every 10 days. Kuya declared. Upon hearing this, Yun Shang was overjoyed. A heavenly opportunity had presented itself. With these elixirs, the Yun family's business would be revitalized. Thank you, esteemed senior. Yun Shang quickly bowed in gratitude. And no need for thanks. Our relationship is one of mutual cooperation. Kuya waved his hand dismissively. Esteemed senior, how might I contact you? Yun Shang inquired. I will return to the Yun family in 10 days. Kuya replied. After a moment, as if recalling something, he handed Yun Shang a jade vial. This is a Ningying pill. The upcoming business at the Alchemy Tower will undoubtedly attract attention. Your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage will also serve to deter any petty troublemakers. Kuya remarked. Guanxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, just how affluent are you, brother? A Ningying pill, gifted so freely. Yun Shang, equally astonished, accepted the jade vial with trembling hands, cautiously opening it. Ningying pill of the highest quality, Yun Shang exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure any longer. Esteemed senior, this, fear not, accept it. I stated that your breakthrough to the nascent soul stage will help establish your authority. Kuya maintained his lofty demeanor. Thank you. Esteemed senior, thank you. Yun Shang felt that today was the most exhilarating day of his life. After Kuya departed, Yun Shang turned to the steward. Old Li, what are your thoughts? Head of the family. That individual possesses unfathomable power. effortlessly producing supreme Ningying pills. However, I find myself puzzled as to why he wishes to collaborate with our Yun family. With his strength, he could easily establish an alchemy tower in East Shoqing without facing any challenges. Old Li remarked. After a moment of reflection, Yin Shang replied, I, too, do not comprehend, yet this presents a fortuitous opportunity for our Yun family. Old Li, do not attempt to probe that esteemed senior any further. He then added, inform everyone that our Yun family's alchemy tower will be selling supreme golden yuan pills tomorrow, limited to 10 pieces. Why does the head of the family not acquire these golden yuan pills for our Yun family? Old Li curiously asked, Old Li, do you know why the esteemed senior gifted me the Ningying pill? Yun Shang queried, I do not know. I am equally in the dark. Then why do you ask me? Are you unwell? After departing from the Yun family, Kuya and Guan Xiu returned to their residence. On the day, he collected Guan Xiu. Kuya, suppressing his heartache, rented a room for Guan Xiu as well. Boss, just how extravagant are you? That was a supreme Ningying pill, Guan Xiu exclaimed, a look of anguish on his face. Is it really that significant? It was merely a trivial elixir, Kuya replied nonchalantly. Trivial elixir? Brother, it is indeed my fault. I fail to comprehend the world of the affluent. Kuya appears indifferent on the surface, yet he is genuinely pained within. However, he finds himself powerless. If the Yun family lacks a nascent soul to guard the pill tower, who will take on that responsibility? Surely, he cannot assume the role of a bouncer himself. With his limited prowess, he can only manage to deceive others. If it comes to genuine confrontation, he would be utterly defeated. Everything unfolded as anticipated. The following day, a shocking piece of news erupted in Eastgard City. The Yun family's pill tower was selling exquisite golden origin pills, each priced at 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Once the news broke, the entire Eastgard City was abuzz. Countless cultivators hastened to the Yun family's pill tower. Have you heard? The Yun family is selling exquisite golden origin pills at an astonishingly low price. 3 million high-grade spirit stones. What? Is that true? I senti the Yun family on the verge of collapse. I'm not sure, but shall we go and take a look? Let us go. In an instant, numerous cultivators in Eastgard City began to discuss fervently. At this moment, the Yun family's pill tower was besieged, with cultivators discovering that the Yun family truly had produced 10 exquisite golden origin pills, and all the pills for sale were of the highest quality. Accompanied by remarkably low prices, above the pill tower, Yun Shang gazed at the scene and could not help but smile. The Yun family's pill tower had come back to life. In Eastgard City, the Mu family head, Mu Ting, wore a puzzled expression. Where did this old man Yun acquire so many exquisite pills? The Yun and Mu families have been rivals for centuries, always evenly matched, until a century ago. The sudden emergence of the drunken immortal tower disrupted the balance, causing the Yun family's pill business to plummet. They had been struggling to survive for the past century, after years of rivalry. The anticipated downfall of the Yun family was within reach, and Mu Ting could hardly contain his joy. Yet, just at this critical juncture, the Yun family had inexplicably acquired an abundance of exquisite pills. Revitalizing their business, Mu Ting pondered for a long while, unable to discern the reason. Wonderful. The pills from the Yun family's pill tower are all exquisite and reasonably priced. From now on, I shall procure my pills from the Yun family. Who could disagree? I too will buy my pills from the Yun family's pill tower. In no time, cultivators who had purchased from the Yun family's pill tower expressed their intent to return for future purchases. Master, all the pills left by the predecessor are nearly snatched up by these cultivators. The chief steward reported to Yun Shang atop the pill tower. How about the golden origin pills? Yun Shang inquired. For have been sold. As for the backgrounds of those purchasing the pills, I have already investigated. They are all renowned loose cultivators from Eastgard City. The Mu family sent people disguised as loose cultivators to buy the golden origin pills. But they've been driven away by me. Yun Shang nodded. He would not be foolish enough to sell these golden origin pills to the Mu family. What movements have there been from the city lord's mansion and the drunken immortal tower? Yun Shang asked. Neither faction has taken any action. It is unclear what they are plotting, the chief steward replied. Once I break through to the nascent soul stage, regardless of their intentions, I shall be ready. That day, All the pills provided by Kowuyo to the Yun family were sold out, including the golden origin pills. Meanwhile, Kowuyo, observing this scene amidst the crowd, was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fervent response. As night fell, Kowuyo returned to the Yun family. Predecessor, this is the total spirit stones obtained from the sale of the pills. 42 million. Please take a look. Yun Shang handed a ring to Kowuyo. What does the head of the Yun family mean? Did we not agree on a 20% share for you? Kowuyo inquired. Yun Shang smiled faintly. One of your condensation pills is already immensely valuable. How can my Yun family possibly take another 20% of the spirit stones? Fair is fair, Kowuyo insisted, handing over the 20% of spirit stones to Yun Shang. Take it. I said 20%. And that is what it shall be. Thank you, predecessor. Yun Shang did not decline further. Seeing this, Kowuyo nodded in satisfaction with Yun Shang's actions. Head of the Yun family, I have 2 matters to discuss. Kowuyo stated. Please, predecessor, go ahead. Here are the pills for the next 10 days. Kowuyo presented a pile of J bottles to Yun Shang. Inside are 10 golden origin pills. You may purchase half for yourself. And the rest should be sold at a rate of 1 every 2 days. Thank you, predecessor. Yun Shang expressed his gratitude promptly. Head of the Yun family, you must understand that being too ostentatious can be detrimental. While business is booming, we still need to exercise some control. Although you will have no rivals in East Guard City after breaking through to Nascent Soul, what about the forces in other regions? Kowuyo remarked coolly. He then added, I am quite busy with other matters and lack the time to guard the pill tower. I failed to consider that, Yun Shang acknowledged. The second matter. Surely you are curious about my background? I wouldn't dare. Yun Shang replied hastily, an own need for formality. Kowuyo waved his hand. Be frank. Head of the Yun family, I wish to establish a force in East Guard City. I would appreciate your assistance in gathering a few reputable cultivators. Regardless of their cultivation level, Kowuyo stated. What is your intention, predecessor? Yun Shang inquired. It is merely to provide a place for loose cultivators to cultivate. Kowuyo replied indifferently. Your vision is admirable, predecessor, Yun Shang flattered. Though he felt a tinge of helplessness, just as the Yun family was about to rise, this predecessor sought to establish a force that he wanted to refuse. But how could he? Would he risk his life? Predecessor, may I ask if the Yun family can join the force you are creating? Yun Shang inquired. Of course, but if their conduct is improper, do not blame me for being ruthless. Kowuyo changed his tone. I am well aware of that. Yun Shang quickly replied. Kowuyo nodded. Li Lao. Summon Feng. Yun Shang instructed the chief steward beside him. Shortly thereafter, a young man was brought before Kowuyo by the chief steward. Father, the youth bowed to Yun Shang. What do you think of Feng, predecessor? Yun Shang asked. Kowuyo nodded. Not bad. Not just not bad. He is exceptionally good. Feng, quickly pay your respects to the predecessor. Yun Shang urged. Predecessor. Yun Feng slightly bowed. Feng, you will join the force created by the predecessor. Following him is your fortune. Yun Shang said to Yun Feng. Yun Feng frowned slightly. Upon witnessing this, Yun Shang hurriedly admonished. Feng, do not be disrespectful. To this, Kowuyo thought little of it. Youths are often impetuous, just as he had once dared to speak boldly. In truth, who could rival his audacity? What is the name of your force? Predecessor, Yun Shang inquired. Why, Emperor Sect? Kowuyo had long envisioned such a grand name. That moment, Yun Feng suddenly exclaimed, I want to join. Kowuyo looked puzzled. This, Yun Feng added, regardless of anything else. I like this name. It's quite imposing. The prestige is indeed overwhelming. Subsequently, Yun Shang introduced 9 loose cultivators to Kowuyo. These cultivators were the guards assembled by the Yun family, previously tasked with various duties. Thus, the Emperor Sect was established. Little did Kowuyo know, the sect he founded today would eventually become a renowned Emperor Sect in the Shantian Great World, after taking these 10 individuals. Kowuyo handed a ring to Guan Xiao, concealing Guan Xiao's cultivation, and instructed him to wear a black robe to avoid revealing his appearance. Together, they would establish a sect in the western part of East Guard City, an area belonging to the Yun family. Guan Xiao gazed at the 10 million high-grade spirit stones and numerous pills within the ring. Nodding vigorously, he had never been entrusted with such importance before. He vowed to serve Kawuyo diligently. A few days later, news spread throughout Eastgard City that a sect named the audacious Ya Emperor Sect had been established in the west of the city. In an instant, the cultivators of Eastgard City were abuzz with discussions. Who is this bumpkin? Establishing a force in Eastgard City. Is he courting death? I concur. However, to everyone's astonishment, the individuals sent by the Mu family and the City Lord's mansion were all expelled. And these individuals were uniformly golden core cultivators that it was naturally Xiao Daoling who had cast them out. Anticipating that someone might come looking for trouble, Kawui decided to keep Xiao Daoling at the sect. Moreover, the Wui Empire issued a notice stating that should anyone from this faction provoke them again, they would be dealt with on the spot. The Wui Empire also welcomed loose cultivators, allowing those who passed the sect master's test to join. Those who became disciples of the Wui Empire would benefit from the cultivation resources provided by the sect. In no time, countless loose cultivators flocked to the Wui Empire, as the resources offered were simply irresistible to them. Top-tier elixirs, including the supreme Golden Yuan Pill. Ultimately, out of the many cultivators wishing to join the Wui Empire, 21 individuals of commendable character were selected at this moment. Within the Wui Empire, Kawui sat upon the sect master's throne, with Guan Xiu seated beside him. Below them were 31 cultivators led by Yun Feng, among whom 6 were Foundation Establishment cultivators, with Yun Feng being the strongest at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. The remaining 20 were Condensation Phase cultivators, alongside 5 Transformation Phase cultivators. Observing this scene, Kawui nodded in satisfaction. He believed that cultivation level was secondary to character. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Wui Empire. The purpose of establishing this sect is to provide a haven for the multitude of loose cultivators, a place you can truly call home. However, should anyone betray the sect, do not blame me for personally executing them. As he spoke, Kawui's tone turned icy, and the domain of his no-day expanded forth. After a brief moment, he retracted the domain, having achieved his goal. For all these cultivators, including Yun Feng, were thoroughly intimidated by his display. We shall not disappoint the sect's nurturing. The crowd bowed in unison. Kawui nodded. Since you have joined the sect, you must adhere to its rules. The Wui Empire has but 2 rules. First, this is your home. Since it is a home, we must all work together to strengthen it. And in return, the sect will provide cultivation resources to those who contribute. Second, disciples of the sect must not cause trouble nor bully the weak. Yet as disciples of the Wui Empire, you must not be bullied by others. Should any faction dare to oppress you, fight back. As long as you act justly, the sect shall be your strongest support. Remember, you are no longer loose cultivators, but disciples of the Wui Empire, Kawui declared. We shall abide by the sect's rules and will not let the sect master down. The crowd responded fervently. Well, since this is a sect, there must be positions. Yun Feng, you, and the 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators shall become elders of the Empire. Afterward, please see Vice Sect Master Guan to each receive a Golden Yuan Pill, Kawui instructed. Thank you, Sect Master. Yun Feng and the others promptly expressed their gratitude. Wui then observed the reactions of the others. He was pleased to see that none displayed impatience or dissatisfaction over not immediately receiving elixirs. It seemed that Guan Xiu, the little fatty, possessed some talent. The remaining disciples could each claim an elixir corresponding to their cultivation level. Condensation phase disciples could receive a condensation pill, while transformation phase disciples could claim a comprehension pill. Kawui announced. The crowd once again bowed in gratitude. Our goal is to establish our influence across all empires, as the first group to join the sect. Your mission is daunting. I hope we can all work together. After imparting these words, Kawui rose to leave, entrusting the rest to Guan Qiu. In the following month, Kawui diligently practiced his sword techniques and focused on enhancing his strength within the small world. As for the elixirs, he entrusted the entire matter to Guan Xiu. Before entering the small world, he had provided Guan Xiu with a substantial amount of elixirs, some to be sold to the Yun family to sustain the sect's operations, while others were rewards for disciples who contributed to the sect. Throughout the month, although Kawui did not achieve a breakthrough with the Immortal 8 swords, his no-day domain and the no-traceword art grew increasingly solid. And his cultivation level advanced to the golden core stage. This. Xiongqi remarked, I don't want to see it. It's too infuriating. Upon leaving the small world, Kowui was astonished by the rapid development of the Wui Empire. The sect had already occupied the entire western region of East Guard City, with disciples numbering over 100 under Guanxiu's management. The disciples of the Wui Empire were also actively undertaking tasks to earn spirit stones, with rewards being elixirs. Ke Wui was extremely pleased, having not anticipated that Guanxiu would enable the sect to operate autonomously so swiftly. It appeared that this little fatty truly possessed talent. Brother, we now have 3 golden core disciples in our sect and over 30 foundation establishment cultivators, Guanxiu reported. Guanxiu, our aim is to elevate the sect to the pinnacle, and the Southern Dynasty is merely our starting point. Our ultimate goal is boundless, Kowui asserted. While the ambition was commendable, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. Wui could never have foreseen that in the near future, the Wui Empire would face a tremendous calamity, one that nearly obliterated the entire sect. Regarding the development of the Wui Empire, the Mu family and the City Lord's mansion expressed a desire to eradicate it, but their strength did not permit such action, with Xiao Dowling present. Not even golden core cultivators stood a chance. They were merely swatted aside. Brother, Yin Feng has taken a group to carry out a task, but it seems this task may not be as simple as it appears, Guanxiu said, gazing at Kowui within the sect's main hall. Kowui responded, puzzled. The task involves some loose cultivators pooling their resources to request the sect to eliminate a bandit group. However, the major factions of East Guard City attempted to encircle and annihilate them before. It is said that those factions suffered significant losses, yet the bandits still persist. I fear. Then why haven't you stopped it? Kowui directly inquired. I only just received the news, and by the time I got word, Yin Feng had already set out with his men. Guanxiu replied, looking helpless. Let us go. With that, Kowui and Guanxiu rushed towards the bandit stronghold. At this moment, Yin Feng was leading the disciples of the Wui Empire in a fierce battle against a group of bandits. When enemies meet, their hatred is palpable. These disciples, having previously been loose cultivators, had often engaged in escort missions to earn their cultivation resources. Naturally, they harbored a deep-seated loathing for bandits, having encountered them on several occasions, with many friends having perished at their hands. Brothers, let's annihilate these ignorant fools. And then I'll take you back to the camp for a hearty feast, bellowed a man clad in tiger skin. The disciples of the Wui Empire obeyed, launching a full-scale retreat. Yin Feng also shouted, not expecting the bandits to be this formidable. They had 7 golden core bandits, while his side only had 3. This was untenable. They absolutely could not allow the disciples of the sect to perish in vain. Ha ha ha! The Wui Empire? Ridiculous! One bandit scoffed. Shanhe, you scoundrel! I must have been blind to consider you a brother for so many years. A disciple of the Wui Empire cursed. Puyang, stop pretending. You joined your sect too, didn't you? Why should you be allowed to, while I am not? The bandit named Shanhe roared. Why not? What makes you better than me? Why was I rejected while you were accepted? You trash. Puyang shook his head. Shanhe, I never imagined you would become this way. Put away that facade. I've always been like this. Shanhe shouted in anger. With a cold smile, he continued, surprised. The task you undertook was never requested by loose cultivators. It was something I discussed with the king. You sect disciples each possess top-tier elixirs, which the king has accepted from me. And now, I am one of you, Shanhe declared with pride. Ha! I like your words. A voice belonging to the man called the king suddenly turned cold. Shanhe then realized a massive blade had shattered his heart. Why? Shanhe's words were cut short, as the king completely erased him. Why? I wouldn't dare accept someone like you, but I should thank you, the king said, sheathing his blade nonchalantly. Upon witnessing this scene, Puyang let out a sigh. At that moment, Yin Feng approached him and patted his shoulder, saying, Do not grieve for such a person. He is unworthy. The king then remarked with indifference, Kid, if you surrender obediently, perhaps I might consider sparing you. How dare you presume to make such a suggestion? Yin Feng retorted, lifting his head in disdain. Good lad, I admire your spirit. I shall see just how long you can maintain your bravado. Men, attack. With that, he brandished his large blade and charged towards Yun Feng and his companions. Quickly flee. I will hold them off. Yun Feng urged the disciples of the Waya Emperor sect. Hurry, return, and inform the sect leader to avenge me. Elder Yin, I will stay. I, Pu Yang, have lived as a solitary cultivator my entire life, always worrying about resources for my practice, never once considering joining a sect, just as the sect leader said, during this time spent with my fellow disciples. I have felt the warmth of home, a sensation I have never experienced before. That it is truly wonderful. Even if I die here today, my life will have been worth it, Pu Yang declared. So do we. We stand with Elder Yun in life and death, shouted the disciples of Waya Emperor sect in unison. You are all commendable. Ha ha ha. Very well, today we shall fight side by side against this rabble. Yin Feng turned to address the group. In our next life, I hope to join the Waya Emperor sect. Me too. How poignant. Since you all wish for death, I shall grant your desire. Not only that, but I will also annihilate your sect, allowing you to reunite below. The king proclaimed. Yes, that's so. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to them, Kawaya had appeared on the scene. Leader, the disciples of Waya Emperor sect exclaimed in unison. You are all commendable. Kawaya turned to address the crowd. At this point, Guanxiu also approached Kuwaya's side. You take the disciples back to the sect first. Wait for me to finish off these foes before returning. Kawaya instructed Guanxiu. Leader, take me with you. Yin Feng implored. And us as well. Very well. You shall handle those beneath the golden core stage, while I will take care of the 7 golden core cultivators, Kawaya responded. Understood. What audacity! I shall witness how you intend to kill us. The king scoffed. Patience. You shall see. With that, Waya unleashed the realm of Wuzhou. And instantly, an extraordinarily eerie figure coalesced behind Kawaya. This figure bore 2 horns and 3 eyes, as though emerging from the depths of hell. Even more bizarrely, a pair of exquisitely beautiful wings sprouted from its grotesque form. The Wuzhou Dharma body. This marked Kuwaya's inaugural manifestation of the Wuzhou Dharma body, signifying that he had reached the microcosmic stage of Wuzhou. This spectacle left both the disciples of Waya Emperor sect and the bandits utterly astonished. Kill! Kawaya uttered the word with chilling calmness. The eerie figure immediately appeared before the king, and with a swift motion, countless sword energies erupted upon the king's body before the king could react. He was eradicated by Kuwaya's Wuzhou Dharma body. Witnessing this, a horde of bandits turned and fled in terror. How could they possibly fight back? Even a mid-tier golden core cultivator was dispatched in an instant. Should I throw my life away to fight? Kill? As the disciples of Waya Emperor sect regained their composure, their morale surged, and they rushed forward, weapons in hand, towards the fleeing bandits, Waya, wielding the Wuzhou Dharma body. Maneuvered through the ranks of bandits, each motion of the Dharma body claiming the life of a golden core cultivator. The remaining bandits were swiftly eradicated by the disciples of Waya Emperor sect. Thus, the bandit force that had plagued the mountains for centuries was entirely uprooted by Waya Emperor sect. Upon returning to the sect, Kawaya immediately entered the small world, as soon as he stepped inside. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. It seemed that he still could not fully control the Wuzhou Dharma body. Kawaya murmured to himself. Looking up, he noticed Xiong Qi staring at him in bewilderment. Nephew, what was that new technique? Did you use that blood to confuse your opponents? Brilliant, truly brilliant. After swallowing a divine elixir within the small world, Kawaya sat cross-legged, quietly reflecting on every detail of his recent manifestation of the Wuzhou Dharma body. In the Xintian Great World, at the headquarters of the drunken immortal pavilion, Bai Fengliu withdrew his gaze, having witnessed everything that Kawaya had gone through. Quite impressive, indeed, Bai Fengliu remarked appreciatively. Regrettably, Kawaya was unaware of this praise. Had he heard it, he would undoubtedly have boasted. Now you understand just how extraordinary my talent is, don't you? Turning his attention back, Bai Fengliu faced a man seated opposite him. Why disciple has stolen your business from the lower realms of the drunken immortal pavilion? Senior, you jest. My first rule in business at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is to never compete through unscrupulous means. The man replied with a slight smile. That may be so, but your pavilion is thriving because you are not lacking in wealth. Bai Fengliu retorted. The man smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. Wealth god, I must honestly inquire, just how much wealth do you possess? Bai Fengliu asked curiously. Indeed, this man was the wealthiest individual in the Xintian Great World. Nay, the wealthiest across all major worlds. He was also known by the dazzling title of the Money Emperor. Upon hearing the inquiry, the man wore a guarded expression. Senior, please do not set your sights on my wealth. Is it easy for me to transfer funds? You still owe me 10 top-notch Imperial Spirit Veins from the last time you borrowed money. And what about the 300 billion top-notch Imperial Spirit Stones from the time before that? And the time before that? Enough. You need not continue, Bai Fengliu interjected. However, the man subsequently produced a ring and handed it to Bai Fengliu. What is this? Bai Fengliu asked, somewhat perplexed at to him. The restrictions of this ring were trivial. And as he glanced inside, he discovered 200 top-notch Imperial Spirit Veins, along with a piece of heavenly essence. This heavenly essence was far more refined than the source spirit veins of an entire great world. The wealth god smiled faintly. With the great calamity approaching, though my strength may be insufficient, I can still provide some spirit veins. Senior, I am rather stingy. I calculate every spirit stone meticulously, yet sometimes I can be generous. You see, I handed over these 200 top-notch Imperial Spirit Veins without batting an eye. To this, Bai Fengliu simply inquired, just tell me, how much does this amount to for you? The man felt somewhat embarrassed, but ultimately spoke the truth. Knowing that if Bai Fengliu wished to know, he could not lie. Just a drizzle. Bai Fengliu rose abruptly, unable to remain any longer. Here he was, an ancient being who had survived countless epochs, utterly crushed in terms of financial power by the Money Emperor. Feeling disheartened, when Bai Fengliu prepared to leave, the wealth god exclaimed, Senior, I assure you I am speaking the truth. It truly is just a drizzle. Even if you multiply by 10, it would still be but a drizzle. Bai Fengliu suddenly turned and shouted, Silence. With that, he vanished without a trace, leaving the wealth god in a state of utter confusion. In this day and age, is it no longer acceptable to speak the truth? The wealth god muttered to himself that in the lower realms, within Bai Fengliu's small world, Kawaya turned to Xiong and asked, Brother, may I ask you something? Go ahead, nephew, Xiong replied. Brother, how well do you understand the little Tao spirit? Just how powerful is she? Kawaya inquired. He was genuinely unsure of the little Tao spirit's capabilities, knowing only that even a nascent soul cultivator would be insignificant before her. Xiong paused for a moment before responding. The little Tao spirit belongs to the lineage of benevolent spirits, which in our realm is not particularly strong. The true strength lies with the malevolent spirits that I have witnessed the malevolent spirit ancestor in action. And even I was no match for it. Is she that formidable? Kawaya was astonished. Although he did not know precisely how powerful Xiong was, he was certain that Xiong was indeed of incredible caliber. What I speak of pertains to the malevolent spirits, whereas the little Tao spirit belongs to the benevolent lineage. Because her kind is too pure, there are hardly any left. Over the years, she is the first benevolent spirit I have seen. After some contemplation, Xiong spoke again. As for how formidable, if Xiao Daoling were to fully mature, she will be comparable to an emperor in cultivation. An emperor? Kawaya expressed confusion. What do you mean? Someone who could obliterate cultivators above the nascent soul stage with merely a breath? What the heck? Kawaya was astonished. After a moment, he turned to leave. Nephew, where are you going? Let's chat a bit longer. I'm growing bored here. I'm going to find Xiao Daoling. What do you need her for? I'm going to ask her to accept me as her younger brother. Damn it, with my pathetic self, I'm shamelessly trying to be her elder brother. I am unworthy. Despite these words, Kawaya did not leave the small world. Instead, he continued to devote himself to rigorous cultivation. Nephew, didn't you say you wanted to be Xiao Daoling's younger brother? Are you really going to be so shameless? Xiong inquired curiously. I shall be shameless. What of it? With Kawaya continuously supplying elixirs, the Yun family's pill shop swiftly expanded to several surrounding cities. As a savvy businessman, Yunsheng naturally found ways to establish branches of the pill shop in other cities. As for the Zui Xianlu, they proclaimed that they were financially robust and did not need to engage in the elixir business. The crucial point was that the stewards of Zui Xianlu had no choice. Their rules forbade unfair competition. Yet competing fairly, they found, could not match the prowess of their rivals. Previously, a steward from a branch of Zui Xianlu had disregarded the rules and covertly sabotaged a rival faction. After that incident, the steward was never seen again. Brother, in the past 2 months, we have made a total of 280 million high-grade spirit stones from selling elixirs at the Yun family's pill shop. Guan Xiu exclaimed excitedly. Ke Iwaya nodded, externally calm. His heart raced with exhilaration. This is incredibly profitable. And this is with controlled elixir sales. I can't even imagine the potential otherwise. Brother, I wish to mobilize some spirit stones to expand our sect's territory. As the number of disciples grows, our current domain is no longer sufficient. Guan Xiu stated, Go ahead and handle it. These spirit stones are in your care, Kuwaya replied. Guan Xiu nodded vigorously. Without delay, Guan Xiu hired several cultivators to establish their sect in the territory previously occupied by mountain bandits. In just a few days, an impressively grand sect emerged outside Dongshocheng. Above the mountain gate of the sect, 4 powerful characters were inscribed. Waya, Emperor's Sect. The protective formation common to all sects was arranged by Xiao Ling, consisting of an 8th-tier, yellow-level protective array and a 2nd-tier profound-level killing array. With these 2 grand formations for protection, even those above the nascent soul stage could not breach the Waya Emperor's Sect. Xiao Ling, you must honestly tell me, aside from alchemy and arranging formations, what else do you know? Kawaya asked in astonishment. He genuinely did not expect Xiao Ling to possess knowledge of formations as well. Xiao Ling pondered, Brother Waya, aside from alchemy and arranging formations, I can also refine weapons and create talismans. Enough. Do not continue. Kawaya hurriedly interrupted. Why not, Brother Waya? Xiao Ling questioned, puzzled as to why he would not let her continue. Because it pains my heart, Kawaya declared with a face full of sorrow and indignation. All right, compared to Xiao Ling, I am undoubtedly a waste. Soon, news of the establishment of the Waya Emperor sect spread across the surrounding cities. And the tale of the sect's master slaying 7 golden core cultivators in an instant circulated widely. In no time, the Waya Emperor sect gained immense fame. Numerous wandering cultivators flocked to the Waya Emperor sect seeking to join. In response, the Waya Emperor sect issued an announcement. In 6 months, the Waya Emperor sect will hold its founding ceremony, alongside a disciple recruitment event. The reason for the 6-month wait was that Kawaya wished to ascend to the nascent soul stage first. He anticipated that many factions would attend the founding ceremony, allowing him to make a formidable impression on them. Brother, the sect's initial layout has been planned. It will consist of an outer sect and an inner sect. Although our Emperor sect is currently small, we already have 9 elders at the Golden Core stage. There are also 87 disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage, who will form the first batch of inner sect disciples, while those who have not reached Foundation Establishment will be outer sect disciples. Guan Xiu explained. Ke Iwaya merely nodded, indicating that everything should proceed as Guan Xiu suggested, leaving him to play the role of a detached overseer. However, brother, our sect currently faces a problem. Its foundation is too weak, lacking powerful cultivators to oversee it. You know that Xiao Ling does not favor bloodshed, Guan Xiu continued. Did you not mention that there is a demon king in the southern mountains? I will fetch it, Kuwaya contemplated. What? Brother, please don't. That demon king has reached the pinnacle of supernatural powers above the nascent soul stage. You might not survive, Guan Xiu hastily cautioned. What? Do you not trust your brother? Kuwaya asked nonchalantly. It's not about trust. Showing off and possessing strength are 2 different matters. Without further ado, Kuwaya ventured into the southern demon beast forest, and a few days later, he returned with a robust man. What's wrong with you? This is the demon king you spoke of, Kuwaya said casually, observing Guan Xiu's perplexed expression. Seeing Guan Xiu still confused, Kuwaya turned to the man and instructed, Little lion, show him your true form. The man immediately revealed his true form, a colossal demon beast lion king, emanating a faint red glow, with a sharp horn protruding from its head. What the heck? Brother, you really? Guan Xiao was left utterly astonished. This is incredible. A demon king at the level of supernatural powers. In truth, Kawaya had not exerted any effort. Upon encountering this demon king, he simply presented a jade vial. Inside was the essence blood he had previously acquired from Qiongqi. Who is Qiongqi? One of the 4 great demon kings. Upon seeing the essence blood from Qiongqi, the demon lion nearly lost control of itself. Afterward, Kawaya promised that the demon king would guard the Waya Emperor sect for 300 years in exchange for the drop of essence blood. Naturally, the demon king was more than willing. 300 years was nothing to him, and obtaining a drop of Qiongqi's essence blood in return was an exceptional deal. If Qiongqi were to learn that his essence blood was so undervalued, he would surely tear Kawaya to shreds. Who do you look down upon? My essence blood is worth so little to you. Thus, the Waya Emperor sect gained a mysterious guardian within the small world. Kawaya was fully exerting the Wuzahua body, with Qiongqi, the seasoned tool, naturally acting as a sparring partner. Nephew, your body still requires more refinement. In comparison to Brother Bai, you are lacking significantly, Qiongqi remarked. Please, don't mention him. Kawaya responded. Why not? Every time you mention him, I feel a pang in my heart. Every disciple of the Waya Emperor sect was working tirelessly to cultivate, even more diligently than during their days as wandering cultivators. Before long, it had been nearly 3 months since the master had departed. Kawaya gazed at the grand hall of the sect and wondered, Master, can you see me from above? Your disciple has not let you down. It won't be long before the Waya Emperor sect becomes the foremost sect of the great southern dynasty. Bai Fengliu silently lamented, for the love of all that is sacred, please don't be so filial. I am not dead yet. Aside from practicing swordplay with Qiongqi daily in the small world, Kawaya relished visiting the dazzling brothels to watch the dancers perform. Guan Xiao, what do you think this place is? Kawaya inquired while observing the dancers gracefully moving. Brother, I believe this place is wonderful. It is the source of joy for men, Guan Xiao replied, eyes glued to the dancers. You are mistaken, gravely mistaken. What source of joy? Kawaya countered. Guan Xiao looked puzzled at Kawaya's response. Ke Iwaya asserted, This is paradise, the paradise of women. Do you understand? I finally comprehend the joy Bai Fengliu spoke of. Bai Fengliu responded, If you keep talking like this, do you believe I want to return right now? Upon returning to the sect, Kawaya beheld 2 disciples engaged in a sparring match atop the martial arts platform. Surrounded by numerous onlookers, as Kawaya approached, the sparring disciples ceased their practice and, along with the spectators, bowed in respect. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for them to continue. He watched the duel with great interest. Lost in a reverie, in a fleeting moment, he transformed from a weak and struggling loose cultivator into a mid-stage golden core practitioner and the master of a sect. Coming back to his senses, Kawaya smiled. He had no verbal expressions of gratitude for Bai Fengliu. His only response was to devote himself to relentless cultivation, striving not to let him down. Thank you, Master, Kawaya said, lifting his gaze. Bai Fengliu, high above in the clouds, revealed a smile reminiscent of a caring father. This kid, before he could finish, Kawaya interjected, If only you wouldn't hit me. Is this your way of expressing gratitude? Just wait. Once I finish my business, I won't spare you. Observing the sparring disciples, Kawaya turned to one of the sword-wielding disciples and remarked, Your swordsmanship is commendable, but your direction is misguided. I humbly request your guidance. Sect Master, the disciple quickly bowed. Ke Iwaya nodded. All show and no substance. Sword cultivators never pursue flamboyant techniques. With that, he directly executed a strike of Zhan Su. The disciple, watching Kawaya's strike, suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master, he exclaimed, leaping off the platform, bowing once more before departing to Puyang. Where are you going? The spar isn't over yet, called out another disciple from the platform. I am going into seclusion. Puyang replied, Big brother, a group has arrived seeking an audience with you. Guan Xiao approached Kawaya. Who are they? The city lord of Nanshan, Huashang, in the grand hall of Waya Emperor sect. Kawaya inquired. City lord Hua has come. May I ask the purpose of your visit? I have come to discuss a matter with the Waya Emperor's sect. Huashang replied somewhat disdainfully upon hearing this. Kawaya felt a flicker of displeasure, but still asked, "What matter do you wish to discuss?" "I have heard that the Waya Emperor's sect seeks to recruit disciples, and I wish to send some cultivators from Nanshan City to train here." Huashang declared that Waya found himself at a loss for words. Thinking Huashang must be a fool, he replied coolly, "Why does City Lord Hua believe I would agree to this? What? Is the sect master refusing to grant me?" "Hua, some face," Huashang asked coldly. "Who do you think you are?" Kawaya could no longer contain himself, bewildered at how such a dullard could become a city lord. "Very well," before Huashang could finish his sentence. Kawaya turned to Guan Xiao and commanded, "Show him out. Does he really think that because he has killed a few golden core cultivators, he is now impressive? I shall see what grounds he has for such arrogance." With that, a tremendous aura of nascent soul erupted from Kawaya, enveloping Huashang that a young man accompanying Huashang disdainfully remarked, "Don't take it too far." Kawaya turned and said, "City Lord Hua, I have a question that perplexes me." "Oh, do share. How did you manage to become a city lord with such intellect? And how have you survived this long while being so arrogant, seeking death?" Huashang roared. Launching a punch, a robust figure stepped in front of Kawaya, effortlessly catching Huashang's blow. With a slight exertion, the figure crushed Huashang's hand, causing him to scream in pain and retreat. This figure was, of course, the Lion King. The Lion King turned to Kawaya, asking, "Shall I dispose of him?" Kawaya shook his head. "Let him go. He's an eyesore." Thus, the Lion King tossed Huashang away. "Big brother, why not kill him?" Guan Xiao asked. "After all, he's an official of the Dinan dynasty. Killing him would be a slap to their face." Waya sighed, realizing he was not yet in a position to confront the Dinan dynasty head-on. "Big brother, all city lords are powerful individuals. Even if you kill this Huashang, as long as you are strong enough, the royal family will not intervene. They only require someone capable of governing the city. Regardless of who that person is," Guan Xiao explained slowly. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" "You didn't ask." Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Huashang entered a grand hall where a man in a black robe was seated. Huashang approached and knelt before the man. "Master, I have failed. I could not discern the appearance of the Waya Emperor's sex master. It is not your fault. With that demon lion present, your failure to accomplish this task is understandable." Despite hearing this, Huashang did not dare to rise, clearly intimidated by the man before him. "Come now, saying I do not blame you does not absolve you. Although they spared your life, they did strike you. After all, you are my pet, and this is quite embarrassing for me." At these words, a cold glint flashed in Huashang's eyes. The man in black toyed with a peculiar insect in his hand, muttering to himself, as the supplier of the Yun family's elixirs, having now subdued that lion, "I must say this is intriguing. Yet, those who pique my interest often meet a most tragic end." Kawaya once again entered the small world. "Old brother Xiongqi." Before he could finish, Xiongqi's voice echoed. "Hold on, nephew. Don't you find practicing swordsmanship with me exceedingly dull? How about I show you something interesting?" With a grand sweep of his claw, a peculiar tower materialized before Kawaya. "What is this?" he inquired, gazing curiously at the tower. "This is the demon suppression tower cultivated by my demon kin. It houses a variety of fierce beasts," Xiongqi explained. "Impressive, old brother. You even imprison your own kin?" Kawaya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xiongqi shook his head and began recounting the tower's origins in the primordial dawn of this world. Some exceedingly powerful demon beasts were born. Taotai, Chaos, Baizai, Qinglong, Zhuke, Baihu, Xuanwu, Dang Kong, Qilin, and others. These beasts were classified as auspicious, divine, or fierce. Yet in Xiongqi's eyes, they were all merely demon beasts. The presence of so many demon beasts made conflict inevitable, laying the groundwork for the eventual emergence of the demon suppression tower. The fiercest battles were fought between Taotai and Xiongqi, neither willing to yield, resulting in daily skirmishes, while other demon beasts had their quarrels. They paled in comparison to the ferocity of the clashes between Taotai and Xiongqi. Their struggle persisted for hundreds of thousands of years until the appearance of a demon, Yuan Di. Being the first demon of the world, Yuan Di's strength was beyond doubt. He suppressed numerous demon kings with his formidable power. Xiongqi and Taotai, both notorious for their tempers, could hardly endure being governed by another. Thus, a grander conflict erupted, with Xiongqi leading his many kin against Tao Tai and his multitude of demons to confront Yuan Di. The battle erupted suddenly and concluded just as abruptly at this point. Xiongqi sighed, "Nephew, you cannot fathom how powerful Yuan Di truly is." I was left utterly dazed. With just a single slap, yes, just a single slap, he nearly ended me. After that, I had no choice but to submit. I genuinely could not compete. Xiongqi chuckled, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his expression. That fool Tao Tai, unable to defeat him, yet still persisted, dragging countless demon beasts into his demise. In the end, Yuan Di was enraged and sealed Tao Ye's entire lineage within this demon suppression tower. Nephew, tell me, doesn't that idiot lack common sense? He couldn't withstand a single slap, yet he continued to act recklessly. So, this is the origin of the demon suppression tower? Kawaya inquired about the path. Well, sort of, he replied that in fact, after Yuan Di's anger subsided, the lineage of Tao Dai was released. And guess what happened? That fool was still defiant and continued to clash with Yuan Di, resulting in him being sealed until now. Given my commendable performance, Yuan Di bestowed upon me this demon suppression tower. After battling Tao Tai for so long, now that this old creature is in my hands, shouldn't I take the opportunity to torment it? Hence, I have designated this tower as the training tower for our lineage, which consists of 9 levels. Each level corresponds to a specific level of strength. My dear nephew, you may enter the first level for cultivation, where you will encounter only demon beasts below the nascent soul stage. Xiongqi glanced at Kawaya and said, "Brother, I have something to ask you. Who do you think is stronger, my master or the Yuan Di you mentioned?" Kawaya asked earnestly, genuinely wanting to gauge his master's true prowess. Xiongqi shook his head. "I wouldn't know." "Wouldn't know? I truly don't. Yuan Di only used a single slap on me, and White Brother did the same back then." "How would I know?" Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Xiongqi added, "Brother, that means I might be a tad stronger than you." Hearing this, Kawaya became curious. Why Master usually unleashes 1,000 consecutive strikes on me, each a critical hit. Then, Xiongqi sent Kawaya into the demon suppression tower. As soon as he entered, Kawaya was enveloped by an overwhelmingly rich aura of demon beasts. Moreover, this place felt less like a tower and more like a miniature world. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" a roar echoed, and Kawaya saw a colossal figure charging toward him. "Excellent." He laughed heartily and dashed toward the immense beast. However, upon making contact with the beast's massive form, Kawaya was left bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't it said that the strongest demon beast on this first level only equates to a golden core cultivator? So why is this beast even stronger than a nascent soul? Sent flying through the air, blood gushing from his mouth, Kawaya wore a confused expression. "Xiongqi, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you putting your dear nephew in such a predicament?" Within the miniature world, Xiongqi glanced at the demon suppression tower, nearly having his eyes pop out in shock. "What is going on? Why is the second level lighting up? No way did I mistakenly send my nephew to the second level. This is disastrous. He might not survive this. Nephew, hold on. I'll rescue you right away, that if you perish, White Brother will surely end me." Kawaya interjected, "Brother, could you say less? If this demon beast gets another hit on me, I might truly be finished." Ultimately, Xiongqi managed to pull the nearly lifeless Kawaya from the second level to that moment. Kawaya was in a pitiful state, his body battered and broken. "Nephew, you're scaring me. Can you at least take a breath?" Xiongqi urged anxiously. As Kawaya complied and gasped for air, Xiongqi suddenly noticed a faint halo enveloping Kawaya, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. "Sword Heart!" Xiongqi exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He sighed in relief. He had genuinely feared for Kawaya's life, knowing that if he perished, he would share the same fate. Half an hour passed, and Kawaya struggled to rise. "Is this truly so extraordinary?" Xiongqi marveled. The power of the Sword Heart exceeded his expectations, especially since it was still sealed. Most importantly, it was sealed by Bai Fengliu. Yet even so, it enabled Kawaya, despite his severe injuries, to recover within half an hour. If it were not sealed and fully mastered, what would happen? "Dear nephew, this time it was my fault. I forgot how to use the demon suppression tower after sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years. Xiangqi admitted sheepishly. But returning to the matter at hand, even a demon beast from the second level Shun Ti have been capable of injuring you so severely in such a short time. Right? Xiangqi was genuinely perplexed. Logically, under the influence of his Wuzhou Dharma form, Kawaya should not have received such injuries so swiftly from the second level's beasts. Was it the third level? No, he wasn't so blind as to misjudge. Nephew, what on earth happened? Xiongqi asked again. Kawaya did not respond, but instead looked up seriously and asked, Xiongqi, have I offended you in any way? Dear nephew, it's my fault, since I haven't offended you. Kawaya's expression drastically shifted, and he roared, if I haven't offended you, why would you try to kill me? You sent me to the second level without a second thought, and when you pulled me out, could you have been a bit gentler? I almost died at the hands of that demon beast, only for you to nearly finish me off with your claw. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiongqi replied, Oh, I see. Well, dear nephew, I was anxious too. Please understand. I promise I won't make a mistake again. Kawaya looked at him skeptically. You really won T mess up again? I won T. All right then, please send me back to the first level. Certainly. Then, Kawaya was sent back inside. Xiongqi noticed that the second level remained dark, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his guess was correct. Suddenly, he noticed that while the second level was dark, the third level had lit up. In no way have I truly lost my wits after so many years of slumber. At that moment, in the third level of the Demon Suppression Tower, Kawaya faced a group of exceptionally powerful, ferocious beasts staring at him. He sheathed his sword, adjusted his attire, and declared, Come forth, let us end this. He then shouted, Xiongqi, when I get out, I will ensure my master punishes you. I've never encountered such a treacherous fool. With that, he crushed the orb left for him by Bai Fengliu. As Kawaya shattered the orb, a surge of sword intent erupted, sweeping through the entire Demon Suppression Tower. Countless formidable demon beasts were suppressed to the ground, unable to move to the top of the tower. A creature with a green body, resembling a goat but with tiger claws and dual eyes under its armpits, suddenly lifted its head, a powerful pressure erupting from its form. What is this sword intent? Which fool has provoked it? This peculiar beast was none other than Tao Tai, imprisoned at the pinnacle of the Demon Suppression Tower. Tao Tai was utterly speechless, unable to defeat a mere Yuendi, now it faced Bai Fengliu. Was this not a matter of life and death? The most troubling aspect was that it could not leave the top of the tower, nor could it even send out a sound. It could only pray that Bai Fengliu would hear its explanation and not simply cleave it in two with his sword. The sword intent surged directly into Kawaya's body, making him feel as though his very being was on the verge of exploding. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, the intent gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, Kawaya's strength soared, advancing from the late golden core stage to the peak, then to the mid-nascent soul stage, later to the late stage, and finally reaching the peak of the divine transformation stage before coming to a halt. Feeling the boundless spiritual energy within him, Kawaya experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This was exhilarating. It wasn't just his strength that surged. His confidence soared to new heights. He raised his sword and charged at the demon beasts of the third level. In truth, with his current cultivation, he should have been no match for the beasts in the third level. Yet, due to the overwhelming sword intent bestowed upon him by Bai Fengliu, the demon beasts, facing Kawaya, who emanated a hint of Bai Fengliu's sword intent, exhibited no will to resist. This is incredible. I have never felt this exhilarated before. Kawaya roared. The sensation of pursuing and slashing at numerous powerful demon beasts was simply unparalleled. Die for me! Kawui gazed intently at the monstrous beast before him, brandishing his sword, the Jutian, and bellowing with fervor. With a swift stroke, he cleaved the beast, only to hear a resounding thud to his astonishment. The creature remained unscathed, not even a single hair dislodged. What on earth is happening? How have I regressed back to the mid-stage of the gold core? Kawui's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Surely this cannot be. Is it possible that this sword intent is only capable of granting me fleeting strength? Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. The very beast he had struck was now glaring menacingly in his direction. Human, come! Slay me if you dare. I stand ready for your attack. What the hell? Did I just drop my sword? Bai Fengliu, you scoundrel. Did you really send me a counterfeit Wei Ge? Damn it, Ke Wui cursed inwardly, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by a single swipe of the beast's claw. When he regained consciousness, he was met with the ever-smiling face of Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu, can't you do something useful for once? Ke Wui shouted as soon as he awoke. Disciple, focus on your recovery. We shall discuss other matters later. Bai Fengliu, for the first time, did not exhibit anger. You still have the nerve to speak. What was that thing you gave me? It nearly cost me my life. Ke Wui continued to yell. Disciple, it was meant to protect you. Close your mouth. What was that? A 3-second tough guy. Disciple, I won't listen, I won't listen. Disciple, I won't listen, I won't listen. At last, Bai Fengliu's fury reached its peak, that he then approached Ke Wui, unleashing a flurry of punches while declaring, You won't listen? Let's see if you can ignore me now. Come on, keep resisting. After a while. Disciple, Master, if you have something to say, I am all ears, truly insufferable. Just asking for a beating that in truth, that was merely a means for you to preserve your life in dire moments. Wouldn't last long anyway. Who told you to act so arrogantly? Bai Fengliu lamented, as he explained, that sword energy was the absolute minimum he could retain after compressing it beyond capacity. Had it been a normal strike, the demon suppression tower would have been obliterated. Master, you are absolutely right, that I wholeheartedly agree. Ke Wui managed to say with great difficulty. Bai Fengliu nodded before turning to the side to address Xiongqi. Could you be a tad more reliable? If you continue like this lad won't survive even a tenth of your shenanigans. Xiongqi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Why matters are not yet resolved. During this time, refrain from sending him into the demon suppression tower. If he sustains further injuries inside, I shall destroy that tower. Bai Fengliu stated calmly to Xiongqi, Is that true? Brother Bai? Xiongqi inquired. Indeed. Suddenly, Xiongqi bellowed, Nephew, I implore you to do me a favor. Return to the demon suppression tower and confront those beasts once more. Do you wish to exact revenge? Hurry, for this opportunity is fleeting. Xiongqi, go to hell. After Bai Fengliu departed, Ke Wui struggled to rise, turning to Xiongqi. Brother, I bear no grudge against you, yet you have put me in peril twice. Does your conscience not ache? Moreover, the means Master left for me to sign up are now gone. What shall I do if I encounter danger again? Hearing this, Xiongqi felt a pang of guilt. Am I truly such a scoundrel? Nephew, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to ask. Xiongqi replied, this. Ke Wui revealed a faint smile that, brother, could you spare me a bit more of your essence blood? Nephew, essence blood? You dare ask for that? Such a thing is not in abundance. Very well, since I indeed put you in a bind, how much do you require? Xiongqi responded with some reluctance. Not much, just 10 basins will suffice. Upon saying this, Ke Wui produced 10 large basins from his ring, astonishingly large, nearly the size of Xiongqi's head. Are you serious, nephew? Ke Wui nodded. Xiongqi gazed at the sky and muttered, Brother Bai, do not blame me for being too ruthless. This fellow is clearly out to take my life. Wait, brother, let's discuss this amicably. As Xiongqi prepared to take action, Ke Wui hastily interjected. All right, indeed, I was too greedy and did not consider the consequences. How about 9 basins instead? Ke Wui said, his expression pained, that I think it would be better if you just perish. Your existence serves no purpose. Farewell, nephew. Ultimately, under Ke Wui's persistent pleas, Xiongqi reluctantly removed several scales from his own body and entrusted them to the little Dao spirit to craft a protective arm guard for Ke Wui, infusing it with a few drops of essence blood. Satisfied with this outcome, Ke Wui took his leave. Upon returning to the sect from the small world, Ke Wui gazed incredulously at Guanxiu. I say, Guanxiu, how is it that you've already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment in such a short time? Before him stood Guanxiu, now remarkably at the peak of foundation establishment. Brother, did you just notice? I've been at the pinnacle for half a month, Guanxiu replied calmly. Good heavens, what kind of extraordinary individuals am I encountering? Each with more talent than the last. Will all those I meet henceforth be such freaks? Certainly not. The ones you'll meet will be even more monstrous. Brother, how about we engage in a sparring match? Guanxiu suggested suddenly. You wish to spar with me? Kowui responded with skepticism, "Of course. But you mustn't use your sword," Guan Xiao insisted. "Without a sword, isn't the disparity in our cultivation levels a bit too vast?" Kowui queried. "Are you underestimating me? I used to be a human shield for the escort team. Otherwise, do you think my rather lackluster combat prowess would qualify me for escort missions?" Guan Xiao explained. "Moreover, during my peak in the condensing phase, I withstood a full force strike from a peak foundation establishment bandit. Besides a little pain, I was completely unharmed. So you need not worry," Guan Xiao said with a hint of pride. "Yes, that's so impressive." Kowui was somewhat astonished. To withstand a peak foundation establishment strike while in the condensing phase without issue is indeed remarkable. Guan Xiao nodded. "Very well. Let's do this," Kowui declared. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch. When his fist collided with Guan Xiao's form, he was nearly left speechless. Guan Xiao's plump body felt as though he was striking an impenetrable metal wall. "Goodness, that punch nearly wrecked my hand. Brother, can you exert some force?" Guan Xiao smirked with apparent satisfaction. Kowui wasted no time, delivering another series of punches against Guan Xiao. The little chubby fellow did not flinch or evade, allowing Kowui to rain down blows upon him. Remarkably, after a relentless barrage of punches, Guan Xiao seemed unaffected, while Kowui felt on the verge of collapse. Observing Kowui's struggle, Guan Xiao grinned mischievously. "Brother, I must confess a secret. I'm not human. I sprang forth from stone." Kowui looked up. "Whether or not you are human matters not to me, but I can't shake the feeling that you fell from the heavens." "Brother, how would you rate my defensive capabilities?" Guan Xiao inquired. "Mediocre at best," Kowui replied nonchalantly. "Brother, you..." Before Guan Xiao could finish, he was sent flying by a flash of sword light. "What the hell, brother? You ambushed me." "You can't handle it, can you?" Guan Xiao exclaimed in outrage. "I merely wish to gauge your defensive prowess." Unbeknownst to Kowui, his earlier strike had indeed been an earnest test of Guan Xiao's defenses. He had not held back. Had he discovered that Guan Xiao could not withstand the attack, he would have instantly retracted the sword energy. However, when his sword energy struck Guan Xiao's body, Kowui felt that there was absolutely no need to retract it. This sword energy posed not the slightest threat to Guan Xiao. "Brother, what do you think?" Guan Xiao asked with an eager expression. "Mediocre," Kowui retorted. "Damn, brother, why are you so stubborn? You can't even break through my defense." Guan Xiao scoffed. "Little fatty, do you know how much strength I just used?" Kowui inquired. "How much? Less than 1%. Keep boasting, brother. Keep on blowing." Guan Xiao was utterly unconvinced that if you don't believe me, come, I will unleash my full power. Kowui declared. "Bring it on." Guan Xiao said. "If you feel you can't withstand it, just say so. Otherwise, with this punch, you might just meet your end." Kowui warned. "Brother, you are definitely number one among the people I know." "Is that so? I didn't realize I held such a high status in your heart," Kowui replied, displaying a smug expression. "Bragging, absolutely number one, and will always be number one." Without further ado, Kowui channeled an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy in his right arm, activating the protective arm guard gifted to him by Xiongqi, which then sprouted countless black scales covering his entire right arm. "But I say, brother, where did you learn all these bizarre techniques?" Guan Xiao paid little heed. At that moment, Kowui's right arm, apart from the black scales, exhibited no other transformations. "Little fatty, have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag?" Kowui swung his now monstrous right arm. He felt an overwhelming destructive energy surging through his entire right limb. Guan Xiao nodded instinctively, saying, "I've seen fists even bigger than yours." "Oh, really? Have you seen a fist this size?" Upon uttering these words, Kowui suddenly bellowed. "Rise up." Then his scaled right arm expanded immensely. "Good heavens, it's a Qilin arm." "Oh no, it's a Xiongqi arm." Witnessing this sight, Guan Xiao swallowed hard. "Brother, why don't we just call it quits?" "I believe what you say. I can't withstand that punch." "Coward," Kowui retorted, retracting the arm guard. "Brother, to be honest, this is a bit terrifying. You haven't seen anything. I've encountered far more terrifying things," Kowui replied nonchalantly. "What kind of things?" "My master's slap." Kowui gazed skyward. "That is truly terrifying. 100 strikes in a second, each landing precisely on the same spot. Report." At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the hall, and a disciple of the sect entered. Approaching the two, he bowed and announced, reporting to the sect master, deputy sect master. The head of the Yun family, Yun Shang, wishes to discuss an important matter with the sect master. Bring him in, Kuya nodded. Shortly thereafter, Yun Shang arrived before Kuya. Guided by the disciple, Ke, Kuya waved his hand, signaling for the disciple to withdraw. Senior, Yun Shang has urgent matters to report. Yun Shang's expression was somewhat anxious. What has happened? Noticing Yun Shang's demeanor, Kuya grew curious. There's been an incident at the Dan Tower. Yun Shang replied, his tone urgent and somewhat indignant. What happened? Kuya furrowed his brow slightly. Senior, it is like this. Yun Shang recounted the events concerning the Dan Tower. It turned out that a few days prior, the Lord of Nanshan City had suddenly issued a notice stating that the Yun family's Dan Tower had violated the existing rules of Nanshan City and ordered the expulsion of the Yun family's Dan Tower from the city. Furthermore, any cultivator purchasing pills from the Yun family's Dan Tower would be executed on the spot by the city lord's office. This notice incited widespread discontent among the scattered cultivators in Nanshan City. The emergence of the Yun family's Dan Tower represented a tremendous opportunity for them, providing quality pills at affordable prices, perfectly suited for these less affluent cultivators. However, the city lord's declaration effectively severed their path to cultivation, reverting them to their previous state. In a flash, countless cultivators within Nanshan City banded together in protest. Unexpectedly, the city lord, Hua Shang, directly dispatched the city guard to ruthlessly suppress these united cultivators, hanging their corpses at the city gate. This brutal action not only failed to intimidate the scattered cultivators, but also incited their fury even further. Many scattered cultivators left Nanshan City for Dongsho City, although the Yun family lost their Dan Tower in Nanshan City. The losses were mitigated by the influx of cultivators from Dongsho City. What perplexed Yun Shang was that they had previously reached an agreement with Hua Shang. Yet Hua Shang suddenly ordered a ban on the Yun family's Dan Tower, even at the cost of inciting public outrage. Most bewildering to Yun Shang was the fact that today, the lord of Dongsho City, Yi Jingyuan, had unexpectedly died, and the head of the Mu family, Mu Ting, took over Dongsho City. The very first order Mu Ting issued as the new city lord was to seal the Yun family's Dan Tower. Naturally, Yun Shang was immensely furious and sought out Mu Ting to discuss the matter, only to be astonished to find that Mu Ting had already entered the nascent soul stage, possessing cultivation comparable to his own. With no recourse, he could only return empty-handed. Senior, as Mu Ting ordered the sealing of the Dan Tower. I received news from the heads of the Dan Towers in other cities that those city lords have also issued orders to seal our Yun family's Dan Towers. Yun Shang's face was filled with bitterness. After listening, Kuya's brow furrowed even deeper as he regarded Yun Shang. What is your opinion? Yun Shang pondered for a moment. This matter is too bizarre. It is implausible that so many cities would suddenly unite against our Yun family's Dan Tower. Furthermore, I suspect that Yi Jingyuan's death is related to this incident. There must be someone manipulating events behind the scenes. However, I truly do not know who we have offended. What do you know of Hua Shang? Kuya suddenly inquired. I do not know much about him. I only know that he was originally a scattered cultivator in Nanshan City. However, 20 years ago, his cultivation skyrocketed, ascending from the early stage of Golden Core to nascent soul in just 1 year. And he subsequently secured the position of City Lord. It is said that upon taking office, he governed Nanshan City with great diligence. Previously, Nanshan City was weaker than Dongsho City, yet under his governance, Nanshan City's overall strength has surpassed that of Dongsho City in a mere 20 years. In other words, he is a capable individual. What is his character like? Kuya inquired, from his tenure as city lord thus far. He certainly appears to be a competent person. As for his character, I'm not too clear, only that he is extremely low-key. This statement left Kuya in deep thought. What do you think? Kuya turned to Guan Xiao, head of the Yun family. When did Hua Shang target the Yun family's Dan Tower? Guan Xiao asked. 5 days ago. Guan Xiao fell silent for a moment before saying, 5 days ago was precisely when Hua Shang visited our Wuye imperial sect. It seems, just as the head of the Yun family stated, that a powerful hand is orchestrating everything behind this incident. Hua Shang is merely a puppet, and more accurately, it is likely that all the nearby city lords are puppets. Kuya nodded. This matter could very well be aimed at me. Kuya stated. He wants to force me to reveal myself. He seeks to expose the supporters behind the Yun family's Dan Tower. Since he wishes to play, I shall indulge him. Yes, he spoke. Kuye's voice turned icy. Head of the Yun family, you may return for now. I will handle this matter. Senior, should you require assistance from the Yun family, please do not hesitate to command us. We will certainly do our utmost. With that, Yun Shang departed. Guan Xiao, issue a proclamation. State that our Wei imperial sect is the supporter behind the Yun family's Dan Tower. Should any force dare to target the Yun family's Dan Tower again, it will be tantamount to declaring war against our Wei imperial sect. Kuye instructed Guan Xiao. Observing Guan Xiao's lack of action, Kuye raised an eyebrow. Do you find any fault in my approach? Guan Xiao shrugged, appearing helpless. Brother, are you not aware of our sect's capabilities? Do you truly believe anyone would take us seriously? This is not without reason. No matter, I will resolve the matter of strength. Kuya stated nonchalantly. Furthermore, what do you mean by lacking strength? Without mentioning anything else, which of these forces could contend with the little Tao spirit? With the proclamation of the Wei Emperor's sect, a palpable tension erupted between the Wei Emperor's sect and the major cities in Nanshan City. Within the Lord's mansion, a man cloaked in black, enveloped by an aura of malevolence, sat at the head. Below him stood several Yuanian cultivators, among whom Huashang and Muting were prominently present. Interesting, it seems the sect master of the Wei Emperor sect is not a simple character. He has quickly deduced my existence. The man in black smiled slightly at my lord, should we? Huashang began, but was abruptly interrupted. IT matters not. Let us observe the forthcoming actions of the Wei Emperor's sect. Why anticipation grows. The man's voice was frigid as ice. Huashang remarked, you know what I was about to say, and yet you remain unfazed? Brother, several cities have not responded to the proclamation issued by our Wei Emperor's sect. Guan Xiao interjected. Iwaya nodded, instructing someone to inform Yun Shang to resume operations at the Dan Tower, as he would send personnel to guard it. No, brother, we do not have enough people. Guan Xiao exclaimed helplessly in response. Kuya snapped his fingers, and 6 peak cultivators of divine abilities appeared beside him, making a total of 7, including the Demon Lion King. What the brother? Are they not costly? Where did you acquire them? Guan Xiao was astonished. When did we have so many peak cultivators of divine abilities? These are borrowed from the little Tao spirit, Kuya replied casually. These individuals were, of course, the magical beasts from the White Wind Flow Small World, and they were indeed subordinates of the little Tao spirit. To assist Kuya in his show of prowess, Xiongqi exerted considerable effort to procure these peak magical beasts. This was already the limit. He could not summon another. Impressive, brother, Guan Xiao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Go and take care of it. 2 hours after the first proclamation was issued, the Wei Emperor sect released a second announcement. The Yun family Dan Tower would resume operations, assuring all cultivators that they could purchase with confidence. Any cultivator buying pills at the Yun family Dan Tower would receive the protection of the Wei Emperor sect. Upon the release of this announcement, all cultivators ignited with hope, only for it to slowly extinguish. They did not believe that a newly established sect, like the Wei Emperor sect, could contend with the major cities. However, they soon discovered that every Yun family Dan Tower suddenly had a peak cultivator of divine abilities stationed to guard it. What kind of celestial power is this? A newly established sect possesses so many peak cultivators of divine abilities. I told you, the Wei Emperor sect is truly divine, a cultivator exclaimed, with the intimidation of a divine elder. What does the lord of the city amount to? I'm going to the Yun family Dan Tower to buy pills. In an instant, throngs of scattered cultivators surged back into the Yun family Dan Tower. At this moment, Yun Shang was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of background does that elder have? He directly dispatched so many divine cultivators. Yet soon he smiled, feeling fortunate. The Yun family was indeed lucky for this time. They would rise completely. My lord, we have just received word that the Wei Emperor sect has issued a proclamation allowing all Yun family Dan Towers to resume operations, and each tower is guarded by a peak cultivator of divine abilities. Huashang reported to the man in black. Upon hearing this, the faces of several cultivators present changed dramatically. Cultivators of divine abilities are only found in the capital of the great Southern Empire. And even in the capital, there are not many peak cultivators of divine abilities. What is the true origin of the Waya Emperor sect to possess so many peak cultivators of divine abilities? At this moment, Muting felt more bitterness than shock. He realized he might have gambled incorrectly. The consequences could spell doom for the entire Mutt family. And worse still, he had no choice, for he had witnessed how Yi Jingyuan was obliterated by the man in black before him. Oh, 7 peak cultivators of divine abilities? Quite intriguing. I did not expect the Waya Emperor sect to be even more interesting than I imagined, the man in black said, mildly surprised, before adding nonchalantly that my lord. With our strength, we cannot contend with the peak cultivators of divine abilities. Huashang bowed respectfully. The man in black nodded. Do not concern yourselves with this matter. I will dispatch others to handle it. For now, I shall return to the sect to summon a few brothers. Remember, do not take any action until I return to Do you understand? If you defy my orders, you know the consequences upon finishing. The man in black revealed a cruel smile. We dare not. The crowd immediately knelt. We shall heed the Lord's command. Seeing this, the man nodded. Half a year from now, at the Waya Emperor sect's founding ceremony, I will present a grand gift. And then he vanished without a trace. Only after the man in black had departed for quite some time did the onlookers slowly rise. They then left, leaving only Huashang and another middle-aged man behind. Brother Shang, having followed the Lord for so long, do you know what he is plotting? A man from Zhongnan cautiously asked Huashang. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a lord, Huashang replied coolly. The man quickly added, I have asked too much, but what is our status? Huashang inquired. Merely dogs raised by the Lord. The man answered, How dare you? You wish to be a dog while I do not. Are you too foolish to say anything else? Huashang silently cursed, yet on the surface he merely shook his head slightly and said, I'm in another identity. Nanshan City, Dongshaoqing, Biwangcheng, Zhonglinqing, Huangcheng, Qingcheng, Zitangcheng, the lords of the 7 cities in the southernmost part of the empire, the man mumbled. Lord of the city, Great South. Upon uttering these 4 words, he suddenly raised his head. Brother Huashang, does the Lord intend to dominate the entire empire? Be cautious with your words. This matter is beyond our comprehension. Huashang replied slowly. Meanwhile, Kawaya furrowed his brow as he listened to Guan Xiu's report. He suddenly contemplated a terrifying conjecture. The hidden figure might not be targeting him, but rather that his emergence had disrupted their plans. A plan to dominate the entire Great South Empire. Noticing Kawaya's expression, Guan Xiu curiously asked, What is it, brother? Have you eaten something unpleasant? Brother, something feels off, Guan Xiu said. What do you mean? It is too quiet. The fact that they could unite several major cities indicates their origins are not trivial. Yet several days have passed, and there has been no movement from them. Guan Xiu's brow furrowed deeply. Let them come. We shall meet force with force, Kawaya declared confidently. His confidence was not unfounded. This fellow becomes arrogant with a hint of strength. Now, the Waya Emperor sect possesses 7 peak cultivators of divine abilities, and it would be a wonder if he did not soar to the heavens. Yet the tranquil days were destined to be short-lived. A few days later, just as Kawaya emerged from the small world, he noticed a multitude of disciples standing in the sect hall, while Guan Xiu was engaged in negotiations with a young man clad in splendid robes. What is going on? Kawaya inquired. At the sound of his voice, everyone turned in unison. Guan Xiu hurried over to him. Sect Master, allow me to introduce you. This is the 6th prince of the Great South Empire, Nanming. Nanming, I have the honor of meeting the sect master. Nanming offered a slight bow. The 6th prince is too courteous. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't he meant to be arrogant and then sent flying by a single punch in front of all the disciples? This completely robbed him of the opportunity to display his prowess. In truth, the reason the 6th prince referred to Kawaya as sect master was that he genuinely did not know Kawaya's surname. At this moment, Kawaya remained an enigma to others, cloaked in black. While they knew he was the master of the Waya Emperor sect, they could not discern his appearance or name. Sect Master. The 6th prince has come to discuss a major matter with our Waya Emperor sect, a matter that concerns the survival of the entire empire. Guanxiu said eagerly to Ke. Iwaya was somewhat puzzled. Why would the survival of the Great South Empire be of concern to him, the Waya Emperor sect? Seeing Kawui looking somewhat puzzled, Nanming began to explain. It is as follows. 3 days ago, a substantial number of demonic beasts unexpectedly gathered in the eastern part of the Great South Empire, and these beasts appear to be in a frenzy, launching attacks on the eastern cities of our empire. Initially, the imperial family paid little heed to this, for throughout the existence of the Great South Dynasty, there have been countless beast tides, each arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. These creatures, being rather weak, were incapable of breaching any city walls. However, within a mere 2 days, 27 out of 31 cities in the eastern region fell, leaving only 4 strongholds, guarded by peak transcendents, valiantly resisting. The royal family promptly mobilized defenders from other cities to provide assistance in the east. Yet, just as this command was issued, massive beast tides suddenly emerged in the north and west as well. Most alarmingly, among these beasts were over a dozen peak transcendents leading the charge in an instant. Several cities in the western and northern regions fell to their onslaught. It wasn't until the reinforcements dispatched by the royal family arrived that the further collapse of cities in the west and north was halted. Upon hearing this, Kawui furrowed his brow, suggesting, "So, it is highly probable that the southern region will also face a beast tide." The sixth prince, Nanming, shook his head, declaring, "No, this was because merely 100 kilometers south lay a sheer cliff, and the demonic beasts within that radius posed no threat to the western territories." Guanxiu sought clarification. Ke. Iwui nodded. Pondering the true intent behind the sixth prince's visit, he already had a suspicion, but chose to voice his inquiry. "I come on behalf of the royal family to implore the Wui imperial sect for assistance." Nanming bowed deeply. Originally, Nanming intended to call upon the most formidable defenders in the south. However, upon arriving there, he fortuitously learned of a sect established a few months prior, known as the Wui imperial sect, located just outside Dongshou City at the southernmost point. Initially, the sixth prince had dismissed the Wui imperial sect, but later discovered that it boasted 7 peak transcendents. That he realized that prior to the emergence of the Wui imperial sect, the entire southern region had only 5 transcendents, with merely 3 at the pinnacle of soul communication. Thus, Nanming hurriedly relayed this news back to the Great South imperial family, who were utterly astonished. When had the South acquired such a powerful sect? However, the royal family quickly responded, instructing him to do everything in his power to secure the support of the Wui imperial sect, and under no circumstances should they offend it at this critical juncture. The sixth prince is too modest. Since the Wui imperial sect resides within the Great South Empire, we must certainly contribute to the efforts of the Great South Dynasty. Kawui asserted that, as he stated, the Wui imperial sect was founded within the borders of the Great South Dynasty. Should the demonic beasts fully breach the empire, the Wui imperial sect would not be able to stand apart. Moreover, all disciples of the Wui imperial sect hail from the Great South Dynasty. Therefore, turning down the sixth prince was not an option. However, sixth prince, once I assign the 7 elders of the sect to assist, the surrounding cities may seize the opportunity to invade the Wui imperial sect. Kawui voiced his concerns directly. He contemplated that if the royal family disregarded the safety of the Wui imperial sect, then they were free to seek their own fate. When disaster struck, he could simply relocate the entire sect from the Great South Dynasty. After all, he was not a saint, and the hundreds of disciples of the Wui imperial sect required his care. "Rest assured, sect master," Nanming replied. "Issue my decree. From this day forth, the Wui imperial sect and the Yun family shall be under the protection of the Great South imperial family. Anyone who dares to provoke us shall be considered an enemy of the Great South imperial family." Nanming turned to a nearby individual and commanded, "Go." "Yes." The man responded before swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, Nanming's decree spread throughout the cities of the south. Ke. Iwui merely smiled faintly, then ordered the 7 peak transcendents to return to the sect and accompany Nanming to assist in other cities, while he himself would follow in a few days. Once again, Nanming bowed in gratitude before taking his leave. After Nanming departed, Kawui turned to Guanxiu and instructed, "Proceed to the Yun family and instruct them to shut down all their alchemy establishments. Then relocate the entire Yun family to the Wui imperial sect. At this, Guanxiu was initially taken aback, but soon furrowed his brow deeply before nodding and leaving. Yun Feng, from today onwards, intensify the patrols of the sect's disciples, with all Golden Core elders personally leading the teams. Ko Wui further commanded. Understood. After finalizing his orders, Ko Wui summoned Xiao Daoling within the small world. Xiao Daoling, could you please remain at the sect for the next few days? Xiao Daoling nodded obediently. Ke Wui gazed into the distance, contemplating. If you behave, then all shall be well, but should you act foolishly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Let us see who proves stronger, you or Xiao Daoling's fist. This fellow clearly wishes to put on airs without contributing. As night descended, a group of dozens clad in black stood a few kilometers from the Wui imperial sect, each possessing at least Golden Core cultivation. Are we truly going to oppose the imperial family? One of the leading figures inquired. Choose between the imperial family and our master, replied another black-clad individual. At this, the previously questioning black-clad man shuddered. The man in the black robe, the leader of this group, retorted, "What are you choosing? I told you to stay put," and the imperial family said the same. "What nonsense are you all spouting? Let us move. This is the most vulnerable moment for the Wui imperial sect. Such an opportunity will be rare in the future." With that, the group vanished into the night. After the black-clad figures departed, a shadow abruptly appeared in the very spot they had just vacated. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," said the figure before disappearing. As the group approached the Wui imperial sect, they encountered wave after wave of patrolling disciples. The leading black-clad man coldly remarked, "Such vigilance indicates the truth of the rumors. The sect master and the peak transcendents have already departed. Mayor Ma. Mayor Wang, you take a few men to the eastern flank. Mayor Mu and Mayor Li, you head west. Mayor Ming and Mayor Li, you go north, while I will remain here. Once I have drawn away the forces of the Wui imperial sect, you will strike and annihilate them tonight," commanded one of the black-clad men. After those men departed, the black-clad leader turned to a companion beside him, saying, "Yuan heir, have the members of the Hua family been properly arranged?" The man nodded. "Father, as per your instructions, I have sent all family members to the divine martial dynasty." The black-clad man nodded. "Retreat? Father, are we not attacking the Wui imperial sect?" The man questioned, puzzled. "Attack. The sect master of the Wui imperial sect would undoubtedly anticipate our defiance against the imperial family's will. There will surely be contingencies in place, but what if we flee? What about those people? Those fools have grown accustomed to being treated like dogs. They are better off dead. I'm granting them liberation." The black-clad man stated nonchalantly. With that, the black-clad man drew his long knife, unleashing a blade of light that struck the Wui imperial sect's gates. Then, without looking back, he led his group away. "Let us enter the sect's hall." Yun Feng, who was patrolling, suddenly halted and declared, "Hua brothers have already begun. Let us charge in." With that, the ambushed black-clad figures simultaneously invaded the Wui imperial sect. However, upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. The Wui imperial sect was entirely devoid of people. Even the patrolling teams had vanished. Faced with this eerie scene, an ominous feeling welled up within them. Retreat. Just as they sought to withdraw, they suddenly discovered that they were trapped by an array. Only the southern region remained free of such confinement. Let us escape that way. In an instant, 3 waves of men clad in black swiftly made their way southward as these individuals converged, preparing to depart from the boundless imperial sect. A faint voice resonated from behind them. "Since you have arrived, why not come in for a chat?" The group turned abruptly, only to find Guanxiu, accompanied by hundreds of disciples from the boundless imperial sect, gazing at them with a mocking expression. "Did you know we would come tonight?" rasped the leader of the black-clad men. "Not a clue." Guanxiu shook his head. He was unaware, as was Kuwaya. It was merely conjecture on their part, and they had not anticipated their actual arrival. "Now that you are here, why not reveal your true selves, gentlemen?" Guanxiu remarked with a playful smirk. Think you know who we are. It seems we underestimated you, but knowing our identities won't help you. You cannot possibly keep us here." The man's voice regained its normalcy, no longer raspy. May I suggest that you elevate your intellect a notch? Guan Xiu said disdainfully, be toyed with and remain oblivious. Truly pitiful. At that moment, the black-clad man finally grasped the situation. Hua Shang is gone. So what? As I said, you cannot detain us, the man replied darkly. Indeed, you are correct. We cannot hold you. But she can. Guan Xiu pointed to the petite Dowling beside him. An elf? Huh. You don't seriously believe that a mere elf can stop us, do you? Before he could finish his sentence, the petite Dowling appeared before him and swung her tiny fist. And then, there was no further action. The last words he heard before losing consciousness were, Master Fengliu said, during a fight, don't speak. The more you talk, the quicker you die. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What kind of combat prowess does this little one possess? Last time, she knocked out one with a single punch. This time, it seems to be even more formidable. Just a tad stronger, perhaps. After that, Dao Ling charged toward the group of black-clad men. Each punch she threw sending one of them flying, regardless of whether they were the golden core or nascent soul stage. Each time she struck, she would exclaim, just a tad stronger, 800,000, 800,000. Goodness, is that really just a tad? Soon, all the black-clad men were vanquished, leaving only one nascent soul practitioner trembling on the ground. This elf. Oh no, she is not an elf. She is a demon. The only reason she hasn't eliminated me is because Guan Xiu wants to keep me alive to inquire about the mastermind behind this. Dao Ling, counting on her little fingers, muttered, I threw so many punches this time. Last time, it was 40 large elixirs per person, and this time it's 800,000 each. Oh, how many did I just hit? I can't remember, perhaps dozens? Well, let's just say it's 8 billion. If Wyatt brother has no money, I'll just ask Master Fengliu for reimbursement later. With that thought, Dao Ling bounced over to Guan Xiu. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm off, Bai Fengliu remarked. What does that have to do with me? Why do you want me to reimburse you? Also, Dao Ling, can I ask, was your math teacher a loan shark or a robber? Meanwhile, Hua Shang was rushing with his entourage towards the direction of the divine martial dynasty, laughing heartily. Those fools must be done for by now. Whether they are or not, I cannot say. However, Lord Hua, you may be in trouble. A voice suddenly rang out not far from Hua Shang. Lord Hua, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. With that voice, Kawaya appeared before Hua Shang. This time without his black robe and with his cultivation openly displayed. Who are you? Hua Shang was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered this youth before. Lord Hua, are you in such a hurry to leave after visiting my boundless imperial sect? Kawaya said playfully, this. Hua Shang suddenly recalled a possibility. You are the sect master of the boundless imperial sect? I never imagined that the sect master would be a mere child at the golden core late stage. Hua Shang found it hard to believe. Indeed, that is correct. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Kawaya, the sect master of the boundless imperial sect. Kawaya did not conceal his identity. Sect master Ku, it seems we have no grievances between us? Hua Shang inquired. Although Kawaya was only at the golden core late stage, the audacity of confronting him alone was indeed unusual. Strange occurrences often herald hidden dangers. Sect Master Ku, I have previously offended you, but you must understand that I was merely following orders. Furthermore, I did not participate in the encirclement of the boundless imperial sect. Hua Shang reiterated, you truly think I am a fool? Rest assured, I have come here alone today. Kawaya replied nonchalantly. While he could overlook previous provocations, the joint effort to besiege the boundless imperial sect was something he could not tolerate. And what a brilliant strategy you devised, Lord Hua. First, you manipulated the other sect masters into a frenzy, allowing them to clash with my boundless imperial sect, while you cleverly distanced yourself from your backers. Quite impressive. Kawaya praised. It must be said that Hua Shang's scheme was indeed insidious, leading various sect masters to their demise at the hands of the boundless imperial sect. Even those behind him would not suspect that Hua Shang had escaped unscathed. Sect Master Ko, I do not comprehend your intentions. Hua Shang said again. You need not understand. I have stated that today there is only me. Are you truly afraid of a lone golden core late-stage cultivator? Kawaya said with calm confidence. Sect Master Ko, I do not wish to be your enemy. I am truly alone. Sect Master Ko, I genuinely do not wish to confront you. Can you be any more cowardly? I said, "It is just me. Come, face me." I shall not. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Kawaya ceased his verbal sparring and summoned his sword, charging toward Huashang and his group. Seeing this, Huashang's expression turned cold. He was not afraid of Kawaya. However, he sensed an ominous presence lurking behind Kawaya that he could not contend with. Since Kawaya had taken the initiative, he would have no choice but to eliminate him and then escape. Even if someone truly stood behind Kawaya, he could always evade capture later. With that thought, Huashang drew his long knife and rushed toward Kawaya. In an instant, the sounds of clashing blades echoed as Kawaya refrained from employing any sword techniques. He had just broken through to the Golden Core late stage and needed to consolidate his strength. Huashang, naturally, was the ideal opponent. "Oh, think you were so monstrous." Huashang increasingly felt alarmed as the battle progressed. Initially, he had the upper hand over Kawaya, but gradually he sensed that Kawaya was beginning to suppress him. "City Lord, I shall assist you." At that moment, an elderly voice rang out, and a streak of light flashed, sending Kawaya flying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kawaya looked up to see an old man beside Huashang, a mid-nascent soul practitioner, even stronger than Huashang. "City Lord, we must resolve this swiftly," the old man urged. Huashang nodded, and together with the old man, they charged at Kawaya. Observing the two advancing towards him, Kawaya smiled faintly. "This is fortuitous. I had not intended to kill you so soon." Shaking his head with a hint of reluctance, he lifted his gaze. But alas, wait! What? Before he could finish, Kawaya was sent flying by a powerful strike. "Your words are excessive," the old man said coolly, charging once more at Kawaya. Regaining his footing after being struck, Kawaya unleashed his full strength, channeling his right arm, and hurled a punch. With a resounding boom, the old man was caught off guard and sent flying by Kawaya's blow. However, before Kawaya could catch his breath, he sensed a chilling, murderous intent locking onto him from behind. "Not good. It's Huashang." As soon as Kawui's words fell, he turned to find a long blade slicing toward his neck. Meanwhile, a cruel smile crept upon the lips of the merchant, "Since you fail to recognize your own worth, then perish." Suddenly, his figure halted, revealing a look of astonishment. For before him, Kawui had vanished from sight. A sound akin to flesh being cleaved pierced the air, and the merchant turned to witness Kawui standing inexplicably in front of the old man, his sword thrust deep into the elder's chest. No day domain, coupled with the reflow sword technique. Having been sent flying by the old man moments ago, Kawui had stealthily left a trace of sword energy upon the elder. All for this very moment. "You insolent brat, how dare you!" The merchant's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his teeth grinding audibly. "Ditto. Why should I not dare?" Kawui withdrew his sword, Jutian, and with a fierce swing, transformed the old man into a mist of blood. "Come and take my life!" The merchant roared, charging at Kawui with murderous intent. No day body. That exceedingly strange phantom reappeared behind Kawui. "Domain, activate!" he bellowed. Instantly, the area surrounding the merchant turned a shade of gray, and his movements grew sluggish. Gazing at the bizarre phantom behind Kawui, the merchant felt a twinge of dread. Suddenly, he sensed his body being pierced by countless sharp objects. And in the next instant, consciousness slipped away. Wuhin's sword technique. Kawui, disinterested in wasting further time with the merchant, directly unleashed the Wuhin sword technique to erase him. Turning around, he noticed Huayuan and a group of black-clad figures frozen in place. Without hesitation, Kawui activated the Wuxiang body and charged toward them, determined to eradicate them completely. In no time, the group of black-clad figures was entirely slain. As Kawui retracted the Wuxiang body, he felt that his reflow sword technique had proven invaluable, a divine skill in critical moments. Reflecting on this, he suddenly looked to the sky and shouted, "Bai Fengliu, open your eyes wide and behold how magnificent my reflow sword technique truly is." In the boundless void, Bai Fengliu, having just eradicated a remnant of an alien race, was preparing to depart when he suddenly sensed something. His gaze pierced through countless dimensions, landing squarely on Kawui. At that moment, Kawui was vociferously proclaiming to the heavens, his words crystal clear to Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu's face turned ashen, and he delivered a resounding slap across the void, striking Ke face. Ke was sent flying. Slowly, he rose, rubbing his face in bewilderment. Huh, Bai Fengliu can hear me. Impossible. It must be an illusion. He shouted again. Bai Fengliu, you old turtle, strike me again. After his outburst, he waited in silence for a considerable time. Who? It truly was an illusion. I knew it. Just as he thought this, a mocking voice echoed from behind him. What were you saying? Ke froze, for he recognized that voice all too well. I was saying, Master, could you refrain from slapping my face? After all, please don't hit my face, Unworthy disciple, I am precisely aiming for that mouth of yours. Who told you that your mouth is located on your face? Master, how is it that you returned so swiftly? Ke inquired, if I don't return quickly, will you ascend to the heavens to strike me? Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. How could that be? Am I such a person? In the face of uncertainty, Ke expression morphed. Oh no, how did I inadvertently reveal my true thoughts? What's this? Speak slowly, my disciple. I'm listening. Bai Fengliu turned, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Ke. It's nothing. Ha! Master, please don't come any closer. Crackling sounds followed, numerous words omitted here. After a while, Bai Fengliu gazed at the sky and remarked, the wandering life. How does it compare to the present? This life of ours, eating, sleeping, and teaching my disciple a lesson. It couldn't be more delightful. I feel the same. Ke, seated on the ground, concurred. Bai Fengliu looked at him with curiosity. Ke mimicked Bai Fengliu's posture, lifting his gaze to the heavens. Every day, eating, sleeping, bantering, and then being reprimanded by Master. It's quite fulfilling. In the eastern part of the great southern empire, the 31st city, Dongli City, now stood as the last bastion. While the other 30 cities had succumbed to the monstrous beasts. Lion King. Thank you, exclaimed the lord of Dongli City gratefully. The 7 elders of the Wui imperial sect had all arrived in the east to lend their support. As for the north and west, the royal family had united with various factions of the great southern dynasty to provide assistance. Just days prior, the monstrous beast had rapidly seized the easternmost cities, prompting the lord of Dongli City to decisively abandon the defense of the other cities. The various city lords and numerous cultivators joined forces to protect Dongli City. Naturally, the city lords did not refuse. For Dongli City was the largest in the east, far surpassing the others in strength. Moreover, the lord of Dongli City did not forsake the cultivators from the other cities. Instead, he allowed them all to retreat to Dongli City. However, they had greatly underestimated the ferocity of this beast tide. Leading the eastern beast tide were 14 peak-level demon kings, with hundreds of golden core stage beasts joining the fray. In total, Dongli City boasted 4 peak-level cultivators, 3 mid-stage cultivators, 6 early-stage cultivators, and 208 golden core cultivators, including the other various cultivators. Had it not been for the protective array of Dongli City, it would have long since fallen to the monstrous beasts. Not long ago, the protective array of Dongli City was completely breached, and countless beasts surged into the city. The lord of Dongli City, alongside a multitude of cultivators, fought desperately to resist, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Just as Dongli City was on the brink of collapse, 7 powerful auras suddenly appeared in the skies above. They swiftly joined the battlefield, aiding Dongli City. Lord of Dongli City, we are the elders of the Wui imperial sect, summoned by the royal family to assist Dongli City, the Lion King proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the lord of Dongli City was overjoyed, and the cultivators throughout Dongli City brimmed with renewed vigor. Lion King, there is one matter I find unclear. Please clarify. The lord of Dongli City said, clasping his fists. Speak freely. The Lion King replied, since you all are demon kings, why do you assist Dongli City? The lord of Dongli City did not believe that the royal family could compel 7 demon kings to aid in battling the monstrous beasts. The Lion King paused for a moment. There are 2 reasons. The first is that we have joined the Wui imperial sect, and this time we are here at the request of the sect master. He continued, the second reason is that I hold a grudge against the mastermind behind this beast tide. As he spoke, the Lion King's expression turned grave, as for the 6 elders beside me. Their reasons are different. The lord of Dongli City did not press for the other demon king's motives, but looked at the Lion King in confusion. A grudge. The Lion King nodded and began to recount the tale. It turned out that the ancestors of the Lion King's lineage were once renowned as two great demon kings, ruling over the entire Nanyuan forest, now the forest surrounding the great southern dynasty. In those days, to be called a demon king truly meant surpassing the realm of divine powers at that time. There was no conflict between the two demon kings. However, one fateful day, that demon king unexpectedly launched a surprise attack on the Lion King's ancestor. Although the ancestor managed to escape back to his homeland, he succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter, leading to the gradual decline of the Lion King's lineage. The reason for the ancestor's ambush was that the Demon King sought to unite with him to attack the great southern dynasty, but was rejected. Thus, he resorted to treachery. The Lion King recounted this. His tone dripped with animosity. Subsequently, that Demon King rallied the many beasts under the Lion King's lineage to assault the great southern dynasty. However, they failed, suffering devastating losses. The Demon King was sealed by the third emperor of the great southern dynasty within the Nanyuan forest. Now, with this unprecedented beast tide, it seemed that the Demon King was on the verge of breaking free, and his power had likely increased. The Lion King's expression grew exceedingly grave as he asked, "Do you know which clan that demon beast belongs to? What is its strength?" The lord of Dongli City inquired. The ancestors of the red-horned demon rhinoceros clan had already reached the pinnacle of tribulation transformation before their sealing. It appears that upon breaking free from the seal, they have ascended to an even higher level. What? The lord of Dongli City exclaimed in shock that in the great southern dynasty, the mightiest cultivator was none other than the southern emperor, Nan Xiangqian, at the peak of mid-tribulation transformation. If that demon king has indeed transcended the tribulation, how can the great southern dynasty possibly withstand it? The lord's brow furrowed in deep concern. Meanwhile, the 6 elder beastmasters of the Emperor sect maintained an air of calm. Is fear of surpassing tribulation truly warranted? If you were to encounter my sect master as elder brother, the dire demon king Xiongqi, you might well soil yourself in terror. Should you meet Xiongqi as elder brother, Bai Fengliu, you would likely faint from fright. Such naivety! How embarrassing! Master, I must venture to Dongli City. The entire great southern dynasty is under siege from demonic beasts, Kawaye declared to Bai Fengliu, who stood nearby. Indeed, go forth, Bai Fengliu replied with an expression of tranquility. Master, countless cultivators have perished amidst the beast tide, Kawaye continued. Indeed, could you not offer a more substantial reaction? What sort of reaction do you seek? Given the gravity of this beast tide, does your lack of response not concern you? By the heavens, I have witnessed the world destruction countless times. What sort of reaction do you expect from me? Ultimately, Ya journeyed to Dongli City, while Bai Fengliu returned to the Ya Emperor sect to guide Ku Ya's disciples. At Dongli City, with an utterly terrifying roar, an immense figure materialized outside the city. The red-horned demon rhinoceros, southern invincible, you have imprisoned me for 10 millennia. Today, I shall eradicate the entire great southern dynasty to avenge this millennium of hatred. A deep voice resonated from the demon rhinoceros. Subsequently, its form began to shrink, transforming into a tall man clad in crimson. Charge in! Slaughter the city! The red-horned demon rhinoceros commanded. Countless demonic beasts surged forward towards Dongli City. Warriors repel the foes. The lord of Dongli City bellowed, leading several powerful cultivators into the fray. The battle erupted, observing the lord of Dongli City and others engaged in combat. The demon rhinoceros turned to the 14 peak demon kings beside it and commanded, "Go, eliminate them." The 14 demon kings charged towards the lord of Dongli City and his companions. Suddenly, 7 figures obstructed their path. "You shall face us," roared the Lion King, joining forces with the other 6 elders of the Ya Emperor sect to confront the 14 demon kings. From the lineage of the ghost lion, all are demonic beasts. The demon rhinoceros narrowed its eyes upon seeing the 7 figures. Soon, the demon kings clashed fiercely to the rhinoceros' surprise among the 7. Only the Lion King struggled against 2 opponents, while the remaining 6 dominated their foes. This bloodline, the demon rhinoceros murmured, realizing that the bloodlines of these six-peaked demon kings were far more formidable than its own. Who are these demon kings? Yet, what does it matter? Merely ants. The rhinoceros scoffed, dismissing them with a wave of its hand, summoning a colossal crimson figure that charged straight at the Lion King and his allies, with a thunderous crash. The demon kings of the Ya Emperor sect were sent flying, crashing heavily against the gates of Dongli City. Demon rhinoceros, it was my ancestor who sealed you away. I never anticipated you would break free. A resonant voice echoed across the battlefield as a figure appeared in mid-air. It was the Southern Emperor, Nanxiangtian. Upon seeing Nanxiangtian, the demon rhinoceros's gaze turned frigidly cold, descendant of Southern Invincible. Yet, you fall far short of your ancestor. My ancestor possessed extraordinary talent, though I, Nanxiangtian, may not equal him. Slaying you is well within my capabilities, Nanxiangtian replied coolly. Such grandiose claims. I shall witness how a mid-tribulation transformation cultivator accomplishes what Southern Invincible could not. With that, the demon rhinoceros vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Nanxiangtian. Unperturbed, Nanxiangtian unleashed his regal might, delivering a powerful punch at the demon rhinoceros. Simultaneously, the rhinoceros retaliated with a punch of its own. With a resounding impact, an overwhelming wave of energy rippled across the battlefield, sending many battling demonic beasts and human cultivators soaring through the air. The demon rhinoceros stood firm, while Nanxiangtian was forced back several dozen paces. Merely trivial, the demon rhinoceros scoffed. Once more, Nanxiangtian shouted, his aura surging as he ascended to the peak of tribulation transformation, concealing his strength? Alas, insufficient. With that, the demon rhinoceros charged at Nanxiangtian again. The sounds of bang and boom reverberated through the battlefield as powerful energy fluctuations continued to spread. All the battling demonic beasts and cultivators halted to brace against this overwhelming force. Nanxiangtian is no match. A peak demon king from the Ya Emperor sect shook his head, observing the aerial conflict. Soon, Nanxiangtian was again sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You have already undergone tribulation, he uttered, touching his lip with a somber expression. The demon rhinoceros did not respond, launching another punch. A fierce determination flashed across Nanxiangtian's face as regal energy surged within him. In that moment, his cultivation reached half a step into tribulation, seeing the rhinoceros's punch imbued with an insatiable killing intent. Nanxiangtian summoned a jade seal. The Southern Suppression Jade Seal, go! Nanxiangtian shouted, unleashing the seal, which bore immense imperial power towards the demon rhinoceros. At the instant of their collision, an even more powerful energy wave spread across the battlefield, overwhelming the demonic beasts and human cultivators below, who could no longer withstand it and spewed forth blood. Quite intriguing, yet it must come to an end, the demon rhinoceros proclaimed, and a colossal phantom of the red-horned demon rhinoceros appeared behind it. Then, with tremendous pressure, it charged at Nanxiangtian. The latter hastily retracted the Southern Suppression Jade Seal, suspending it before him. Defend! Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped Nanxiangtian. With a crash, the massive phantom of the red-horned demon rhinoceros collided with the golden light, shattering it, sending Nanxiangtian crashing to the ground. Blood erupted from his mouth. Before Nanxiangtian could regain his composure, the demon rhinoceros loomed before him, delivering a fist imbued with a fierce murderous intent toward his head. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wuzhou Law Body, Wuzhou Domain, activate. An eerie figure appeared before Nanxiangtian. Ya had arrived. As the demon rhinoceros's punch struck the Wuzhou Law Body, Ya spewed forth blood, while the Law Body grew increasingly ethereal. Yet thankfully, it managed to hold its ground. The demon rhinoceros turned, surprised to see the pale-faced Kawa. He had not anticipated that a mere late golden core ant could withstand its punch. Who are you? I am your grandfather, Ya roared, channeling his spiritual power into his right arm. With the activation of Qiongqi's right arm, a colossal fist surged toward the demon rhinoceros. Ant, seeking death, the demon rhinoceros's expression turned cold as it retaliated with a punch against Ya. Kouye was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air. Upon landing, he retrieved a jade vial, uncorked it, and swallowed several divine recovery pills. Wuzhou Law Body, Wuzhou Domain, activate, Kouye bellowed. The Wuzhou Domain instantly enveloped the demon rhinoceros. While the Wuzhou Law Body, wielding a long sword, slashed at the demon rhinoceros within the domain, that a blade infused with a potent killing intent struck the rhinoceros. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The demon rhinoceros remained unscathed. Young man, who taught you those gaudy sword techniques? They are utterly ridiculous, mocked Mo Shi. Upon hearing this, Kouye was taken aback. The 6 demon kings from the little world of Bai Fengliu were equally stunned. After a moment, Kouye raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive, brother. The prowess of that creature we encountered in the soul-severing valley is certainly comparable to yours. I am truly in awe. We are all deeply impressed. The 6 demon kings nodded in unison. Just as Mo Shi was at a loss for what was happening, he suddenly felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. In the next instant, his entire being was obliterated by an invisible force. Gone. Within the Wuyou Emperor's sect, Bai Fengliu, who was training Yunfeng and the other disciples, clapped his hands and disdainfully remarked, "Who gave you the audacity?" Was it Kouye? With a wave of his hand, Kouye was sent flying from the battlefield by an unseen force. "What the hell, Bai Fengliu? Have I offended you?" My apologies, my disciple. I am accustomed to this." After Bai Fengliu eradicated Mo Shi, this unprecedented super beast tide came to a dramatic conclusion. "Thank you, young hero." Nan Xiangtian approached Kouye, expressing his gratitude, although he still did not comprehend how Mo Shi had perished. That did not diminish his appreciation for Kouye. After all, this young man had saved his life at a crucial moment, and importantly, he was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It takes an extraordinary individual to withstand Mo Shi's full-force blow at such a cultivation level. "You flatter me, your majesty." "It was my duty," Kouye replied. May I ask where this young hero hails from?" Nan Xiangtian inquired. If this youth were a loose cultivator, he could certainly consider inviting him into the ranks of the great southern royal family. "Master," just as Nan Xiangtian finished his question, the 7 elders of the Wuyou Emperor's sect, including the Lion King, approached in unison. "Sect master? No way. This youth is the sect master of the Wuyou Emperor's sect?" Nan Xiangtian, upon arriving, had learned from Nan Ming about the Wuyou Emperor's sect and its dispatch of 7 peak experts to aid them. However, concerning the sect master of the Wuyou Emperor's sect, Nan Ming had mentioned that he was inscrutable and exceedingly mysterious. To his astonishment, the enigmatic sect master was merely at the Golden Core realm. "Youth," Nan Xiangtian looked at Kouye again, momentarily unsure of how to address him. "Ke, Wuyou, sect master of the Wuyou Emperor's sect." Kouye replied with a slight smile. "Sect Master Ke, would you care to visit the great Southern Emperor?" Upon realizing that Kouye was the sect master of the Wuyou Emperor's sect, Nan Xiangtian abandoned his previous thoughts. Ke, Wuyou nodded. "Why would I return to the Wuyou Emperor's sect when Bai Fengliu is still there? Am I looking for trouble?" Kouye followed Nan Xiangtian to Nandu, the imperial capital of the Great Southern Dynasty, as for the subsequent issues regarding city reconstruction and the placement of numerous cultivators. Those responsibilities were delegated to others. Meanwhile, several elders of the Wuyou Emperor's sect returned to their sect in the Great Southern Palace. "Sect Master Ke, please take a seat," Nan Xiangtian said graciously, setting aside Kouye's own strength. He believed a formidable figure stood behind him, lending him even greater gravitas. No need for such formality. "Lord Nan, Sect Master Ke, I am truly grateful. If it weren't for the support of the Wuyou Emperor's sect, the eastern region might have already fallen, and I could very well be up there, sipping tea with my ancestors. Sect Master Ke, I heard from Nan Ming that the lords of several cities in the south had united against the Wuyou Emperor's sect." Kouye nodded. "This matter may not be as simple as it seems." Nan Xiangtian remarked that Wuyou refrained from responding, quietly listening as Nan Xiangtian continued. "If my suspicions are correct, Sect Master Ke, you must exercise caution during the upcoming sect ceremony." Nan Xiangtian's voice took on a somber tone. "What do you mean, Lord Nan?" Kouye inquired. "To be frank, Sect Master Ke, if it indeed transpires as I suspect, A significant part of the blame may lie with me. After saying this, Nan Xiangtian recounted a certain event to Ku Wuyo. Nan Xiangtian speculated that the individuals behind those city lords were likely his own younger brother, the former king of the south. Nan Xiangqi, in the territory of the Great Southern Dynasty. Only Nan Xiangqi had the means and strength to orchestrate such a scheme. He referred to him as the former king of the south because Nan Xiangqi had mysteriously disappeared following his failed bid for the throne decades ago. However, only Nan Xiangtian knew that Nan Xiangqi did not merely vanish. He had joined a nefarious faction in the eastern continent known as the Soul Sect. Nan Xiangtian was quite helpless regarding this matter. For Nan Xiangqi had exhibited vast ambition from a young age and was ruthless in his methods. His defeat in the struggle for the throne had completely darkened Nan Xiangqi's heart. Now that he had returned, it was likely that he sought to seize control of the entire Great Southern Dynasty. Nan Xiangtian sighed heavily. Why not apprehend Nan Xiangqi? Ku Wuyo asked. He did not believe that Nan Xiangtian would place such importance on brotherly ties. One could not sit upon the throne of the Great Southern Emperor without being a figure of resolve. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I am unable. Nan Xiangtian sighed once more. The Soul Sect is an incredibly malevolent force, yet it stands imperiously in the eastern continent. My Great Southern Dynasty cannot afford to provoke the Soul Sect. Although Nan Xiangqi is merely a disciple of the Soul Sect, they are fiercely protective of their own. If I were to eliminate Nan Xiangqi, my Great Southern Dynasty would surely face catastrophic repercussions. Then shall we simply watch as Nan Xiangqi gradually devours the Great Southern Dynasty? Ku Wuyo questioned, perplexed. It seems that, at this rate, the Great Southern Dynasty is destined for ruin. Sect Master Ku, Nan Xiangqi's departure this time is likely a return to the Soul Sect to seek assistance. When he returns, his first target may very well be the Wuyo Emperor Sect, followed by the Great Southern Dynasty. Though Nan Xiangtian was unsure why Nan Xiangqi would target the Wuyo Emperor Sect, it presented an opportunity to forge an alliance against him. What I mean is the Wuyo Emperor Sect can join forces with my royal family. Nan Xiangtian looked at Ku Wuyo and stated, there is no need for that. The Wuyo Emperor Sect is not one to be bullied easily. Ku Wuyo replied with a mysterious smile. Let's not forget that Bai Fengliu is currently at the Wuyo Emperor Sect. Even a minor Tao spirit would suffice to send the Soul Sect reeling. How formidable the Soul Sect truly was remained unknown to him, but a minor Tao spirit had managed to escape from under the hand of the Xianhuang Saint Lord. That could not be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, the Great Southern Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Observing the Emperor's reaction, Ku Wuyo smiled faintly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should the Soul Sect dare to intrude, their existence will no longer be warranted. While those words were spoken, Ku Wuyo mentally cursed Nan Xiangqi's ancestors. Why do you target me for no reason? Have I offended you in any way? Nan Xiangtian interjected. Sect Master Ku, could you refrain from cursing his ancestors? That puts me in quite a difficult position. Regardless of how Nan Xiangtian wished to unite with the Wuyo Emperor Sect against Nan Xiangqi, Ku Wuyo remained resolute. No worries. After spending some time touring the Great Southern Palace, Ku Wuyo found it rather dull. Perhaps they should rename the Great Southern Palace to the Great Male Palace. Where are all the women? The princesses, the maidens, Lord Nan? I shall take my leave, Ku Wuyo declared. Sect Master Ku, should the Wuyo Emperor Sect require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Nan Xiangtian replied, did I ask that truly so? Of course, when I, Nan Xiangtian, make a promise, it is as good as gold. Nan Xiangtian laughed heartily. Recently, our sect has just been established and is in dire need of funds. Lord Nan, how about supporting me with 100 billion top-tier spirit stones? Ku Wuyo said without a moment's hesitation. 100 billion? How much is that? Nan Xiangtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ku Wuyo nodded affirmatively. Sect Master Ku, I've been eating quite a lot lately, and my stomach isn't well. I just let out a bit of gas. You should head back, Sect Master Ku. There are surely many matters awaiting your attention back at the sect. Coincidentally, I have many matters to attend to as well, Nan Xiangtian urged, but I have nothing pressing. I have something. I see you have little to do as well. Hearing this, Nan Xiangtian shouted, bring someone. Your Majesty, a figure resembling a royal guard materialized before Nan Xiangtian. You lot, swiftly find something for me to do. Hurry, Nin Xiangtian bellowed. In the end, Kawuyo, leveraging his silver tongue, successfully extorted 200 million high-grade spirit stones from Nan Xiangtian. With immense satisfaction, Kawuyo departed. As he walked, he suddenly pondered when he had become so eloquent. Could it be due to his daily banter in front of Bai Fengliu? It seemed he ought to indulge in more such banter in the future. Abruptly, Kawuyo swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to his own face. Muttering, "Think something good. Damn it, I believe Bai Fengliu is right. You truly are lowly." Upon returning to the sect, Kawuyo was halted at the entrance. Wuyo Emperor Sect, outsiders must not proceed, declared a disciple of the Wuyo Emperor Sect. "I am your sect leader," Kawuyo replied nonchalantly. "You blasphemous fool. If you continue to insult our sect leader, I swear I will slay you," retorted the disciple. "Why are you resorting to insults?" Kawuyo was left speechless. "Our sect leader established Wuyo Emperor Sect for the sake of countless wandering cultivators, and possesses formidable strength, handsome visage, and unparalleled talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. How could you possibly pretend to be him?" Scoffed the disciple. "Such flattery will embarrass me," Kawuyo said, feeling slightly bashful. "Who spread such nonsense? Spouting such outrageous truths. Speak more of them. Just leave. If you wish to join our Wuyo Emperor Sect, do not resort to such foolish methods. Soon, we will recruit new disciples. You may come then. I truly am your sect leader," Kawuyo lamented, realizing that had he not concealed his identity during the sect's establishment, such absurdity would not have occurred. "What on earth is happening?" A voice resonated, and then Kawuyo saw Yunfeng approaching with a group. "Elder Yun, this person claims to be our Wuyo Emperor Sect's leader," the disciple saluted Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, your arrival is timely." Kawuyo has yet to finish his statement. Yunfeng interjected, "How outrageous! Who gave you the audacity to impersonate the leader of Wuyo Emperor's Sect? Furthermore, how do you know my name?" Good grief, is this never-ending? Kawuyo thought that no matter how much he explained, it would be futile, so he decided to take immediate action. Without further ado, Kawuyo unleashed his Wuzhou Dharma body. Upon seeing it, Yunfeng quickly exclaimed, "It truly is the leader." He bowed deeply. "Disciple Yunfeng did not recognize you as the leader. I've been impudent. Please punish me. Revered leader." Kawuyo waved his hand and approached the disciple who had previously obstructed him, saying, "What you said was correct. In the future, those who speak as well as you should speak more." Kawuyo strode directly towards the grand hall of the sect. Upon entering, he noticed Bai Fengliu lounging on the steps of the hall, while Guanxiu stood respectfully beside him. Seeing Kawuyo's return, Guanxiu rushed forward. "Brother, you have finally returned." Kawuyo observed Guanxiu's face, puzzled. "Guanxiu, has our sect's food been so good lately? You seem to have gained weight." "Brother, I am wrong." Guanxiu's eyes turned red as he spoke. "What happened?" Kawuyo inquired, bewildered. "I was attacked, brother." "You must avenge me," Guanxiu said, feeling aggrieved. "How can this be? Who dares to bully you within our sect?" Kawuyo's anger flared. "Bai Fengliu, did you not see one of our own being assaulted? You simply stood by." Kawuyo shouted at Bai Fengliu, confused as to why Guanxiu had been harmed within the sect. "Brother, it was him. He struck me, claiming to be your master." Guanxiu pointed at Bai Fengliu. "Bai Fengliu hit you?" Kawuyo asked incredulously. "You mean he struck you?" Guanxiu nodded vehemently. "He did? Then it's nothing. He truly is my master," Kawuyo replied to Guanxiu. "But why did he strike you?" Kawuyo was puzzled, as Bai Fengliu's character wouldn't allow him to assault Guanxiu without reason. "It was just yesterday." Guanxiu recounted the events that it turned out that yesterday, Bai Fengliu arrived at the Wuyo Emperor Sect without alarming anyone and made his way alone to the Grand Hall. Typically, there would be no one present, save for Guanxiu. Bai Fengliu found Guanxiu and introduced himself as Kawuyo's master, requesting that Guanxiu gather all disciples the following day. Guanxiu, however, found this hard to believe. "Brother, can you expect me to trust that? Who would believe such a tale?" Guanxiu expressed his grievances. And then, Kawuyo prompted. "Then I made my move," Guanxiu recounted, still shaken. "You mean you attacked Bai Fengliu?" Kawuyo's eyes widened. "Yes, brother. Do not call me brother. From now on, you are my elder brother. You truly are impressive. You're even more formidable than Mo Shi and the ones we encountered at Duanhuan Valley." They merely talked big, while you took direct action. Remarkable. I am in awe. Kuo gave him a thumbs up. Brother, that old bastard truly is your master. Where is he? Guan Xiao began to point at Bai Fengliu, only to find that he had vanished from the steps. In the next moment, Kuo turned around, looking calmly at Guan Xiao. Guan Xiao, I just insulted him. Now you have too. You must brace yourself for what will unfold. Trust me, it will soon pass. With that, Kuo closed his eyes. Then, a pair of hands wrapped around the shoulders of both Kuo and Guan Xiao from behind, and a pair of eyes, red and filled with murderous intent, appeared behind them. Are you done chatting? If so, I shall take action. Bai Fengliu's voice echoed in their ears. Not yet, Guan Xiao jolted. Not yet. Speak what you must, and do so later. Then, within the hall, the sounds of their anguished cries filled the air. Shortly after Kuo returned to the Wuyo Emperor sect, an announcement was made. The grand ceremony for the establishment of the Wuyo Emperor sect and the disciple recruitment was advanced. It would be held in 3 days. Once this announcement was released, cultivators throughout the entire Southern Dynasty flocked to Dong Shoqing to stay, eagerly awaiting the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Wuyo Emperor sect in 3 days, following the recent beast tide. The name of Wuyo Emperor sect spread throughout the Southern Dynasty. Within the Wuyo Emperor sect, Guan Xiao was busy planning with several elders for the events of 3 days hence. Meanwhile, sect leader Kuo was practicing his sword in a small world. This time under the direct guidance of Bai Fengliu. Unleash your Wu Zhou. Bai Fengliu instructed. Ke, Wuyo nodded and summoned his Wu Zhou Dharma body, enveloping the onlooking Qiongqi with his Wu Zhou domain. Qiongqi was taken aback. Nephew, why are you enveloping me while Bai Ge is instructing you? This is a mistake. Let us do it again. Kuo felt a bit embarrassed. Once more, he said, activating his Wu Zhou domain again, only to envelop Qiongqi once more. Qiongqi's face darkened. Nephew, did you make another mistake? Old brother, bear with me. Just be my opponent one more time, that it's difficult for me to showcase my skills against my master. Thus, under the influence of the Wu Zhou Dharma body and the Wu Zhou domain, Kuo unleashed the Wuhin sword technique alongside the Zhanshu, but a brilliant sword light, mingled with countless invisible sword energies, struck towards Qiongqi. Nephew, put in some effort. I can handle it. After being struck by the Zhanshu sword light, Qiongqi scratched the spot that had just been hit and looked at Kuo. Rebound, Kuo shouted. Then appeared directly in front of Qiongqi. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Qiongqi. However, after such a vigorous display, Qiongqi remained unscathed. Old brother, can I get some response here? Kuo looked at Qiongqi, feeling awkward. What response? Nephew, should I howl or play dead? It's all good, old brother. The direction remains utterly misguided. After observing Kuo's series of actions, Bai Fengliu shook his head in disapproval. The direction is wrong? Kuo queried in confusion. Indeed, if you continue down this path, you will never master the Wuzhou. Master, did you not say that a true swordsman never treads the path of others? Since this Wuzhou sword technique was created by you, would it not be better for me to incorporate my own understanding into it, and thus forge an entirely new Wuzhou? Kuo asserted. I did say that, but your approach is fundamentally flawed, Bai Fengliu retorted. Master, if the direction is flawed, can I not still create something? Are you completely daft? Do you not grasp my meaning? Create? What can you possibly create? There are countless paths leading from the foot of the mountain to its summit, yet you insist on burrowing into the ground. Bai Fengliu shouted furiously. Just watch. Upon completing his words, Bai Fengliu enveloped the entire small world in the realm of Wuzhou, transforming it into a realm of ashen white. Then, with a grasp of his right hand, the realm instantaneously shifted to a pitch-black void. Countless demonic beasts lay prostrate, paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, a little spirit playing within the small world suddenly muttered, "Why has it gone dark?" Retracting the Wuzhou realm, Bai Fengliu turned to Kuo and inquired, "Do you perceive any differences?" After a moment's contemplation, Kuo replied, "Your blackness surpasses mine." Upon hearing this response, Bai Fengliu contemplated whether he ought to seek a new disciple. Perhaps it would be better to simply eliminate this one thus struggling to contain his fury. Bai Fengliu unleashed the Wuzhou. Unlike Kuo, whose Wuzhou coalesced into a shadow behind him, Bai Fengliu's manifested around him in an ethereal swirl, that moment. Bai Fengliu appeared unremarkable, and the wuzhou surrounding him bore no peculiarities. Yet he exuded an aura reminiscent of a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. The seemingly insubstantial wuzhou emanating an overwhelming intent to kill. Truly unsightly. "Where's my charm?" Ke scoffed. "I can no longer endure your presence." Bai Fengliu was on the verge of exploding, and he charged forth to deliver a cacophony of blows. "Watch closely," Bai Fengliu declared before executing the Wuhin sword technique. Ke Wui surveyed the surroundings, noticing no alterations, and frowned in confusion. However, in the eyes of Qiongqi, the scene was entirely different. Qiongqi. The small world was filled with countless ethereal strands of sword energy. He understood that, despite the seemingly infinite sword energy, it was but a single entity, merely appearing boundless due to its incredible speed. "Master, I can't see it." Ke exclaimed candidly that if you cannot see it, "There is little I can do. I have already reduced the speed of the sword energy to its slowest." Bai Fengliu replied with a hint of exasperation. He did not wish to neglect instructing this insolent disciple, but his behavior was exceedingly vexing. "Very well, I shall demonstrate once more," Bai Fengliu stated. "Qiongqi, my dear brother, bear with me and serve as my sparring partner." Bai Fengliu directed his gaze at Qiongqi. "To me. Act as your sparring partner?" Qiongqi's expression was one of disbelief. Bai Fengliu nodded affirmatively. "Brother Bai, such jests cannot be taken lightly. You cannot expect me to risk my life merely for your nephew's practice of the Wuhin sword technique. With me present, you shall not perish." "I refuse. I would rather die than oblige." With no alternative for a demonstration, Bai Fengliu resorted to providing Ke with a detailed explanation of wuzhou. The wuzhou sword technique is formless, intangible, untraceable, without a path, devoid of color, without a trace, and without form. The first 5 of these qualities are encompassed within the wuzhou realm, while the latter 2 are utilized independently. Disciple, your wuzhou realm merely achieves the qualities of intangibility and colorlessness. The true wuzhou realm, upon unfolding, renders all adversaries within its domain invisible, their techniques unusable, their consciousness undetectable, their powers unattainable, and their spiritual energy inoperative. Regardless of your cultivation level, within my realm, I am invincible. As for the Wuhin sword technique, it emphasizes speed, extreme speed, not the expenditure of vast amounts of spiritual energy to manipulate one's sword energy. The Wuhin technique encompasses speed, confinement, transformation, and slaughter. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. Confining the captive, confining the heavens. It transforms all things and annihilates everything. The wuxiang is interconnected with oneself, contained within oneself, and emanates from oneself. After articulating this lengthy discourse, Bai Fengliu turned to Ke. "This is the foundational requirement for mastering the 3 forms of wuzhou. Do you comprehend?" Ke shook his head. "I do not understand." Upon hearing this, Bai Fengliu calmly gazed at Qiongqi. "Dispose of him. His existence serves no purpose. Dispose of him. Kill him. In the blink of an eye." 3 days passed. Although Ke had made no breakthroughs in the wuzhou sword technique, he had also achieved no advancements in any other aspects, maintaining a rather balanced state. Upon returning to the sect, Ke discovered a substantial gathering of cultivators in the sect square. Among the distinguished guests, he recognized 3 familiar figures: the head of the Yun family, Yin Shang, the 6th prince, Nan Ming, and the lord of Dongli City. The remaining individuals were unknown to him. "Brother, allow me to introduce you." Guanxiu approached Ke and leaned in to speak. "Esteemed guests, I present to you the esteemed leader of the Wui Emperor sect." "Sect Master Ke," Guanxiu announced to the assembly of cultivators in the VIP area. "Sect Master Ke." The crowd rose in unison to greet Ke. "Sect Master, allow me to introduce this individual. He is the leader of the Earthwalking sect, Manjan. This is Han Le, the Lord of Billion City." Guanxiu introduced each notable figure to Ke. "Sect Master Ke, my father sent me to extend his congratulations to the Wui Emperor sect." 6th Prince Nan Ming remarked. Ke Wui returned the greetings and took his seat at the central position reserved for the sect master. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu lounged far from the square, observing the proceedings with a lazy eye. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ke Wui, the sect master of the Wui Emperor sect. I extend a warm welcome to all friends visiting our esteemed sect for the grand opening ceremony. Ke Wui rose and addressed the multitude of cultivators in the square. What? No way. The sect master of the Wui Emperor sect is merely a youth. Goodness, which second-generation scion is this? The spectators erupted into murmurs, for Ke Wui appeared exceedingly youthful and was only at the late golden core stage of cultivation. Silence. The voice of the Lion King resonated through the square. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. A peak divine ability cultivator was not someone they could provoke. Following the conclusion of this grand ceremony, we will proceed with the recruitment of disciples for the Wui Emperor sect. Any cultivators wishing to join, please line up on the eastern side of the square. Guan Xiu's voice rang out. Set up the formation. With Guan Xiu's command, an incomprehensible formation enveloped the Wui Emperor sect. Both the cultivators in the square and the esteemed guests were taken aback by the formation's grandeur. This formation, known as derivation, surpassed even the heavenly grade formations, standing as a holy great array. It was personally arranged by the master of our sect. All disciples of the Wui Emperor sect, heed my command, Guan Xiu announced loudly. Bow to the formation. Following Guan Xiu's words, hundreds of disciples and elders of the Wui Emperor sect bowed reverently towards the formation. As disciples of the Wui Emperor sect, they would naturally receive the protection of this formation, hence the need to pay their respects. Holy Grade. Nanming murmured in awe, finally grasping why the Wui Emperor sect had no need to ally with the royal family. With a holy grade formation in place, not even a single southward chi could breach its defenses, let alone a true powerhouse from the Soul sect. Holy formation, Bai Fengliu scoffed at Guan Xiu's introduction from his elevated position. Do not insult me, ladies and gentlemen. Please partake. Ke Wui rose, and with a wave of his hand, produced an array of spiritual fruits above the yellow grade from his ring, along with some wine he had shamelessly acquired from Bai Fengliu. Fine wine paired with rubbish. This lad truly knows how to squander good things. Bai Fengliu observed in exasperation as Ke Wui distributed his wine and some spiritual fruits among the esteemed guests. Is that, Bai Lan's spiritual fruit? The city lord Han Lu of Belian gazed in astonishment at a particular fruit among the numerous spiritual fruits before him. And what of the sea spirit peach and the golden apricot? Are these all spiritual fruits of yellow grade or higher? The leader of the Wui Emperor sect is indeed extravagant. Indeed, I harvested these during my travels in a hidden realm. Ke Wui smiled as he spoke. Today, during the grand ceremony of my Wui Emperor sect, I shall present these treasures to share with all. At the entrance of the grand hall, Bai Fengliu was left dumbfounded. What is going on? Travels? Hidden realms? Can you not speak the truth? Aren't these fruits merely inferior products that no beast in my small world would consume? Thank you, sect leader Ku. The crowd rose in gratitude. Such fine treasures. These spiritual fruits are exceedingly rare, and regardless of their grade, each possesses the ability to solidify a cultivator's spiritual power. A single yellow-grade fruit could fetch several million high-grade spirit stones, let alone those above yellow grade. The leader of the Wui Emperor sect is indeed generous. Ke Wui, unaware of the true value of these spiritual fruits, would surely be taken aback if he knew. How wasteful. Everyone, this wine is called Tao Immortal Brew. It is provided by my esteemed master. Ke Wui raised the cup again. Guan Xiu, please ensure that each elder of the Wui Emperor sect receives a cup of Tao Immortal Brew. As for the onlookers, let each receive half a cup of the diluted brew. He glanced at Guan Xiu, who immediately complied. Witnessing this scene, Bai Fengliu shook his head in disbelief. This fellow has not spoken a single truth. Come, let's drink to this, Ke Wui declared, raising his cup to the crowd. Cheers. All the cultivators drank in unison. Good wine. Suddenly, Ke Wui noticed a peculiar sensation. Wait, why is my cultivation increasing? Me too. Heavens. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ke Wui remarked, Tao Immortal Brew is my master's creation. Infused with immense spiritual power, it would indeed be strange if one's cultivation did not grow after consuming it. Before he could finish, a chilling voice interjected. Oh, you've made me want to taste. Suddenly, numerous figures appeared in the sky. Tribulation Transcendence. The Lion King and several elders of the Waya Emperor sect narrowed their eyes in unison. Ta-da. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ku Mu, an outer elder of the Soul sect. I have come to discuss a matter with sect leader Ku. The elder of the forefront spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, though. Kawaya smiled slightly. What matter might that be? I would like to request that you hand over the alchemist behind the Waya Emperor sect to my Soul sect. In exchange, we shall spare the Waya Emperor sect from annihilation. The elders stated nonchalantly. What does sect leader Ka think? I think you might be a fool, or perhaps still half asleep. Kawaya replied, a teasing glint in his eyes. Listen, Kumu, spare me your chatter. I have no interest in your threats. Let us proceed with the process directly. He suddenly shouted, Bai Fengliu, throw these fools out. Big brother, have you always been this bold? Guanxio's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment's silence, Kumu burst into laughter. Bai Fengliu, you think shouting a name will intimidate me, whether he exists or not? Do you think he would dare to show himself in my presence? Big brother, this old fool is even more ferocious than you. Guanxio remarked incredulously. How? The elder's words were cut short. I had no intention of intervening. But why do the opponents this young man faces lack any wit? A voice whispered in his ear. Kumu spun around. A powerful force surging towards him from behind. One of the black-clad figures accompanying him was caught unprepared and was sent flying. Bai Fengliu, who had just risen, was bewildered. What is this old fool doing? I merely transmitted a sound. How did it escalate to a conflict within his own ranks? What kind of intelligence is this? Return whence you came. Bai Fengliu's voice rang out, and this time everyone in the square heard it. Did he just speak to a tribulation transcendent like that? Ah, you are unaware, are you? Rumors suggest that the Waya Emperor sect is backed by tremendous power. It is said that slaying a tribulation transcendent is as easy as killing a chicken. Keep dreaming. Killing a tribulation transcendent, as if it were a chicken. The crowd in the square began to murmur amongst themselves, I care not who you are. Come forth and cease this charade. Kumu bellowed. You have 3 breaths to decide. Will you stand with my disciple or the Waya Emperor sect? He then turned his gaze to the various leaders of the Great South Dynasty gathered in the VIP section. Instantaneously, many cultivators from the VIP area rose to align themselves with Kumu. Soon, only Nan Ming, Yun Shang, and the Lord of Dongli City remained. To Kawaya's surprise, the leader of the Earthwalkers, Manjan, chose to stay by his side. In the eyes of these individuals, no matter how powerful the Waya Emperor sect might be, it could not confront the Soul sect, even with a sacred level formation. Moreover, if the Waya Emperor sect's formation could protect it, what of them? Kawaya understood this, and thus refrained from speaking further. Each person had their own choices. Lord Man, from this day forth, the Earthwalkers shall be under the protection of my Waya Emperor sect. Kawaya addressed Manjan. Sect leader Ku, you are too kind. The Earthwalkers are nominally a sect, but in truth, I stand alone. I fear not the Soul sect. Manjan laughed heartily. Alone? Kawaya inquired with curiosity. The Great South Dynasty has policies to support sects. I merely carry a sect's name, enabling me to receive a substantial amount of spirit stones each year. Manjan replied, his expression slightly awkward. Oh dear, the 6th Prince Nan Ming is still present. Very well. What are the rest of you? Kumu directed his gaze at the crowd in the square. To him, these individuals were akin to ants. Yet his disciple required their support. Indeed, we have long harbored discontent towards the Waya Emperor sect, such a sham of a sect, with such high barriers to entry. Exactly. We are willing to follow your disciple. We are too. The crowd in the square voiced their support in unison. Hearing this, Kawaya frowned. You may choose to follow whomever you wish. Everyone has their own choices. However, I shall not tolerate slander against the Waya Emperor sect. Guanxio, send word that all remaining cultivators in the arena shall join the Waya Emperor sect. He turned to Guanxio. Yes, big brother. Guanxio's voice echoed through the arena. All cultivators supporting the Waya Emperor sect may join us without assessment. Disciple Fanyu, Disciple Luo Ji, Disciple Ming Tsong. In an instant, the remaining cultivators expressed their desire to join the Waya Emperor sect. They perceived the Waya Emperor sect as genuinely concerned for cultivators. Whereas following Ku Mu would surely lead to a bleak fate that, of course, they were also gambling, wagering their lives. Should the Waya Emperor sect falter against the Soul sect, their fate could be dire. But what of it? If they won the gamble, they would become disciples of the Waya Emperor sect, which would assuredly reward them. Every step a cultivator took was a gamble. These wandering cultivators had long struggled in the world of cultivation. And how could they forego an opportunity to ascend? The so-called fortune lies in risk. Ku Mu observed all of this without intervening, for in his eyes, these individuals were already as good as dead. He would never believe that the Waya Emperor sect was backed by a power that even the Soul sect dared not provoke. If such a being existed, it would have revealed itself by now. Disciples of the Waya Emperor sect, I, Kawaya, wish to say that you may still choose to leave the sect. To be frank, the Waya Emperor sect may very well falter against the Soul sect, and I respect your decisions. Kawaya suddenly spoke, hoping to use this opportunity to further test the loyalty of the Waya Emperor sect disciples. We are willing to stand with the sect through thick and thin. The disciples of the Wui Dzing spoke in unison. We are willing. The newly joined disciples of the Wui Dzing also expressed their agreement one after another. Haha, splendid. Kawui laughed heartily. It must be said that at this moment, Kawui felt an immense sense of gratification. Each of these individuals proved to be commendable, and he would certainly not treat his disciples poorly. As the saying goes, a peak gives rise to a multitude of hypocritical supporters, while dusk witnesses true believers. Bai Fengliu watched this scene with a satisfied smile. For a sect to flourish, unity is paramount. He was exceedingly pleased with the response that Kawui had provided. Then, with a movement, he appeared directly beside Kawui. I am quite satisfied, Bai Fengliu remarked, gazing at Kawui. Master, Kawui respectfully bowed. Bai Fengliu was momentarily taken aback. Ever since he had taken him as a disciple, this lad had always sported an insufferable demeanor. What had transpired today? Had he consumed the wrong medicine? Or perhaps indulged too much in drink? You may leave, until I change my mind, Bai Fengliu said to Ku Mu in a nonchalant tone. So, you are the one behind Wui Dzing. Ku Mu remarked disdainfully, having sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from Bai Fengliu. Indeed, Bai Fengliu replied calmly. And what if I were to say no? This time, Bai Fengliu did not respond. With a slight curl of his fingers, Ku Mu suddenly felt himself enveloped by a formidable force. His body slowly contorting. Oh, not speak. I do not wish to hear it. I offered you a chance, yet you did not cherish it. Upon finishing his words, Bai Fengliu clenched his fist. Ku Mu was instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood. It is over. All the cultivators present who had supported Ku Mu were filled with regret, a bitter taste in their hearts. They realized their miscalculation. The strength of the one behind Wui Dzing far exceeded their imaginations. Although Wui Dzing would not harbor resentment for their choices, their future in the DNN who NGCHO was destined to be fraught with difficulty. Originally, they had intended to use this lad as a training target. But upon reflection, perhaps the entire Soul sect would be more fitting. Bai Fengliu stated blandly. You may leave, Bai Fengliu said to the group of black-clad individuals who were nearly paralyzed with fear. This group, terrified, hastily vacated Wui Dzing. However, one person remained. And you as well. Bai Fengliu directed his gaze at the multitude of cultivators in the square. Wait, Kawui suddenly interjected. While I respect everyone's choices, I absolutely will not permit anyone to curry favor with others at the expense of Wui Dzing. Those who just spoke ill of Wui Dzing, kill them all. How can Wui Dzing be so tyrannical? Someone immediately stepped forward. Ke Wui paid no heed, disinterested in engaging in further dialogue with these individuals. Observing the remaining black-clad figure, Bai Fengliu asked coolly, Are you not afraid of death? Why should I be afraid? The man, Nan Xiangqi, began to respond but found himself silenced by Bai Fengliu's wave of a hand, vanishing without a trace. Enough with the nonsense. If you're not afraid of death, then I shall send you on your way. The opening of this chapter did not occupy the content herein. I pondered for a considerable time over how to commence this chapter, yet found myself at a loss. The world is bustling and chaotic, merely seeking a few scattered coins. The characters I depict may not attain universal satisfaction among readers, but I strive to do my utmost. I recognize that it may not gain popularity, yet I am grateful for the few readers who can provide me with encouragement or feedback, regardless of its nature, for it reassures me that there are still eyes upon my work. Should there come a day when only one remains to read, I shall continue to write. I will not abandon this book, that I warmly welcome all readers. The world is indeed small, as a mere turn may lead to unexpected encounters. Yet it is also vast, for a single turn may result in unforeseen disappearances. Now, let us delve into the contents of the novel. All fell silent once more, and Manzhan had joined Wui Diziying, becoming the 8th elder of the pinnacle of divine abilities. Within the main hall of the sect, all the disciples of Wui Diziying had gathered. Ke Wui occupied the seat of honor. While Bai Fengliu lounged lazily upon the steps, esteemed disciples, he proclaimed, "From today forth, Wui Diziying shall establish a cultivation tower, within which lies the heritage and opportunities left by my master. All disciples and elders who contribute to the sect shall be permitted to enter the cultivation tower for training. I would like to remind everyone that the spiritual energy within the tower is several dozen times denser than in the outside world." Ke Wui's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, all disciples of Wui Diziying displayed expressions of astonishment and joy. "Guan Xiao, you shall manage the opening of the cultivation tower alongside the 8 elders of the pinnacle of divine abilities. Yin Feng, Puyang, you are responsible for the distribution of sect rewards." Indeed, Puyang had successfully ascended to the Golden Core realm and demonstrated astonishing talent in the path of the sword, thus being exceptionally promoted to an outer sect elder by Guan Xiao. "Understood, sect leader," the crowd responded in unison. "Regarding matters related to the soul sect, my master has a few words to impart." Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's intent to speak, all cultivators of Wui Diziying perked up their ears. This individual was a formidable figure. "Young ones, I am quite pleased with your recent performances. And I am equally satisfied with Xiaoya's response. Within the cultivation tower, I have left behind 3 legacies. Those capable shall claim them. Remember, the burden upon your shoulders is substantial, even concerning the survival of this continent. And Xiaoya's burden is even greater that in this world, there will always be those who must bear the weight of progress. And you are those individuals. Your stage is not confined to the D and N who NGCHO, nor are your adversaries limited to the soul sect. That I need you to possess ambition, yet refrain from rebelliousness. The soul sect is merely the first opponent in your path to rise. However, some matters must be made clear when disaster strikes. Your duty is to do your utmost to protect your family and kin. Can you accomplish this? We can. The resounding and harmonious response echoed throughout the hall. Currently, Wui Diziying was not yet capable of contending with the soul sect. On the day war breaks out, I will not intervene. However, I shall grant you 1 year. After Bai Fengliu spoke, he waved his hand, and a rift in space appeared above the hall. On the other side of the rift lay a sinister sect, shrouded in black mist, exuding an aura of unparalleled malevolence. The soul sect. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd realized that the individual before them was likely far more terrifying than they had imagined. Within the hall of the soul sect, a gaunt elder furrowed his brow, raising his gaze toward the rift in space. "That I ask you, do you understand?" Bai Fengliu spoke in a placid tone. "Who are you to dare spy upon my soul sect?" The elder retorted coldly. Bai Fengliu reached out with an invisible grasp, and the elder was abruptly seized in midair by an overwhelming force. "Sect leader." The multitude of cultivators within the soul sect hall gasped in shock at this sight. "Sect leader? How fortuitous!" Bai Fengliu replied indifferently. Before, the elder's words were abruptly silenced as he was erased from existence by Bai Fengliu. "Choose another obedient individual to serve as sect leader," Bai Fengliu's voice echoed. Observing this spectacle, the disciples of Wui Diziying felt their spirits soar. What is a formidable figure? This is what a formidable figure embodies. Regardless of your identity or cultivation level, should I find you displeasing, you shall not endure. They had already begun to regard Bai Fengliu as their target, albeit a rather exaggerated one. "Senior, I am the vice leader of the soul sect. I do not comprehend why you would wish to slay our sect leader." A trembling elder in black robes spoke, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, despite his best efforts to conceal it. This scene did not escape Bai Fengliu's notice. Once more, he reached out with an invisible grasp, and the black-robed man was similarly erased. Let us have another who can articulate their thoughts. Bai Fengliu maintained his indifferent tone. Senior, a different elder stepped forward, yet before he could finish his sentence, he too was erased by Bai Fengliu. My apologies. It was an unintended consequence, Bai Fengliu expressed with an air of embarrassment. The crowd could only resign themselves to the situation. Who among you shall take on the role of sect leader? I shall not concern myself. However, if any member of the soul sect lays a hand on those of Wui Dzing within this year, then your soul sect shall no longer have any reason to exist. Is that understood? Bai Fengliu's tone grew somewhat frigid. The disciples of Wui Dzing remained unfazed, but the members of the soul sect felt as though they were staring into the eyes of an unparalleled killing deity, one who was currently fixing them with a chilling gaze. Senior, what if a member of Wui Dzing were to strike first against us? A tremulous voice inquired. Then you must endure. If you wish to retaliate, seek me out, and I shall train with you. What a year hence. After a year, I shall no longer involve myself in the grievances between the Soul Sect and the Waya Emperor Sect. Very well, Bai Fengliu then turned to the assembly. Do you not feel an overwhelming pressure? The crowd fell silent, for the current overall strength of the Waya Emperor Sect paled in comparison to that of the Soul Sect. A year. Is that sufficient? Are you afraid? Bai Fengliu remarked with a hint of mockery. Not afraid. Upon hearing this, the disciples shouted in unison, "To become strong. One must strive for survival in the face of despair. Seizing that slender thread of hope, which is not granted by others, but fought for by oneself." To this, Kawaya merely smiled faintly. Bai Fengliu turned to regard the smiling Kawaya. That I spoke of them. Not of you, did I? Why the exuberance? Let me tell you, your trials will be far more arduous than theirs. Starting tomorrow, you shall venture into the small world to battle fierce beasts, should I discover that you sought the aid of Xiongqi. I shall break your legs, after a moment's reflection, Bai Fengliu added, and I shall break his legs too. Xiongqi interjected, must you be so sudden? The crowd dispersed, and all disciples of the Waya Emperor Sect commenced their training with fervor. As if infused with vigor, within the grand hall of the sect, only Guan Xiao and Ku Waya remained. Little fatty, you are ill-suited for cultivation. Tomorrow, you shall learn alchemy, formations, and weapon crafting from Xiao Daoling. Bai Fengliu stated as he regarded Guan Xiao. Senior Bai, why am I unfit for cultivation? I believe I am quite suitable. Guan Xiao replied, perplexed, do you not possess any self-awareness? Aside from enduring beatings, what other abilities have you demonstrated in your cultivation thus far? Guan Xiao pondered this, and found Bai Fengliu's words to be astutely accurate. With a slight bow, he departed. Master, why do you say Guan Xiao is unfit for cultivation? Kawaya inquired with curiosity, for he understood that Bai Fengliu's previous remarks were not the crux of the matter. Bai Fengliu smiled lightly. He is also of the spirit race. He added, a very rare variant of the spirit transformation Dao spirit. It dawned on Kawaya, so that is why this little fatty possesses such formidable defensive capabilities. He is of the spirit race. Formidable defenses? Bai Fengliu turned. Having lived this long, if I were to compare defensive capabilities with you, you would rank first, and I dare say, even Xiongqi is no match for you. Xiongqi protested, what have I done to deserve this? Bai Fengliu then led Kawaya into the small world, seeking out Xiongqi to arrange for Kawaya to encounter relatively weaker beasts. Brother, rest assured, this matter shall be handled with utmost diligence, Xiongqi affirmed. He then turned to Kawaya, producing the demon-suppressing tower. Upon seeing the tower, Kawaya's complexion drained of color. Noticing Kawaya's unease, Xiongqi inquired, nephew, what troubles you? Is the demon-suppressing tower not to your liking? Get lost, Kawaya roared. What on earth? You bring out the demon-suppressing tower yet again. How many times do you intend to ensnare yourself? If you do not wish to enter the demon-suppressing tower, then do not. Why shout so loudly? Xiongqi mumbled. Brother Bai, you see for yourself, and my nephew seems less than pleased with my arrangements. Xiongqi directed at Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu pondered for a moment before responding. This time, one cannot fault him. Your methods are indeed somewhat dubious. How about this? Venture to the southern corner of the small world, where the beasts are comparatively weaker, Bai Fengliu suggested after some thought. Soon, Kawaya found himself in a forest in the southern part of the small world. Brother Xiongqi, pray tell, what is the weakest beast here capable of? Kawaya whispered to Xiongqi, harboring doubts about Bai Fengliu's assurances that the beast would be weak. Xiongqi contemplated, well, the weakest are likely at the peak of the divine ability stage. The peak of the divine ability stage. And the weakest? Kawaya's eyes widened. He turned to Bai Fengliu, Master, are you bringing me here for training or for my demise? I have stated, the burden upon your shoulders is heavier than that of others. Without pressure, how can one grow? Bai Fengliu responded coolly. This is mere pressure. This pressure is nearly overwhelming. Kawaya fell silent. After a moment, he approached Xiongqi and handed over his storage ring. Nephew, what are you doing? Xiongqi asked, bewildered. Brother, within lies all my savings. Kawaya replied flatly. Suddenly, his tone escalated dramatically. Craft for me a coffin of utmost grandeur. It must be extravagant, regardless of correctness. He then resolutely stepped into the forest. Xiongqi was left dumbfounded. Is this a farewell? Surely not. Brother, what should I say? Xiongqi glanced at Bai Fengliu, uncertain of how to proceed. This lad remains unchanged. Bai Fengliu shook his head. You must relay a message to all the beasts in this region, upon sighting that lad. They are to unleash their full power. Whoever succeeds in slaying him shall be rewarded with a great opportunity. With that, Bai Fengliu turned to leave. Brother, should this continue, my nephew may truly not survive this forest. Xiongqi spoke solemnly. He can grow at his own pace. Yet the weight upon his shoulders and the constraints of time do not permit such luxury, Bai Fengliu declared, turning and vanishing from sight. Upon hearing this, Xiongqi's expression shifted, fully grasping the implication of Bai Fengliu's words. Shaking his head, Xiongqi murmured, Nephew, fret not. I shall ensure you receive a grand farewell. With that, Xiongqi conveyed Bai Fengliu's instructions to all the beasts within the forest. Kawaya tread cautiously through the woods, meticulously observing his surroundings. At a faint sound reached his ears. Startled, Kawaya spun around and, without a moment's hesitation, swung his sword to strike that instant. A figure appeared not far from him. Extending its hand to grasp the sword's radiant edge, a transformed beast at the peak of the divine ability stage. A great opportunity. The beast murmured, then surged forward towards Kawaya. Wuzhou avatar. Kawaya immediately activated his Wuzhou avatar. Sword intent surged forth, coalescing into a spectral sword mirroring the length of the Zhutian sword in the hands of the Wuzhou avatar. Wuzhou domain, activate, Kawaya shouted, and as the domain expanded, the speed of the transformed beast slowed. Kawaya propelled himself towards the figure, swinging the Zhutian sword once more to unleash a strike, while the Wuzhou avatar behind him mirrored the action. The transformed beast did not evade, allowing Kawaya's first strike to land upon it. A resonant clang echoed as the sword struck the beast, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. The beast scoffed, but before it could utter a word of derision, it was sent flying by the sword strike from the Wuzhou avatar. A massive wound tearing open across its chest. Damn it! The transformed beast cursed, revealing its true form. The spectral netherwolf. Observing this, Kawaya smiled faintly. He infused all his sword intent and a significant portion of his spiritual energy into the illusory sword. This was why his strike could not harm the spectral netherwolf, while the Wuzhou avatar could. Human, I shall see you dead. The spectral netherwolf spoke with human-like articulation, radiating an icy, murderous intent. You cannot. Kawaya shook his head. Yes, just as the spectral netherwolf uttered a word, it felt itself enveloped by an overwhelming wave of sword energy that it roared, expanding its form several times over, dispersing the surrounding sword energy in an instant. Witnessing this, Kawaya's expression shifted slightly. He had believed the Wuhan sword technique sufficient to restrain the spectral netherwolf, but it had only managed to do so for a fleeting moment. It seemed the time for a direct confrontation had arrived. Kawaya murmured, then brandished the Zhutian sword and charged forward. One word. Fight! Ah, but if I wish to flee, can I? Fortunately, this territory belongs to the Netherwolf, and Xiongqi has warned all the beasts of this forest that only one beast is permitted to engage in combat with Kawuyo at a time. Furthermore, for 3 days, no beast is allowed to step into the territory claimed by the outburst. Any disobedience resulting in an attack will lead to immediate annihilation. This course of action is also in line with Bai Fengliu's intentions. Firstly, it aims to prevent Kawuyo from suffering a fatal ambush by the beasts. Secondly, it grants Kawuyo some much-needed respite. Due to this decree, although the beasts in the surrounding territories sense the aura of battle, none dared to trespass into the domain of the Netherwolf. Before long, Kawuyo and the Netherwolf had engaged in hundreds of exchanges, aside from the wound inflicted due to its earlier carelessness and a few minor cuts from the Wuhin sword technique. The Netherwolf bore no significant injuries. In stark contrast, Kawuyo was drenched in blood, his body marred by the claw marks of the Netherwolf. Even his Wuzhou manifestation was on the verge of fading into nothingness. Human, you are quite impressive. To endure for so long with a late-stage golden core cultivation came the frigid voice of the Netherwolf. But die, it roared, launching itself towards Kawuyo with incredible speed. Witnessing this, the bloodied Kawuyo revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Wuji, dissipate, he bellowed. Within the Wuyou Emperor's sect, Bai Fengliu observed this scene, momentarily taken aback, before suddenly bursting into laughter. To separate Wuji from the Wuzhou domain and integrate it into the Wuhin sword technique. Now, that's quite intriguing. Not bad, very impressive. Accompanied by Kawuyo's thunderous roar, the Netherwolf suddenly felt the small sword marks on its body begin to surge inward. Rapidly devouring its demonic energy, the Netherwolf came to a halt, howling in agony as it exerted all its strength to resist the encroaching Wuhin sword qi. However, it soon realized that no matter what methods it employed, they yielded no effect. Reflux, just as it desperately fought against the sword qi. Kawuyo suddenly unleashed the reflux sword technique. He appeared directly before the Netherwolf, gathering all his spiritual energy into his right arm, and struck down with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the Netherwolf was sent flying several dozen meters away. Collapsing to the ground, it was already on the brink of death, its demonic energy swiftly devoured, and its body gradually fading into the void. Kawuyo let out a long sigh of relief. This move was inspired by Bai Fengliu's explanation of the Wuzhou sword technique he had heard not long ago. Since he could not fully integrate Wuji into the Wuzhou domain, he decided to attach Wuji to the Wuhin sword technique instead. Truth be told, Kawuyo felt quite helpless if he could fully merge Wuji into the Wuzhou domain from the outset. The Netherwolf would have had to contend with Wuji's erosion right from the beginning. However, the outcome was favorable. Regardless, he had endured this battle. That have slain a peak divine beast with his late-stage golden core cultivation was a feat that could only be described as extraordinary. After consuming a divine recovery pill, Kawuyo sat cross-legged, meticulously reflecting on the battle he had just experienced. Wuji belonged to the Wuzhou sword technique. Even if a portion were to be separated, it could only adhere to the Wuhin sword technique, which also belonged to the Wuzhou sword technique. As for attaching it to the Zhanshu, he found that utterly impossible. Present, he had barely scratched the surface of the Wuhin sword technique. Only managing simple restraints, breaking through the defenses of a formidable opponent was an utterly unattainable task. With a sigh, Kawuyo lamented that he could only integrate the colorless and formless aspects into the Wuzhou domain for now. As for the intangible, the wayless, and the unfathomable, he had yet to even touch upon. What does it truly mean to be formless? Kawuyo pondered continuously, reflecting on his master's Wuzhou domain, which was evidently tangible. Wait a moment, tangible! Kawuyo suddenly grasped that formlessness was not merely a literal interpretation. Bai Fengliu's Wuzhou domain was termed formless because its range was vast enough to be boundless. It enveloped every corner. Omnipresent. So that was it. He had been overly fixated on achieving formlessness in the Wuzhou domain, making it imperceptible to his opponents. But why not simply reduce the scope of the Wuzhou domain? Surrounding himself? This way, as long as they engage in battle with him, they could never escape the Wuzhou domain. Suddenly, Kawuyo erupted into laughter, his joy bordering on madness. Seeing this, Bai Fengliu shook his head in bemusement. This kid was a genius when it came to such chaotic ideas. If Wuji could not be fully integrated, then let it not be integrated. Simply attach it to the Wuhin sword technique. If formlessness could not achieve full coverage, then let it not cover at all. To surround himself. One had to admit, it was impressive, but brother, do you even realize why the Wuzhou domain is called a domain? It's because this move is meant for groups, while you wish to use it for individuals. Perhaps you should study the 7 swords following the immortal 8th sword instead. Too difficult. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Kuiyo plopped down onto the ground. He had envisioned surrounding himself with the Wuzhou domain, but upon attempting it, he found it exceedingly challenging to surround himself with the Wuzhou domain within a 5-meter radius. While also freely altering the size and orientation of the domain, was utterly beyond his capabilities with his late-stage golden core spiritual body. Forget it. I suppose I must tread step by step. To achieve what I envision, I must at least reach the tribulation stage. By then, the domain S range 1T need to be reduced. Kuiyo felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing he had engaged in fruitless research. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. After failing to shrink the Wuzhou domain, Kuiyo devoted himself entirely to the comprehension of the sword path. Unbeknownst to him, as he contemplated the sword path, the sword heart within him began to stir. Boom! A surge of transcendent sword intent erupted from Kuiyo. He opened his eyes to assess his cultivation and was astonished to find he had reached the early stage of the nascent soul. How can this be so fast? Kuiyo wondered in perplexity that in just 3 days had he truly attained the nascent soul. In truth, a significant part of this was due to the sword heart. Within Bai Fengliu's small world, traces of Bai Fengliu's sword path aura lingered. Although Bai Fengliu had sealed away the vast majority of the sword heart's abilities, as Kuiyo comprehended the sword path, the sword heart gradually absorbed bits of Bai Fengliu's sword path aura. This infusion directly propelled Kuiyo to break through to the early stage of the nascent soul. Bai Fengliu, on the other hand, felt somewhat helpless. Had he not sealed the sword heart, Kuiyo would have soared in cultivation by now. However, that would have left Kuiyo's foundation precariously weak, making future progress exceedingly difficult. The most crucial aspect was that the sword heart absorbed the sword intent of cultivators from around the world, which would ultimately lead to Kuiyo resembling a patchwork of sword intent contributed by numerous sword cultivators. Despite Bai Fengliu's frustrations, he could not completely seal the sword heart. If the sword heart were entirely sealed, Kuiyo would be rendered utterly ineffective. Fortunately, as long as Kuiyo persevered until the Saint Realm, Bai Fengliu could lift the seal on the sword heart. By that time, Kuiyo would be able to sense the sword heart's presence and control its operation. My cultivation has broken through. Yet my sword path remains at the level of a Swordmaster, Kuiyo murmured to himself, then proceeded forward. You have finally arrived. As Kuiyo walked, he heard a voice behind him. Turning, he beheld a towering figure standing behind him. It was a celestial ape. This celestial ape was also at the peak of divine abilities, but its form was significantly larger than the nether wolf, standing at over 10 meters in height. Gazing at the immense celestial ape before him, Kuiyo suddenly slapped himself across the face. Am I blind? How could I not see such a massive creature? He muttered to himself, Are you blind? He slapped himself once more. This action left the celestial ape utterly bewildered. What kind of operation was this? This human was quite the formidable character. Zhanshu! Kuiyo suddenly roared, and the blade of the Zhanshu, imbued with a violent aura, sliced toward the celestial ape. Whoa! Are you attempting a sneak attack? The celestial ape's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. What kind of eccentricity was this human cultivator? Despite his bewilderment, the celestial ape swiftly tore apart the sword light that Kuiyo had launched. Big monkey, I ask you, what is wrong with your kind? Can't you just dodge a little? Your actions make my maneuver seem utterly worthless. Do you comprehend? Kuiyo glared at the Tongtian monkey with an expression of indignation. What is this? Just because it is a beast, it can effortlessly fend off my attack. Never mind, you wouldn't understand, even if I explained. Demonic beasts are nothing but a bunch of simpletons. Kuiyo scoffed. Outside the forest, Xiongqi, who had been watching the scene with great interest, was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, a thunderous roar emanated from within the small realm. Brother Bai, do not hold me back. I want to tear this creature apart. I will annihilate it. Human, you seek death. Upon hearing Kuwui's words, the Tontian monkey erupted in fury to seize a nearby tree and, with a swift motion, brandished the trunk and charged at Kuwui. Witnessing this spectacle, Kuwui was taken aback. My goodness, if that stick comes down. Won't it send him straight to oblivion? Wait, big brother, can we not use weapons? Kuwui suddenly inquired. To his astonishment, the Tontian monkey actually halted. A being of great fortune. I still have some face. In this battle, what do you propose we use? Fists. Kuwui replied with a slight smile that he then activated the right arm of Xiongqi. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag? Big monkey. The Tontian monkey shook its head and extended a fist larger than Kuwui himself. Taunting, your feeble blow pales in comparison. Mine is far more exhilarating. My apologies for the interruption. Kuwui directly invoked the formless Dharma body, and the phantom of the right arm appeared, equally robust as the right arm of Xiongqi. Come on, big monkey. With that, Kuwui swung his fist forward. The Tontian monkey smirked disdainfully and retaliated with its own punch. This human must be tired of living, challenging me to a fist fight. With a resounding boom, trees within a radius of several dozen yards were obliterated by the shock wave generated by their punches. Kuwui was sent flying for several dozen yards, blood spewing from his mouth mid-air. The Tontian monkey also took a step back. It let out a furious roar and lunged after the retreating Kuwui. Just as Kuwui landed and was regaining his balance, the Tontian monkey's fist was already upon him, and Iwui unleashed the full extent of the noonday domain, channeling a surge of spiritual power into the right arm of Xiongqi. Retaliating with a punch of his own, this strike nearly sent Kuwui to his demise. His formless Dharma body was nearly ethereal. My goodness, what has this monkey been eating? Its strength is outrageous. Kuwui muttered. Human, I must commend your courage. You dare to trade blows with me. The Tontian monkey spoke slowly. Warm up complete. I shall get serious now. Kuwui replied nonchalantly. You come at me. You lack martial ethics. Just as the Tontian monkey was about to retort, Kuwui produced the Zhutian sword. The phantom behind him solidified, and a spectral longsword appeared in its hand, since he refused to adhere to the rules. Let us proceed. I hope you do not regret this. Bring it on. The Tontian monkey bellowed, then reached out to grasp the surroundings. In that instant, it grasped nothing but emptiness, for the battle had already decimated the trees within dozens of yards. Where have all the trees gone? Although the Zhanshu technique failed to inflict harm upon the Tontian monkey, Kuwui did not believe that Zhutian could not breach the creature's defenses. After all, it was a gift from Bai Fengliu. Big monkey, take this sword. Kuwui surged forward, enveloping the Tontian monkey within the noonday domain. Due to his advancement to the early Yuanying stage, the Zhutian wielded by the phantom of the noonday Dharma body became even more substantial. As both the man and the phantom bore down upon him with swords drawn, the Tontian monkey suddenly exclaimed, Human, which one should I block? Kuwui ignored him, exerting all his strength to strike the sword against the outstretched arm of the Tontian monkey. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed as Kuwui's sword cleaved through the monkey's arm. Regrettably, the strike from the formless Dharma body failed to pierce the defenses of the Tontian monkey. This creature's defenses far surpassed those of the netherwolf. The inability of the formless Dharma body to overcome its defenses meant that the Wuji could not attach itself to the Tontian monkey. Indeed, the reason he had only left minuscule wounds on the netherwolf during their battle was that his intent was merely to leave the Wuji upon the wounds. Thus, he refrained from using Zhutian and instead employed the Wuhin sword technique repeatedly. However, it was evident now that the Wuhin sword technique was utterly ineffective against this monkey, for even the formless Dharma body could not breach its defenses. Wounded by the Zhutian sword, the Tontian monkey instantly entered a frenzied state. Its eyes turned blood red, its form swelling to more than twice its previous size. Yet the wound inflicted by Zhutian remained enveloped in a faint blue sword aura, rendering it unable to heal. The Tontian monkey roared, striking the ground twice, which caused the earth to crack violently. My goodness, big brother, what have you been eating since childhood? Before Kawui could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a punch from the Tontian monkey. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kawui shouted, "I asked you a question, and you sneak attack me. Do you have no martial ethics?" This time, the Tontian monkey did not respond, delivering another punch. Iwui was sent flying once more. As he soared through the air, the Tontian monkey suddenly shouted, "I just asked you two. Did you answer?" Huh. With that, it raised its middle finger at Kawui. However, before the Tontian monkey could continue its tirade, it suddenly noticed a sword lodged in its chest. Iwui, with blood at the corner of his mouth and a smile on his face, gazed at it. The returning flow sword technique, the eternal deity, Kawui declared, then unleashed a torrent of spiritual power, attempting to plunge Zhutian completely into the chest of the Tontian monkey. Alas, due to the meager spiritual energy remaining within him, he could only drive the sword halfway in. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, with no other option, Kawui swiftly evaded the Tontian monkey's attack range. The Tontian monkey, pierced by Zhutian, let out a pained howl, pounding its chest in a fit of rage. Then, in a stroke of irony, it hammered Zhutian deeper into its own chest. Witnessing the spectacle, Kawui's jaw dropped, and after a prolonged moment of disbelief, he exclaimed, "Impressive! Brother Monkey, your move is even more legendary than my returning flow combined with the Zhanshu." Meanwhile, Xiongqi, watching from outside the forest, covered his face with a claw and sighed helplessly. He suddenly felt that his nephew's earlier statement held some merit. Initially, Kawui believed he would have to exert considerable effort. It turned out that Brother Monkey had effectively done himself in. Outstanding. Withdrawing the Zhutian sword, Kawui swallowed a divine recovery pill and adjusted his state. "I am still too weak," Kawui murmured. A cultivator at the Yuanying level might dominate an empire. Yet within the numerous dynasties, Yuanying cultivators are as common as cattle. Only those who reach the divine passage realm can be considered powerful within a dynasty. Without even attaining the divine passage level, I must confront beings at the tribulation stage. This is troublesome, Kawui softly remarked, then rose to venture deeper into the forest. As he walked, Kawui suddenly sensed something amiss. Logically, the two previous battles should have drawn the attention of demonic beasts. Yet, strangely, no beast had arrived. This was abnormal. Moreover, when he encountered the Tontian monkey, he distinctly heard it say, "You have finally arrived." Could it be that these demonic beasts are subject to some restriction? Kawui recalled that after battling the Netherwolf, he had rested for approximately 3 days before encountering the Tontian monkey. Could it be that only one demonic beast is allowed to engage with him within a span of 3 days? Kawui felt uncertain. He could not discern whether this was mere coincidence. Nevertheless, he decided to halt and remain in place to observe. During these 3 days, Kawui immersed himself in the comprehension of the noonday sword technique. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward him. Iwui, seated in meditation, opened his eyes wide. Indeed, the time limit was 3 days. Kawui directly unleashed a sword strike, forcefully colliding with the shadow before him. He swiftly created distance. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, the thunderous leopard at the onset of transformation loomed ominously. Iwui's brows knitted tightly. If it were an ordinary beast, he might have stood a chance. Yet against the thunderous leopard, a creature endowed with innate supernatural abilities, he was utterly outmatched. What to do? Strategies raced through his mind. Disregarding all else, he decided to fight with all his might. Kawui unleashed his full power, the noonless Dharma body, the noonless domain, the slash of illusion, and the markless sword technique. In an instant, a barrage of lethal techniques erupted from him. To his astonishment, the noonless domain failed to significantly diminish the leopard's speed. Upon closer inspection, Kawui's expression darkened, that he realized that the creature was surrounded by countless tiny bolts of lightning, which actively repelled the sword energy within the noonless domain. What a formidable opponent. Most alarming was that the thunderous leopard had not uttered a word since its arrival, continuously seeking an opportunity to annihilate him. Iwui retracted the noonless domain, channeling half of his spiritual energy into the Wuxiang Dharma body. He executed several swift slashes of the slash of illusion, each strike infused with a palpable intent to kill, aimed squarely at the leopard. Suddenly, the leopard vanished from his sight, leaving his strikes to fall harmlessly. Not good. Kawui gasped in alarm, instinctively slashing behind him. With a thunderous crash, he was hurled backward by a bolt of ghostly blue lightning. Yet a faint smile crept onto his lips, although his previous strike had not harmed the leopard. It had left behind a trace of sword energy. This meant that he could time his counterattack with the reversal sword technique for a potentially fatal blow. However, in the blink of an eye, he noticed the leopard had once again disappeared from view. As he landed, Kawui activated his Shonchi right arm and unleashed a powerful punch toward the side. The impact resonated with a deafening boom. Yet he felt as if his right arm had been rendered useless, enveloped in a torrent of electric currents that severed his connection to spiritual energy. Such an impressive, supernatural ability. Kawui couldn't help but exclaim. This thunderous leopard was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had ever faced. Not far away, the leopard's cold gaze remained fixed on him, as if poised to strike at any moment. What to do? Kawui's heart raced with anxiety. He had contemplated numerous combinations of techniques, yet none posed a threat to the leopard. In that moment, he began to grasp the essence of Bai Fengliu's words. All the intricate sword techniques of swordsmen were mere embellishments. The true killing move was to make one's sword faster, and then faster still. This beast is quite capable. It serves as an excellent training partner for this young man. That foolish monkey is simply too dim-witted. Bai Fengliu observed the scene with a nonchalant tone. Ke Iwui turned to the thunderous leopard and declared, "I am about to unleash my ultimate technique. You might want to flee while you still can. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to escape." Yet the leopard paid him no heed. "You have forced my hand," Kawui growled menacingly, gathering his spiritual energy and bellowing. "Master, save me." After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Embarrassed, Kawui added, "Actually, I think you are quite impressive, a fine talent. Hence my decision not to summon my master." The leopard retorted, "Human, you speak too much," and then vanished from sight. "You've pushed me to this?" Kawui seethed. He then summoned his noonless domain, enveloping the surroundings. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and he realized that Bai Fengliu would not intervene. This battle was solely on his shoulders. With that thought, Kawui paused, then shook his head, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Since entering this forest, he had never truly believed he would perish here. He was certain Bai Fengliu would not abandon him. When did his life become subject to the whims of others? With renewed resolve, Kawui bellowed, "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens." Just then, a bolt of ghostly blue lightning struck him. The thunderous leopard's voice echoed, "You talk too much, and thus deserve to be struck by lightning." Enveloped in electric currents, Kawui felt his senses dulling. "Damn it," he stammered, trembling as he struggled to harness his inner energy to break free from the grip of the lightning. Just as he was on the verge of liberation, a thunder spear pierced his chest. "It's over," he uttered before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu, observing the scene from the Wui Emperor's sect, narrowed his eyes. "He is broken free from my seal." Intriguing. Kawui felt his consciousness fading, enveloped in darkness. The rhythmic sound of thud reverberated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Before him lay a crystalline heart, pulsating with boundless sword intent, surrounded by 8 divine swords, each exuding immense pressure. "Where is this?" Kawui pondered, bewildered. Had he not perished at the hands of the thunderous leopard? What was this place? Did all souls arrive here after death? "You are awake." A formless voice resonated. The Ke Iwui scanned his surroundings. But apart from the heart and the 8 swords, all else was void. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am you. To be precise, I am your heart." "Heart? Are you trying to fool me?" Kawui retorted that all souls arrive at this place upon death. "You are not dead. This is your internal space." The voice replied once more. This revelation left Kawui utterly perplexed. "Take hold of this sword and feel its essence." As the voice spoke, one of the 8 swords materialized before him. Hesitantly, he grasped it, only to be taken aback as he sensed the aura of the noonless sword technique emanating from it. "Is this not the noonless sword?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, to be precise, it is a fragment of the Jingzha sword." The voice clarified. "Wait, you just said I am not dead. What does that mean?" Kawui pressed. "You have indeed died, but not entirely. To be exact." Kawui interrupted. Just tell me, am I dead or not? Not dead. Then stop dilly-dallying and hurry up. I have no time to waste. I intend to kill that thunderous leopard. Hold on. Let me explain in detail. I'm in a hurry. Are you eager to be reborn? The voice suddenly shouted. The noonless sword aimed directly at the center of Ku Wui's brow, that if you utter one more word about being in a hurry. Come on. I'm listening. I suddenly feel like I'm not in a rush anymore. Alas, you must change your disposition. Among all those I have chosen, only you and the first dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who was the other? Ku Wui inquired. Your master, Bai Fengliu. The voice replied, a hint of discomfort evident in its tone when mentioning Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu, did you not claim you are me? What connection do you have with my master? Ku Wui questioned. The voice sighed and continued. The sword heart is the primordial rule born at the dawn of chaos, containing immeasurable power within. Later, many other primordial rules and numerous lives and races emerged in the world. Some primordial rules sought to escape the control of the heavenly path. Thus, numerous rules conspired together, ensnaring many powerful beings and imprisoning the heavenly in a world devoid of the heavenly Tao. Cataclysmic epochs would erupt every 10 million years, and the beings that perished during these calamities would serve as nourishment for the primordial rules, as the first primordial rule emerging from the chaos. The sword heart was naturally averse to witnessing such a scene. However, despite the formidable nature of the primordial rules, they required a strong being to anchor their power. Otherwise, even the might of the sword heart could not avert disaster. Consequently, the sword heart embarked on a quest to find a being capable of withstanding its energy. After a prolonged search, the sword heart finally encountered a young human named Bai Fengliu. Yet, it wasn't long before Bai Fengliu, merely at the golden core stage, discerned the presence of the sword heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he expelled the sword heart from within his body. In Bai Fengliu's own words, I alone with my sword am sufficient. What need have I for external aid? Upon hearing this, the sword heart sighed deeply. As the most powerful primordial rule in existence, it was disheartened to find itself rejected by a human for the first time. After a brief silence, Ku Wui remarked, I believe my master is correct. I do not require your assistance. You may seek another host. With that, he added, you would have perished without me. Why put on airs? Do you think you are Bai Fengliu? You are but a mere wretch. Your master was invincible across the realms at your age. He truly did not need me. But look at you. What a pitiful specimen. At times, I even question my own judgment. The sword heart retorted disdainfully. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ku Wui pondered the sword heart's words. Indeed, they struck a chord. Without further contemplation regarding the sword heart's predicament, Ku Wui inquired curiously, do you know how powerful my master is? This question had long lingered in his mind, yet Bai Fengliu's prowess remained an enigma. The sword heart paused for a moment before slowly uttering two words, unrivaled. So strong? Ku Wui exclaimed, astonished. He could theoretically prevent the epical calamity, yet he was unable to intervene. The sword heart lamented, your master actually has another disciple, who was my second host. Unfortunately, he was slain by a group of foolish humans. The sword heart continued, its tone dripping with derision. Later, your master discovered a method to counter the epical catastrophe and recognized my significance. Yet, by the time he returned, it was too late. I could no longer merge with him. It wasn't that he could not bear my power, but rather that I could not withstand his. He was simply too strong to that moment. I realized that your master had long since transcended the constraints of this world and attained genuine freedom. The reason your master could prevent the calamity but could not act was twofold. First, these primordial rules are manifestations of the chaos of the heavens, capable of concealing themselves within the void. To uncover these celestial rules, one must shatter the chaos, which would result in the total collapse of the laws governing the universe. Secondly, there are other formidable beings lurking behind these rules, and your master is unaware of their identities. As for why my assistance is essential, you will come to understand in due time. Then why did my master seal you? Ku Wui asked. At that time, I had yet to awaken and establish a connection with you. That would not have been beneficial for you, the sword heart replied. Now that you have awakened, I presume your master will no longer seal me. Indeed, the sword heart answered. After all this, it seems you have yet to specify the assistance you can offer me. Kuyo voiced his inner thoughts. As long as you desire, I can amplify your cultivation speed 100-fold. The sword heart declared nonchalantly. What? Wouldn't that be akin to cheating? Indeed, I am the embodiment of such cheating. The first harbinger of the chaos. After a while, the sword heart sent Kuyo forth. As Kuyo, bound by the thunder leopard, suddenly opened his eyes, an explosive surge of sword intent erupted from him. Great Swordmaster, his cultivation soared continuously. Early stage nascent soul, mid-stage peak. Early stage divine ability, mid-stage peak, transmutation. He halted only upon reaching the early stage of transmutation. Exhilarating, he roared, reveling in the boundless spiritual energy coursing through him. He then broke free from the thunder leopard's restraints. A slash of ethereal sword light cleaved through the bewildered thunder leopard, obliterating it utterly. Suddenly, Kuyo felt a shift in the surrounding space, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the forest. Facing Bai Fengliu and Xiao Ke. The sword heart has awakened? Bai Fengliu inquired, his tone inscrutable. Yes, master. Kuyo responded, a fortuitous event. However, the path ahead may prove more arduous. Bai Fengliu cautioned. Master, why is that? Kuyo asked, perplexed. Now that the cheat has been activated, why would it be more difficult? Are you referring to that path? The voice of the sword heart echoed. Bai Fengliu nodded in affirmation. Old brother, you do not intend for your nephew to traverse that path. Do you? Xiao Ke, seemingly grasping the situation, asked in astonishment. Indeed, it is the path of breaking limits, Bai Fengliu replied coolly. Nephew, I wish you the best of luck, Xiao Ke said, casting a sympathetic glance at Kuyo. What is the path of breaking limits? Kuyo queried, utterly bewildered. I shall explain, Xiao Ke began. Nephew, you are aware of the sword heart's capabilities. It can significantly accelerate your cultivation speed without any instability. Its second host reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As one of the 4 great demon kings under Yuan, Xiao Ke was clearly privy to many secrets. For this reason, during your cultivation, the sword heart can impart the insights of its second host at each level into your own understanding. Thus, you will encounter no issues in your cultivation until you surpass the Emperor realm. Is that not a good thing? Kuyo questioned, confused. Isn't this akin to a legacy? How can this be a bad thing? Nephew, do you not realize that if you ascend to the pinnacle using this method, the Emperor realm will become your limit? In other words, you will lose your comprehension of the great Tao. Xiao Ke explained. The so-called path of breaking limits entails shattering your cultivation and starting anew, seeking to grasp the essence of each realm within the Tower of Breaking Limits. The Tower of Breaking Limits? Kuyo asked, puzzled. You need not concern yourself with the origins of the tower. Simply know that upon reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, you will face its trials. Should you fail, you will be reduced to a complete and utter failure. Old brother, is the trial of the Tower of Breaking Limits truly that difficult? Kuyo inquired. Indeed, it is, the sword heart's voice chimed in. Since ancient times, only 2 individuals have passed the trials of the Tower of Breaking Limits. One is Yuan, and the other is your master, Bai Fengliu? It is that difficult, Kuyo exclaimed, astonished. Who are these 2? One is hailed as unrivaled by the sword heart, and the other is the progenitor of all demons. Must it be so exaggerated? Otherwise, do you think this cultivation is simply bestowed upon you? Bai Fengliu remarked casually. Kuyo fell silent, realizing the truth in those words. In this world, there are no free lunches. Master, what if I fail? Kuyo suddenly turned to Bai Fengliu and asked. There is no room for failure. You must not fail, Bai Fengliu stated before turning to leave. Nephew, the expectations your old brother has for you are quite high. Strive for greatness, Xiao Ke said before vanishing. I in the starry sky. Bai Fengliu gazed down upon the myriad realms, accompanied by a refined gentleman. Old man Yuan, do you believe I should directly intervene and seize that hidden figure? Indeed, for you already possess the answer in your heart. Otherwise, why inquire of me? Yuan replied with a smile. The revered Swordmaster, known for instilling fear across the world, also harbors a heart of compassion. You are concerned for the common folk. unwilling to disrupt the last vestiges of chaos in this world. Old Bai, are you truly not worried that this lad might not withstand the trials of the Tower of Breaking Limits? Bai Fengliu shook his head resolutely. He must succeed. Time is of the essence. This era is unlike any before. If he fails, there will be no second chance. Yuan-Ti nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed," she continued. Jianxin understands this principle as well. Otherwise, he would not be so forthright. This is also the reason I have refrained from sealing him again. Bai Fengliu remarked that, in truth, I have been troubled by Jianxin's painfully slow progress since his sealing. His awakening this time has inadvertently made a choice for me. After speaking, Bai Fengliu turned to Yuan-Ti and inquired, "Is there any news from the Cosmic Divine Court?" Upon hearing this, Yuan-Ti scoffed. "A group of inept fools. Can we really rely on them? Although that lad has grasped some matters, the burden he carries is far heavier than he realizes." Yuan-Ti sighed softly. "If that lad fails, what do you plan to do?" He asked Bai Fengliu. "I have stated it clearly. He cannot fail," Bai Fengliu asserted. "Yes, it cannot, or will not." Yuan-Ti probed, gazing at Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu offered no response. Instead, locking eyes with Yuan-Ti, they exchanged a knowing smile, and Yuan-Ti felt he had found his answer. Within the small world, Kowui remained rooted in place. There are always fleeting winds in the mortal realm, filling my countless dreams. Yet these countless dreams are but fleeting winds. Kowui collected his thoughts and then departed the small world. One must gain some while losing others. Let everything unfold naturally. Wow, brother, seeing Kowui at the early stage of his tribulation, Guanxiu is utterly astonished. His mouth agape. Kowui spoke with an air of arrogance. "Guanxiu, I will be away for a while. The operations of the Wui imperial sect will be entrusted to you, and you shall have full authority over resource allocation." Kowui directed his gaze at Guanxiu. "Brother, I wish to send the disciples of the sect to various empires for training. Since joining the Wui imperial sect, although they have been diligent, they have grown too comfortable under the sect protection. We're going to war with the Soul sect in a year." Guanxiu remarked to Kowui. Dake Iwui pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, then turned and left. Dake Iwui soon found Bai Fengliu, who was accompanied by a strikingly handsome man. This man was tall and possessed piercing eyes, yet curiously, there were faint scales visible on his arms. "Master, who is this handsome fellow?" Kowui inquired with curiosity. "Handsome fellow? Nephew. If you can speak, do so more." "Your uncle enjoys it." The handsome man spoke, and Kowui immediately recognized him. "Ah, it's that good-for-nothing Xiongqi. Xiongqi, why are you following my master?" Xiongqi chuckled, hearing Brother Bai mention the girls of Dongzhou. I couldn't help, but he was abruptly interrupted by Bai Fengliu's warning glare. He gulped. The girls of Dongzhou." Witnessing this, Bai Fengliu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He began to doubt whether bringing this fellow along had been a wise decision. Xiongqi and Bai Fengliu swiftly appeared in the land of Dongzhou. "Now that we are here, rein in a bit. This place cannot withstand your antics," Bai Fengliu advised Xiongqi. "Understood, Brother Bai." Xiongqi grinned. "Nephew, where is everyone?" Just as Xiongqi was about to speak to Kowui, he turned around to find him missing. "Brother, where is my nephew?" he asked Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu paused. Then, after a moment of silence, he replied, "I forgot him." At that moment, Kowui stood in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the spot where Bai Fengliu and Xiongqi had vanished. The wind here is so cold, so chaotic. Just as Kowui was lost in thought, a rift suddenly opened in the sky above him, and a massive hand reached down, pulling him inside. In the next moment, he found himself standing before Bai Fengliu and Xiongqi. "Let us go and familiarize ourselves with this place," Bai Fengliu said calmly. Leading the way, the three strolled leisurely, absorbing their surroundings. In truth, the spiritual energy in Dongzhou was several times denser than that of the Dawn Empire. However, having grown accustomed to the small world, Kowui felt little difference. As they walked, Bai Fengliu suddenly broke into a smile, while Xiongqi furrowed his brow, leaving only Kowui, the oblivious fool, to admire the scenery. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Iwui frowned, curiously observing the newcomer, a cultivator at the pinnacle of divine powers. The individual looked at the trio and declared, "Robbery, robbery, robbery. Hand over your valuables." The three exchanged incredulous glances. "Brother, he's mimicking you, and even more ferociously," Kowui remarked to Xiongqi. Xiongqi was taken aback, then rolled up his sleeves. "Damn it, he's copying me." He was ready to charge at the man, but was held back by Bai Fengliu. The cultivator brandished a large blade and continued, but before he could finish, Kowui interjected. "This road is yours. This tree is yours. If you wish to pass, leave a toll behind. I sent that right, good sir?" "Exactly." The man glared fiercely at Bai Fengliu and the others. Iwui approached him and patted his shoulder. "Let us go, my good fellow. You've chosen the wrong target for your robbery today. Those two behind me have rather bad tempers." Faced with such a character, Kowui had little desire to engage. The cultivator suddenly thrust his blade forward, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Get lost!" Before he could finish, Xiongqi delivered a swift slap, sending the man crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Observing this, Xiongqi was slightly taken aback, though he had controlled his strength and minimized the impact. It was still beyond what a pinnacle divine cultivator could withstand. The man staggered to his feet, brandishing the large blade and charging at Xiongqi. "Brother Bai, are the cultivators of Dongzhou really this dull? Why aren't they fleeing?" Xiongqi asked Bai Fengliu, astonished. Before Bai Fengliu could respond, the cultivator dashed in front of Xiongqi, then suddenly clung to Xiongqi's leg, shouting, "You hit me! You owe me money!" Xiongqi had never felt so speechless in his life. He glared at the cultivator still clinging to his leg, his anger gradually building. He raised his hand, ready to eliminate this pest. However, Bai Fengliu shook his head and, with a flick of his finger, sent a beam of white light into the cultivator. The man paused momentarily, then resumed yelling, "You hit me! You owe me money! What the hell? Am I stuttering?" He quickly released Xiongqi's leg, his expression one of shock as he stared at Bai Fengliu. "Brother, what have you done?" Xiongqi asked, perplexed, knowing that Bai Fengliu was not one to show mercy. Countless worlds had been erased by his hand, yet there was no trace of killing intent emanating from him. Bai Fengliu replied calmly. Xiongqi looked at the cultivator, his expression growing strange. "What's your name? How long have you been in this line of work?" Xiongqi inquired. The man hesitated for a moment before answering. "Senior, I am Xiao Ke, and I have been a bandit for 40 years. He responded respectfully, recognizing that these three were undoubtedly formidable figures. "Ah, good name. It suits you," Xiongqi replied, utterly bemused. "But why have you been here for 40 years without a shred of killing intent?" Xiongqi pressed further. "I only rob for wealth, not life," Kowui interjected. Xiao Ke shook his head slightly. "That's not it. Those I stop have never waited for me to finish speaking before they leave. In light of your lack of bloodshed, you may go," Bai Fengliu stated nonchalantly. The man bowed deeply, then departed. Once he was gone, Kowui, puzzled, asked, "Master, how can he reach the pinnacle of corporeal form without ever killing? Where does he get the resources to cultivate?" "Nephew, he isn't human. He is a spirit in disguise. Much like the lesser spirit, he is a benevolent spirit, though his bloodline is quite feeble," Xiongqi explained. "Even spirits can stutter?" Kowui inquired, but before Ngq could respond, he began to speak to himself. Indeed, it was to be expected that even Ngq, one of the 4 great demon kings, would stutter. How peculiar! Upon hearing this, Ngq gazed at Bai Fengliu with a calm expression. "Brother, whatever you say today, I must ensure this fellow meets his demise, even if he were to kill me. I must first eliminate him." He then turned his attention to Kowui. "Nephew, let us bring about destruction. Let no one survive." With that, he charged towards Kowui. The trio continued onward, oblivious to the passage of time, until a vast city emerged before their eyes. With a mere thought, Bai Fengliu grasped the entirety of the power dynamics across the eastern continent. The land was divided into 5 major cities. In the east, TNW City, the strongest power being Jijian Mountain. In the west, El Engdian City, dominated by the Diazing. In the north, Nhong City, a chaotic amalgamation of various powers. In the south, Gu City, with the Soul Sect as its strongest force. And in the center, Ngd City, where the Tianj Pavilion held sway. The city before them was none other than HNGD City. As they entered HNGD City, Kawui couldn't shake the feeling of being a country bumpkin once more. Brother, I must say, the female cultivators here are truly enchanting, Chi NGQ remarked with a lecherous grin directed at Bai Fengliu. Bai Fengliu responded, "What are you talking about? I fail to comprehend. Let's find a place to settle." Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly, heading straight for the Tianj Pavilion at the city's heart. Upon reaching the entrance of the Tianj Pavilion, Kawui gazed in awe at the magnificent structure. But he couldn't help but lament how his own Wui Emperor's sect paled in comparison. Halt! Just as the trio was about to step into the pavilion, a voice called out, and a disciple appeared before them seemingly out of thin air, without a peak of divine abilities, and he was merely a gatekeeper. Bai Fengliu remained silent, standing still. "Honored guest, Ancient Tianj was unable to welcome you immediately. I hope you will not take offense," an elderly voice echoed, and an old man clad in white appeared before them. "You may leave now," he instructed the Tianj Pavilion disciple. "Yes, ancestor," the disciple respectfully bowed and departed. "Please, esteemed elder," Ancient Tianj approached Bai Fengliu, bowing slightly in respect. "Nephew, take note of what it means to make an impression," Chi NGQ remarked to Kawui. I aspire to be a low-key individual. Elder Bai also desires to be humble, but circumstances do not permit." Ancient Tianj led the trio into a quaint, antiquated reception hall. "Elder, the first generation of our Tianj Pavilion's ancestors left behind a prophecy when esteemed guests arrive. It heralds the resurgence of our pavilion." Ancient Tianj spoke with a hint of solemnity. "Tianj Taoist, that individual possesses considerable insight." Bai Fengliu smiled softly, then shifted the conversation. "How did you ascertain that I am the one the old Taoist spoke of?" "Esteemed elder, when my ancestor departed, he left behind this artifact." Ancient Tianj produced a shimmering piece of crystal glowing with a faint white light, carefully presenting it to Bai Fengliu. "Why ancestor proclaimed that when this crystal emits light, it signifies your arrival. However, it is with great shame that I admit I have not discerned its nature despite researching for tens of thousands of years." Ancient Tianj confessed. "Then how did you conclude that my master is indeed that person, rather than myself or brother Chi NGQ?" Kawui asked, perplexed. "Young friend, do you not have a sense of your own strength? While I cannot perceive the elder beside you, there is a subtle aura of the demon race flowing around him. As for you," he paused, "there is no possibility. My apologies for my indiscretion. How could this be?" The stargazing mirror shattered. Chi NGQ exclaimed with a grave demeanor. "During the last epical calamity," Bai Fengliu replied calmly. Ancient Tianj and Kawui shared a blank expression, both unaware of what the stargazing mirror was. During the last epical calamity, that old Taoist shattered the stargazing mirror to forcibly preserve the Su Nti in Great World. Bai Fengliu elaborated. "Are you implying that the Su Nti in Great World has recently faced a cataclysm?" Ancient Tianj inquired. "Indeed, the Tianj Pavilion has fallen into decline," Bai Fengliu remarked wistfully. "I, as a junior, have failed to elevate the Tianj Pavilion, and I feel ashamed." Ancient Tianj sighed. "You possess some intriguing qualities." Bai Fengliu regarded Ancient Tianj with a smile. "Your flattery is unwarranted. I merely outlived many other cultivators in the eastern continent." Ancient Tianj replied humbly. Bai Fengliu remained silent, contemplating the fragment of the stargazing mirror in his possession. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Within a grand world, an elderly man dressed in rags, resembling a beggar, was setting up a stall on the street of a city to read fortunes, observing people, observing land, observing destiny, divining paths, divining fates, divining the heavenly machine. 2 small flags hung before the elderly man's stall, yet not a single passerby approached for a reading. The old man sat languidly at his stall, indifferent to the world around him. Suddenly, he lifted his head to gaze at the starry sky. "Oh, Bai Fengliu has reached the Tianj Pavilion? This is a decade earlier than I predicted. Could it be that the situation is truly this dire?" the old man muttered to himself. "Hey, old man, how much for a reading?" a middle-aged man approached. only to find that the elderly figure in his stall had vanished in a thin A-I-T this moment within the Tianj pavilion of the eastern continent. All the high-ranking members were gathered. Ancestor, can that young man truly lead our Tianj pavilion to its zenith? The pavilion master inquired respectfully of Ancient Tianj. Ancient Tianj nodded. I just performed a divination. Aside from the fates of those two elders which I cannot perceive, the fate of that young man. Ancient Tianj's voice abruptly halted. The spiritual energy and life force within him began to drain frantically. Ancestor, witnessing this, many of the Tianj pavilion's high-ranking members rushed to Ancient Tianj's side. You old fool, lacking the ability, yet forcing yourself to divine that boy's fate. Bai Fengliu's voice reached their ears as he materialized beside Ancient Tianj. Gently waving his hand, the rapidly depleting spiritual energy and life force within Ancient Tianj came to a halt and gradually began to recover. Thank you, esteemed elder. Ancient Tianj rose, bowing deeply. That old Taoist left the Tianj secret realm in the Tianj pavilion. Correct? Bai Fengliu inquired. Yes, esteemed elder. Ancient Tianj replied with reverence. Tomorrow, allow that boy to enter the Tianj secret realm. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Tianj pavilion displayed expressions of shock. It was not merely because Bai Fengliu intended to utilize the Tianj secret realm, but rather due to its extreme dangers. Even peak tribulation stage cultivators who entered faced certain death. And that young man was merely at the early stages of tribulation transformation. Simply activate the secret realm. The rest will take care of itself. Bai Fengliu finished before disappearing. Let us heed the elders' arrangements. Ancient Tianj remarked. Yes. Outside a brothel near the Tianj pavilion, Qianjiq was reveling in the company of two beautiful women, wearing a particularly smug expression. Ha! Now this is what I call enjoyment. What pleasure is there in endless fighting? Qianjiq laughed heartily. My lord, allow me to serve you tonight. One of the women cooed seductively, and Qianjiq's eart this. Qianjiq froze. As an ancient virgin for countless years, he was a novice in such matters. It wasn't that he lacked desire, but rather due to the violent nature of his bloodline. If the other party's bloodline were too low, well, you can imagine. Realizing this, Qianjiq quickly stood up. That's enough for today. I shall return another day. With that, he strode toward the exit. Humph. All show and no substance. I thought he was more formidable. Turns out he's just a weakling. Kawui, who had just exited another room, couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. However, before he could open his mouth to mock Qianjiq, a voice came from behind. Laughing at others while you yourself are just as weak. Birds of a feather. The next morning, Bai Fengliu brought Kawui to the entrance of the Tianj secret realm. Gazing at the beam of light before him, Kawui was filled with curiosity. Master, what is this? A wondrous place. Bai Fengliu smiled, though his smile appeared somewhat peculiar. Master, Kawui had just begun to speak when I was abruptly cast into the secret realm of heavenly mechanisms by Bai Fengliu. Kawui felt powerful forces tearing at his body, and just as he sensed that he might be torn apart, he finally landed successfully on a patch of ground. Looking around with curiosity, he thought to himself, isn't this supposed to be a secret realm? Why does it resemble a fighting arena? Damn it, this is not at all what I envisioned. Aren't secret realms supposed to be filled with treasures? Bai Laoj, speaking of the heavenly mechanism Taoist, is truly a trickster. He took a perfectly good heavenly mechanism tower and renamed it the heavenly mechanism secret realm, which is nothing but a blatant misguidance for future generations. Qiongqi also arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, gazing disdainfully at the imagery projected by the formation. That old fellow scours the world for powerful beings, then finds a way to extract a trace of their essence and inject it into this transcendent secret realm. That old man is quite cunning, contributing nothing while merely reaping the benefits. The more Qiongqi spoke, the more agitated he became. All right, so you were just taught a lesson by that old Taoist. Is it really necessary to be so worked up? Bai Fengliu remarked, turning to Qiongqi. Absolutely. At that moment, within the vast expanse of the secret realm, Kawui was curiously examining the 9 beams of light before him, just as he was still in a daze. These 9 beams suddenly manifested in front of him. Disciples entering the secret realm, Please select one of the 9 beams of light as your trial target. An aged voice resounded. Upon hearing this, Kuwui understood. This was no secret realm, but rather a competition arena. Since Bai Fengliu had thrown him in, he had no choice but to engage in a few matches if he wished to be released. Thus, he stepped forward to the 4th beam and declared, "I choose this one." As soon as his words fell, the voice echoed again. 4th arena, the sovereign of the great world, Xing Wangtian, cultivation level compressed to the peak of the Tribulation Crossing. Peak of Tribulation Crossing. Are you joking? Kuwui was utterly bewildered. Is the first opponent already at the peak of Tribulation Crossing? What kind of game is this? Before he could ponder further, a man clad in imperial robes appeared before him. Young friend, please. Xing Wangtian regarded Kuwui with a composed demeanor. Senior, I have a question. Speak, young friend. Are you trapped here? Xing Wangtian shook his head. Just a trace of essence. Kuwui nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He then unleashed his full power, launching a sword strike toward Xing Wangtian. Kuwui thought, since it's just a trace of essence, I can outlast him. Eventually, he will be extinguished. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Before he could reach Xing Wangtian, he was sent flying by a single palm strike. Rising with a solemn expression, Kuwui realized he had underestimated the situation. Even if this Xing Wangtian were to fade away, judging by the current display of power, he would be defeated long before he could whittle down his opponent. Realm of No Day. Kuwui activated the Realm of No Day. At this moment, the realm was exponentially stronger than before, covered by the Realm of No Day. Xing Wangtian frowned slightly, sensing a hint of familiarity within the domain. However, being merely a trace of essence, he lacked the memories of his true form. After establishing the Realm of No Day, Kuwui unleashed several sword lights aimed at the void. In response, Xing Wangtian merely smiled and produced a jade fan in his hand. Control, as Xing Wangtian spoke. The jade fan emitted a faint glow, effortlessly countering all of Kuwui's sword lights. Untraceable. In an instant, countless sword energies enveloped Xing Wangtian within the Realm of No Day. Kuwui roared, activating the formless law body, unleashing an incredibly powerful sword light. Xing Wangtian remained unfazed, unfurling the jade fan and gently waving it, erasing the surrounding sword energies with a mere break. Pointing the jade fan forward, he successfully blocked the sword light aimed at the void. Yet, his body began to shimmer with ethereality. Time is running short. Xing Wangtian murmured to himself before vanishing from his original position. The next moment, he appeared beside Kuwui. With a resounding crash, Kuwui was hurled away by a swat from Xing Wangtian. Colliding violently with the surrounding formation, Xing Wangtian reappeared beside Kuwui. His form was nearly dissipating. Young friend, it seems you have passed this trial. Congratulations, Xing Wangtian declared before disappearing entirely, before the projection formation. Witnessing this scene, Xiongqi scoffed, not satisfying at all. My nephew has such luck. Not only did he encounter this pedantic fellow, but it was also at the moment when Xing Wangtian's essence was on the verge of fading. Indeed, by the time Xing Wangtian's essence reached Kuwui, it was nearly extinguished due to the countless cultivators who had previously entered the secret realm of heavenly mechanisms. First trial passed. Please select the 2nd beam of light. The voice echoed once more. There's no time for rest. Kuwui muttered to himself. The intensity of this trial is extraordinary. Without further contemplation, he approached the 1st beam of light, reasoning that most cultivators likely chose the first option, implying that the essence within it might be considerably weakened. However, he was not the only one with this line of thought. The 1st beam of light, Xiongqi from the demon realm. What the hell? Both Kuwui in the infinite secret realm and Xiongqi before the projection formation exclaimed simultaneously. Kuwui was astonished to find himself facing Xiongqi, while Xiongqi was taken aback to discover he was among the first batch of 9 beams. It was well known that the essence within the later beams belonged to increasingly potent beings. That old man must be blind. Am I really that weak? Xiongqi scoffed. Don't feel wronged. There are a total of 28 beams in 4 batches. The fact that you are among the beams indicates that the heavenly mechanism Taoist believes you rank within the top 30 of the Zhutian. Bai Fengliu interjected. That doesn't mean I should be this far back. Xiongqi retorted, still feeling disgruntled. The second batch includes Longting, Thithian, Xingyun, Kaishen, and so forth. By Laoj, Xiongqi continued, I can accept the first two, and Thithian's placement is fair. But how can that Kaishen fellow rank above me? Bai Fengliu glanced at Xiongqi. To be honest, I'm not pleased either, but what can we do? That fellow has wealth. Damn that monetary power. He has decked out in divine gear. I'm almost tempted to rob his drunken immortal pavilion. Brother, you mentioned 4 batches, so why are there only 28 beams? Xiongqi asked, puzzled. Bai Fengliu smiled slightly because the last batch contains only 1 beam. 1? Who? Xiongqi inquired. Me. In the infinite secret realm, Xiongqi, suppressed at the peak of the tribulation crossing, stared at Kawui, kid, who gave you the audacity to choose me. Brother, don't you recognize me? Kawui queried, bewildered. But in the next moment he realized that the other party was merely a trace of essence, and had not known him when that essence was left behind. Who the hell are you? I need to know you, Xiongqi replied disdainfully. Before the projection formation, Bai Fengliu turned to Xiongqi. Now you understand why you keep getting beaten up, right? Just look at that punchable face of yours. To this, Xiongqi could only offer an awkward smile. Ke Iwui wasted no words and directly activated Xiongqi's right arm, eager to gauge the strength of Xiongqi at the peak of the tribulation crossing. Upon witnessing the activation of Xiongqi's right arm, the essence of Xiongqi in the infinite secret realm suddenly changed expression. Kid, who exactly are you? Impossible. How can you possess the essence of the true body? Then Xiongqi muttered to himself, damn it, that true body must have been showing off and was taken down. What a disgrace. Even a human brat of such cultivation can divide the essence of the true body. At this point, he raised his head, and his entire demeanor shifted to a violent fury, his eyes turning blood red, with sharp fangs glimmering ominously. Regardless of what happened to that true body, you should not have tainted his essence. You shall die. Upon finishing his words, his figure suddenly surged forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light that darted towards Kawui. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Xiongqi gaped in astonishment, then turned to Bai Fengliu with a bewildered expression. Brother, was I really that insufferable before? Damn it, I don't even have faith in my own aura. What does it mean to be at someone else's mercy? No way, I need to change my temper. It absolutely must be changed. Inside the secret realm, Kawui was already engaged in combat with Xiongqi that he unleashed the realm of eternal night and the formless Dharmakaya, channeling all his power into Xiongqi's right arm, clashing fiercely with Xiongqi's aura. Soon, Kawui discerned that the aura before him was alarmingly feeble. Aside from its somewhat intimidating appearance, its combat prowess was utterly subpar, with his cultivation at the early stage of calamity transformation. He surprisingly held his ground against Xiongqi, who was at the peak of tribulation and even seemed to gain the upper hand. What is going on? Is my brother Xiongqi really this weak? Brother, to be honest, I didn't expect you to be this feeble. Kawui remarked at the furious aura of Xiongqi before him. Damn it, if it weren't for that old Taoist, how could I possibly be so weak? Xiongqi's aura was seething with rage. Outside the secret realm, Bai Fengliu turned to Xiongqi. When did you leave behind this aura? It's exceedingly weak. Xiongqi's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied awkwardly. Back then, that old Taoist saw me out and immediately demanded an aura from me. You know my temper at that time, so I definitely got into a scuffle with him. As a result, I was left with barely a breath. And he took away my aura. Bai Fengliu was left speechless. It was no wonder this aura of Xiongqi was so weak. Of course, there was also the factor of his cultivation being suppressed to the peak of tribulation. Without that suppression, even the feeblest aura from Xiongqi would have been enough to instantly obliterate Kawui. Within the secret realm, Kawui grew increasingly exasperated. Xiongqi's phantom had inflicted no damage on him thus far, and he was on the verge of fading away. Kid, consider yourself lucky. If we meet again, oh wait, there one tibia next time, it seems that fellow in my true form has already perished. With that, the phantom of Xiongqi vanished without a trace. You just wait. You and your whole family are done for. Xiongqi bellowed outside the secret realm. After his outburst, he noticed Bai Fengliu looking at him with a peculiar expression. Something fell off. The second trial has been passed. Please select your third opponent. The voice echoed, once more. Ke Iwui hastily swallowed a divine elixir and slowly approached the light column, glancing left and right. He chose not to select. After a while, the voice resounded again. Are you going to pick? Or what? Why are you cursing? I'll choose when I'm ready, Kawui retorted, then stepped up to the last beam of light. I choose him, he declared, gazing at the light beam before him. The ninth beam, the young Bai Fengliu cultivation, early stage of the nascent soul. The voice resonated again. Young Bai Fengliu, what the hell, my master? Kawui felt his legs nearly give way. The shadow Bai Fengliu cast over him was simply too profound. Brother, didn't you say you were at the end? Xiongqi asked curiously. Bai Fengliu smiled faintly. That old Taoist has lived longer than I have. He found me when I was young, but at that time, I believe I was only at the nascent soul level. Nascence? Who the hell does that old man think he is? He found you at nascent soul level, and he placed you and me together. Xiongqi felt as if he'd been struck by a devastating blow. The strongest blow in the world. Gazing at the youthful visage of Bai Fengliu, Kawui couldn't help but chuckle. This Bai Fengliu hardly looked like a youth. He resembled a mere child. I think I will meet you again, young Bai Fengliu spoke. What? Is that so impressive? Kawui nodded. Young man, I see extraordinary potential in you. I foresee you becoming my disciple in the future, outside the secret realm. Xiongqi's mouth fell agape. He looked at Bai Fengliu and saw his face darkening. Nephew, even if you get beaten to death inside. Please don't come out, Xiongqi muttered softly. I don't believe it. Young Bai Fengliu smiled slightly. Oh, why not? You're too pathetic. What? Wait, who are you talking to? You, with your nascent soul aura, looking down on me. Old Bai. Don't blame me. You were just too insufferable as a child. Kawui exclaimed before charging at young Bai Fengliu, shouting, Today I'll show you what a slap is. He unleashed Xiongqi's right arm for a fierce slap at young Bai Fengliu. With a resounding smack, Kawui was sent flying. He got back up, astonished, staring at the smiling young Bai Fengliu. What? This can't be right. Is a nascent soul at such a level of strength? Kawui felt as if he was dreaming. He charged once more. Smack. Once again, he was flung away. What the hell? Kawui got back up and rushed again, only to be sent flying once more. Damn it. Again and again, after more than 10 exchanges when Kawui stood up again. He unleashed all his might, activating the realm of eternal night and the formless Dharmakaya, trembling as he warned young Bai Fengliu. I advise you not to come any closer. Young Bai Fengliu gazed at the realm of eternal night that enveloped him. A youthful smile resurfacing on his face. Oh, I can do that too. And then, an endless darkness enveloped the boundless secret realm. Outside, Xiongqi watched in disbelief. Brother, you've truly opened my eyes by stabbing me in the rear with a little knife. Within the pitch-black realm of eternal night, Kawui felt utterly weak. Just look at him, and then look at me. What even is my realm of eternal night? A flash of sword light appeared, leaving a small cut on Kawui's left shoulder. No way. I must find a way to break through this realm of eternal night. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Without hesitation, Kawui prepared to unleash the slash of void. But the next moment, he froze in shock. What the hell is happening? I can't mobilize any spiritual energy within me, and the slash of void is utterly ineffective. No way. Impossible. Kawui never anticipated that young Bai Fengliu's realm of eternal night had already merged with the no way. Impossible? Not good. Kawui's expression changed. He realized he was finished this time. The sound of blades slicing flesh echoed, and Kawui felt a gash appear on his left arm. Then, all over his body. Before long, Kawui was covered in wounds, yet no blood flowed. Young Bai Fengliu retracted the realm of eternal night, looking somewhat disappointed as he addressed Kawui. Too weak. No fun. Kawui had no rebuttal. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, but he simply couldn't that with his cultivation at the early stage of calamity transformation, he had no means of retaliation against young Bai Fengliu, who stood at the early stage of the nascent soul. All right then, let me send you on your way. Young Bai Fengliu's sword intent surged, a buzzing sound emanating from his sword. Wait, Kawui suddenly exclaimed. Oh, do you have something to say? Actually, I'm your disciple. Kawui managed a smile. I know. Young Bai Fengliu replied, his tone still calm. Once you unleashed the realm of eternal night, I understood. He added, so, you plan to kill me? Kawui felt a pang of innocence. Big brother, since you know I'm your disciple, why still seek to kill me? I'm merely an aura. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. Moreover, what relevance do I, in the future, have with the me of now? Kawui's words were abruptly cut off as he interjected, all right, stop talking. It's annoying. Just go ahead and kill me. With that, he unleashed several slash of void attacks. Young Bai Fengliu smiled faintly, positioning his sword before his chest, then spreading his arms wide, in an instant, 8 identical swords appeared around him. Extreme, young Bai Fengliu uttered slowly. The slash of void that had approached him dissipated entirely. Kawui found himself pinned to the formation by the sword in young Bai Fengliu's hand. Instantaneous obliteration. A sigh escaped, and the next moment, Kawui felt the sword intent swirling around him. The sword of eternal night flickering at the center of his brow. The sword chi within the boundless secret realm continuously surged into Kawui's body, while his cultivation level steadily ascended. With a resounding boom, a powerful wave of energy radiated forth, propelling Kawui directly into the mid-stage of the tribulation transformation. Sword Heart, how is it that you have appeared yet again? The youth Bai Fengliu gazed at the sword heart within Kawui and inquired. I shan't play with you any longer. I cannot contend with you, who possesses the sword heart. You may seek out my true self for a battle. With that, the youth Bai Fengliu vanished without a trace. Kawui stood in stunned silence, and after a moment, he bellowed, if you wish to end my life, just say so. You want me to fight against the current you? Are you foolish, or am I the one who's foolish? Brother, is that all? Xiongqi remarked, his interest waning. He had looked forward to witnessing Kawui being thoroughly beaten by the youth Bai Fengliu. With the blessing of the sword heart, it was indeed a formidable challenge for me to slay him back then. Bai Fengliu replied nonchalantly. Challenging, but not impossible? Xiongqi inquired. Bai Fengliu nodded in affirmation. Brother, please tell me, have you ever faced a feat since your cultivation began? Bai Fengliu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I reached the nascent soul at 9, attained sainthood at 10, secured the title of emperor at 13, traversed the broken extremity tower at 15, and thereafter embarked on an invincible path. Xiongqi fell silent, and after a brief pause, he looked up at Bai Fengliu, speaking earnestly. Brother, I believe you are truly the first boastful figure since the beginning of chaos. The sword heart is but a trifling matter. Sword heart, is it true that with sword intent, I can infinitely break through? Kawui queried. Not at all, Bai Fengliu retorted. Only my sword intent can facilitate your breakthroughs. Why is that? Because I once resided within him for a period. Only his sword intent can be absorbed and transformed by me. Then, after I emerge, I shall ask my master for some sword chi. Could you assist me in acquiring a title of emperor for fun? Kawui suddenly remembered this notion. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I have lived enough? The voice of the sword heart echoed. By the heavens, you should inquire around the world regarding the current Bai Fengliu. Who can withstand even a few of his sword strikes? Before I could undergo transformation, I might very well explode myself. The sword heart's furious voice resounded. Having passed the 3rd trial, please select the 4th beam. The voice within the secret realm echoed once more. This time, the beam returned to 9, and they were even sturdier than before. I choose the 2nd beam. Kawui, too lazy to leap, thought that whatever emerged would be more monstrous than the last. The 2nd beam was the god of wealth of the universe. Allow me. As soon as that voice fell, another voice promptly followed. Hearing this familiar voice, Kawui nearly choked. Damn, I just finished battling the youth Bai Fengliu. And now this fellow Bai Fengliu has appeared. In the next instant, Bai Fengliu's figure materialized before him. Senior, someone is cheating. Are you not going to intervene? Quickly, retract him, Kawui shouted aloud within the secret realm. Senior, deal with him, retract him. You fool, be silent. If I could manage it, I would. After that voice spoke, it fell silent completely. Kawui swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Greetings, master. Bai Fengliu smiled back at him. Come now, I shall grant you the opportunity to learn a lesson. Must I? Indeed. Outside the secret realm, Xiongqi wore a mischievous grin as he observed Bai Fengliu. Brother, this is not merely an aura. It is a manifestation of your avatar. Bai Fengliu nodded and then calmly stated, "My disciple has not acted foolishly for several days. His hands have been quite restless." Upon hearing this, Qiongqi's smile grew increasingly lewd. "Heh, a good show is about to unfold. Come, let me take you to witness the starry sky." Bai Fengliu said to the Ku Wui before him in a soft voice. In the next moment, the two found themselves amidst a vast expanse of stars. "When you battled against me," the youth Bai Fengliu, "did you glean any insights?" Bai Fengliu inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Ku Wui replied, "Quickly, your sword is far too swift." Bai Fengliu shook his head. "That is but one aspect. Are you not curious as to why? Despite my cultivation being inferior to yours at that time, my noonday domain was already fully realized. Please enlighten me, master. I shall not. Go and comprehend it yourself." "What the heck?" "Behold," Bai Fengliu declared, summoning a long sword to his hand and gently waving it. Ku Wui observed the direction in which Bai Fengliu wielded the sword, realizing that it seemed rather innocuous. However, the next moment, the very fabric of space began to crack inch by inch, with numerous massive rifts appearing out of thin air. "What is this?" Ku Wui was astonished. "What kind of sword technique was this? Curious, are you?" Bai Fengliu asked, looking at the bewildered Ku Wui. Wui nodded. "The traceless sword technique," Bai Fengliu responded. "The traceless sword technique? But master, you clearly did not unleash the noonday domain." Ku Wui remarked in confusion. "The mind's intent manifests everywhere. But when you unleashed it earlier, it was pitch black. That was merely for your observation. Utilize your sword heart and comprehend a sword technique within this starry sky. You have but 3 incense sticks worth of time." Bai Fengliu stated calmly. "Master, what if I am unable to comprehend it? I shall give you a good slap." Ku Wui settled into a cross-legged position, quietly reflecting upon all the experiences he had encountered along his journey. The valley of broken souls, the aura of death. Under the flow of the sword heart, the death aura surrounding Ku Wui intensified. His brows furrowed tightly. Gradually, the death aura enveloping him began to dissipate, and he stood up. "Master, how is this move?" Upon finishing, Ku Wui summoned the Zhutian. Then a myriad of black auras swirled around him. Ku Wui thrust the Zhutian fiercely into his chest, bellowing, severing souls. In that instant, he felt his life force rapidly waning. "Damn it, I forgot I lack immortality. Master, save me!" Ku Wui cried out hastily. Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu across from him was utterly speechless. What kind of sword technique is this? Observing this scene, Qiongqi exclaimed in astonishment. "In terms of creation, my dear nephew is eternally divine." Bai Fengliu flicked his fingers, and a beam of sword light penetrated Ku Wui's body. Instantly, Ku Wui's vitality began to recover swiftly. Gazing at the still shaken Ku Wui, Bai Fengliu shook his head in exasperation. "This lad is utterly incompetent. He excels only in self-destruction. Why not choose the traceless sword technique to integrate the death aura into your swordplay?" Bai Fengliu remarked, exasperated. "Damn it, master! Why did you not say so earlier?" Upon hearing this, Ku Wui felt like a complete fool. He realized the death aura could indeed be integrated into the traceless sword technique. Why had he wasted time researching such a subpar sword technique? Enlightened, Ku Wui suddenly burst into wild laughter, and then unleashed his domain, surrounding Bai Fengliu with the traceless sword technique infused with death aura. Slash! Ku Wui unleashed a virtual sword ray, simultaneously invoking the noonday body. He pushed his speed to its limits, stabbing his sword toward Bai Fengliu. "Consolidate for me!" Ku Wui roared as countless strands of traceless sword chi converged into a long sword exuding a potent death aura, slicing directly towards Bai Fengliu. Almost simultaneously, Ku Wui's Zhutan and the assembled long sword struck Bai Fengliu's form. Bai Fengliu's figure was instantly obliterated by these 2 strikes. "Haha, I am about to rise. I can even take down Bai Fengliu." Ku Wui laughed maniacally. In the next moment, he froze, for a hand had settled upon his shoulder, and a voice echoed, "Why have you stopped laughing? Seize this moment to laugh heartily. After all, such delusions are not commonplace. Master, did I just say something wrong? Please tell me where I erred, and I shall amend it. But could you refrain from striking me?" Ku Wui did not dare to turn his head. Fearing to see the expression on Bai Fengliu's face, you are not wrong. I think you are quite well at present. As your master, I am very pleased that a disciple who does not aspire to defeat his master is not a good disciple. Come, let me entertain you. Then Kawui felt a hand imbued with a potent life force land heavily upon his face. Disciple, behold, master has also developed a new skill, infusing vitality into the palm, allowing for assured strikes. Observing this scene, Xiongqi exclaimed in delight, then added, I take back my previous words. In terms of creativity, my esteemed nephew pales in comparison to you, Brother Bai. Thus, after Bai Fengliu had struck for quite some time, Kawui remained utterly unscathed, not even a bruise on his face. Master, I realize my mistake. At this moment, Kawui felt an overwhelming urge to weep. What a calamity! Why can't I change this mouth of mine? After enduring for a few days, I succumbed once more. Alas, this time, entering the heavenly secret realm seems to have been for naught. There was no advancement whatsoever. Indeed, during the weakest times of Xing, Wentian, and Xiongqi, the youthful Bai Fengliu, upon witnessing the sword heart, could hardly be bothered to acts for Kawui. He had merely reached the mid-stage of the tribulation transformation. For Bai Fengliu, this was no different than having made no progress at all. Therefore, Bai Fengliu escorted Kawui out of the heavenly secret realm. As Kawui walked within the heavenly secrets pavilion, he suddenly overheard numerous disciples engaged in animated discussion. I heard that Fairy Yanran is coming to Dongzhou. Is that true? Indeed. I've heard it as well. Fairy Yanran? Kawui scratched his head, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the name. Nevertheless, since she is a fairy, she must be exceedingly beautiful, right? Upon hearing this, Kawui swiftly departed, harboring a vague suspicion in his heart. After leaving the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Kawui arrived at a place known as Listening Wind Terrace, situated halfway up Listening Wind Mountain in Dongzhou. He had learned from the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that Fairy Yinran's visit to Dongzhou seemed to be aimed at meeting the talented disciples of the region. Upon arriving at Listening Wind Terrace, Kawui was taken aback. Oh my, this can't be true. Before him, at the foot of Listening Wind Mountain, gathered at least several tens of thousands of young cultivators. Kawui's gaze shifted toward Listening Wind Terrace, where he beheld a slender figure, a veiled woman, elegantly seated, flanked by two similarly veiled companions. Lu Yanran. Though separated by a veil, Kawui recognized her at once. Oh my, it truly is my wife. I mean, brother, Bai Fengliu merely mentioned her in passing. How could you remember so vividly? To catch a glimpse of Fairy Yanran's beauty, I consider myself fortunate in this life. A cultivator remarked to a companion. Puffed, with that little ambition of yours, you ought to at least dream of a day when a fairy belongs to you, right? Keep your voice down. Don't you see those prominent young men seated below Listening Wind Terrace? Puffed, I don't care who they are. I just want to see who they are. Oh my, Daozong's chief disciple, Dao Tian, Jujia Mountain's chief disciple, Jian Wuliang, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's chief disciple, Meng Shini, the Chu family's Chu Ge from the savage wilderness, Su family's Su Hontian, and Gu Shaoqing from the Soul Sect, are all of Dongzhou's leading figures of the younger generation present. So, brother, are you still dreaming? The man inquired. What nonsense, what nonsense. The dream is over. Excuse me, my good fellow, may I inquire about the background of Fairy Yanran? Kawui asked a nearby youth at the initial stage of divine powers. He was familiar with Lu Yanran and knew that Bai Fengliu had found her an exceedingly formidable master. However, he remained unaware of the origins of Lu Yanran's master. The youth was entirely engrossed in watching Lu Yanran on the Listening Wind Terrace and was momentarily irritated by the interruption. But upon turning to see that the questioner was a mid-stage tribulation transformation cultivator, he quickly forced a smile to my friend. The background of Fairy Yanran is indeed quite remarkable. It is said that not long ago, a very powerful force, the immortal Dao Academy, suddenly emerged in Zhongzhou. Upon its appearance, many local forces in Zhongzhou were understandably displeased. Thus, some factions sought out the immortal Dao Academy to provoke them, only to be swiftly expelled. My dear friend, you may not know this, but those expelled were among the top-tier powerhouses of Zhongzhou. What do you think such powerful figures value the most? Naturally, their reputation. The youth grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Consequently, he gathered the heads of many elite forces in Zhongzhou, intending to reclaim their lost honor at the immortal Tao Academy. The result? They were all expelled together, and henceforth, no one dared to provoke the immortal Tao Academy. Of course, Fairy Yanran is associated with the immortal Tao Academy of Zhongzhou, reportedly the foremost among its ranks. Thus, during her visit to Dongzhou, all factions have dispatched their most core disciples, hoping to make her acquaintance. Ke Wui nodded in understanding that on the listening wind terrace, Lu Yanran suddenly spoke. Welcome, fellow Taoists, to the listening wind terrace. The Swordmaster has always emphasized the importance of connecting with talented individuals from all corners of the world. I have come this time to forge friendships with the talented youth of Dongzhou. Her words instantly stirred a commotion among the gathered cultivators. Fairy Yanran has spoken. Gu Shaoqing echoed in agreement. Gu Shaoqing, you ghostly figure, how dare you presume to associate with Fairy Yanran? Don't you know what your soul sect consists of? Su Hantian, known for his fiery temper, retorted bluntly. Those familiar with the two recognize their relationship as nothing short of antagonistic. Su Mongfu, today Fairy Yanran is here. I shall not dispute with you. However, mark my words, I will claim your life another day. Gu Shaoqing replied coldly, Oh, Gu Shaoqing, your words are enough to frighten me to death. Su Hantian responded with a mocking tone. Enough, you two. Settle your personal grievances in private. This occasion is not meant for your bickering, Dao Tian interjected. Upon hearing Dao Tian's words, both Su Hantian and Gu Shaoqing huffed in response. Falling silent, all of you, esteemed individuals of Dongzhou, I have a modest proposal. Why not seize this opportunity for a contest? Lu Yanran suggested. She had come to Dongzhou at the behest of her master, the Empress Qingwan. What puzzled her was that her master had instructed her to propose a contest during this gathering. Although Lu Yanran did not comprehend the reason behind it, she adhered to the Empress's words. What form of contest does Fairy Yanran have in mind? Chu Gu inquired. Fighting might be too contentious. Today, let us engage in a literary contest. Lu Yanran replied with a gentle smile that we shall employ the methods of secular literary contests to compose couplets. I shall present the upper line, and you, fellow Taoists, shall respond with the lower line. Afterward, please provide another upper line. How do you all feel about this? That sounds splendid. The chief disciples from various factions readily agreed. Only the boisterous Su Hantian wore a face of displeasure. Those below may also participate, Lu Yanran announced, addressing the multitude of cultivators gathered below. The upper line is, great trees stand tall, pines, cypress, phoenix trees, and willows. Lu Yanran declared after a moment's thought. Above Dongzhou, three figures stood majestically amidst the clouds. Bai Fengliu turned to the Empress Qingwan beside him and remarked, It seems you intend to thwart this destined union. The Empress Qingwan, perplexed, inquired, Elder, why do you say that? With her cultivation, she could naturally perceive the bond between Lu Yanran and Ke Wui. She had also intended to facilitate the connection between her disciple and Ke Wui. Adam, why, dear child? Allow me to explain. Qiongqi interjected. Please enlighten us, Senior Qiongqi. The Empress urged. It's quite simple. That lad is as illiterate as my brother. Do you not see that this method is bound to lead him to ruin? I shall go first. Dao Tian stood up and proclaimed. Esteemed friends, I humbly present my lines. Gentle waters flow, rivers, streams, lakes, and seas. Excellent. As expected of Brother Dao Tian, what a splendid composition. Below, numerous cultivators voiced their admiration. Lu Yanran nodded in approval. Since Brother Dao Tian has delivered his lines, I shall take my turn. Meng Shini rose to his feet. I in the water. Ice freezes, snow falls, frost upon snow. Then, Meng Shini turned to the crowd. Allow me. Chu Gu stood up. I in the air. Mist rises, clouds form, and the sun breaks through. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. The couplet presented by Chu Gu once again garnered enthusiastic applause from the numerous cultivators beneath the listening wind platform. Allow me. Gu Shaoqing rose to his feet. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, before the ancient trees by the mountain rocks, this would serve as firewood. He then turned to Su Hantian with a playful glint in his eye and said, Su Mongfu, why not showcase your skills before the serene fairy? Su Hantian seethed with indignation, having already sent his regards to Gu Shaoqing's ancestors in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he stood up. Gu Xiaoqing. Who dares to label me a brash fool? Today, I'll show you what I've got. After a moment of struggle, inspiration struck Su Hongtian, and he proclaimed, within the long scarf, the women are charming. The young girls even more so. A chorus of laughter erupted, as many were reluctant to offend Su Hongtian, yet they couldn't help but marvel at his audacity. Huh. Gu Xiaoqing laughed heartily. Among the crowd, Kawaii savored the moment. Then muttered to himself, I find Brother Su's couplet rather commendable. Just as laughter filled the air, Kawaii soared through the crowd to stand before several senior disciples. He cast a glance at them before turning his attention to Lu Yanran. Miss Lu, may I join in? Miss Lu, the many senior disciples below glared coldly, none permitting such familiarity. Only Meng Shin displayed a hint of surprise, for he knew that just yesterday, the master of the Tianji Pavilion had issued a decree forbidding any disciple from provoking Kawaii. With violators facing expulsion, of course, Lu Yanran, momentarily taken aback, smiled gracefully. She recognized Kawaii, and upon witnessing her reaction, the expressions of those present darkened further. However, they refrained from acting out, knowing Lu Yanran was still there. Kawaii scrutinized Gu Xiaoqing, harboring no fondness for the chief disciple of the Soul Sect, as the two sects were set to clash in a year's time, marking Gu Xiaoqing as his adversary. This brother, why did you laugh just now? Kawaii inquired, directing his gaze at Gu Xiaoqing. Taken aback, Gu Xiaoqing hadn't anticipated such a direct question. Why should I not laugh? Is it your concern? He retorted instinctively that it is indeed my concern. Kawaii declared, not one to coddle the likes of Gu Xiaoqing. Realizing they were foes, and noting Su Hongtian's animosity toward Gu Xiaoqing, he thought perhaps he could team up with Su to teach Gu a lesson. Ha ha, I like this attitude. Su Hongtian guffawed. You wish to court death. Gu Xiaoqing's expression darkened, ready to retaliate. Come, I dare you, Kawaii provoked. Just as Gu Xiaoqing was poised to strike, his gaze fell upon the fidgeting Su Hongtian, causing him to relent. He was no fool. Should he act, Su Hongtian would undoubtedly follow suit. Though he had no fear of Su, Kawaii, a mid-stage tribulation cultivator, remained a pressing concern. The audacity with which Kawaii challenged him suggested he had hidden strengths. Acting rashly could lead to dire repercussions. With a faint smile, he remarked, a crude individual can hardly grace the halls of elegance. Crude individual? How laughable! Kawaii scoffed. Just as Miss Lu proposed, let us engage in a one-on-one duel. Exchanging couplets, you dare, what is there to fear? Thus commenced a literary duel between Gu Xiaoqing and Kawaii, while the chief disciples looked on with eager anticipation. You may begin, Kawaii said. A dream in the western heavens, who knows the vastness of the universe within? Gu Xiaoqing replied, Kawaii was momentarily taken aback. The valiant deeds of heroes in ages past, 1,000 achievements. 1,000 praises for eternity. Kawaii began to regret his decision to engage in this verbal sparring. Just then, Su Hongtian interjected, Brother, I have a line you will surely enjoy. Please, Su brother, Kawaii quickly urged. The upper line, Gu Xiaoqing feigns refinement. The lower line, Gu Xiaoqing is a true villain. What should the horizontal inscription be? Su Hongtian queried. Without a moment's hesitation, Kawaii responded, Excellent, Su brother, I understand. Suddenly, he unleashed his full power, enveloping Gu Xiaoqing in his noonday domain, with Su Hongtian's aura surging as he charged toward Gu Xiaoqing. Both shouted in unison. The horizontal inscription is, Beat him up. The abrupt turn of events stunned the onlookers. What was happening? Was this a mere display of anger? Above in the clouds, Bai Fengliu and the Qingwan Empress exchanged glances, their expressions dark, while Qiongqi beamed with approval. What is the point of being so literary? Simple and direct is the way to go. I like my nephew's character. With a resounding crash, an unprepared Gu Xiaoqing was sent flying by Su Hongtian and Kawaii. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran on the listening wind platform smiled faintly. Recognizing the familiar temperament of the man, you dare. A furious voice boomed as a peak tribulation elder descended before Gu Xiaoqing, shielding him from harm. You shall pay dearly. Gu Xiaoqing stood, wiping blood from his lips. his cold gaze fixed on Ku Yue and Su Hongtian. Noticing the elder's presence, Su Hongtian scoffed. Gu Shaoqing, it seems you are well aware of your soul sect's reputation in the Eastern continent. Even an elder is here to protect you. If you're so afraid of death, why not stay in your shell? Wouldn't that be better? Haha. He then turned to Kawaii. Brother, choose one of these two. Wait, where is he? Upon turning around, he suddenly noticed Kawaii had vanished. The next moment, he found Kawaii had appeared before Gu Shaoqing, sword drawn, aiming for his brow. Return flow sword technique. Seeing this, Su Hongtian laughed heartily. How bold! I like it, brother. I'm coming too. The battle was about to ignite. Fairy Yen ran. Will you just stand by and watch? The elder of the soul sect bellowed. He only wished to whisk Gu Shaoqing away before other forces arrived. For their very lives could be at stake. Lu Yanran turned to a nearby woman. If Su Gongzi and Ku Gongzi find themselves at a disadvantage, intervene to rescue them. If Gu Gongzi and his companion cannot prevail, well, so be it. Hearing this, the elder nearly spat blood in disbelief. What sort of operation is this? Wouldn't it be easier to bind us and hand us over to those two? Kuwaye wielded his sword, empowered by the noonday domain and his noonday incarnation, overwhelming Gu Shaoqing to the point where he could not retaliate. Where did this cultivator come from? This is too formidable. At the foot of Listening Wind Mountain, a throng of cultivators expressed their astonishment at Ku Ye's prowess. Meanwhile, Su Hongtian's ferocity was even more pronounced. What defines a brash fool? Su Hongtian epitomized it, a true embodiment of boldness as a physical cultivator. He had no concept of defense. He would absorb a punch just to return to. It was a style that left the elder of the soul sect on the verge of tears. You a physical cultivator, but I am not. Who can withstand this? The shockwaves of battle resonated before the listening wind platform, that we must flee. Suddenly, the elder shouted, shattering an 8th-level void breaking talismans, tearing open a massive rift in the air. His spiritual energy surged violently as he struck Su Hongtian back with a single punch, then grasped Gu Shaoqing's shoulder and hurled him into the rift. Seizing the opportunity, Kawaii aimed a sword strike at Gu Shaoqing, causing a burst of blood mist as Gu Shaoqing vanished into the spatial rift. The elder, seizing his chance, sprinted toward the closing rift. Yet he suddenly saw a massive fire serpent emerge from within, its enormous jaws lunging toward the elder of the soul sect. Beast, how dare you obstruct my escape? With a roar, he summoned a surge of violent energy that struck the fire serpent. His astonishment. The serpent disintegrated upon impact. This is bad. An illusion. As the elder realized the trap, the rift torn by the void-breaking talismans had already closed. Hey, old man, how do you find Dream Brother's illusion? Is it thrilling? Su Hongtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Having just engaged in a fierce confrontation with the elderly man, it was evident that Su Hongtian had sustained injuries as well. Dream God One. The elder from the soul sect roared hoarsely, filled with intense hatred, as he prepared to unleash his next attack. They were so close, merely a step away from retreating. However, at this critical moment, Dream God One unexpectedly intervened. Rising gracefully, Dream God One smiled slightly and remarked, I hesitated for a moment and let Gu Shaoqing go. Therefore, I can only keep you here. With that, he fell silent, directing his gaze towards Kawuyo and nodding in acknowledgement. Naturally, Kawuyo and Su Hongtian would not allow the soul sect elder to escape. Under their relentless assault, the already weakened elder could barely hold on for a short incense stick's duration before being slain by their combined might. A profound silence enveloped the entire listening wind mountain. Who exactly is this youth? He appeared and immediately allied with Su Hongtian to eliminate a soul sect elder. It was known that Su Hongtian was the heir of the Su family, whose strength was not inferior to that of the soul sect. Moreover, the animosity between the Su family and the soul sect was well known among the cultivators of the Eastern continent, so it came as no surprise that they would take action against Su Hongtian. But what of this youth? Does he not fear the soul sect reprisals? In the Eastern continent, in the Ghost City, within the soul sect, at this moment, the soul sect Grand Hall was filled with its high-ranking members. And the newly appointed sect master, Ku He, wore an exceptionally grim expression. He had grasped the ins and outs of the situation and realized that the elder he had dispatched to secretly protect Gu Shaoqing was likely already slain. Otherwise, he would not have remained absent until now. What was most unbearable for him was that Gu Shaoqing had been reduced to a mere breath of life, having fallen into a coma. It was known that Gu Shaoqing was the most gifted disciple of the Soul Sect in nearly 1,000 years. Investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to see who dares to lay hands on my Soul Sect disciples and elders. Ku, he declared, his face as dark as thunder. Understood. The previous sect master and the Grand Elder had been killed by an unknown power, and now someone dared to strike at my Soul Sect's chief disciple. Do these people truly believe that my Soul Sect is a soft persimmon that anyone can bully? Second Elder, accompany me to Zhongzhou. After we ascertain the details regarding Shaoqing, do not act rashly. We shall decide upon my return. Is the sect master seeking the Holy Master's assistance? Ku, he inquired with a somber tone at a tea this time. In front of the listening wind platform, the crowd had already dispersed. Following the altercation involving Su Hongtian and Ku Wuyo, the gathering of Eastern Continent's talents could no longer continue. The chief disciples of various factions, including Dao Tian, were filled with curiosity about Ku Wuyo. However, they refrained from investigating his background. They were not fools. Since Ku Wuyo was aware that Gu Shaoqing hailed from the Soul Sect yet still dared to act against him, it was evident that Ku Wuyo had some backing. To rashly investigate could potentially provoke the displeasure of Ku Wuyo's powerful allies. Oh, this group of people, they're simply overthinking. Investigating the forces behind Ku Wuyo, investigating your brother Bai, that would be sheer folly. Brother, do come visit my Su family sometime. I, Su Hongtian, have decided to befriend you. Su Hongtian said to Xiao Ke. Wuyo nodded in agreement. He felt quite favorably towards Su Hongtian and welcomed the opportunity to form a connection. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Wuyo turned to Lu Yanran and said, Miss Lu, shall we take a stroll together? Lu Yanran did not refuse. For reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with this young man. Despite their brief encounters, Miss Lu, do you believe in fortune-telling? Xiao Wuyo suddenly inquired. Dude, my master once mentioned that when a person becomes powerful to the utmost, they can see through the secrets of heaven. Lu Yanran nodded. Oh my, old Bai does not deceive me. Above the clouds, Senior Bai, is there a connection between Yanran and that youth? The Azure Luan Empress asked Bai Fengliu. You already have the answer in your heart. Why ask? Bai Fengliu replied. A junior. My cultivation is still shallow. I cannot see too much. The Azure Luan Empress shook her head slightly. Little girl, do you know that when the sword-bearer is born, 9 accompanying attendants also emerge? Xiongqi interjected, I have heard the legend of the sword-bearer from Senior Bai before. The Azure Luan Empress nodded. The world believes that the one who possesses the sword heart is the sword-bearer. But that is a gross misconception. Xiongqi shook his head. He then shifted his tone. That lad is the true sword-bearer, and that girl is the accompanying daughter among the 9 attendants. In other words, my nephew and that girl are indeed a match made in heaven. However, judging by my nephew's demeanor, it seems destiny has played a jest. He could very well end up alone. Xiao Wuyo and Lu Yanran walked together, surprisingly without exchanging any trivial words, remaining entirely on topic. Young Master Ku, it is getting late. Yanran must bid farewell to you here if fate allows. We shall meet again in Zhongzhou, Lu Yanran said with a gentle smile. Can we not say goodbye? Let us meet again in Zhongzhou. With that, Xiao Wuyo watched as Lu Yanran departed. Observing this scene, Xiongqi was infuriated. Brother Bai, what kind of disciple have you taken? What has become of his courage? If he possessed even 1% of my boldness, that little girl might have been captured today. Bai Fengliu turned to Xiongqi and retorted, what would you have me learn from you? To pursue the Empress of the Imperial Heavens with your audacity? Or to learn from your resilience, enduring being chased and beaten across dozens of star domains without perishing? Ah, what? Bai Fengliu suddenly changed the subject. However, this lad is indeed somewhat disappointing, but if he had learned even a fraction of my teachings, he would not be sleeping alone tonight. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Xiongqi's eyes widened. Bai Fengliu scoffed. Do you think Fengliu is just a name? Only when Lu Yanran's figure vanished completely did Xiao Wuyo leave the listening wind platform. Upon returning to the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Kawuyo sought out Dream God 1. Thank you, Brother Meng, for your assistance today. Kawuyo expressed his gratitude sincerely. You flatter me, Brother Ku, Dream God 1 replied. How about we engage in a friendly spar? Kawuyo proposed with newfound enthusiasm. Dream God 1 nodded, curious to gauge Kawuyo's strength. The two entered a designated training area within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, crafted specifically for disciples to spar. Be careful, Brother Ku, Dream God 1 cautioned. Kawuyo nodded and immediately summoned his weapon, the Jutian. Without holding back, he unleashed a powerful sword strike. Dream God 1 did not flinch or dodge, instead producing a copper mirror that radiated a faint white light. Preserve! As Dream God 1's voice fell, Kawuyo's sword strike vanished in a thin air. Impressive technique, Brother Meng, Kawuyo praised, then activated his no-day domain. Countless fine sword energies surrounded Dream God 1. Come again. Kawuyo laughed heartily, simultaneously unleashing the Wuhin sword technique and the Jutin. Noticing Dream God 1's calm demeanor, Kawuyo suddenly felt an unsettling foreboding. Something is amiss. Kawuyo began channeling his sword heart, and under its influence, he manifested the no-day avatar. He then unleashed a powerful punch with his right arm, causing ripples to form around him. Indeed, an illusion. Brother Ku, you are truly impressive. You discern my illusion so swiftly. Dream God 1 remarked, astonished. No, Brother Meng is the one displaying exceptional skill. Kawuyo genuinely admired. He could not even determine when Dream God 1 had cast the illusion. As Kawuyo pondered the sequence of events, he could not recall when Dream God 1 had initiated the illusion. Seeing Kawuyo's furrowed brow, Dream God 1 smiled slightly. This is no secret, Brother Ku. The moment you gazed in my eyes. You had already fallen under my illusion technique. Eyes? Kawuyo inquired. Indeed, I possess a unique pair of eyes by birth, Dream God 1 explained. In no wonder, Kawuyo examined Dream God 1's eyes more closely, noticing a grayish-white hue in his pupils. If not for careful observation, one could easily overlook it. Brother Meng, let us continue. Dream God 1 nodded. Once again, Kawuyo unleashed the Jutian, but this time it was executed through the Wuxiang avatar. Dream God 1 also uttered the word /. Then, a similar blade of virtual slashing energy erupted from within the copper mirror. How formidable! Kawuyo did not anticipate that this mirror possessed the ability to preserve others' martial techniques. Just moments ago, Meng Shini had mentioned a preservation within the illusion. It must have retained his slashing energy. Wait, how can what was preserved in the illusion still be usable now? Kawuyo suddenly felt a tingle of apprehension. Could it be that this is yet another illusion? Kawuyo once again activated his chi in his right arm with full force, striking fiercely around him. Waves of ripples surged around him. Indeed, it was another illusion. Meng Shini's illusions are truly remarkable. Kawuyo could not help but exclaim. You flatter me, Brother Ku. Meng Shini smiled slightly. However, Kawuyo suddenly shifted his tone and struck fiercely around him once more. With a crack, the space surrounding Kawuyo began to fracture inch by inch, only to recombine anew. Just as I suspected, from the moment I entered this space, I have been within your illusion. Kawuyo stated as he gazed at Meng Shini. Impressive. Meng Shini gave a thumbs up. Brother Ku, illusions are not entirely illusory. They contain both truth and falsehood. For instance, my copper mirror has indeed preserved a strand of your slashing energy. Meng Shini looked towards Kawuyo as he spoke. Kawuyo nodded, sensing a faint trace of his sword energy lingering upon the copper mirror. Upon seeing Kawuyo nod, Meng Shini suddenly felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, Kawuyo vanished from his position, abruptly reappearing in front of him, the blade of Jutian pointing between his brows. The reversal sword technique. Brother Meng, you have lost. Kawuyo smiled faintly. But in the next second, he was startled to see Meng Shini begin to shimmer into a mirage. The copper mirror floated in midair. No, a decoy. Then Kawuyo heard Meng Shini's voice emanating from behind him. Brother Ku, what a clever maneuver. I almost fell for your trap. But now it seems you are the one who has lost. Kawuyo withdrew the Jutian blade. I have lost, but how did you know about my technique? Brother Meng? Ke Wui asked, puzzled. Huh? Brother Ke, have you forgotten? I am a disciple of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Meng Shini laughed heartily. Though my cultivation is still shallow, I can momentarily glimpse the future through the art of divination. Just now, I secretly activated the Heavenly Machine Path and discerned your technique. Ke Wui was taken aback. So, does this mean that disciples of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are virtually invincible, if they can foresee their opponent's moves? How can one possibly fight? Sensing Ke Wui's thoughts, Meng Shini shook his head slightly. It is not as you imagine, Brother Ke. The art of divination is fraught with taboos. Excessive reliance on it can invite heavenly retribution. Hearing this, Ke Wui nodded. Yet, in his heart, he mused that this is already quite convenient. One need not excessively rely on divination. A single encounter in battle would suffice to leave the opponent in disarray. After parting ways with Meng Shini, Ke Wui sought out Bai Fengliu and recounted his exchange with Meng Shini. Master, is the Heavenly Machine Path truly that powerful? Ke Wui inquired. Bai Fengliu nodded. Indeed, the Heavenly Machine Path is formidable, yet it is heavily intertwined with karma, and the threshold for practicing it is exceedingly high. Currently, apart from Gu Tianji, the others in the Heavenly Machine Pavilion can barely be considered practitioners. Do you know the terrifying level of the Heavenly Machine Path of its founder, the Heavenly Machine Sage? Ke Wui shook his head. He could read destinies. Do you know how potent your master's fate is? Across the world, only he, the Heavenly Machine Sage, could read my fortune. Bai Fengliu exclaimed with admiration that I merely asked about the strength of the Heavenly Machine Path. I did not mean for you to boast. Ke Wui retorted, taken aback by Fengliu's displayed it was precisely because the Heavenly Machine Sage revealed too many secrets that he became burdened by overwhelming karmic ties, forcing him to leave the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The others could not endure such karma. Bai Fengliu sighed. Disciple, you know, suddenly Bai Fengliu's expression changed, and he vanished in an instant, leaving Ke Wui in a state of confusion. The next moment, Bai Fengliu appeared directly within the human clan's Zhentian Hall. The atmosphere in Zhentian Hall was exceedingly tense. Where is Ting Yun? Bai Fengliu inquired, gazing at a man whose robe was stained crimson with blood. Swordmaster, Ting Yun. The man spoke, producing a glowing orb. She is left with only this fragment of her soul. Gazing upon the orb, Bai Fengliu's countenance darkened ominously. I did not anticipate that a single oversight would lead to this. Very well. Having said that, Bai Fengliu seized the orb, and an overwhelming force surged above Zhentian Hall. Bolts of virtual lightning rained down as if the very fabric of reality were on the brink of tearing apart. Subsequently, a beam of light illuminated the orb, and a breath of energy akin to that of the orb continuously infused into it. After a while, the orb gradually expanded, revealing the silhouette of a woman before Ke Wui. Ting Yun, thank you, Swordmaster. The figure said with a slight BOW. It was my oversight. Ting Yun, your physical form requires gradual reconstitution. Take your time to recuperate, Bai Fengliu instructed. Long Ting, enhance the defenses in Guanxi. Anyone who steps foot here, regardless of their origin, should be exterminated without question. Bai Fengliu then turned to the blood-stained robed man. He then vanished from sight. In a certain grand world, the Heavenly Machine Sage suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation. He looked up, revealing a grave expression, and then cursed loudly. Damn it! Why target Bai Fengliu? This guy's gone mad. Just wait for death. He then vanished to the junction between the alien world and the human realm. Bai Fengliu's figure suddenly appeared. This space was already in tatters, with powerful auras continuously eroding it. Clearly, a fierce battle had recently concluded here. Observing the devastated void before him, Bai Fengliu grasped at the air, summoning 3 bewildered figures to appear before him. With a swift motion, Bai Fengliu stepped into the river of time. Extracting 3 souls from within, he infused these souls into the 3 figures, and moments later, they coalesced into 3 human forms. They were none other than the 3 powerful beings of the human clan from before. Thank you, Swordmaster. The 3 respectfully addressed him. Return to Zhentian Hall and recuperate well. I will handle things here. Understood. Gazing towards the alien world on the other side, Bai Fengliu's eyes turned colder than ever. Old Bai, a voice rang out from behind him. The figure of the heavenly machine sage appeared beside him. "Are you here to stop me?" Bai Fengliu inquired flatly. "I too must possess that capability. I merely wish to convey that this matter is not as you perceive. There are others behind the scenes, shrouded in secrecy, which I cannot unravel. However, I can assure you, there's indeed another presence behind it," the heavenly machine sage replied. "Rest assured, I will leave those behind the scenes for my disciple to deal with. You need not worry about my destruction of this universe." Upon hearing this, the heavenly machine sage sighed with relief. He genuinely feared that Bai Fengliu had lost his mind and no need to wait for any cataclysmic epochs. "We shall all end together. Well then, I shall say no more." He turned to leave. Back in the grand world, the heavenly machine sage suddenly contemplated divining the fate of the alien race. He took out a few divination sticks and drew forth a thread of heavenly insight. Suddenly, all the divination sticks before him shattered simultaneously. "Damn it, this isn't just a bad omen. It's completely gone." He lamented. "My apologies. May the alien race have a safe journey." Meanwhile, Bai Fengliu had already stepped into the alien realm. Feeling the strange aura surrounding him, Bai Fengliu frowned. He truly disliked the atmosphere here. "Come forth. If you dare to scheme against me, be prepared for death," Bai Fengliu said coldly, his expression as frigid as ice. He then proceeded to seal off the entire alien realm, ensuring that not a single soul could escape, not even a speck of dust could drift away. "Bai Fengliu, since you seek death, allow us to grant your wish." As his words fell, dozens of figures materialized before Bai Fengliu, each radiating a formidable aura. "How intriguing! Today, I feel inspired. I wish to paint this world with your blood. A farewell for you all. What audacity!" One figure remarked icily, before reaching out, causing the void around Bai Fengliu to roil violently, as black holes threatened to crush him. With a swift motion of his sword, Bai Fengliu unleashed a torrent of sword light that stretched for thousands of zhang, cleaving toward the group of aliens. The previously aggressive figure scoffed and waved his hand, effortlessly dissipating the vast sword light. "Ha! The legendary Bai Fengliu," he began, but before he could finish, he found himself inexplicably pinned in the void by a blade of sword energy. His life force swiftly ebbing away. "Damn it! Unleash your full power," the leader bellowed upon witnessing this scene, a spear shimmering with ghostly light materializing in his grasp. "Kill!" In an instant, dozens of powerful aliens sprang into action, the void beneath them fracturing inch by inch, massive rifts appearing as chaotic currents of space tore through. Bai Fengliu regarded them with disdain, sneering, a desperate struggle. In the next moment, Bai Fengliu vanished from sight, and the entire alien realm was engulfed in a rain of blood. The heavens wept for the fallen empires. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of battle, obscuring any visible figures, only flashes of blades and shadows darting across the void. With each strike of the sword, a wail of despair echoed through the air. After half a stick of incense, tranquility returned to the void, save for the occasional flicker of haunting light emanating from the rifts. Silence reigned, an eerie stillness. Bai Fengliu remained his tattered robe, untouched by a single drop of blood. Before him lay the lifeless bodies of dozens of alien elites, all impaled by his sword energy. Their faces a mixture of resentment, fear, and confusion. Turning his gaze toward a distant void, Bai Fengliu spoke softly. "Come forth." "Humph." Accompanied by a cold snort, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the realm, and a figure emerged before Bai Fengliu. Where this figure stood, all else in the void was erased, and the space around him seethed as if unable to bear the weight of his presence. "Dare to act, yet hesitate to reveal yourself." Bai Fengliu scoffed. "What a joke! You claim I lack courage. Others may fear you, but I do not." The figure's voice was chilling. "The alien sovereign is nothing but a mere pawn, a dog for those behind you." "Very well, I shall slay this dog first, and let the puppet master linger for a while." "You seek death." The alien sovereign erupted in fury, blood-red energy erupting around him. "Assist me," as his command echoed. Every cultivator within the alien realm exploded, their blood essence flooding into the sovereign. "My king, we are loyal to the end." "Why?" The cries of despair filled the air. "You are with me," the alien sovereign stated coldly, his power surging. Observing this, Bai Fengliu did not intervene, for he found the spectacle beneath his contempt. Once he had absorbed the blood of all the alien cultivators, the sovereign, feeling an endless surge of power, looked at Bai Fengliu and coldly declared, "Bai Fengliu, what can you use to contend with me?" "Ah." In response, Bai Fengliu extended a single finger. "One sword I shall strike, but once out if I cannot slay you with this sword. I shall end my own life here. Ha ha ha, come. I am eager to see how you intend to slay me with a single strike." The alien sovereign laughed, as if hearing the greatest jest. "Ant, so pitiable. Very well, I shall let you witness true despair." With that, Bai Fengliu raised his hand, and within the Tingwei pavilion, Kawuyo felt the 8 small swords within him suddenly detach, vanishing into thin air. "What the hell? What is happening?" Kawuyo exclaimed, bewildered. The 8 small swords tore through the void, arriving before Bai Fengliu. Converge! The swords fused together, unleashing a sword intent that pierced the heavens, the long sword inscribed with peculiar patterns. Radiating a chilling light, appeared in Bai Fengliu's grasp. The Sword of Awakening. In the distant demon realm, Yuan Di suddenly turned his gaze toward the alien realm. In no way has that guy resorted to using the Sword of Awakening. Is he trying to show off? Initially intending to obliterate him with a casual strike, Bai Fengliu's interest was piqued. "Today, I shall let you, this ant, witness why your master dares not reveal himself." He then positioned the Sword of Awakening before him. "With the 8 swords of the immortal, I shall unleash the ultimate night." In an instant, the entire alien realm shattered, and the alien sovereign perished alongside it. Even though he had set up numerous defenses in secret the moment Bai Fengliu revealed the Sword of Awakening, all his struggles appeared futile against this strike. Moments later, the alien realm was completely eradicated, vanishing from the cosmos. Bai Fengliu swiftly appeared before another figure. "I say, old Yuan Di, what brings you here? Did that old Taoist summon you?" Indeed, the figure before him was none other than Yuan Di, the progenitor of all demons. Yuan Di shook his head. "No, I sensed the aura of the Sword of Awakening and came to take a look. I feared you might inadvertently obliterate my demon realm as well. Fortunately, it seems you were merely showing off, expending only a fraction of your strength. Old man, today was hardly satisfying. Shall we spar a bit?" Bai Fengliu provocatively suggested. "Did you not leave Xiongqi by your side? Go find him. He can take a beating. Xiongqi, I feel my existence is a mistake." As Bai Fengliu dispersed the Sword of Awakening, the 8 small swords returned to Kawuyo's body. Iwuyo let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn, I almost ended my wall-hitting career." Bai Fengliu did not pursue the mastermind further, but returned to the Tiangwei pavilion. Just as he had said, he was quite helpless. He could intervene, but feared sinking this part of the cosmos. What a predicament! Brother Ke, the latest ranking of the Zhongzhou Divine Martial List compiled by our Tiangwei pavilion has been released. Would you care to take a look? Meng Shini approached Kawuyo. "The Zhongzhou Divine Martial List?" Kawuyo inquired, puzzled. The name suggested as a list from Zhongzhou. Why is it compiled by the Tiangwei pavilion? Indeed, our Tiangwei pavilion's disciples are spread across the 5 continents of the Xianhuang realm. And this list is called the Zhongzhou Divine Martial List because, for thousands of years, the top 10 cultivators on the list have all hailed from Zhongzhou. Meng Shini explained. Iwuyo nodded in understanding. Meng Shini handed him a jade slip. "Brother Ke, have a look. There are 200 talented cultivators under 30 years of age on this divine martial list." Kawuyo opened the jade slip. Zhongzhou Divine Martial List. Ranking 200. Western Continent Loose Cultivator. Mengzhan, Peak Mid-Stage of Transformation. Ranking 199. Western Zhou Palace. Gongnan Tianda in the early stages of Calamity Transformation. The rankings of cultivators are as follows. 80th, Su Family of the Eastern Continent. Su Hongwang, Peak of Calamity Transformation. 31st. Soul Sect of the Eastern Continent. Gu Shaoqing, Early Stage of Calamity Transformation. 30th. Dao Sect of the Eastern Continent. Dao Tian, Early Stage of Calamity Transformation. 28th. Chu Family of the Eastern Continent. Chu Gu, Early Stage of Calamity Transformation. 26th. Su Family of the Eastern Continent. Su Hong Tian, Early Stage of Calamity Transformation. 23rd. Nine Sword Mountain of the Eastern Continent. Jian Wuliang. Upon seeing the cultivator ranked 20th, Kawaya couldn't help but exclaim. Between the 20th and 200th ranks, The central continent occupies a significant majority, while the remaining cultivators are divided among the other 4 continents. The strongest youths from the eastern continent that he is aware of, aside from Meng Xinai, are all ranked around 30th. Tianwu Gate of the Central Continent, by Ting Feng, 17th. Tianwu Gate of the Central Continent. Shui Yihan, 16th. Tianwu Gate Guyang. All 3 are peak cultivators at the mid-stage of calamity transformation, known as the 3 heroes of Tianwu. Meng Xinai elucidated. Further down, from 15th to 11th place, aside from the 13th ranked Shui Songhan from the southern continent. The rest are cultivators from the central continent. 10th, Holy Master S Mansion of the Central Continent, by E, late stage of calamity transformation. 9th, Holy Master S Mansion, Han Yun, late stage of calamity transformation. 8th, Holy Master S Mansion, Mu Xiaotian, late stage of calamity transformation. 7th, Immortal Dao Academy, Dugu Jian, late stage of calamity transformation. 6th, Immortal Dao Academy, Wu Fengzi, late stage of calamity transformation. 5th, Tianji Pavilion of the Eastern Continent. Meng Xinai, peak of early stage calamity transformation. Wow, Meng brother, you are truly formidable. Kowaya exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go. All right, mutual flattery. 4th, Immortal Dao Academy, Lu Yanran. Peak of early stage calamity transformation. Incredible, dear wife. How have you become this powerful in such a short time? Kowaya mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. 3rd, Saint Son of the Northern Continent. Yu Wuqian, peak of calamity transformation. 2nd, Zion Yinyuan of the Central Continent. Li Mingyao, peak of calamity transformation. 1st, Saint Son of the Holy Master S Mansion of the Central Continent. Chu Outyin, early stage of great achievement. After reviewing the rankings, Kowaya understood that the individuals on the Divine Martial list are ranked not by realm, but by their actual strength. He was not surprised that Chu Outyin, ranked 1st, had already reached the early stage of great achievement. How many young talents exist in the entire Xianhuang continent? This is the foremost individual of the younger generation across the Xianhuang continent. It would indeed be strange if he were lacking. Meng brother, why am I not on the list? Kowaya inquired, somewhat puzzled. It was not that he was boasting. Surely, he could hold his own against Meng Xinai, who was ranked 5th, and he had even incapacitated Gu Xiaoqing, who was ranked 30-1st. Gu Xiaoqing. Do you have any manners? The truth is this list is compiled by my Tianji Pavilion, and the ranks are not entirely stable. It merely reflects the current strongest combat capabilities of these geniuses as assessed by Tianji Pavilion. The true rankings will emerge from the upcoming Divine Martial competition hosted by the Central Continent in 3 days. I also came today to invite you, brother, to participate in this competition, Meng Xinai stated. Can anyone participate? Kowaya asked. Since it is a Divine Martial competition, shouldn't it only be for those on the Divine Martial list? Meng Xinai nodded. Indeed, aside from the competition among those on the Divine Martial list, individuals not on the list can also challenge those who are. Kowaya nodded, expressing his willingness to give it a try. Very well, brother. We shall set off for the Central Continent together in 3 days. I will come and find you then. With that, Meng Xinai took his leave. Once Meng Xinai departed, Kowaya's expression grew serious. If even the younger generation of cultivators is so formidable, how powerful must the older generation be? As the leading force of the Eastern Continent, the Soul Sect must be extraordinarily strong. He could not believe that the Soul Sect lacked any supreme elders. Returning his thoughts, Kowaya went to Bai Fengliu's residence. He intended to seek Bai Fengliu's assistance in acquiring some resources for the Waya Emperor's sect. Master, Kowaya began, but was interrupted by Bai Fengliu. You need not worry about the cultivation resources for the Waya Emperor's sect. There's the little Dao spirit. Bai Fengliu replied calmly. Master, how did you know I came to seek resources? Just look at your expression. You're practically broadcasting it on your face. All right, I was worrying for nothing. With the little Dao spirit around, the Waya Emperor sect certainly need not fret over cultivation resources. That night, Kowaya lay in bed. In a short span of time, he had fought through the Tai Empire to the Southern Dynasty, and now to the Eastern Continent. Just as he was beginning to grasp the Eastern Continent, he was to head to the Central Continent. Was this how his life was destined to be? When would he achieve invincibility? Kowaya couldn't help but lament, if you wish, I can make you invincible right now. came the voice of Swordheart. Upon hearing this, Kawaya immediately perked up. How invincible! Can you rival my master? Swordheart fell silent. I can't defeat your master. Then how can you claim invincibility? Kawaya scoffed. I beg you to be a normal person for once. Is it possible? Who gave you the courage to challenge Bai Fengliu? The one typing in front of the screen is the fool, right? What? Is the one typing a lunatic? How did you come to exist? What does that have to do with me? Old brother, can you practice with me a bit more? After some consideration, Kawaya sought out Xiongqi. Xiongqi wore a face of disdain. Every time this brat sought him out for practice, it ended with him being the one getting HIT'd. IT was utterly tedious. Old brother, this time you can strike. But you must suppress your cultivation to match mine? Kawaya proposed. Are you serious? Xiongqi suddenly became interested. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed dissatisfied with his previous performance. This time, he sought to regain some face. The two made their way to the so-called space of the Tianji Pavilion, and without further ado, Xiongqi suppressed his power to the mid-stage of calamity transformation. Nephew, be careful, if you can't endure it. Just let me know that I wouldn't want to accidentally kill you and face the wrath of the Mad Bai. Xiongqi remarked nonchalantly. Damn it, this time I won't go easy on you. Old brother, bring it on. Kawaya retorted disdainfully. With your skills, even at peak calamity transformation, you are no match for me. How could you possibly threaten me at mid-stage calamity transformation? Very well. These two were like a turtle meeting a green bean. An unexpected match. Xiongqi, uninterested in idle chatter, threw a punch with a fierce aura. Iwaya, determined to respond, summoned all his strength. Since Xiongqi wished to engage in a direct confrontation, he would not back down. With a resounding crash, Kawaya was sent flying, utterly bewildered. He was genuinely stunned by Xiongqi's punch. This was illogical. How could the mid-stage calamity transformation Xiongqi be so strong when the peak calamity transformation Xiongqi was not even his opponent? If he knew that Xiongqi's previous aura had been so weak that he would have dissipated without needing to strike, he would surely be astonished. Again, Kawaya rose, activating the Wuzhou domain and Wuzhou avatar. Not going hard anymore. Xiongqi chuckled wickedly. Damn, this is exhilarating. Finally experiencing the joy of Bai Fengliu. Slash. Kawaya did not respond to Xiongqi, but unleashed a slash of ethereal sword light. Following closely were three swords forged from the Wuhan sword technique. Stabbing towards Xiongqi, Xiongqi extended his right hand, shattering the ethereal sword light that Kawaya sent forth, and allowed the subsequent three swords to pierce him. Crack. The three swords shattered upon striking Xiongqi's body. What the hell? Kawaya couldn't help but curse. What is this? Is this a joke? Is this the mid-stage calamity transformation Xiongqi? This strength is somewhat unreasonable. Nephew, this won't do. Your sword strikes me, and I feel nothing. Xiongqi said with a proud expression. Let us try this. Kawaya summoned Jutian and instantly appeared before Xiongqi, thrusting it towards Xiongqi's chest with the same returning sword technique. Clang. As Jutian struck Xiongqi's chest, it unexpectedly came to a halt. Aside from piercing the long robe of Xiongqi, no harm was inflicted upon him whatsoever. Crafted from the scales of Zhulong, such a significant shortcoming, Xiongqi wore an expression of disdain. Nephew, do not claim that the sword to eradicate the heavens is forged from Zhulong scales. Even if Zhulong were slain to create a sword, it would not breach the defenses of your elder brother. Zhulong thought to himself, I suddenly feel that my days may be numbered. The end is drawing near. Nephew, the returning sword technique should not be used indiscriminately to 80 times. Your returning sword technique can indeed be quite effective. But there are instances when it may be a matter of life and death. Xiongqi spoke earnestly. Iwui nodded slightly. Thank you, elder brother. Let's try again. This time, Kawui retracted the Wuzhou Dharmakaya, and as the sword heart operated, the Wuzhou domain became even more solidified. He also dispersed the countless sword energies generated by the Wuhan sword technique. Leaving only one remaining, he exerted all his effort to control this single sword energy. Interesting, this sword heart is truly remarkable. Xiongqi praised. From one comes two, from two comes three. Kawui continuously repeated what Bai Fengliu had said. Gradually, that single sword energy began to take on an ethereal quality. Then split into two, continuing to divide. accompanied by a soft sound. These split sword energies directly merged into the Wuzhou domain. Nothingness, no way to this moment. Kawui slowly comprehended their meaning. Essentially, it all boiled down to one word: speed. Utilizing sword energies that reached the pinnacle of swiftness to sever the connection of cultivators within the Wuzhou domain to the grand principles of heaven and earth and their divine powers. Ha! Kawui laughed heartily, then once more unleashed a slash of the Void Sword Light. This time, however, the speed of the Void Sword Light surpassed the previous iteration by more than double. Yet, to Kawui's dismay, Xiongqi extended his hand once more and crushed that sword light. Dake Wui fell silent, and after a moment, he looked up at Xiongqi with a bewildered expression and said, "Elder brother Xiongqi, how is it that you can crush my sword light while situated within my Wuzhou domain?" He genuinely did not understand. If Xiongqi were to restore his cultivation, it would be unquestionable that he could accomplish this. Yet now, Xiongqi had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the mid-stage of calamity transformation. "Nephew, although your Wuzhou domain has undergone a breakthrough, it holds no effect on me. I am a beast. Do you understand what that means? The kind with an invincible physical form. I understand the reasoning. But could you refrain from boasting so brazenly? Elder brother, do you truly believe your physical form is invincible?" Xiongqi nodded. Then Kawui bellowed, "Master, elder brother Xiongqi claims that his physical form is invincible and that you cannot harm him." Xiongqi replied, "Damn, nephew, could you please act like a human being? Nephew, wielding the 8 swords of the immortals is indeed formidable, but I can assure you that even if one were to master the 8 swords of the immortals to perfection, they would still be unable to breach my defenses," Xiongqi stated. Before Kawui could inquire further, he continued, "The 8 swords of the immortals were created by Brother Bai in his youth. Their strength lies in the fact that they're the sword techniques employed by Brother Bai. To put it bluntly, nephew, your 8 swords of the immortals are nothing but trash. Let me put it this way. If Brother Bai were to wield the Void Sword technique, I might exhaust all my strength and still be unable to withstand a single sword light. Not because the Void Sword technique is particularly powerful, but because Brother Bai's strength is simply terrifying. The 8 swords of the immortals are hailed as the foremost sword technique across the realms, and their might is indisputable. However, the strength of a sword technique is inextricably linked to the practitioner wielding it. Do you understand what I mean?" Kawui remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Nephew, let us call it a day. You need not feel disheartened. At least among those of the same level, the 8 swords of the immortals are indeed a transcendent existence. Mastering the 8 swords of the immortals will surely enable you to achieve invincibility among your peers." "Elder brother, why have you changed your tune?" Kawui asked, perplexed. "Because I have an ominous premonition." Xiongqi swallowed hard. "You are quite right in your premonition. Please continue. I find your insights to be excellent." Bai Fengliu's voice floated in from behind Xiongqi. "Damn, this is bad." Upon hearing Bai Fengliu's words, Xiongqi stiffened and turned around with great difficulty. "Brother Bai, what a coincidence. When did you arrive?" "I came over when I heard you explaining the 8 swords of the immortals to this lad." "You spoke splendidly, truly splendidly." Bai Fengliu remarked that I believe you are correct. "Come, I will suppress my cultivation to the calamity crossing stage. You restore your cultivation, and we shall have a match. Elder brother, you flatter me. Pay no heed to my ramblings. I am merely speaking nonsense. Do not take it seriously." Xiongqi was now drenched in cold sweat. "Such cowardice!" Kawui interjected, "Scram. What do you know?" Xiongqi retorted, "Can Brother Bai's words be measured by his cultivation?" "Ah, what were you just saying?" Xiongqi's words suddenly trailed off. "Goodness, was that something that was just said?" "Excellent." Bai Fengliu's tone betrayed no hint of sorrow or joy. "Elder brother, allow me to defend myself," with a resounding smack. Xiongqi's form was thrust through the formation, embedding itself into the spatial barrier of this isolated realm. "Marvelous!" Kawui exclaimed with glee. He finally understood the joy of witnessing his master discipline someone. It was indeed quite delightful. Why handsome visage, elder brother? Your strike was rather ruthless." Xiongqi wore a look of utter despondency. "Speak less if you cannot articulate properly. There is no need for so much nonsense." Bai Fengliu cast a glance at him. "Impressive. You have quickly grasped the essence of the concepts of nothingness and no way. Quite commendable. Bai Fengliu praised Kowui. Indeed, Xiongqi's words hold merit, but he erred in one aspect. What aspect? Kowui asked, confused. It is not merely invincibility among those of the same level, but true invincibility. Understood. Thank you, Kowui replied before turning to leave. Hey, disciple, do not depart yet. I have not finished speaking. Xiongqi called after him. Xiongqi, why have you left as well? Let me finish. I cannot bear to listen. You speak far too boastfully. They both exclaimed in unison. What kind of person is this? I have not yet finished my words. Damn! Xiong, a hearty voice rang out as Kowui exited the isolated space, and he saw Meng Shini standing beside a robust young man, Su Hontian. Su, why have you come? Kowui inquired, puzzled. Ha! Xiong. I only learned your name today. You see, I have a good rapport with Meng Xiong, and my Su family has a strong relationship with the Tianji Pavilion. Meng Xiong informed me that you would be participating in the divine martial competition. So, I decided to join you and Meng Xiong. Su Hontian laughed heartily. Actually, Uncle Su intended to send a senior member of the Su family to accompany me, but Hontian refused, insisting on following my Tianji Pavilion's group. Meng Shini explained, that old man is always worrying about me getting into trouble. What trouble could I possibly find? Who in the entire Xianhuang continent would dare to touch Su Hontian? Su Hontian scoffed. Old man, what a devoted son. Hey, isn't that the little fellow from the other day? Xiongqi remarked, slightly surprised to see Su Hontian. He personally quite liked Su Hontian's character. Just like him. Where is the similarity? There is none. Xiong. Who is this? Su Hontian curiously examined Xiongqi before asking. He frequents the Tianji Pavilion, but you have not met him before. Hontian, do not be rude. This is Senior Xiongqi, Meng Shini hurriedly stated. Fearful that Su Hontian, in his brashness, might say something inappropriate and offend Xiongqi. Oh, greetings, Senior Xiongqi. Su Hontian offered a slight bow. Meng Shini sighed in relief, but suddenly he heard Su Hontian laughing uproariously. Xiongqi, I like that name. Oh my! Big brother, please do not vocalize your preferences. To Meng Shini's astonishment, Xiongqi did not become angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Kid, you have good taste. I take a liking to you. Upon hearing this, Su Hontian struggled to turn to Meng Shini and asked, Old Meng, this fellow cannot possibly have a preference for men. Can he? Get lost. Xiongqi scowled. I have no interest in your rugged appearance. By the heavens, could it be true? Big brother, do you really prefer men? Su Hontian was taken aback. He then suddenly turned to Xiongqi and exclaimed, Brother, do you truly think I have a rugged appearance? Is that for real? Absolutely right. I relish hearing that I look rough and tough. Ha ha ha, what discernment. It was evident that these two were quite the sight together. Oh, my eyes. How piercing. Xiongqi's seniority was soon interrupted by Meng Shini, who urged, You young ones ought not to jest. After saying this, Xiongqi vanished without a trace. Brother Ku, there is something of great import I must discuss with you alongside Brother Hong. Meng Shini said, his expression grave. News has reached us from the disciples of the Tiangwei Pavilion that the newly appointed leader of the Soul Sect, Ku He, has secretly journeyed to Zhongzhou with the elders of the Soul Sect. Their purpose this time is to meet with an individual. Who? Ko Wuyo inquired. The Lord of the Xianhuang, Lung Wuchang. The Lord? Meng Shini nodded, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation, that it was inconceivable that someone of Lung Wuchang's stature would have dealings with the Soul Sect. More importantly, the timing of Ku He's departure coincided with the day Brother Ku acted against Gu Shaoqing. Regardless, we must remain vigilant during this trip to Zhongzhou. Meng Shini's expression was one of concern. For reasons unknown, the upper echelons of the Tianwei Pavilion seemed oblivious to this matter, as no orders had been issued. Suggesting a lack of concern, upon hearing this, Kowuyo let out a raucous laugh. Both Su Hontian and Meng Shini were perplexed. What had come over Brother Ko? Had he lost his mind? Borrowing Su's words, he declared, Who would dare to lay a hand on me? Kowuyo. Who would dare? The words left Meng Shini stunned. When had Brother Ko become so boastful? I merely meant to say that you might not fully grasp Kowuyo's nature. He is not just occasionally boastful. He is perpetually so. After all, this is someone determined to topple Bai Fengliu. Ha, Brother Ko, you are truly magnificent. I admire that. Su Hongtian chuckled heartily, finding Ke Wuyo most agreeable. Is it tough? Tough? Is it impressive? I think it looks foolish, Meng Shini interjected. This comment abruptly ended that topic. Otherwise, Su Hongtian and Ke Wuyo might have continued their boasting indefinitely. Brother Ke, we must prepare that I have an ominous feeling that something will transpire at the divine martial tournament. Meng Shun-yi said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtian's expression transformed to one of surprise. He knew Meng Shun-yi well. As the foremost disciple of the Tianwei Pavilion, his instincts were remarkably accurate. If Meng Shun-yi felt this way, it indicated a high probability of unforeseen events of the tournament. Brother Meng, which of our Tianwei Pavilion members will accompany us this time? Is it Elder 6 or Elder 7? Su Hongtian inquired. Indeed, the esteemed elders of the Tianwei Pavilion have been reduced to mere Elder 6 and Elder 7 in Su Hongtian's casual tone. Meng Shunyi's reaction was unperturbed, having grown accustomed to Su's manner of speaking. He shook his head slightly. This time, I shall address this matter myself. Goodness, please don't tell me. If I had known, I would have had my father send a few people over, Su Hongtian lamented, suddenly feeling that the Tianwei Pavilion seemed somewhat unreliable. Su, what are you worried about? Ke Wuyo approached, exuding an air of confidence that promised everything would be taken care of. Suddenly, the figure of Bai Fengliu appeared before the three men. Master, what brings you here? Ke Wuyo asked, grinning as he approached Bai Fengliu, and no particular reason. I merely came to inform you that I and Xiongqi will not be accompanying you this time. We have other matters to attend to. With that, Bai Fengliu's figure vanished. What the devil? Is this a joke? Watching Ke Wuyo's face contort into one of utter dismay, Su Hongtian stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Brother Ke, it's all on you now. Damn it, can I take back what I just said? I'm a fool, and I am scared. Meanwhile, within the Tianwei Pavilion, the inner council had gathered all the high-ranking members. I have just read the omens, and it appears that the Xianhuang continent is on the brink of upheaval. Gu Tianji stated calmly. The high-ranking officials murmured, Grand Ancestor, the world is about to change, yet you remain so composed. Gu Tianji's authority was unquestionable, not merely due to his seniority, but also his formidable prowess. That if Gu Tianji claimed a transformation was imminent, then it assuredly was. Grand Ancestor, what is your take on the Soul Sect? The Pavilion Master, Qin Yuanzai, queried. There will be some disturbance within the Soul Sect, but it should be minor. The real trouble lies with Lung Wuchang. He has secretly supported the Soul Sect, an evil force that can be concealed from others, but not from my Tianwei Pavilion. It remains to be seen how Lung Wuchang will choose. Should he side with the Soul Sect, he may find himself grievously wounded. Gu Tianji remarked coldly. His disdain for Lung Wuchang's actions was palpable. The Soul Sect was notorious for harboring evil cultivators, and the entirety of the Xianhuang continent held a strong aversion to them. The Soul Sect's endurance in the Eastern continent was not due to its might, but rather its backing from the Lord of the Saints. Grand Ancestor, considering that Lung Wuchang is the sovereign of the Xianhuang, should calamity befall him, it would undoubtedly trigger a significant commotion across the continent. Shall our Tianwei Pavilion refrain from intervening? Qin Yuanzai questioned. In response, Gu Tianji regarded him with a peculiar expression before letting out a sigh. You have occupied the position of Pavilion Master for centuries. How can you fail to perceive such a minor shift in the situation? Why should we intervene if Lung Wuchang seeks his own demise? Not even the enigmatic Xiandao Academy would be something he could contend with. Grand Ancestor, you speak wisely. I've been short-sighted. Qin Yuanzai quickly acknowledged. Lung Wuchang has become intoxicated by the allure of the Saint Realm. Humph. Even if he steps into the Saint Realm, he remains but an ant. This time, you two will accompany those three youngsters. Gu Tianji instructed the 7th and 9th elders. The remaining elders would follow discreetly. With that, Gu Tianji turned and departed. Upon returning to his secluded chamber, Gu Tianji once again scrutinized the patterns of the Xianhuang continent. As the signs manifested, his brow furrowed deeply. The originally impending fate of Lung Wuchang had been postponed, and the shifts in the Xianhuang continent structure had also been delayed. Time, 1 year later. In Zhongzhou, at the Lord's residence. Lord, please, for the sake of our Soul Sect, grant us your judgment. The Soul Sect's leader, Ku He, lay prostrate on the ground, having recounted the events that transpired within the soul sect to Lung Wuchang. A spirit? Lung Wuchang repeated Ku He's earlier words. Indeed, my lord, the Wuyo Emperor's sect possesses such a spirit. Ku He replied respectfully. Excellent. It seems we're on the right track. I never imagined it would lead us here. Lung Wuchang laughed heartily. Return now. I shall certainly look into the matter between the Soul Sect and the Wuyo Emperor's sect in a year's time, and be wary of those from the Tiangue Pavilion. There is an ancient one among them whom even I cannot see through, Lung Wuchang stated nonchalantly. Understood, my lord. Ku He bowed deeply and retreated. Once Ku He departed, a captivating woman appeared before Lung Wuchang, exuding an enchanting aura. My lord, how do you perceive this matter? Lung Wuchang inquired, wrapping an arm around her waist. My lord, I suspect Ku He is concealing something. Oh, what makes you say that? Ku He merely mentioned a mysterious powerhouse who dispatched the previous leader and the Grand Elder of the Soul Sect, but failed to elaborate on the process. I believe that mysterious figure must be far more formidable than Ku He has described. My lord, you must exercise caution. The woman remarked you doubt my strength. Lung Wuchang questioned. How could I dare? I merely advise that you remain vigilant. The woman replied with a charming tone. Then he gently caressed the chest of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord nodded and inquired, how is the preparation for the blood sacrifice formation coming along? It shall be initiated in a year. Excellent. After a year, I shall conduct the blood sacrifice using the Soul Sect. Once I capture that Tao spirit, I refuse to believe that I cannot step into the true, holy realm this time. Soul Sect, I have supported you for so long. It is high time for you to repay my kindness. The gaze of the Holy Lord turned somewhat frigid. He then looked at the woman in his arms. And as the atmosphere grew fervent around them, he lifted her and strode towards the palace behind him. Here, let your imagination run wild. In the past 2 days, Kawui has been sparring with Su Hongtian within the unique space of the Tiangong Pavilion. Su Hongtian's combat prowess took Kawui by surprise. In other words, Su Hongtian's fighting style left Kawui at a loss for words. He was recklessly bold, as if he had no regard for his own life. It was a matter of you hitting me once, and I shall return the favor with 2 punches. What astonished Kawui the most was that Su Hongtian seemed like a humanoid beast. The striking edge of the void-slashed sword only left a faint scar upon him. Hongtian, could it be that you were some form of beast? Kawui inquired. Over these 2 days, his relationship with Su Hongtian had become much closer, and he had begun addressing him not as Su Xiong, but as Hongtian. Su Hongtian fell silent for a moment before nodding. Why heavens, is it truly so? Kawui was utterly astonished. Hongtian, do not jest. You are perfectly human. How can you claim to be a beast? Dream God interjected with exasperation. When I was at the Su family, every time they called me Old Wang Ba, he would retort that I was a beast. So, does that not make me a beast? Su Hongtian queried in confusion. Brother, beasts and livestock are not the same. You are indeed livestock, but not a beast. Kawui clarified that is their distinction. Su Hongtian asked. Puzzled. What do you mean there is no distinction? Xiongqi retorted, you dare to prattle on, and I swear I will tear you apart. Is there any politeness in your speech? Kawui no longer wished to engage with Su Hongtian. He was simply a man of the masses, devoid of any culture. May I inquire, do you possess any culture? You disdain others. It is getting late. Let us rest for the night and prepare to head to Zhongzhou tomorrow. Dream God announced. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtian grew enthusiastic. I have long desired to participate in the divine martial competition. Place me at 26th. I'm quite dissatisfied with that ranking. Are all of you in the Tiangong Pavilion merely idlers? Dream God could not be bothered to respond to Su Hongtian and turned to leave. Ke Iwui also intended to depart, but was suddenly embraced by Su Hongtian. Brother Ku, I've just thought of a splendid idea. The reason he called him Brother Ku was at Kawui's request, as he felt that the term Wui was rather ungrounded. Wait, have I got it wrong? You dislike the name I gave you? Do you dare to challenge my arrangement? What idea? Kawui inquired with curiosity, genuinely perplexed as to what notion Su Hongtian could have. After some contemplation, Su Hongtian proposed, we are both mere mortals. Let us form a duo. I have even thought of a name for our combination. Let us call ourselves Ku Air Pai. What do you think, Brother Ko? I think it is rather unappealing. Kawui replied with a face full of despair. Brother, I implore you, go read some books instead of merely cultivating. Just look at how your mind has been dulled by your training. Why so? Su Hongtian inquired. Ke Iwui considered for a moment and replied. Su Xiong, I believe my surname is rather unappealing. Let us use yours instead. We shall be called Su Erbai. Su Hongtian clapped his hands in delight. From now on, I shall be known as Su Erbai. What is Hongtian? Su Erbai sounds far more melodious. Su Hongtian's father exclaimed, unfilial son, unfilial son. As night fell and the air turned cool, Kawui lay quietly on his bed, feeling a longing for the little Tao spirit. He missed that quirky little creature. I wonder how the little Tao spirit is faring at the Wui Imperial sect. After I complete the divine martial competition, I shall return to the Wui Imperial sect. Kawui murmured to himself as he lay in bed. The next morning, Kawui, Su Hongtian, and Dream God ascended onto the back of a flying beast bound for Zhongzhou. Along with them were a disciple from the Tiangong Pavilion and 2 elders. The reason for using a flying beast was that its speed far surpassed that of a flying vessel. Standing atop the massive flying beast and gazing at the scenery below the clouds, Kawui could not help but exclaim, now this is prestige. My master's space-rending speed is so swift that it entirely lacks enjoyment. Wait a minute. By heavens, I am a sword cultivator. And I have already reached the mid-stage of the tribulation. Why am I not flying with my sword? This is simply unscientific. Meanwhile, in Zhongzhou, 2 figures had already appeared above the clouds, Bai Fengliu and Xiongqi. Bai Fengliu revealed his intention to Kawui that he and Xiongqi would not be attending, wishing instead to observe how Kawui handled matters. Brother, how can this competition be a game? Xiongqi began, but was silenced by a glance from Bai Fengliu. You stay here, Bai Fengliu declared before turning to leave. Where are you going, brother? Xiongqi queried. Tio, do what you wish. In Zhongzhou, Shengwu City, located at the heart of Zhongzhou and the center of the Xianhuang continent, was bustling with unprecedented activity, filled with cultivators who had come to spectate. The center of Shengwu City was a colossal isolation formation encompassing a vast martial stage. This was the site of the divine martial competition. What? A ticket cost 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Why don't you go rob someone? A voice echoed at the formation's entrance. Hey, I said, are you buying a ticket or not? If not, get out of the line. Don't waste my time, you pauper, a dissatisfied cultivator stated that I will buy it. Why are you in such a rush? Can't I complain a bit? The cultivator who had spoken previously reluctantly produced 100,000 top-quality spirit stones to purchase a ticket to watch the matches. This is quite extortionate, he muttered before turning to leave. Upon arriving at the entrance of the competition, Kawui observed this scene with disdain. Watching the competition was immensely beneficial for a cultivator's training. How could one complain about 100,000 spirit stones? Look at how pitiful you appear. Fortunately, as a participant, I need not pay any spirit stones. Following Dream God and others into the competition area, just as they were about to step into the formation, Kawui was halted. Ticket, the individual said in a nonchalant manner. What? A ticket? I'm a participant. Only those on the divine martial rankings can enter without a ticket. All others must possess one. The person's voice grew impatient. Are you kidding me? Kawui exclaimed in disbelief. What about them? He gestured towards the 2 accompanying elders from the Tiangong Pavilion. They are guardians behind the participants. They obviously do not require tickets. Hurry up. Do you have spirit stones? If not, get out of here. What else with the shouting? I shall pay, all right. How much? 100,000. What? So expensive. Why don't you go rob someone? Kawui grimaced as he handed over 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. In the end, he muttered, this is utterly outrageous. Hey, who was it that just said others were pitiful? Your voice is no less than theirs. After entering the formation, Kawui followed Dream God to the rest area designated for the Tiangong Pavilion. As the premier power of the Eastern continent, the Tiangong Pavilion enjoyed a commendable viewing location at the site of the divine martial competition. Inside the formation, all the participants gradually arrived, and to Kawui's astonishment, not every faction was afforded a dedicated rest area. There were a total of 10 rest areas, 9 Sword Mountain of the Eastern continent, Dao Sect Tiangong Pavilion, the Holy Lord's Mansion of Zhongzhou, Xian Dao Academy, Xianin Sect, Tianwu Gate, and from the southern continent, Huangshan, from the northern continent, Beijing Mansion, and from the western continent, Wuliang Mountain. Damn it, that old fool is truly disappointing. He couldn't even secure a spot. This family head would do better than him. Su Hongtian grumbled upon noticing the absence of his Su family among the 10 seats. Hearing this, Kawui remained silent for a moment before speaking. Hongtian, I have always had a question I wish to ask you. What question? Did you never suffer a beating since childhood? Is that so? A resonant voice echoed within the formation. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared upon the grand stage of the competition, the pinnacle of the great achievement. Kawuyo squinted slightly, seemingly underestimating the cultivators from Zhongzhou. As the host of such a grand event possessed the cultivation of the great achievement's peak. The rules for this competition are as follows. Any cultivator who first steps onto the martial platform may challenge any opponent ranked higher than themselves. The challenge party has the discretion to accept or decline the challenge. Should they forfeit, their ranking will be exchanged with that of their challenger. IT is understood by all that rankings hold immense significance. All participants are permitted to rely solely on their own strength, with no external forces allowed. Any contestant found to be utilizing outside power will have their ranking disqualified. Furthermore, the outcome of this competition will be determined only when one party concedes. Should neither concede, the fight will be to the death. Contestants who have previously participated in the competition are granted a 3-hour protection period, during which they may refuse to compete, even if called upon. Now, let the contest begin. As the middle-aged man's words fell, the atmosphere within the formation surged with excitement. Dream brother, what impact does the ranking have on cultivators? Kawuyo inquired. Dream God pondered for a moment before responding. After the conclusion of the competition, all cultivators on the list will receive rewards provided by the Holy Master's residence. This presents a deadly temptation for loose cultivators, who are in dire need of cultivation resources, for disciples of other factions. Being listed signifies that they will receive full support from their sect. Thus, being on the list is of paramount importance to every cultivator. Then why are the rules of this competition so peculiar? Dream God, feeling overwhelmed, quickly interrupted Kawuyo. Brother Ko, please, I implore you, do not be like a curious child. If you inquire of me, whom should I ask? I have never participated in such a competition myself. Before long, a cultivator soared onto the stage. Meng Zhan of the loose cultivators from Shizhou, ranked 200 on the divine martial list, challenges the one ranked 177, the Mad Blade, the cultivator proclaimed loudly. At the conclusion of his declaration, a figure bearing a long blade ascended onto the stage. I accept the challenge. Kawuyo had anticipated a grand battle, yet Meng Zhan overwhelmingly dominated the encounter.